as the Member of Parliament, I have at least inculcated in my supporters to ensure that the process is as peaceful as possible. Because I know that if the process is peaceful and the votes are cast peacefully and then counted peacefully, tallied peacefully, collated peacefully, there's only one name that is going to emerge from the election, and that is Honorable Alhaji Muhammad Bawa Brahima.
Over the years, before this time, on voting day, you will hear one or two cases of a misunderstanding in a polling station. But today, as of now, no any bad news from any part of the constituency. I believe 2020 election is going to be one of the most peaceful elections in the history of the constituency. And I'm saying it because of the fact that the people contesting, both of them have tested the position that we are contesting now. I've contested election and won. I've contested again and lost. And now I'm contesting for the third time. So I've tested both. And I don't see any reason why there should be misunderstanding during polls. So it just as you might say, in 2020 is going to be one of the most peaceful constituencies. So people are going to vote based on what we have been able to do when the opportunity was given to us.
The paramount chief of EDRA has also been adding his voice on the need to ensure a peaceful election.
We've been advising our people to stop violence. So I can confirm that by the close of today, we won't see any violence or won't hear any violence. Everybody should go out from his house to go and vote. Vote free, without any violence or without fears.
Right, this is still your Election Command Center. I'm still here with Dela Michelle, and we were hoping to cross over to the press conference being held by CODEO, which was streaming.
Their angle also to be able to report to that. We just saw the co-chair of CODEO who was trying to, of course, give an update, and it looks very timely. I would say that this time around in the 2020 election, we are seeing the effect of real time, where we've had that from the Electoral Commission responding to certain issues that have come so far from the field, and also CODEO having this midday situational press conference to update Ghanaians as what is happening in terms of what the observers have for them and their use of the National Information Center that they have stationed right here in Accra, specifically for the elections. And
the Electoral Commission, as you said, has been very active on social media, responding to events as they occur. One of their posts on Twitter a while ago says, kindly verify your source when sharing information about the 2020 elections to avoid spreading false and misleading information. So the commission says that in this age of citizen journalism and the proliferation of fake news, we urge the public to be careful not to spread false, misleading and inaccurate information on social media. Let's quickly get to Ayawaso North. Roland Walker is there and he's joining us with some updates from the place. Roland, if you can hear me.
Voter population of some 59,724 on the main street leading up to Newtown, Nima, Mamobi, etc. all are in this community. You can see that it's a very freeway, not very much symptomatic of the atmosphere or the environment you find on any day in Nima, Kotobabi, etc. But we're at the Washing Bay polling station. It has two polling stations. What the Electoral Commission officials have told us that they've been able to squeeze or reduce the number of voters on each register for the two polling stations, Washing Bay polling station A and B. We'll take you there, but let me just tell you, everything is on hand. We have security and there's a Ghana Immigration Service official here. There's something, if you haven't voted yet, that you also need to know. If you go, you find that all of them are wearing I think I need to. How do you call this?
This immigration, the duty.
Yeah, no, band. I mean this type of.
That's the duty band.
The duty band. Sorry. So I got educated now. The duty band. So he's wearing a duty band. Now you get to find out election duty 2020. So when you get there to all the polling stations, if not many of the polling stations across the country, because we know that you're watching us, you need to make sure that the security official is also wearing a duty band. So on the duty band, because the Ghana Police Service is the official agency supervising the security, they have their logo or emblem there, the Ghana Police Service Election Duty 2020 with the Ghana flag. So they call it the duty band. Now you'll find that the two polling stations, Washington Bay polling station A and B, are all there. A number of these voters have been here for the last hour or two, but we just want to make sure we have great insight into what the activities have been so far. The place have been cutting off the right sort of tapes, but as we're finding in many of the areas, it's also very much the situation here. So the voters are ready, but it's also very important for us to know that all these need to be in place before we get to the right sort of look. We took you when we were in Osu and we did that live interaction, what the processes are, but we have a number of all these voters coming through to do the voting. This is the booth, of course. They call it the voting screen, not the voting booth. We're told by the Electoral Commission officials. So let me just speak to a number of the individuals and the personalities around. How are you, sir? What's your name?
My name is Victor Dogan.
Oh, Victor
Dogan.
Nice talking to you, but how long have you been here?
I'm here almost 1 hour ago.
Okay, but why for you do you think that the voting is important for you?
Well, it's my responsibility to do so. That's why I woke up to here, because I had to choose the one I want. That's why I'm here this morning.
Do you live far off from here?
Yeah, no, I live here before, but now I moved to
La Paz.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it not surprising that usually you find the stretch Nima to Mambobi, Kotobabi very serene, no cars?
Yeah, but because of the election, that's the reason why there's not much car in the system.
You said that as Ghanaians we've done well, haven't we? At least for the last few hours or the first few hours.
Definitely, because we all have a peace. We are talking to each other, even either the other side or other side. We are talking to each other responsibly. No confusion, no nothing.
I tell you, and that's Victor. So we want to get to the officials of the Electoral Commission who are around here and try to get some interaction with them. And we need also to get a first on what really may be happening. A number of them who may have come in early are moving as quickly as possible, and they just want to make sure they have all the necessary protocols observed and obeyed to ensure they are in the right state. So we have somebody who has voted. We also would want to have an interaction with a person, but you vote first for the presidential, the December 7, 2020 elections, Ayawaso North Presidential, Washington Bay, Newtown, polling station A, and you have the code there. I again have to remind you, the Ayawaso North constituency is bordering many areas that we have here, Kokomimle, it's extended to many of the adjoining communities as well. We have the Koleklote constituency, but it's also because it's a very, not only densely populated, but a very savvy constituency. A population size of some, that's the voter population, 59,724. I would want to speak to a number of the Electoral Commission officials. They're already busy having some interaction. What they do is try to explain this time around to people, voters who want some interaction. Let me speak to Malik. Malik is the one supervising the election. Police, this B, right?
Yes, this A.
This A. Yeah. And you are supervising for the Electoral Commission.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, there's always this perception that Nima, rowdy, etc. But how have you been able to do your work, maintain the situation so far?
Oh, so far so good. We don't have a problem here. I think everything is moving on well, smoothly. It was in the morning that you see it as very difficult for us because it is a two police station that is splitted, and then people don't know where to go. So now we have resolved the problem. We made them follow the same queue Then if you can check the surname and then we direct to where you are supposed to be.
Yeah, because I was just about to ask you. We were told by the Electoral Commission officials that because they wanted the time spent by the voters at the polling station to reduce, they decided to do the splitting. Yeah. For you, that was a good thing, is that not it?
Oh, yeah.
And so far, how have you been able to manage trying to tell the would-be residents or voters where they should go?
Yeah, when we come, you just bring your card. I think when you check your name, we will tell you whether you are part of A, B, or C. Then you direct you to go there. Then you have your vote casted. So that's the only thing that we're having there.
Right, so let's quickly, that's Roland Walker, I beg your pardon, at Ayawaso Central, at the Alajo area. They're bringing us that report. But that report, there is a lot more in it. We'll get back to it and hear more of it. But right now, let's quickly cross over to the NDC's headquarters here in Accra, where our reporter, Evelyn Tingma, is standing by.
Where the party is expected to brief the media on some development. That development we do not know yet, and as I'm sure very soon the meeting or the press briefing would begin, and we would know what exactly the party wants to address and who exactly will also be addressing this particular briefing. So we are here and we will ensure that our viewers are brought up to speed the development from the NDC headquarters. We know that the election is ongoing. Probably the party also has their men on the ground, and so maybe they may have picked up some information we do not know yet, but we believing that definitely they will be telling us some issues that they may have encountered during the voting process. So we will wait and then bring our viewers up to speed the development from the NDC headquarters here at Adabraka in Accra.
Right, thanks very much, Evelyn Tingma. Evelyn is the NDC headquarters here in Accra, specifically at Adabraka, where there is a scheduled press briefing. You already know by now that the NDC held another press conference in the Ashanti region already, and is planning to hold another here in Accra. As you heard from Evelyn Tingma, they're yet to start, but you saw the environment and the journalists seated and waiting patiently to get the press conference underway so they can report. So let's go now to Dela Michelle, who will quickly get to William Evans Inkum from Ashanti region,
right,
who has some updates for us, Dela.
Definitely. And talking about press conferences, we just know that the Ashanti region also had, the NDC caucus in the Ashanti region also had a press conference talking about some irregularities. But let's speak with our correspondent, William Evans Inkum, to bring us up to speed as to what is happening in the region. Evans, grateful for your time. You're live with us. Go ahead and give us an update.
Well, grateful that so currently, as you mentioned, not too long ago, the NDC held a press conference at the party's headquarters, and they alleged that they've intercepted some time-printed ballot papers. So that was what they alleged earlier. I'm sure, we will be feeding you in as far as that particular development is concerned. But now I am in the Bekwai constituency and exactly at Asetri Methodist Primary. And here, some 647 are expected to vote, but a little over 300 have voted so far. There's tension brewing in the queue. Let me just get you closer so that you have a better understanding of what I am talking about. Then I will explain to you what might have caused this huge backlog here. So as you can see, we still have a good number of people who haven't voted, and not too long ago, there was a fight among them, in fact, because they were actually scrambling to get to at least closer to the stages, so they can also go through the process. But it took the security here some time to be able to calm nerves and what have you. So there's some relatively sanity as far as this whole place is concerned. But I can tell you that tension is brewing among these electorates who are waiting to go through the process and also cast their vote. So this man here has been very busy trying to calm nerves and also explain to them the need for them to calm down in order to ensure a very smooth exercise. So backlog. Now the fear is that, I mean, especially those in this particular region, the fear they might not be able to vote because of the fact that it is inching closer and closer to 5 p.m. and it's still the process. So I mean, going through the process is a bit slow. But then you want to know why the process has been slow. So now you can see this particular vehicle here, right? So not too long ago, it brought an old woman, and I've counted about 10 of them who have come here to vote. And because of the fact that they are feeble and all of that, when they come, they are given some level of preference. So they don't join the queue. They're allowed to go through the process in order to also go back to wherever they're coming from because of their condition. And sometimes this has been slowing the entire process as far as the voting in this particular polling station is concerned. But let me get closer and speak to the presiding officer for this particular polling station to really find out from them, because now there's some level of tension brewing among the potential voters, and the big question is as to whether they will be able to vote before 5 p.m. Are you sure they are able to vote before 5 p.m.?
Yeah, looking at the kind of voters that we have around, it looks like it's not going to be possible for us to complete the voting by 5 o'clock.
Wow. So some of them might not vote before 5 p.m.
No matter what, everybody will vote. Once you are here before 5, no matter the number of people we have, we will finish the voting before we continue to do any other thing. Everybody, once you are here before 5, you will vote. So you take your vote.
Okay, all right. So how many people are left as far as the voter population here is concerned?
We have about 647 voters.
And how many have voted?
We have about 350 votes have cast their ballot by.
So okay, we still have a little over 290 to go. Yeah. All right. So that is a situation here. There are still people in the queue who are waiting we're waiting for their turns to get into the stages as far as the electoral process here at the Asechiri Methodist Primary School is concerned.
Situation happening in that particular constituency. Stephen, it is quite alarming that if about 50% or let's say 55% of the voter turnout in that particular constituency are yet to vote, then it means that we will be expecting the results from this particular area
to be lower.
Yes, and exactly. Of course it will be coming in very late, looking at the numbers that are still in the queue there. Quite worrying situation.
It's about 3 hours to go, so we'll still see. Sometimes most of these people might not be able to vote anyway for one reason or the other, either because they travel to another part of the country or they're somewhere else for work-related engagements or other, personal engagements, but that's the situation there. Let's hope that in 3 hours, everyone who is on there would come and cast their ballots.
It's 2 actually, because it's already 3 p.m. And looking at the Ashanti region alone, it's about 47 constituencies that we are looking at today to be able to.
But don't forget that that might be just a constituency. There might be voter turnout numbers which are impressive at other places. Yeah. It might cancel out. But what you have to know is that the Ashanti region, according to our analysis, is a very important region. It's an indicative region, which means that over the years, if MPP wins 75% of the votes, they win the general elections. If they win anything below 75%, they lose the election. And if NDC gets 33% or more, they win the general election. So it's very instructive that Ashanti region plays a very important role for determining the outcome of the 2020 any election, not just 2020.
And
so
every year they've also come out to vote, looking at the national voter turnout, and they always exceed the national voter turnout. And obviously, what you've said.
We'll be bringing you the data when
definitely,
we have it.
Definitely. Let's cross over to our correspondent, William. Let's cross over to our correspondent, Christopher Amakun, to give us an update which constituency he is currently and what he can tell us. Christopher. Hello, Christopher.
Hello, Della.
Great. You're live with us. Give us an update where you are currently and the situation there.
Yes, so Della, I'm currently in the Tamale South constituency, the Lamashegu Primary A and B polling stations, where over 402 voters are expected to cast their votes. So far, 274 voters have come to cast their votes here at the Lamashegu Primary A polling station. Voting has been peaceful since it started 10 minutes after the hour 7 in the morning, and they are still expecting a lot more people to come and vote. As you can see in the background, there is no one currently going through the process. Most of the people have come to cast their vote. This lady is just casting her vote in the background. The polling officials are all seated, and party agents as well seated. All the people here have cast their votes. They are just waiting for counting to begin in 2 hours. So that is the situation here at the Lamashegu Primary School polling station A. As the polling officials are seated idle for now, no one has come to cast his or her votes again as we speak. But interestingly, this is the constituency where the minority leader, Haruna Idrisu, is contesting against the MPP candidate, Yusuf Yakubu, where the minority leader is seeking re-election again for the 4th time, as Yakubu Yusuf is also seeking to capture the seat from the NDC. The NDC has always won the Tamale South constituency seat since 2004, when the minority leader went into parliament.
Afternoon, Christopher Amakun. He's given us a report from the northern and Savannah regions. It looks like it's been quite impressive in those areas. This will be his second report that he's given us, and most of the people have actually voted.
Yes, I mean, it's very impressive. It just is an indication of the smooth process overall across the country. And, you know, I'm saying that the EC should be commended, at least for the visionary leadership to expand the number of polling centers because of COVID. These decisions were made so that not too many people will aggregate at one place at a time, which meant that the voter roll for constituencies didn't have beyond 500 or lowest 500, the maximum 800. And this has shown to be working pretty well. You go through your voting process, and in a few minutes you're done and you move to other places. And this is pretty okay, and I think that we are hopeful that this will replicate itself across the country so that there will be absolute peace for the voting process in these places.
But let's look at the northern and the Savannah region. You have some interesting statistics concerning these two regions. Of course, the Savannah is quite new, and we're expecting some form of balance there, looking at how it swings usually to the NDC. He just mentioned in his report that Tamale South has always been for the NDC. What do you think about these regions? Steve?
No, I mean, for me, I think the Savannah and Northern regions have had their own dynamics. And if you followed our election watch discussions, the Northern region has been a traditional stronghold or dominant region. We're careful when we say stronghold. So the Northern region has been a dominant region for the NDC over the years. The data shows that from the 1992 all through to the last election in 2016, the Northern region votes for the NDC en bloc. But with the split of the Savannah and Northern region, the dynamics, I don't see it to be changing that much. Our analysis show that it's going to follow the same pattern and the same trend, and it is expected that the NDC will win the Northern and Savannah regions unless something dramatic happens, and that dramatic happening, I'm not sure we've had it yet, but the government has touted its achievement with the free SHS, planting for food and jobs, and all those programs.
Yeah.
So if those in the Savannah region feel that these policies are benefiting them more, then they might make a case to vote for the incumbent government. Otherwise, it is expected widely that the vote pattern will still go towards the NDC. That's it for the Northern region and Savannah, really. It's very unlikely to be any different.
But you know that the Northern region also do have some swing constituencies in there.
Yes.
And some of the swing constituencies have found their way into the Savannah region. So looking at what we're going to have today, very dicey situation in those regions. But you also have more facts about some of the constituencies that we have to look at. Let's take a look at that of the Greater Accra. 34 constituencies. Greater Accra, quite large also. They also have a major influence when it comes to...
So you see, we have a data set which will be showing. It will help us talk through some of these issues a lot more. So I mean, I will come to that, but Greater Accra is very, very important in this election now, because the Greater Accra region now has the largest population of voters.
The largest.
And which actually is attributable to the fact that in the COVID era, not many people travel to their home regions to register. So, for example, you would find that a lot of the people, about 11% of residents in Greater Accra region who hail from the Volta region, couldn't go to Volta region to vote for
to register,
to register, I beg your pardon, for obvious reasons, and they registered here. So then there were 18% or so who come from Ashanti, Eastern, and the other regions. So the Greater Accra region has become like the grandfather of all swings. That's how Ben Epson describes it, the grandfather of all swings. So we will also have data to prove that the swing characteristics of the Greater Accra region usually mimics that of the central region. So if, for example, the swing region in Greater Accra goes to one party, it's more likely Ashanti to go to the same party. So these are interesting trends which we'll be looking at when we get to presenting that data thoroughly. We'll be discussing all of that. But I'm looking at Greater Accra with very keen eyes. And when the results start coming in, whoever wins Greater Accra, as we know in previous elections, has a greater chance of winning the entire presidential elections. But because of the dynamics of the creation of new regions, especially in Western region, it does mean that the volume of votes that go to one side is going to have to be shared. You know, so it will be interesting. We'll still so that's a Greater Accra for you. There are key places in the Greater Accra I'm looking at. I'm keeping an eye very much on Dom Kwabenya. I'm keeping an eye so much on Clote Kole and Lejo Kuku.
Ayawaso West.
You know what I'm saying?
Ododo actually. Yes, don't forget that place as well. But still, let's still do some more discussions, because it's quite interesting that we are having these regions. Of course, as you've rightly mentioned, there are some who we are known that, using the word stronghold, we are careful to choose that, but we're a stronghold for some one political party. But now we are seeing the splits. We have these 6 new regions: Savannah, Oti, Bono. The expectations are also quite high from all these regions that we've been, we've seen the creation of it. And of course, the discussion has been going on as to their turnout, what is going to be. Well, let's speak with Eric Ajay. He is in Sikado to give us an update. Good afternoon, Eric.
Good afternoon,
So go ahead and give us that update.
Thank you very much. So I am currently at I'm still inside the Escado Catan constituency, and I'm currently at the near Carpenter Shop police station A at the Inkatiakrum community here in the Escado Catan constituency. And a moment ago, I interacted with the electoral officers here, the presiding officer, and he tells me that the exercise has been smooth so far. They were able to start on time, and after the time that they had to start, all the electoral materials were at hand for them to start the construction. As you can see, the various party agents are all around. The party agent for the New Patriotic Party, the party agent for the National Democratic Congress, and the party agent for the Ghana Union Movement are all present, ensuring that each vote counts. So the safety protocol here is quite commendable. You see that on each of the tables, you see a hand sanitizer. And again, all the electoral officials are in nose masks. I'm told that the presiding officer told me that before you are allowed entry, you must necessarily be in a nose mask before you are allowed to go through the process. Again, you can see in your shot that the place has been cordoned off. So anybody that comes in the inner perimeter of where the voting process is going is actually a voter. If you are not a voter, you are not allowed to enter the main perimeter where the voting is ongoing. So the exercise so far has been good, and for the Escado Catan constituency, for almost 20 polling centers that are present, the turnout has been very impressive, and in some cases, they passed more than half of the total number of persons on the electoral roll. Again, security has been quite commendable. I'm yet to come across any incident. All the party agents that I've spoken to say that so far, so good. They've rated the Electoral Commission 80% so far, and they are hopeful that this is what is going to happen at 5 o'clock, and when the last ballot is counted, they are hoping that there's not going to be any incident to mar what they've witnessed so far. In your shot, you see the presence of Mr. Daze, who is providing security. He told me that so far, all the voters who have come have comported themselves. Currently, the Western Region Secretary for the governing New Patriotic Party, Charles Bisu, just cast the ballot vote, and I've been interacting with him what he has seen and what he's observed so far. Mr. Bisu, good afternoon, welcome to TV3. Okay. So where have you been and what?
And we have to interrupt that particular interview there, but we'll be bringing you more from that report, especially in the Escado constituency within the Western region. Our correspondent Eric Ajay on the beat there. Let's move to the central region, specifically Cape Coast, and speak to our correspondent Thomas Khan. Thomas, you're live with us right here on your election command center. Give us an update as to which constituency you are and what has been there so far.
All right, so Della, I've been monitoring the Cape Coast South almost all day from morning till now. And this is a seat currently occupied by the NDC. You would recall that in 2016, the NDC parliamentary candidate, who was in the person of Kweku Ricketts Hagen, who at a point was the deputy finance minister, was the candidate for the NDC, retained the seat again after he won the seat in 2012 to become the MP for Cape Coast South. He did that again in 2016, where he retained the seat. He's coming again this year in 2020, where he's battling it out with the mayor of Cape Coast, who is in the person of Ernest Atta. This is his first time contesting on the ticket of the NPP. A while ago, he voted at a place called Econ Primary B, specifically. That is where he voted. And then after that, I interacted with him, and he is very hopeful that he is going to emerge victorious and then become the next MP for Cape Coast. So he is very, very optimistic that he's done a lot and then he's campaigned well, and he thinks that his message has gone well with the people, that they are going to vote for him and the NPP to take the seat from the NDC MP, who is currently holding on to the seat. Again, like you see in the background, where I am currently is the Central Mosque here in Cape Coast. Specifically, it is the Kotopraba Central Mosque polling station where I am now. I am told that this center has 689 people expected to vote here. And then as we speak now, as at a minute after 3, when I checked, about 390 people had voted. And then you can see me, everything here tells that voting is ongoing, very smooth and calm. Nothing happened here. The people here are really comporting themselves. You can see that everybody who is around has a nose mask. And again, there is an officer here making sure that the hand washing protocol is also observed before you are allowed entry into the arena. For instance, you get here, your temperature is checked, and then you get to wash your hands before the officer here allows you in. Briefly, I would like to engage with the presiding officer who is here manning this police station. Thank you very much, sir. You are live on TV3. I can see that there's some orderliness in this polling station. So far, how has it been here?
Honestly, it's been smooth so far, yes. It's been smooth. It's because of the way maybe I talk to them. I come to their level. Apart from being a Fanti, yes, I understand the Hausa language too. So I communicate to them more effectively in their language than just the Fanti. That is why they are all comporting themselves here.
Okay, and so far, how would you say the voter turnout has been so far?
Honestly, it has been encouraging. We have about 689 registered voters, and as I talk to you now, it's about 320. No, it's more than. It's about close to 350. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. What's your name, sir?
I'm George Duncan.
Okay, all right. That was George Duncan. He is the presiding officer here manning this polling station at the Kotopraba Central Mosque. And again, I can also tell you that all the places that I have visited within the Cape Coast South constituency, virtually you can see that there is high comportment by the people visiting the various polling stations. One interesting thing I can also say is that when you go down south, the fishing communities, that is around the Cape Coast Castle, and then the places like Renton, Jejano and their place, where people usually anticipate that there will be chaos and all of that. There's nothing happening there. Everything is going on smoothly. And then I can say there's little or no work for the security agencies to do here today.
Grateful for that report, Thomas Khan. He's our correspondent from the Central Region, specifically Cape Coast, giving us an update there. We've seen in our pictures in the background there people who are trying. Over half of that number are yet to vote, but they are hopeful that they'll be able to do that before polls close. If not, we've heard some of the presiding officers say that if they are not able to meet the deadline, which is 5 p.m., room will be made for them because they were in the queue before 5 p.m. You're still watching your Election Command Center. We're coming to you live from our Studio C. Stay with us. There's more after this break.
These days, cooking unites us more than ever. We share our recipes with those who are close and those who are not so much. Turn your homemade recipes into extra special moments with Gino. Gino truly cares. This advertisement has been vetted and approved.
You're still watching the exclusive coverage of Election 2020 right here on your Election Command Center. Let's cross over to the NDC headquarters where our correspondent Edward Tema is standing by for the presser.
I would believe that it could have been worse had it not been for the intel that we had and we put it across yesterday. So the EC has to address this issue now. How did these MPP people get ballot papers and the EC's official stamp? When you watch the video, you see that they have the official stamp of the EC. So let's watch the video.
This is just 1% of my balance. Do we know how many people have succeeded?
How did they get a ballot? How did they get a stamp? And this is just one person that has been arrested. So how do we know about others that have not been arrested?
Arrested by our party people, not police.
They are arrested by our party people, and the Land Cruiser that gave the person the ballot sped off and left the person. No, so this is real. So
well, let's go back.
And this is just one of such cases. Now, again, from the same sources, we are told that they are going to intensify these nefarious activities between 3 to 5 p.m. So anytime from now, because they know they are losing, they become very desperate. So they're going to intensify these activities. So we want to commend our agents and supporters and Ghanaians in general for their vigilance so far, and wish to call on them to be even more vigilant. In the next few hours, it's going to get very intense. So they should be more vigilant and very, very proactive from now till close of poll, the counting, declaration, and the collation. It's very, very important. We wish to call on all our supporters and patriotic Ghanaians who have voted not to sit home, especially in the Ashanti region. Go back to the polling station to observe the process. Don't stay home. It is your presence and vigilance that has brought us this far. So everybody go back to the polling station, observe the process, be vigilant, stand your ground, and ensure that the right thing is done. International and local observers should intensify their monitoring, and our supporters and other patriotic Ghanaians should ensure that the ballot boxes, when they are being escorted, they follow them. We find it very strange that there's been an instruction, we've intercepted a communication that is telling the police not to escort ballot boxes. That's very unusual. Why is it that they don't want the police to escort the ballot boxes? Ballot boxes are always supposed to be escorted by security officials, the police. So why that instruction that they should not escort the ballot boxes? So citizens of Ghana, rise up, follow the ballot boxes on motorbikes, on bicycle, on drone, with drones, with cars. Follow the ballot boxes. Wherever the ballot boxes are going, follow them to the collation center. Follow the entire process. And everybody should stay vigilant. Victory is almost at hand, but we cannot afford to relax. Another issue which we wish to raise is the low deployment of security personnel, particularly in the Ashanti region, areas like Kwabre, Efija Kwabre, etc. I mean, you see that there is a deliberate low deployment of security personnel. And we believe that it's an attempt to create opportunity for ballot snatching and all those nefarious activities. Look, genuine policemen, genuine security people, we know they will not be part of this nonsense. So genuine policemen and genuine security men defend the nation of Ghana. Stand up for what is right. You will be vindicated. And citizens rise up and ensure that the right thing is done. The citizens are more than the fake police. The citizens are more than those few fake police. Even the genuine police people, they will not condone those things. So when the citizen supports them, the right thing will be done. Ensure that the right things are done. Follow every movement. We understand that, and I think I've mentioned it, the MPP constituency chairman for Kwabre is the one behind the ballot staffing, working closely with Chairman Wontumi on this. There's been many other incidents as well. Ewutu Senya East, the same Hawa Kumsin again. This same Hawa Kumsin again sent thugs to go and attack our member of parliament, our parliamentary candidate, incoming member of parliament, so I'm prophesying. And there was a shooting incident. 2 people have been seriously injured. One is at 37 now, struggling for his life. A journalist and a party, one of your own. One of your own, is it true or not? Has been injured. This same if she had been sanctioned the first time she engaged in that activity, perhaps we won't be here today. So sometimes when they do those things and we speak, don't keep quiet. It is not an MPP NDC matter. It's about security. It's about the stability of the state. Today is one of your own. You never know tomorrow who it will be. So it's important that we are consistent and we speak against those things. And so we call for intensification of security to forestall a repetition. And she has to be held accountable. And let me also commend the police. They've provided security protection for our MP now. She has security because she was attacked in the house. So they've provided her security in the house, and she also has security escorts. But they could have preempted it. So the victory of the NDC is coming. Again, the signs are clear. We call on Ghanaians who haven't voted yet to go out and vote. Cast your vote now for number 2. And stay at the station after the voting to observe the process. Follow the ballot box, please. It's important because we find it very strange that at this late stage, instructions will be issued that the security should not follow the ballot box. That's not the norm. That's very weird. So follow the ballot. And we want our agents to be very alert. NDC agents to be very, very alert when it comes to the ballot accounting. The number of ballots issued must reflect what is in the ballot box. Anything short than that, don't sign the pin sheet. It means that the foreign materials have been brought into the equation. Don't. You have been trained already. You know what to do. So insist on the right thing. You know. Again, in Circle, attempted ballot stuffing by a lady, thumbprinted for MPP and Nana Akufo-Addo. Those arrested should not be released. We have to deal with them for once. People who engage in these infractions, they have to be dealt with, and they must show us the source so that we can nip these things in the bud once and for all. So our people in the Volta region too, we hear it's going on well, but we shouldn't relax. From this time onwards, a lot of funny things may happen. Ta miano vivot ato mido cha 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 cha. Mi adako mido kaba. Elaba agokoli afudam namile duyama namie dako kaba ava de funami tamido cha 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 cha. Nyonu chuo de vio de kakpio mi hamo mi koi no ava dako me de shia de me de ba ko de kakra na chimo me de shia de na do no ava dako namie anya chiglinia wa igbama. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think you forgot about the Clote-Cole issue of multiple voting, which we've lodged an official complaint to the Electoral Commission relative to that. Mr. Screeman, can we see a copy of the complaint on the screen so that the media can take notes accordingly? In Clote-Cole, an assembly member, as a matter of fact, the presiding member who participated in the special voting process, voted again today. The system could not detect that multiple voting. And we understand that this is not an isolated case. A lot of people who participated in the special voting are voting again today. This is indisputable evidence to that effect. We have officially lodged a complaint to the Electoral Commission about this, that how could this happen since we use biometric verification machines in our voting process. How is it possible that somebody will vote on December 1st and still vote on December 7th without the system detecting it? And so it is something we need to take note of and follow keenly. Our Deputy General Secretary, Deputy Campaign Manager, Peter Utukono, will add a few issues and then we'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sammy. I would quickly want to follow up from the presentation on the screen. If you would recall, we made this point very strongly, that we have identified some names in the special voters register and they appear on the main certified register as well. And for that matter, if steps are not taken to deal with those names, those individuals could vote twice because the systems that they have deployed, which is the BVDs, do not communicate with each other. And according to them, they have programmed the device to work within 24 hours. So if you appear on the special voters register with your QR code, you could easily be scanned and you would vote on the 1st December. And if your name is on the main register as well, you could easily be scanned on 7th December, which is today, and vote. We raised this point and made it very strongly, but as it has been the case, most often we do not take some of these matters serious in the media and push for the right thing to be done. Here is a very typical example. This tells you how defective the new system the Electoral Commission have put in place is. The kind of loopholes that we think has deliberately been created to save a desperate losing, falling Akufo-Addo from losing this election. I think this is bizarre and it undermines the entire electoral process that we have put in place. Having said that, there are a few issues that I think that it's important we draw your attentions to and we recount and follow deeply. We have received reports from Ayawaso Central that the police station called New Haven, instead of the police station being on the streets, they have moved the polling booths into the house of the Member of Parliament, Henry Quartey, the Deputy Minister of National Security. All attempts by agents and officials who were there to prevent them proved futile. We laid the report to the National Headquarters of the Electoral Commission. They have spoken to the district officer. As it stands now, still the action is going on. And it is important that we draw your attentions to it so that you move there, because we have established procedure for voting. We have rules and regulations that governs the positioning of polling stations. So those rules and regulations must be followed to the core. And any attempt to undermine or overthrow those rules and regulations in the interest of the MPP should be resisted. This morning, I was in Suhum to do some monitoring, and information was picked that a few hoodlums who are fully weaponized with various forms of assault rifle were lodging in some hotel. They had apparently been brought in by the Member of Parliament for the MPP. The citizens, out of vigilance, the citizens, out of their awareness, the citizens, out of the charge they have put upon themselves, invaded the hotel, and they were able to get 30 young men, macho men, who were fully armed, and they called in the police to arrest them. Guess what? After they arrested this gentleman with the weapons, I left there just under an hour. I was called that the district chief executive had just gone in, just the district chief executive, and they have released these 30 young men to go and continue with their nefarious criminal activities. I think that is very bizarre. We call on the IGP to, as a matter of urgency and as a matter of importance, to follow this matter at Suhum and speak to the district commander so that those individuals who were arrested will be brought to book. Wherever they have been released to, we must follow them and make sure that they are arrested. It is very important for the sanctity of the process. It is very important for the peaceful elections that we all so yearn for. Then one other very significant point which my senior comrade and the director of elections raised about the ballot papers in the Ashanti region. Indeed, yesterday when we addressed the press, we were calling it a perceived information or intel that there are ballot papers that have been stamped, that have been thumbprinted, and they are around in the system, mostly in the Ashanti region. And the idea is that they will stamp the ballot papers. This is a very typical evidence that the intel we got yesterday was very, very, very correct. How will anybody be able to access the EC stamp? At IPAC, when we had discussions on things like this, they told us that the stamps that they are going to use, you will not even know the stamps. No agents, no officer will know the stamp. It is only the EC officials because of the security nature of the stamp. So how did they get the stamp? How did they get the ballot papers? These are very important questions that Jim Mensah and the people must answer. Enough of the EC has done well. The EC has done well. You can never do well when the materials that you are using, the fundamental materials, the pillar of the election, the security material that you are using for your election is out there and it's in the hands of the MPP. What is the integrity in the process? What are the core values of the Electoral Commission? Fairness, transparency, integrity. These are three core values, three core principles that exist in the world that has been raped by Jim Mensah and the team than any other principle, their own principles. So these are issues that we have to, deal with moving forward. Then one other important issue is that there are some places where our agents have been asked to sit far away from where the electoral activity is taking place. Indeed, it is important that we send this message through the media so that every agent who is listening to us now, you are supposed to sit with the electoral officers and observe every single activity that they are doing, including whose picture appears on the device when the QR code is scanned. If you do not do that, somebody can come and vote in somebody's name because, as we said yesterday, the system has been designed with a loophole that can allow somebody to vote for somebody. So all agents must get close to the tables. Then last but not the least, it is advised that the kind of thumbprint, the thumbprint ink that we are using, yesterday we raised it here. The Electoral Commission on our blind side just decided to use the stamp pad as the voting pad. Meanwhile, there are specially designed voting inks that are used. The reason is that the voting pad that we have used in the past, they come in very deep and thick. So immediately you put your thumbprint on it, it comes very thick. And when you thumbprint, it stays there for a long time. The stamp pad and the type of ink and chemicals that are used, they easily fade. And in this case, it is not even consistent. In some areas it is yellow, in some areas it is red, in some areas it is blue, in some areas it is wine. So what are we doing? No standardization. So how will we be able to determine if somebody go and bring foreign material and drops it in the ballot box? How would we be able to determine? These are some of the preparatory flaws that the Electoral Commission has imposed upon itself. Now, what is appearing is that because of the light nature of the stamp pads which we are using to vote, if you sanitize your hand immediately before you go and vote, you are unable to get the ink very well. And within some time, it vanishes. And this is simple chemistry. So we are advising as much as possible, those who are voting in this last minute, when you go to the polling station, please wash your hand. Do not use the sanitizer. Finish voting. When you finish voting, you can use the sanitizer. This is a very important public notice to all our people who are yet to vote. Thank you very much, and thanks for coming.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the emerging issues that we needed to address you on. And it is important that in concluding, we retreat the need for vigilance by our supporters and Ghanaians at large. You have seen incontrovertible, indisputable evidence that show that the NPP is engaging in ballot stuffing, not only in the Ashanti region, but in other parts of the country. It's happening in Greater Accra, as a matter of fact, just circle here, which has been widely reported by the media. A lady was arrested with ballot papers which had already been thumb-printed and stamped. When she was caught, she pretended as if she's a deaf and dumb person. She couldn't speak, and she was carried away by the police officers. It has happened in Ebjeso. In fact, the Ebjeso one, the Director of Elections referred to, there were some MPP guys in a blue SUV, and they sent this guy to go and drop the 5 ballot papers we've shown you. So immediately the guy was arrested. As a result of the vigilance of the people at the station, they sped away. And they are still moving, within the region with these already thumb-printed ballot papers. Because of the low security deployments, it's been difficult apprehending these people. And so what we are saying is that the best form of security is what we as citizens can offer this process. And so, if you are a Ghanaian and you have voted, especially if you are an NDC member, please, it is a sacrilege to stay at home. Like our Director of Elections has said, go back to your polling station. The process will end in the next 1.5 hours. In most places, by 5 p.m., polls will close, except for areas where the process delayed, where we are expecting that in accordance with the established conventions, the EC will extend the time. But if you've already voted, go back to your polling station. Don't go and engage in any unlawful or untoward activity. Just go there, stand quietly, and observe. But for the vigilance of people in the Ebjeso circle and the other places, we wouldn't have gotten this evidence, and they would have come back to deny. And so be vigilant. Go there in your numbers. If you are there in your numbers, all those already thumb-printed ballot papers will remain in their cars and in their homes. They will not succeed. But if you stay in the house and you leave the job for just a polling agent, then we will have challenges on our hands. We are winning this election. Everything shows that we are winning this election. We just have 1 hour, 30 minutes to go. And we need the cooperation of all our supporters and all patriotic Ghanaians to go to their various polling stations and observe the process. Thank you very much. We'll be addressing you as and when it becomes necessary. Thank you very much for this audience you've given us. If you have any questions, you can raise up your hand. If you don't, we will definitely address you after the close of poll again, and so we can take questions there. You have questions for me? Yeah.
And just by is the NDC presser. You saw the Director of Elections, Evans Afriyie, speaking, and you also saw the National Communications Director of the NDC, Sammy Gyamfi, as well as the Deputy General Secretary, Otukono. They have raised some issues that has to do with, of course, irregularities in the Ashanti region. They've also raised quite some allegations against the Electoral Commission and that of the Ashanti Regional Police, alleging that there hasn't been deployment to some areas. Well, Stephen Ansi is still here with me, and he's been joined by our guest. Yes. Stephen, yes. We've just seen the presser that was held by the NDC. Strong allegations that has come against the NPP, that of the EC, and the police.
I know. I am a bit worried and concerned about the rhetoric. You know, the intensity of political rhetoric has a lot to do about with the credibility of the elections overall, but it doesn't also stop the NDC if they have a concern to raise it. So it's a dicey one, but I'm told that there is some question and answer session
moment. So we're going back. Yes.
NDC press conference. So we'll take that question and answer. We'll take that question and answer session, and then later on we'll get back to the studio to speak with a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana, and then a private legal practitioner. I'll introduce them shortly, and we'll have a conversation around this and others. Stay with us.
reported to the Electoral Commission of Ghana. We will also report the issue of ballot stuffing to them and expect some credible responses from them relative to that. But I'm sure by now they've cited it on social media. This EC is one that is very social media savvy. We've seen them issue release on a lot of issues that have come up on social media. I'm sure they have seen this video, they've seen the ballot papers, they've seen the official stamps behind that. And Ghanaians would want to know from them how security materials like ballot papers, the official stamp of the EC, you know, got into the possession of MPP people who have done this and they are trying to steal the mandate of the people. With that. And so that's all we'll say for now. We will come back to you after the close of polls. Thank you very much for your attention.
And we'll try to raise the Ashanti Regional Police Commander to give us some update as to the allegations that has been raised by the NDC. We're also working on the lines to get in touch with the Electoral Commission. We actually spoke about how they've responded to some of these happenings in real time. We've seen statements that has been issued by the Electoral Commission. We are hoping that they will respond to this particular claim by the NDC concerning the alleged tampering of ballot papers in the Ashanti region. But Steve is still here with his guest. He's going to take us through the second session.
Yes, thanks very much, Dela Michelle, for running through that section of the election coverage. I'm Stephen Ante, and we have in the studio, quickly I'll introduce, Dr. Samuel Nkumban is a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana to my immediate left. And then to my extreme left, I have Justice Abdullah, is a private legal practitioner. Gentlemen, nice to have you all. I'm sure you're also watching as we are with the development and the rhetoric ongoing, but I want to start with you, Justice Abdullah. We've seen quite a lot of happenings, especially Muntaka Mubarak comes to mind when he took his daughter to go into the ballot screen to cast their ballot. And then we also hear reports of former President John Dramani Mahama, the leader of the NDC, going to vote with his 16-year-old daughter alongside him and all of that. This is just one of the many things happening. What do you make of these developments?
I am very disappointed. I have expressed this, and I didn't mince words when I said earlier on your other station, 3FM, that not only am I disappointed, but also I need to re-emphasize that the conduct of Muntaka in particular is a criminal conduct, and it needs to be investigated and possibly prosecuted. Indeed, I was in studio when he was interviewed, called in and interviewed, and then he confirmed on radio emphatically that indeed he took his daughter to the polls, and that he noticed that his daughter was desirous of knowing the processes, what was happening, and so he took the daughter along, and he showed the ballot sheet to the daughter and held the thumbprint of the daughter, and thumbprinted where he wanted. I mean, the selected the candidate that he wanted to vote for, and he said this boldly, without even mincing words, and without any shred of regret, and for me, that alone is so disappointing that I do believe and hope that this time you will take the bull by the horn. We will prosecute criminal and political crimes in this country, because his conduct is such that he could be deprived of his seat.
Yes.
This is how dangerous his conduct is. Yes. Because he has literally aided his daughter to vote. And the daughter is less than 6 years, and she's not qualified to vote. And this is what the person has done. A person who is not qualified to vote and voting, that's a huge criminal offense. And so that he and the daughter are both in trouble. Maybe the law might decide to deal a bit leniently with the daughter, because really she couldn't have gone there by herself without the father's able assistance. And so the law could deal with the daughter in a more civilized and decent way. But he himself, he has to be punished for his role in this criminal enterprise. And he needs to lose his seat for that enterprise. I think for him, and I'm more saddened because he's a sitting MP. He has been an MP for the past 8 years or more, if I'm not mistaken.
He definitely should know better.
And so he should know better. That's the point I'm making. He is to know better because, I mean, how would you be if you're a leader without knowledge of the very thing that even brings you into office? You have been through this system several years in your life, and I do not think he needs any education from me or from anyone else as to the do's and the don'ts at the electoral processes, with the electoral processes. And I strongly would recommend, in fact, I would urge that he be dealt with in accordance with law, strictly. In fact, he should. If a scapegoat could be made out of him, I would love that.
That would be enlightening to us all to see the rule of law.
At his age, if he doesn't know, then who else? Of course, I need to emphasize that his ignorance would not even save him from the law anyway, except that from his position, I mean, nobody should. I mean, he was respected, I believe, from bringing his daughter close to the polls. And I think he should have exercised that discretion by not allowing, going beyond that respect that was accorded him and the daughter.
I mean, he could have allowed the daughter to stand and watch him thumbprint, and it would still serve the same purpose.
If it is for the purpose of education, as he said, could the daughter not just simply watch him do thumbprint and then?
So
special about that?
Should it be someone who perhaps brings up a legal action against such a member of parliament, or is the EC's job to do that, seeing the clear evidence that is out there in the public?
You see, this is a criminal offense. You do not even need a complainant. It's a crime that has been committed. The police can simply just take it up without anybody prompting them. But of course, if anything, if the electoral commissioner would be minded to lodge a formal complaint with the police, I think that would it will trigger some confidence and the jurisdiction in the in the police for them to be able to act rather than they acting by themselves. Usually the police always has this fear of a bigger hand overlooking them, and so they would always rather play it safer if somebody else is reporting. So long as the crime is not committed by you and I mean, for those of us who do not matter, the law will deal with you ruthlessly, with or without the existence of a complainant.
Right.
And then, of course, I also heard about the former president doing something quite similar. As he pointed out earlier. I don't know whether it's just a zeal to show that they have daughters, or it's just some mark of ignorance.
You don't want to use the word.
Yeah, you indeed realize. I mean, the choice of words wouldn't have been good on TV, but it just makes no sense.
Yeah,
we know you have a daughter, and so what? So without a daughter, they couldn't have voted. He couldn't have voted without a daughter. I mean, the former president is not physically challenged. He doesn't need the daughter at the polls. 16-year-old. She'll be voting in the next 2 years anyway.
Yes.
What's so special about this? It's just a voting. I mean, I don't know what is so significant about taking your daughter, who is underage, to the polls. Because really, it is undesirable. His conduct may not be unlawful, but it's clearly undesirable. It breaches all the codes and the ethics of the Electoral Commission with the voting processes. Because the only person who can bring someone else along with him is a person who has been approved because he's physically challenged.
Yes.
And you're either physically challenged by way of either sight or maybe inability to walk or some other debilitating factor that cannot help you to exercise your right as a citizen. These are the persons who would even have to go through formal processes of being allowed to come along with someone else. Now you are talking about a former president who is physically fit for all intents and purposes.
So let me quickly come to
this is disturbing.
I want to. We will have to quickly go to the MPP press headquarters, where there is a corresponding press conference currently ongoing. I wanted to speak with Dr. Samuel Kuban a little bit about the NDC press conference, but it's a good time for us to cross over to the MPP headquarters to our reporter Daniel Opoku, who is on standby to tell us what's happening there.
Address some of the major developments going on within these elections. The party executives are expected to be present at the headquarters to address the news conference. We are told that the minister in charge of Zongo City and Inner Development is likely to be here. Dr. Mustafa Ahmed, the general secretary, and other big wigs within the party are expected to be present to address the news conference with regard to the happenings and developments which have so far transpired ever since the elections began early this morning till now. And already the NDC had organized its news conference where issues about ballot stuffing and also cropping of some ballot papers where the current president has his head taken off the ballot paper. Some of these issues are likely to transpire in the upcoming news conference. Currently, the news conference has not started yet. We are patiently waiting for the executives to come. We were told around 4, but we guess around 4:30 the news conference should be underway. And when the news conference begins, we promise our viewers to bring the live feed from the headquarters of the MPP.
Thanks very much, Daniel Boku, for that update there. So we'll be crossing over to Daniel when the press conference begins. That's a corresponding press conference organized by the MPP. The time is set for 4 p.m. and we'll be crossing over. So quickly, let's get back to Dr. Samuel Nkuban. I want us to move away from the legalities or otherwise of that voting conduct and look at the press conference held by the NDC a while ago. They raised several allegations. And I must say that we are unable to independently verify some of the key claims that were made in there. We're hoping that the Electoral Commission will be the authority to respond to it appropriately whilst we run our independent checks also. But there are several issues, including the potential for ballot box snatching. The Elvis Ifeanyi is asking their supporters to follow the ballot box everywhere it goes, and there were allegations of no security personnel in the Ashanti region. They mentioned specifically Kwabre, Ifija Sechere, and other MPP strongholds, MPP dominant constituencies in the region, and is calling on all Ghanaians to defend the nation. It raises questions also about fake police, quite a lot of things, and we can't even go through all of them. But I need your quick reaction to this press conference. And of course, the MPP is also going to hold a press conference to respond.
Well, of course, I must say that it's a reality that if you have concerns in an electoral processes of this nature, of course, one of the exciting elements is that they made formal complaints to the Electoral Commission on some of the issues that they thought they had concerns with. Of course, I do know that from morning until now, the EC has issued a series of responses to some of the happenings in the polling stations and so on and so forth. What, of course, is scary is the seeming incitement of people to kind of do something outside of the norm
to mass
up and all of that. It could be a dangerous exercise. We want to have a peaceful election. We want to have an election that is credible. And so if it is the case that there are some hitches here and there that need attention of the Electoral Commission to be able to rectify and to ensure that the right things are done, certainly that is a good call. Also in the case of the security, generally we all are aware that our country, in terms of our security personnel in ratio to the population, is not what it should be. And so to have over 38,622 polling stations, and the security generally deployed is a little over 62,000 impliedly. It's not likely that each polling station can have even two security officers. And as you think that in a critical elections of this nature, it would have been more appropriate if we had sufficient security at the polls. Of course, the danger of having arms in the hands of people who are not security personnel, of course, is a dangerous enterprise that nobody supports, and that is the basis for which political vigilantism has become something that is illegal by the books. And so I should think that if it's the case, then of course we will be calling on the security services also to act professionally to ensure that at least we do not descend our country into some form of chaos based on the fact that there are people who are illegally holding arms and moving in this time when tensions are pretty high.
Right, Dr. Samuel Nkrumah is a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana. We still have Dr. Justice Abdullahi, a private legal practitioner, here with us. We still have a lot more for you. We're still waiting and following the election results through to 5 p.m. when polls closed. And then we'll be going back to monitor counting and declaration of results. This is going to take a while, and the Electoral Commission has promised that it will declare the results in 24 hours after polls close. This is the challenge that everybody is holding the Electoral Commission to. We'll take a break here. We'll be right back. Still, stay with us. This is your Election Command Center.
My name is Giselle. I used to have problem with hair relaxers.
Chapter 2000 hair relaxer and then you say come on.
No burn, no irritation. Chapter 2000, the new chapter in hair relaxing. I choose Chambers Chapter 2000 because it helps my hair grow healthy, strong, and even thicker.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Sena de ayamini nyina na ya nsonsono.
Nsonsono de sena dra ne Trazol 400 albendazole. The tablet ni nsuo.
Ampa unimaduro no. Eno ana agi mi yo. Na de da wo ho ne se. Enwu hia se obedi ade dokodoko bia. Ansa no anom Trazol 400 albendazole. Ne tablet ana se ni nsuo. Na ubetimi anom ne tambia anso. Enya na dwonko a.
Entimi de bi mpa me fio. Me ni mabusua de. Trazol 400 albendazole. The tablet ene ni nsuo. Eno ana de kum nsonsono.
Me say, me pe bi nzuma amro. Wo benya bi e wo pharmacy ene drugstores mu. Atufo nko Pharmatras Limited. Free 0561088663 ana 0561088666. Kai say, edro yi enya mankwada wani mrumfie mienu ene apemfo. Trazol 400 your family's dewelma. Enkrato Food and Drugs Authority agiatum.
Can you see it the way that I'm feeling? All I ever really wanted is here with me. It's my family, the place that I'm happy. The happy moments make happy days.
These days, cooking unites us more than ever. We share our recipes with those who are close and those who are not so much. Turn your homemade recipes into extra special moments with Gino.
Gino truly cares.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hey, and here's my beautiful mom making her usual regular jollof. Usual? Regular? Not today. Today I'm using Food Lover's special fragrant rice, so my jollof will taste special and delicious. Not usual and not regular. Like seriously? Mm-hmm.
Food Lover's rice is long grain and has the perfect perfume.
This is jollof. I can feel the taste. This is yummy. Like seriously?
Save some for us.
Great for making all your favorite rice dishes. Food Lover's special fragrant rice. Sisemu Nafili. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
I remember the days I just couldn't go to the gym because it was that time of the month. Yas extra long sanitary pad took the worry away. Easy.
Yes, comfort. I got yes, confidence. I got yes.
The new Yas Extra Long Sanitary Pad is the joy of every woman. It is extra absorbent and fits perfect. Don't allow anything to hold you back when it's that time.
Wow.
Yes.
Feel confident, stay fresh.
Nice.
Isn't it supposed to be that time of the month? Yes. Yes.
Yes, extra long sanitary pad for extra comfort.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Let's head to the Bono region, specifically Banda constituency, and speak with our correspondent Larry Moses. He has an update for us in that area. Larry, you're live with us. Give us an update. And we lost him there. He's trying to give us an update as to the situation happening, especially in Banda. We know that some 19,111 voters are expected to cast their ballot there as the polls end at exactly 5 p.m. Larry has been observing the situations on the ground, and he's going to give us an update as to what is happening, especially in some of the polling stations in the Banda constituency. Once we get through to him, he'll bring that update. But you're still watching your Election Command Center. We're coming to you from the Studio C wing, and Stephen is still here with his guest to give us more updates. Steve.
Right, thank you very much, Delat Michelle. We're still watching, keeping an eye on the situation from Larry, and we'll be bringing you up to speed with that. This is still your Election Command Center. I quickly have to put back my mask so that we can continue with that conversation. But Mustafa Hamid is currently, we're told, is addressing the MPP press conference currently ongoing at the headquarters, and we're crossing over there. We went earlier to our man Daniel Poku there, and he is joining us back. Mustafa Hamid is addressing the press conference. We'll try to get the audio fixed, and then we'll cross over straight to the place. You may have observed that the opposition NDC has also raised some issues. I'm very certain that the MPP is going to rebut some of them, but there are key issues that have been raised which need to be responded to by the police and the Electoral Commission and all of that. And don't forget that it's 4 p.m. It's about an hour to the close of polls, and these press conferences just re-echo how important the outcome of this election is for both the NDC and the MPP. We're still trying to get to the MPP headquarters right now.
Tangents of complaints. They said that the EC was in cahoots with the NPP to steal the election. And they've been at it all through till today. Today, you heard the presidential candidate of the NDC complain in Bole that his bodyguard's name had been struck off the voters' roll. It turns out that that is not true. His bodyguard has voted in the election. And so the NDC's presidential candidate and all of the operators in the NDC know that they have lost this election. And therefore, the only way that they can save face is to begin to put information in the public place that seeks to poison the atmosphere and suggest that this election is going to be stolen. In any event, you have said that you are winning the election. If you are winning an election, how are you seeking to discredit an election that you are winning? Ladies and gentlemen of the media, to come specifically to the point that they've been making this afternoon, they've shown some fake ballots that they claim, and mind my language, and mind their language as well. They say that these ballots are ballots that were stuffed in ballot boxes. Now, the voting is still ongoing. Ballot boxes have not been opened for counting. How did the NDC manage to dip their hands in ballot boxes to remove ballot boxes that were not supposed to be in those boxes? it is very clear that two things are involved. Either they themselves have involved themselves in ballot stuffing and therefore are seeking to throw dust into the eyes of the Ghanaian public by lying between their teeth that they have discovered some ballots that are foreign to the ballots that we are supposed to be using for this election. They have found nothing. You saw the videos that, or what they claim to be videos, of those so-called ballots that had been stuffed in the boxes. First of all, there is no authenticity. They claimed that they were going to show you EC marks. They didn't show any EC marks. The things were blurred. Nobody saw. The ink that was on it was very different. Or many of us have gone and voted, and we know the ink of the EC, and we see that these are different ink, and so on and so forth. Then they take advantage of that. And Elvis Efrie Ankra speaks in Ewe and tells the Volta region people, come out and rescue us and vote Nanado out. And he says that in Ewe, addressing Volta region people, basically campaigning on an election day because they know that they have lost the election. And then he says people should come out and go and vote number 2 and etc. etc. You've been campaigning for God knows how long, and it has not worked. Your campaign has flopped. Nobody's listening to you. 1 hour to the close of polls is when you call a press conference and take advantage that way to incite people and tell people in the Volta region to come out and rescue you. How are they supposed to rescue you? Are you a Volta region party? I thought that you were a Ghanaian nationalistic party. Now you are calling on only Voltarians and speaking ever to them that they should come out and rescue you. You are drowned. Nobody is going to be able to rescue you where we have reached. This election, the international observers are all over the place. People are flagging infractions. The media is all over the country and covering and exposing infractions, like those infractions that happened in Eutu Senya West and Boku Central, where Electoral Commission officials were tearing off Akufo-Addo's portion of the ballot paper and leaving John Mahama as number 1 on that ballot paper. That has been exposed, and the Electoral Commission has issued statements saying that those officers involved have been taken off their positions, and indeed that they have been arrested and are being investigated. So, ladies and gentlemen of the media, we all have agents at the polling stations. The media is all over the place. International observers are all over the place. And to use the often bandied term, citizen vigilantes are also all over the place. Everybody is vigilant and watching. If there are infractions, these days everybody is basically a journalist. Everybody has a mobile phone that has a camera, and they are reporting infractions. Have you heard any infraction anywhere about ballot box stuffing? I am telling you that there is no ballot box stuffing. No ballot box stuffing has gone on anywhere. The NDC is either delusional or they are seeking to save face of the imminent defeat that faces them. Now they are saying that there is one Ordiniho of the NPP who is in charge of ballot boxes starting. Please report him. Take him to the police station. Go and report to the police. If there are infractions, if there are people who are undermining the electoral system, it is against the laws of Ghana. I will be amazed at the NDC that they are letting criminals off the hook. They should go and report them. If they find anybody who is flagrantly violating the laws, electoral laws of our country, they should report such people. They should report them. We are encouraging them. Please report any such persons who are violating our electoral laws. You don't call a press conference at the last minute hoping that you can use 1 hour to rescue your sinking campaign and being tribalistic about it, speaking to every people and saying that every people should rescue your party. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. You've been tribalistic, divisional, all this while, and you are perpetuating such division even to polling day. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, we called you here to let you understand that this party called the NPP party, every single process that is in place today in our electoral system that is supposed to guarantee clean, free and fair elections was instituted or was advocated by the NPP. Every one of them. When we said we wanted transparent ballot boxes, they kicked against it. When we said that we wanted results to be counted at the polling stations and declared, they rejected it. When we said we wanted photo identity card, they rejected it. Everything that has happened today and guarantees Ghana free, fair and transparent elections are processes that were advocated and fought for by the NPP. So we that throughout this Fourth Republic, we've been fighting and advocating for processes that would ensure transparent elections. We are the ones that are supposed to undermine this election. You are the ones who have been fighting against clean processes. So if there are any people who we should be pointing at seeking to undermine the 2020 election, it is the NDC. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are saying that what they said today is no news. They've been saying it from the beginning of this year, that they are not going to accept the results. Their presidential candidate has said he's not going to. He has met diplomats and said that the processes are flawed and etc. etc. So they've been saying it, and it is because they know they have lost. But the Ghanaian people are wise. The Ghanaian people are discerning. They know what the NDC is up to. In the recent polls, in the recent surveys by CDD and other bodies, you heard the Ghanaian people say that they have confidence in the Electoral Commission. In fact, this Electoral Commission and the processes that it has put in place is being praised by international bodies and international observers and so on and so forth. So the NDC should please stay calm. They should stay sane. They should keep their sanity. Losing an election does not bring the world to an end. They should just stay calm. Let's all wait till 5 p.m. and let the vote be counted. In any event, any Ghanaian who hasn't gone out to vote yet, let everybody go out and vote. They said that we should go out and vote number 2. On the basis of that, I'm telling you, go out and vote number 1. We are not calling on any region to rescue us. We are not in need of rescuing. In any event, the people who say they are running a rescue mission, how come they are asking to be rescued? Isn't it ironical? So we are not asking anybody to rescue us. We are asking Ghanaians to go out, exercise your civic responsibility. We have about 45 minutes to the end of the polls. Go out and vote. Every Ghanaian, get out now and vote. And vote number 1 on the ballot. That is what is of benefit to the people of this country. Thank you very much for coming, and God bless our nation, Ghana. Yes.
My name is Emmanuel Saki. I work in the My name is Emmanuel.
Just that, and then we won't talk anymore.
The NDC accused the member of Parliament for IRC that he has a police station in his house that voting is ongoing. Can you clarify that to us?
But that cannot be true. How can you have a police station in your house, and how is that going to count? Everybody knows the number of polling stations. There are pink sheets that are aligned to polling stations. And at the collation, we are going to collate according to pink sheet serial numbers and so on. So it is not possible. It's all part of what I have already said. Now they are clutching at straw to try and survive. So they are throwing allegations so that when they lose, which of course they are going to lose, then they can say, oh, we lost because of these infractions. There's no such infraction. Thank you very much.
Right, so welcome back. It's about 20 minutes past 4 p.m. and that tells you that we're just about a couple of minutes to the close of polls, and the NPP has just held its press conference. We were just discussing the NDC's press conference, and then up came the NPP's press conference. So, Dr. Samuel Nkuba, we were talking about the press conference. Let's quickly get your reaction and comments on the NPP's response. That was expected, right?
Most certainly. It's kind of a direct response to some of the issues that the NDC raised. One, of course, had to do with the fact that there was a claim of polling booths having been taken into somebody's house, which is something they are discrediting, and many other issues in relation to ballot stuffing and so on and so forth.
Claims of that matter.
Of course. And so ultimately, I suppose our interest in ensuring that we don't overly propagate information that seeks to cause some kind of anxiety amongst the electorates is beginning to play out in some of these press conferences. And ultimately, I suppose that we all need to be gravitating in conversing that kind of message where, of course, the call for people to be vigilant, and once you all have your agents at the polling stations, ensuring that the right things are done, then, of course, the security who are at the polling stations, ensuring that no unauthorized persons have access to the polling area, of course, then we would be marching towards a peaceful end. The processes have been generally calm, except for some isolated incidents like the Kasua incident. Aside that, I think so far it's been calm, and we look forward to a closing that ends well as well. And that which begins well should end well, I suppose.
I reckon that. So just as I would like, you've also had the press conferences of both the NDC and the MPP, particularly the issues that were raised. I also want to hear what you make of the responses from the MPP. I know that there are some aspects of the NDC's press conference and allegations that actually need to be responded to by the Electoral Commission and the police service. We haven't heard that, so we don't have the official response, so we can deal with the MPP's responses.
I honestly felt that it was the place of those institutions to have responded to the press conference of the NDC.
So you want to say 2 needless press conferences?
Unfortunately, because really there are laid down procedures that we are supposed to follow in addressing some of these issues. Really coming out this way it only raises tension, and it's a needless one. Nobody really needs that. The issues being raised by the NDC, for instance, are issues that I think some of them were reported in the media. And so if you want to be a law-abiding citizen, if you want to show that you mean well, officially just notify the Electoral Commission and report to the police on the criminal aspects of it. The police should be dealing with some of these matters.
So you're saying that the press conference is needless because then the complaints and concerns the parties have, NDC has, could have been communicated to the relevant authorities.
And they indeed admit that they made some of this
without necessarily coming into the public for a press conference.
It's pointless.
They had already
Dr. Kuban says differently. They must have they have a right to raise concerns when something is not going right, and choose to make it public is fair.
Absolutely. Except when you're already running a tensioned election, you do not aggravate it by some of these conducts. They admit that they had made the official complaint to the Electoral Commission, and indeed they had a letter displayed on TV. And so what more could you do than this? Possibly follow up and ensure that all the things that you claim to be happening are followed through, and then those culpable punished for that. But for the NPP, I did not even understand why they even have to do a press conference. Really, you are neither the Electoral Commission nor the police administration. What was the point about their response to this? Unless somebody just wanted his voice to be heard. Otherwise, all the things that they addressed, asking all these logical questions that they want us to ponder over.
For example, there are so many observers, political party observers and other international observers, all at these polling stations. They also made reference to the fact that stuffing of ballots, how is it possible that the NDC was able to isolate the so-called ballots that they removed, that have been stuffed? These are fair questions.
And these questions, couldn't we raise them without any prompt from the MPP? These are clear, common sense issues that we can all deduce that we do not need an MPP press conference to elicit your thought on. You should be able to know that if the thing has already been stuffed, you cannot take it out in the first place. I mean, unless the ballot has been opened. If you claim that indeed other infractions are going on, this particular election, I think, unlike all other elections, almost every media house is running his own reporting. And unlike the previous ones where people were relying on others. And so there are multiplicity of persons all over. And indeed, the citizens are more vigilant, with everybody holding phones and recording all kinds of things. In fact, it has gotten to the stage where people are even churning out misinformation. In fact, I was discussing with Doc, some people just sent some information that you cannot verify whether they are of this election or previous elections, or they are even true or not. You can't just fathom how somebody can do some of these things and get away with it. And so, the bottom line is that if genuinely some of these things are happening, it's okay if you bring them to our attention, but it is better if you bring it to the attention of those who have the authority to stem them. And those are the police and indeed the electoral
commission. For example, the concerns the MPP made reference to about the election officials.
Thank you. Somebody tearing portions of. Thank you.
They have been arrested.
Arrested and dealt with.
And it didn't have to take a press conference.
You don't need that. You don't need that. And I understand it took an old man to identify that error. Apparently because it had happened about 11 or more people had voted on the same sheet, similar circumstances. And when it got to his turn, he had in mind voting for a party of his choice. And the party of his choice was not on the ballot. And this was the only circumstances that could trigger some of these things. And the person was arrested and taken off. See, this is how you help situations if you really genuinely want to help. But you don't need to have a press conference to tell us that, oh, we found somebody doing this, and so what?
And we suspect that
it's the ruling party trying to steal. And so, assuming, this isolated case, then the MPP also go and say that the NDC has implanted that person and they are trying to rig the election and then blow this out of proportion. I think that's too childish.
I am of the view that ballot box stuffing in the 21st century is not something that we should think about happening, because then there's a digital record, electronic record of everything, including serial numbers, how many people are voting. So I wonder how stuffing will work, unless they introduce an entirely new serialized booklet into the ballot box. But there are many people who are vigilant at the polling station, and that's not going to happen easily. But Dr. Nkuban, do you get a sense that these last minute, maybe I should call them rifts between the NDC and the MPP, have the potential of swaying votes, like swaying votes that MPP could have had to NDC, and swaying votes that NDC could have had to MPP? Are people likely to change their mind within the hour or two to the close of polls?
There's always a possibility under the circumstance, and I should think that is the reason for which they are both seeking to have this media appearance. And of course, if somebody was standing by, hasn't voted yet, and is contemplating the last minute choice, then of course these appearances may influence the person in voting in a certain direction. However, I should say that this is certainly a negligible entity that could possibly happen. Before today, a lot of people would have made up their minds. If it is even today, of course, from daybreak until 4 p.m., if somebody expects to get any votes out of a press conference at, say, 3-4 p.m., going into, because many of the people are already queued up and ready to, they are not watching us, except of course that they are able to connect on social media and they are watching, or else I think it's just an effort in futility if you were seeking to get votes out of that.
And so the couple of minutes we have, about half an hour to go for close of polls, Justice Abdullahi, what are your expectations? By the things we are seeing from the beginning of polls and a few infractions, but generally has been smooth.
Very quiet.
Indeed, it's been about 10 hours of very peaceful election. And almost all the reports of almost all the media houses, everyone you call, everyone sings the same song. It's been peaceful. I think it's been too boring, actually. It's been too boring an election. You don't hear anything. I mean, this is Ghana. Usually you should hear that some macho man has taken some ballot box, and then some people have been shot, some people have been beaten. I mean, then it creates some level of, but unfortunately, we are learning. We are becoming, it looks like we are becoming better people, better versions of ourselves.
So I've been asked to tell you that it's fortunately, not unfortunately. It's like the action.
The excitement is no longer there. There's no excitement. There's no so there's nothing. You're like, you're sitting here just having tea. I mean, that's not Ghana election. In Ghana election, we having tea.
So it actually does show that we have matured.
We are getting there.
We have come very far from the era of the opaque boxes and ID cards to this era where it's biometric. You go. I mean, when I went to vote, I had to just present any of my fingers and my ID just popped up and I voted. In 2 minutes I was done. I mean, I did special voting, so the numbers were not as high as today.
But could you believe that you do not even need your voter ID card to even cast your vote? I mean, that is how far we've come. You don't need a voter ID card. You can simply just walk in there with or without your ID card. You will still be identified through the systems that have been provided. And you can cast your ballot and walk away as though nothing ever happened. I mean, this is how civilized societies behave. This is what we should be. I mean, we should be going beyond this to having a situation that we wouldn't be sitting here having this kind of conversation as to whether it has been peaceful or not. Because that's a conversation for the Stone Age era, not today.
In the modern era, elections should be normal day for us to just
go through. You shouldn't even have what's it called, a public holiday. I mean, there's something you should just walk in, walk back home, have your tea, call your wife and kids.
Mentioning the public holiday brings my mind to the relevance of it, Dr. Nkuban, whether you get the sense that, in fact, the public holiday has helped because then people are not under pressure to go and perform their work duties at whatever jobs they are and make time for other things. If kids are in school, they're home. I mean, senior high school students have had to take some midterm break to come home. Those who vote will vote. But do you get a sense that the declaration of the holiday has indeed helped or assisted in making this more smooth?
For me, I'm waiting till the end of polls to assess the turnouts. And the expectation is that once it's a holiday and people are not going to be at work, as many people would be free to go and vote. If you had to go to work from morning and decide that, okay, I'll take my break time to go and vote and all of that, a lot of people decide not to bother about going to queue and all of that. And so the holiday actually would allow room for a lot more people to go out. They are not engaged with any other thing, and so they would have the liberty to walk in at any time and be able to vote. Also, of course, the dynamic has to do with the fact that it had to be a farmers' holiday that has also kind of died out because we are not speaking about farmers today. And so it has its dynamic. But in terms of the election, I suppose it's a good thing. And we may be expecting a very high turnout on the basis of
All right, Dr. Samuel Nkuban and Justice Abdullahi, private legal practitioner. Dr. Nkuban is a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana. Dela Michelle is still here with us. Dela, you have some updates for us?
Indeed, I do. And joining us live via Zoom is our correspondent, Emmanuel Samani, who is giving us an update as to what is happening in the constituency where he is. Emmanuel Samani, you are live with us. Give us an update. Where are you and what is the situation there?
Hello, Dela Michelle. Very good afternoon to you. I'm currently stationed at the Nima Post Office at the Ayawaso East constituency. As you can see, it's a final lap. The voter for the voters to come and cast their ballots, and so far so good. It's business as usual just across the streets. The Nima Market is directly opposite the Nima Post Office, and so it's business as usual. However, we have some people trickling in so far. Wanting to know that Ayawaso East is placed 7th on the hotspot regions in the Greater Accra region. It's 7th with some 17 hotspots. But luckily or fortunately for us, we haven't had any incidents here. But so far, so good. We've had some 490 voters out of the 380 voters out of 470 expected voters. So far so good. And security presence here is quite okay. We have some security personnel, as you can see on the. I don't know if you can see right there's a policewoman manning the polling station right here. As you can see, she's directing each individual who comes in to vote, as well as another man stationed right here. So in terms of security, everything is quite tight, and the process is going on well with 30 minutes to go. So far so good, and I'm quite glad that out of the entire, I've been crisscrossing these constituencies. I mean the polling stations. We have some 69 polling stations in the Ayawaso East constituency. I've been crisscrossing through them all, and so far so good. We haven't had any issues, regardless of the fact that there are some flashpoints here, but so far so good. I've spoken to the presiding officer, who is currently in our short end. It's been a seamless process. The polling agent, the party agents are here as well. They are monitoring, and as you can see, all eyes on deck, and each individual is monitoring how the process is going. And we have some 25 minutes to go, and so far so good. As you can see, COVID-19 protocols are in place: nose masks, sanitizers, and all that. So that's the situation here at the Nima post office, where we have some 25 minutes to go for voting to end. Over to you, Dela.
Samani, I know you've spoken about the time that, unfortunately, we lost him there. I wanted to find out from him what the presiding...
Did I say again?
Okay, it's good to have you back, Samani. So I wanted to find out from you, as you've rightly mentioned, 25 minutes and the polls will close. I know you've been speaking with the presiding officer, but we can still see some people in the queue. What is the provision that has been made for them?
What is the
provision that has been made for them?
In terms of those who are not able to vote.
Those we are currently seeing in the queue who are yet to vote.
So these guys have already voted. Most of them here are party agents. They have their tags on there, so you can see this gentleman. Can you please turn your tag for us to see? So you see, as you can see, he is a party agent, and all these members you see here are actually monitoring the exercise. So they have voted, and they are monitoring the exercise. So not all of them are voters. Most of them who are coming to vote go through the main entrance, as you'll see me walk into. So these individuals here are representatives of the various political parties. So any individual that you see here is a voter. So you have this lady here who is having a COVID-19 protocol things in check with the sanitizer and the thermometer here. So we have a party agent here as well, properly identifiable, this gentleman here. So everyone you see here has a role to play. It has nothing to do, if you're not voting, you are not allowed to be here. So all these individuals that you are seeing are here for a reason.
Grateful for your time, Emmanuel Samani. We keep losing him there, but he was giving us an update in the Nima constituency. Very soon we'll be crossing over to other constituencies and speak with our correspondents, especially Josephine Nikwe, as we understand that the rains have stalled the process in Manyak Kobo. Once we get through to her, we will give you that update. But Steve is still here with his guests, carrying on the second session. Steve.
Hey, yeah, so, I mean, a lot is going on. I'm excited that pretty soon polls will close.
I mean,
yeah, and we'll all see our smoothness levels.
but there are some areas where, you know, we've been going across the region speaking with our correspondents. There are some areas where they still have a number of people master the polling stations to vote.
I can see that one of our reporters is back on with her umbrella. Yvonne Nikwe. So let's see and go back to Yvonne Nikwe and see if we can. No, she's frozen.
Definitely. So for Yvonne Nikwe, she's saying that of course, the rains have stalled the process in that area. Yvonne, what else can you tell us?
So
this is Thomas Khan.
When you come to where I am currently,
we lost Yvonne. This is Thomas Khan.
This is a very typical fishing community here in the Cape Coast South constituency. And like you can see, the crowd since morning has been very thick, and you can see quite a number of people still in the queue wanting to vote. I tried to engage some of them, and they said they had other things going in the morning. And then so they decided to wait to come around this time to come and cast their ballot. But I will try and engage some of them and ask them why they decided to wait till now before coming here. Because you look at you look at the queue over here, it looks like the voting is just starting. But from the count and then engaging with the EC officials here, they tell me that the register has over 700 people. And then as at this time, we've had a little over 500 who have voted, and they are still expecting that at the end of the day, almost everybody would have come here to cast his or her ballot. And again, I've been engaging with the tax agency, and you tell me everything has been smooth here.
Unfortunately, we're having a challenge hearing from Thomas Khan, but he's giving us an update.
We only have just one police officer who is a woman manning this very.
Unfortunately, we are having challenges with the audio from Thomas Khan. But as you can see in your shot there, quite a number of people are actually turning out last minute to cast their vote. And it's quite worrying. Steve, looking at the number, time that we have for the polls to close and that particular number coming in from the region, it's quite worrying.
It is. I mean, but what it does mean is that this could drag the actual counting of that constituency to a few hours.
Well, we have Yvonne Nukwe joining us, and she is giving us a report from Manya Krobo, where we understand that the rains have stalled electoral process briefly at a polling station. Yvonne, tell us exactly which polling station you are and what the situation is there like.
Good afternoon. I am currently at the Kojonya polling station in the Lower Manya Krobo constituency. As I speak to you, the weather hasn't been so fair. It's been raining for almost an hour. And so briefly, the exercise stalled. But as I speak, gradually the voters are casting their ballot to ensure that they go through the exercise before the 5 p.m. deadline.
But can you tell us how many we have in there?
And those who are in the queue are going to be saved. So that is
Yvonne, if you can hear me.
Hello.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Yvonne.
Hello, Dela.
All right, good. So if you can hear me, can you tell us the number of people we are seeing in the queue currently, the voter turnout in that particular constituency, and what their chances are? Some few minutes to 5 p.m.
Okay, so for this particular polling station, there are two polling stations, A and B. In total, we are having about over 1,000 of them who are expected to vote. Just a little over 300 and 200 have voted for the two polling stations. As I speak to you, we're having just about 15 and then 10 of them in the different queues of the two polling stations. It's been raining for a while. A number of them have come in with their umbrellas trying to vote before the 5 p.m. Gradually, they have been patient with the Electoral Commission for them to prepare well before the rain, so that they'll be able to finish.
All right, grateful for your time and updates there from Yvonne Nikwe in the Manya Krobo constituency. But we are back here in the Greater Accra region, where we understand that the Electoral Commission is currently having a press conference. Let's cross over to the headquarters and listen to what the Commission has to say. Well, as we wait for that, do you find that surprising, gentlemen? We've seen a presser from the NDC, that of the NPP, and now the Electoral Commission is expected to also address the press.
No, I don't see it as surprising. I mean, as Dr. Nkuban and Justice Abdullahi have said, that the right appropriate authorities to respond to these allegations raised by NDC will be the police and the electoral commission.
But looking at the time, I mean, we've seen back-to-back press conferences in just 30 minutes or 45 minutes.
I think that the EC has been up to it, ensuring up-to-the-minute update, ensuring rebuttals of anything that has the potential of marring the credibility of the elections we are conducting, and they've responded. I mean, they've held press conferences in the day, and they've been out with press releases to clarify issues from the arrest to other things. So I think the timing is right, and with 30 minutes to go, perhaps is an opportunity for the Commission to also update us, citizens, of progress of voting across the country. I don't know what Justice Abdullahi and Dr. Nkuban want to say about that.
Well, of course, just to add that is if the concerns and complaints do go, they would also have to do their checks. And there is no point in rushing to react when you don't garner some facts. And so if they do have some, they've done some checks and they have some information for us, as for me, time is not an issue, but whatever information that they present to us, which of course clarifies matters and calms nerves and so on and so forth, are the critical matters. And so if the time is right for them to do so after having done their checks, I guess we are good with that.
We are good with that. Just Abdullahi.
Yes, indeed. I pointed out earlier that indeed they are the authorities to respond to some of these messages, and maybe the right ears heard me, and I think responding, if that is what they are responding to, is the most appropriate thing to do. First of all, because it forms part of what they've been doing, particularly for this election. You could see that they are up to date with every event and every occurrence. They do not wait until things get muddier before responding to it. And I think that has been very good, largely. Times past, what you'd realize that the Electoral Commissioner would have waited until after the declaration before it addresses all these issues. Now, when things go that way, anger boils up in people, and you sometimes you can never know when it would explode. So the appropriate time is when the event is occurring. Once you have your basic facts, you just have to tell us what is happening, what you think, and what you're doing to resolve it. That way, you put all of us at peace, and everybody begins to, have trust in the system. That is how you build quality institutions. Yeah. You do not build quality institutions simply by sitting back and pretending to be a master of your own and knowing everything and anyone. Sure. And it doesn't help with quality institutions.
Let me cut you there and let's cross straight to the Electoral Commission, where our correspondent Evelyn Tingma is standing by to give us a view of what is happening. The conference, the presser is about to happen, but she's there gauging the mood ahead of time. Evelyn.
Where we are expecting the commissioners to have a media briefing, and that exactly we are yet to know what exactly, but we do know that some few minutes ago the NDC made some allegations that about some ballot stuffing in some parts of the country and some other reasons and other concerns that they have raised. So probably the EC may want to address some of these issues and others, because they have also been monitoring, and of course they are supervising the elections in the entire country, and so they might want to react to some issues. So very shortly, we have Dr. Bosman Asare addressing the media shortly.
And there you have it, a report from the Electoral Commission headquarters, where we are seeing that Dr. Bosman Asare is about to take his seat. Before we wait for, as we wait for that particular presser to be held, let's go back to the Central Region, speak with our correspondent Thomas Khan to finish his report. So, Thomas, we are back here with you. Hopefully your audio is much better. What can you tell us?
Okay, so like I was telling you, I am currently here at Brofiedro. This is a typical fishing community located here in Cape. And like you can see in the background, the queue is really a long one, as if voting just started. You can see people from all walks of life, in the queue. You can see mothers with their babies, all trying to cast their ballot. And I would like to just engage with a few of them, just to see what's happening. Madam, hello, yeah, boss. All right. It looks like none of them is ready to talk to us. But I would like to engage with the presiding officer. Yeah. Excuse me, sir. What's your name, sir?
My name is Colin Saki. I'm the polling officer for Amokofua Community Clinic.
Okay. And we seem to see a lot of people here as if voting just started. How is the register here? How many people are expected to vote, and so far, how many people have voted?
The voting population, that is what we have on the register, is 705. It's quite huge. And we've made almost 560 voters vote. We've casted their ballots. But because the numbers are a bit huge, we are still on it. We pray that by 5, we should be able to serve most of them. But should in case we still have those people in the queue, then it means the policeman will be allowed to stand behind the last person who entered the queue before the 5 o'clock. And those people in the queue will be served. So until we serve all of them, we are not going to call off the election, or we are not going to, the presiding officer, we are not going to close the poll.
All right, thank you for that update, Thomas Khan. He is our correspondent in the Central Region, bringing us up to speed as what is happening. Let's go back to the headquarters of the Electoral Commission, where we understand that the presser has been cancelled. Evelyn has more for us. Evelyn. All right, so we're trying to connect to Evelyn Tema, where we understand that the press conference by the EC has been called off. She's standing by to give us an update as to what led to that particular cancellation. But before we come to the cancellation of the press conference from the Electoral Commission, again, we've been to this constituency, the Central Region. We know that it is also a very crucial region in the country.
Yes.
It's a swing area.
It is,
of course.
Swing
and
region.
they
It's
have
very important swing region.
And they also have quite a number of constituencies in that region. And just from that polling station, if they're expecting over 805 people to vote and just 500 has been done, we're looking at 300 who are still yet to vote. Quite a huge number there.
It also depends if they turn up at the polling station before 5 p.m.
All right, so let's go back to the Electoral Commission where Evelyn Tema joins us. Hello, Evelyn. And you're trying to connect with
I can see that. A little bit frustrating.
And the supposed media briefing that was supposed to take place has actually been cancelled by the deputy chair, and Dr. Bosman Asare. A few minutes ago, he did tell the media that the meeting wouldn't come up because looking at the time, it's just some few minutes left for the polls to end. And so it would be appropriate that they monitor the counting and all that. So the meeting or the press briefing has been cancelled for now, and we are told that it will be organized at an appropriate time, and so media persons are encouraged to go back to their media houses and all that. But there were some issues that probably they may want to respond to, and the commission is bent on addressing some of these issues, and then whatever issues that they have, they will make sure that they address them. So the media has been asked to hold on till the commission monitors the counting process, and as and when it is time or it is appropriate for them to address the media, then they will do that. So from the Electoral Commission here at Adabraka in Accra, Evelyn Tema, TV3 News.
Thank you for that report, Evelyn Tema. So it has been called off looking at the time. Some 6 minutes.
That's also expected.
Yeah.
Because too close to polls.
Too close.
Polls closing. And you do know that the Electoral Commission has promised, has given itself the target of
24 hours.
24 hours to finish up the collational report. It's confident that it can do that. So this just sits within that ambition. And we'll see. There still needs also, they still need to respond to some of the concerns raised anyway.
Let's head to Amasaman and speak with our correspondent, Stanley Blow, to give us an update there. We know that polls is about to close at 5 p.m. Stanley, you're live on your election command center. What can you tell us?
Okay, so some 5 minutes or less than 5 minutes to 5, the closing time. Very soon, polls will come to a close at the Amasaman polling station. Currently, I'm at the Amasaman MA Primary School, and this center actually hosts 4 or 3 polling stations or polling centers. And very soon, they're going to pack everything, and then counting will soon commence. I have with me the presiding officer for the Amasaman for this very electoral area in the name of Felicia Konama. Okay, so Madam Felicia, can you tell me how successful the process has been so far?
Oh, so far so good. When we started, we were not expecting anything bad to do, but at times you have to think of that thing too. That makes it cool. But so far, we haven't had any difficulty.
Okay. So, any challenges so far?
No, we haven't had any challenge.
Earlier, there has been reports that some of your electoral officers issued double ballots. How was that?
Okay, I don't know. I haven't verified from the other side. Mine, there wasn't any sort of that.
Okay. So, what should we expect? Security, adequate security here to actually police the counting?
Yes, please. We have a lot. As you see, we have the police, the fire service, and the petty agents around, and we the electoral commissioners, these workers too. So we have a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much. The electoral officer here just told me that they have adequate security to ensure that the counting is smoothly done. So I'm trying to get closer to some of the security persons here on the ground to also share their views on the electoral process so far, as far as the security here is concerned. So.
And that is our correspondent there, Stanley Blow, giving us an update from Amasaman. As we speak, the time is fast ticking. Very soon, we'll be having the polls closed, and we'll be expecting more of these, in fact, reports from across the regions.
Our directors are counting us 3 minutes, 18
3 minutes. and it's quite interesting because right from 5 p.m. the countdown for the Electoral Commission also begins. The 24 hours countdown from the Electoral Commission also begins. So it's been generally, from what our reporters have been telling us and what we've seen here absolutely on your election command center, it's been quite a successful,
it's been all around peaceful,
election, which Amasaman, we know that also plays a very critical role when it comes to voter turnout, its influence in Greater Accra. It's not part of the 42 swing constituencies that we have, but even with that, we know that they still have some very important role. All the constituencies, actually, 275 have important roles.
I'm a bit disappointed a little bit. I haven't heard a lot updates coming from the Volta region. Because you do know that prior to the voting day today, there were concerns about intimidation. The NDC raised at its press conference intimidation against Voltarians, and the army had come up with a press release to say, look, I mean, they're nowhere close to the polling centers. They're just managing the borders, and so people should go about their normal lives and just conduct themselves peacefully, and everything will be fine. I've got update from social media that suggests it's been peaceful. I mean, social media.
It's played a key role.
Yes, because there is, the reason why we have the fact check
Ballot 360.
Ballot 360 is so that we can verify, put to the test scrutiny some of these events that are being videos and stuff on social media. So it's a bit expected. We have a very nice events unfolding, and I'm sure by 5 p.m. we will now know which centers have closed,
Definitely.
how many are still voting.
Mind
et
you, there are
cetera,
quite
et
a
cetera.
number to where some people are yet to vote. Look, especially from the report that Thomas Kahn gave us, about over 300 of them are yet to vote in certain constituencies.
But if we take a cue from how long it's taken for people to vote, that shouldn't take more than 2 minutes for each person. That is, if the processes are followed through.
I mean, you enjoy the process.
Yes, I did, and all my family did too. I mean, my wife went to the poll, and it was smooth. My daughter didn't want to vote, but that's her decision. I had to encourage her to vote. Maybe, you never know, she went to vote.
And so, and it's 5 p.m. exactly. Polls have closed. You're still watching your Election Command Center. We've been with you from the beginning of the voting process till now, 5 p.m. exactly, and the polls have closed. We'll be crossing over to our correspondents who are across the regions, all 16 regions, to give us an update from each constituencies where they represent, what the situation is there. But trust us to bring you up to speed with what we are in terms of the projections, the data that's going to come in. There's going to be more data analysis right here on your Election Command Center. And we begin in the Greater Accra region, the Ododo constituency. We're crossing over to our correspondent, Komla Adum, to give us an update from the constituency. Komla, thank you for your time. 5 p.m. polls have closed. What can you tell us?
Well, Dela, yes, I can report to you from the Ododo constituency, specifically the Rashidia Islamic and English School number 1 polling center. That polls have closed, and in a short time, the electoral officials will begin processes to sort out the ballots, and then with the help of the agents that are here, as well as the security officials, they will begin uncovering the ballot boxes and then also begin the sorting process. But Jela, I can report already that people are, already tripping in here to observe the processes for themselves. You can see some of the residents from far and near here, this polling center specifically, are already here. They want to police this session. Apparently, it is one of the most important procedures when it comes to the electoral process. So they are going to be with the Electoral Commission officials right from the unveiling of the ballot boxes, and then the sorting, and then the counting proper. So let me just get close to some of the young people who have already gathered here. I see a number of them. Okay.
Kamala, if you can hear me, let me just ask you this question from the Ododo constituency. How many were expected to vote? What has been the voter turnout so far?
Okay, so when I spoke to the presiding officer a couple of hours before polls closed, he made me understand that the polling station has been divided into some 3 compartments, and each of the compartments we're expecting some 407 voters. At the close of poll, at least one of the centers recorded 395 voters. We're yet to get the rest of the figures from the commission, that's the presiding officer. On the other centers, there are about 4 centers here, voting centers here in this polling station. So we're yet to get the details from the presiding officer on the turnout numbers, and all the other figures. You can see here some of the agents are still putting some final touches to the figures they are putting together in terms of turnout here and those who have shown up to the votes here. And so I'm sure it will all become very clear in a couple of minutes here when the agents are done, putting their figures together, as well as the election management body. So that's the Electoral Commission's presiding officer, which is here at the Rashidia Islamic and English School number 1 polling center in the constituency. It's just one of some 298 constituencies, polling stations, I beg your pardon, here in the constituency that are expected to close polls by now, so the various processes that sorting and counting will begin.
Thank you for that update, Komla Adom Arman, giving us an update from the Ododo constituency. And as expected, you've seen people already massing up at the polling stations to actually be part of the counting exercise. It's something that has always been. It's a tradition.
Yes, it is.
You know, once the polls
is.
close, people want to stay back and,
is.
of course, do the counting.
It is. I mean, it's not like I expect that when you are present, it will have any effect on the counting anyway. So I have never, since I started voting, ever been present for counting. No.
Oh, wow.
I don't find it necessary. I don't find it necessary. I think that do you believe that the polls are won, elections are won at the polls?
At the polling station, certainly. And,
so when you vote, there's a chance it will be counted wrongly?
Irrespective of course, the sorting is important.
Yeah.
And once you have your agents who are ensuring that indeed this ballot belongs to you and this one belongs to me, then of course you are good to be setting that. And the way the counting is done, I've observed some, and it's such transparent that it's difficult for anybody to think otherwise, that the counting will not be done properly. And the crowd actually counts with you, and at the end of the day, it's exciting. One, two, and then, so it's quite very transparent process, and it's exciting to be part of it. I've observed quite a bit of it when I was on campus, but quite a long time I haven't been bothered.
I see.
It gets interesting when they have to do a recount. If some people don't understand that a number was missed or was counted twice, it gets very interesting when they have to do recounts. That's what I was trying to say. The harmony. You hear people say, "Oh, let's do the recount all over again."
So, just Abdullah, the polls are closing right now. And
they've closed.
The polls have closed, and we expect counting to begin shortly. And I'm sure you would re-emphasize the fact that generally it has been peaceful. But the next 24 hours is going to be crucial. Crucial to the extent that all the voting, all the preparations, all the security arrangements, all the press conferences, it is the next 24 hours that's going to determine the real voting and its effect on the country over the next 4 years.
Absolutely.
So how are you expecting all stakeholders to conduct themselves from now through to the time a president is declared and 275 members of parliament are known?
Indeed, let me re-emphasize that it is not the manual counting at the polling stations that are problematic. The problem is with the collation. That is where the problem is. It's not necessarily with the counting of the ballot at the polling station.
It's the collation.
It's the collation.
And the transmission.
The transmission. These are the points of interest to most people, because these are the points that if you become a president, it will be determined. It becomes more like the saloon of women. That is where marriage issues are discussed.
Yes.
You go to the salon. That is where your fate as a man, as a husband,
is determined.
How is this even possible? I'm still standing here. I'm still standing here. Well, let's head straight to Amasaman constituency, where we spoke earlier with our man Stanley Blewo to give us an update. The polls have closed. What is currently happening there? Stanley, you're live again. What can you tell us? We know that the polls have closed. Has counting begun?
So currently all the polling agents, the party agents, the polling agents of the various political parties are represented here, and the sorting is about to begin, then counting follows. So all the people who came to actually cast their ballot in the morning are now returning to the polling center to actually witness the counting, just as their parties have urged them to do. So basically, this is what is going to happen. So from now till maybe in the next hour or two, counting will be done across the constituency.
And there you have it in your shot from the Amasaman constituency. You can see the polling agents and also the EC officials there. They're going through the formalities before the counting officially begins in that constituency. We know that we'll be going across the all 16 regions to be getting an update from our correspondents. But our gentlemen are still in the studio, and Steve Enti is still here. And in fact, you were on the floor. You were actually comparing
what happened in
elections
salons
to what happens to a man's faith at the salon.
Yeah, I mean, sincerely, Justice Abdullahi raises the reason why this is important, in a sense that a lot of things take place at this stage which is beyond the control of the one who cast his ballot. That's exactly the significance of the narrative, the example you used.
Absolutely. See, and this is why it is so. The polling station has, in this case, a maximum of 700. Even if you were to give all the votes there to a single candidate, it will not make any difference to him.
Yes.
But the larger constituency has thousands. In fact, most of them have 50,000. Most of the constituencies have 50,000 votes. And much as one vote can determine the president, but it's easier stealing 50,000 because computation can be done such that you'll be standing there and you see that indeed the number was supposed to be 100. 100 was written, except that it was 1,000. And there's no way you will notice it. Most of the time, two reasons, in fact, several reasons, but the two are more important because it happens at the time that everybody is stressed. You finish with this, by the time everybody ends up at the collation center, it will probably be 10 p.m., 11 p.m.
Yes.
And everyone is stressed at that moment. Imagine you sitting here. I mean, most of us came here around 9 a.m. thereabout, haven't really had any decent lunch. And not out of any malice, but because you mean well.
You mean well.
And you end up, after going through all these exercises, you end up at the collation center.
And your energy is down.
And you're already down. Yet you're supposed to go through. In fact, that is the time that 10 begins to look like 1,000 and 1,000 begin to look like 1,000,000. And this is the time that the stealing, actual stealing starts. Sometimes not even deliberately. Sometimes, sadly.
Human errors.
The man is genuinely, he has counted 55. He's writing 55. In his mind, he has written 55. Everybody has seen 55 written on the board. Meanwhile, it's actually 555.
It's like I went to a laundry and I paid for my shirts. I was supposed to pay 24 cedis. And I ended up giving the guy 200 and I said, look, I'll bring the 40
cedis
when I come and collect my stuff.
God bless you.
And then I got home and I'm like, what's happening? And the guy called me and asked me, Ms. Enti, are you okay? I said, yeah, why not? Is it because your 40 cedis that you're calling to ask me is okay? They said, oh no, how many shirts did you bring? I said 3. Yeah, it's supposed to be 24 cedis. Oh my God.
So wait, he didn't give you the change that day?
No, because he was also confused.
Because I paid with Momo, so he didn't find out until
right.
he had to account it in the day. And he felt so bad for me. He thought that I must have been tired, but I wasn't tired. I think I had too many things to process at the time. So this is a typical example. You could be untired, but you had dealt with too many things, too many complaints, too many processes in the electoral order, and you forget simple things. Does this not actually feed to the argument that perhaps it's time for us to digitize the entire voting system from the click of the button, and then it's voted and counted by a machine? It will always get it right.
That was actually the next stage of my argument. I accept that that is neither Reagan-proof. At least recent events of the US elections have shown that not even machines, not even internet can save a country from being manipulated into having a president that they didn't desire or vote for. And so really, I think in a way, the Stone Age is still very important. There are aspects of the Stone Age where things are supposed to be done manually. Very important, they are crucial in determining how accurate we do things. They may have its shortfalls, but only if we could trust each other and we would do things right, I would, in any day, insist that we go through our electoral processes, at least within the next few years, through the manual means. Because we are such that, without having to mince words, we do not even have even electricity in your constituency, for instance, was a problem that had to be dealt with. If you go to my areas in the Brong-Ahafo regions, I'm sure there may not even be Wi-Fi there. And we have places within this country that even roads. I mean, we're not talking about electrical cables or stuff. We're talking about roads that God has already given us the land. Yours is just to plow the place, just make it available for people to pass. Even that is not available. I am told that somewhere in the Volta regions, for instance, you have to go to Togo before you even come to Ghana. I mean, and this is in 21st century Ghana. So really, if you take all these into consideration, then you are saddled with the issue of determining whether really going ICT is the right way or not, because such places, there will be a lot of difficulties as to how to reach out to these persons and how you can rope them into having a better structure to count their ballots. And so maybe a combination of the two for a start. The Accra, Kumasi, Cape Coast, Takoradi areas, at least the major spots in these areas can have the electoral means, and then we'll find a way of dealing with those within the hinterlands and those without access to even phones and electricity, among other things. So that with time, we probably will get to a place where we may have something that is more desirable, that is robust, that is very difficult to penetrate, and that can give us accurate response to our electoral results.
Right. Justice Abdullahi, a private legal practitioner, thank you very much. Dr. Nkuban, we want to wrap up with you. You've seen the processes go on. You've seen how they heckling each other, the NDC and the MPP. We're now talking about efficiency of the counting and collation process. Do you also think that we need to be slow in digitalizing the entire system until a while, that we're not yet ready?
Certainly it's a reform process, and I know our electoral system has gone through a series of reforms from when we started in 1992 until now. And of course, one of the ways to be thinking would be the digital option. We do know, of course, that in some minor areas like student elections at the university level, electronic voting was tried, and the people who write the scripts usually might be able as well to manipulate the system and all of that. And so even in US, like you mentioned, it's not insulated from rigging. But of course, it will be an easier way of avoiding the transition from constituencies to coalition centers and all of that. Those other elements may be taken care of if we do things and get things right. And it's an easier option rather than this. Of course, if you heard from the NDC's press conference, they were calling on their supporters to follow the ballot boxes.
Yeah, citizen vigilance.
Yeah, so if it is a digital system, I'm wondering how you are going to follow the ballot box to the coalition center and all of that. And so we may be thinking about improving our internet, electricity, and other needs in order that in the near future we should be piloting an online voting. I think it makes it easier
for us, right?
And so you can sit in your office whether it is a working day or not. We don't need a holiday to be able to get freedom to go and
vote easily, and things will be done right. Dr. Samuel Nkuban, senior lecturer at the University of Ghana, and Justice Abdullahi, private legal practitioner, joined us here for this segment of our coverage of the elections. It's past 5 and the polls have closed. We'll be crossing over to the rest of the country to get an update of how closing is being handled. And we'll take a break, and when we return, myself and Martin Esiedu will be walking you through some crunchy figures and observe some trends. These have become necessary, especially as results will be collated pretty shortly, and we will be getting an idea of where the votes are going. I'm Stephen Enti. Thanks for being with us. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
My name is Kweku Kwati, the Member of Parliament for Obuasi West, and also the Deputy Minister for Finance. Soon we will be going to the polls. The objective of that exercise is to select people who will lead our collective development. It should not be an exercise to disturb the very development we seek. I commit to peace, and I urge you to also commit to peace. Thank you very much.
I am Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, Member of Parliament for the North Kong constituency in the Volta region and ranking member on the Committee on Foreign Affairs. We all must remember that Ghana is bigger than all of us. We cannot sacrifice the peace and stability of our nation because of narrow political power. This is the 8th election in this 4th Republic. We have become a shining example, a beacon of peace, an oasis of stability, and a role model to many other countries across the world. In this 2020 elections, I pledge to peace.
My name is Seth Pepe, former Minister for Finance. As a reminder to fellow Ghanaians, Ghana has an enviable record, but particularly on the African continent, for going through peaceful elections since 1992 under the 4th Republican Constitution. I know what this means to running an economy. Conflict has ramifications for the economy and for the destabilization of the people. I therefore join others in pledging for peace, and hopefully we would all work towards a peaceful election to make Ghana a peaceful place and seek the development of the country. Thank you.
I am Nanab Nakokwado, and I pledge to peace. We at the Ladies Circle are reminding you that this year is an election year. When there's war and instability, women and children are the most vulnerable and suffer the most. Join us as we all pledge to peace.
"2020 is an election year, and just as we've done over the years down here in Ghana, we've propagated nothing but peace. We are the beacon of peace all over the continent, and so this year on the Ladies Circle, we're imploring you all to do same. Women, let's rise up and propagate the message of peace. It is very important, and I, Anita Ekia Akufo, I pledge 100% to peace.
Hello, my name is Bridget Dobenuku, flag bearer of the PPP for the 2020 elections. Peace brings growth and development to the country. Do not give in to violence. I pledge to peace.
What do you need to win on virtual sports betting? Just one thing, your smartphone. Place a bet on 1xBet. It's very simple, just one click. Then watch your bet win and enjoy every victory. 1xBet, virtual games, real wins.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Bet responsibly, not for persons below 18 years. Gambling can be addictive.
My name is Dr. Yao Osei Edichu. I'm the Member of Parliament for Bosunche and the Deputy Minister for Education. Election 2020 is around the corner. The stakes are high, but no individual or party interest is greater than that of our dear nation, Ghana. I stand for peace.
Fellow Ghanaians, my name is Dr. Hassan Erga, founder and leader and presidential candidate of the All People's Congress. The 2020 election is not about violence. Ghana needs peace before, during, and after the election. as I pledge to peace, that every Ghanaian should pledge to peace, I pledge for peace in the 2020 general election.
Fellow Ghanaians, Ghana is at a critical crossroad in this 2020 elections. My name is Jacob Osei-Yeboah, twice contested independent presidential candidate. I stand for peace. Thank you.
The fact that elections are nigh shouldn't change our cooperative social demeanor. Let's bear in mind that we have one motherland we call home, and keep calm. No uproar, keep calm. No chaos, keep calm. I'm Crystal Kwame Aye, and I pledge to peace.
My name is Kwaku Kwati, the Member of Parliament for Obuasi West, and also the Deputy Minister for Finance. Soon we will be going to the polls. The objective of that exercise is to select people who will lead our collective development. It should not be an exercise to disturb the very development we seek. I commit to peace, and I urge you to also commit to peace. Thank you very much.
I am Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, Member of Parliament for the North Tongue constituency in the Volta region and ranking member on the Committee on Foreign Affairs. We all must remember that Ghana is bigger than all of us. We cannot sacrifice the peace and stability of our nation because of narrow political power. This is the 8th election in this 4th Republic. We have become a shining example, a beacon of peace, an oasis of stability, and a role model to many other countries across the world. In this 2020 elections, I pledge to peace.
My name is Seth Pepe, former Minister for Finance. As a reminder to fellow Ghanaians, Ghana has an enviable record, particularly on the African continent, for going through peaceful elections since 1992 under the 4th Republican Constitution. I know what this means to running an economy. Conflict has ramifications for the economy and for the destabilization of the people. I therefore join others in pledging for peace, and hopefully we would all work towards a peaceful election to make Ghana a peaceful place and seek the development of the country. Thank you.
I am Nanab Nakokwado, and I pledge to peace. We at the Ladies Circle are reminding you that this year is an election year. When there's war and instability, women and children are the most vulnerable and suffer the most. Join us as we all pledge to peace.
"2020 is an election year, and just as we've done over the years down here in Ghana, we've propagated nothing but peace. We are the beacon of peace all over the continent, and so this year on the Ladies Circle, we're imploring you all to do same. Women, let's rise up and propagate the message of peace. It is very important, and I, Anita Ekia Akufo, I pledge 100% to peace.
Hello, my name is Bridget Drobenuku, flag bearer of the PPP for the 2020 elections. Peace brings growth and development to the country. Do not give in to violence. I pledge to peace.
Fellow Ghanaians, Ghana is at a critical crossroad in this 2020 elections. My name is Jacob Osei-Boah, twice contested independent presidential candidate. I stand for peace. Thank you.
My name is Kweku Kwati, the Member of Parliament for Obuasi West, and also the Deputy Minister for Finance. Soon we will be going to the polls. The objective of that exercise is to select people who will lead our collective development. It should not be an exercise to disturb the very development we seek. I commit to peace, and I urge you to also commit to peace. Thank you very much.
I am Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, Member of Parliament for the North Tongue constituency in the Volta region and ranking member on the Committee on Foreign Affairs. We all must remember that Ghana is bigger than all of us. We cannot sacrifice the peace and stability of our nation because of narrow political power. This is the 8th election in this 4th Republic. We have become a shining example, a beacon of peace, an oasis of stability, and a role model to many other countries across the world. In this 2020 elections, I pledge to peace.
My name is Seth Pepe, former Minister for Finance. As a reminder to fellow Ghanaians, Ghana has an enviable record, particularly on the African continent, for going through peaceful elections since 1992 under the 4th Republican Constitution. I know what this means to running an economy. Conflict has ramifications for the economy and for the destabilization of the people. I therefore join others in pledging for peace, and hopefully we would all work towards a peaceful election to make Ghana a peaceful place and seek the development of the country. Thank you.
I am Nanab Nakokwado, and I pledge to peace. We at the Ladies Circle are reminding you that this year is an election year. When there's war and instability, women and children are the most vulnerable and suffer the most. Join us as we all pledge to peace.
"2020 is an election year, and just as we've done over the years down here in Ghana, we've propagated nothing but peace. We are the beacon of peace all over the continent, and so this year on the Ladies Circle, we're imploring you all to do same. Women, let's rise up and propagate the message of peace. It is very important, and I, Anita Ekia Akufo, I pledge 100% to peace. The fact that elections are nigh shouldn't change our cooperative social demeanor. Let's bear in mind that we have one motherland we call home, and keep calm. No uproar, keep calm. No chaos, keep calm. I'm Crystal Kwame Aye, and I pledge to peace.
Undisputable analysis. Trusted reporters.
Widest coverage. Clear opinions.
Factual data.
Fair and balanced.
This is your Election Command Center. My name is Komla Kluche. I pledge to peace.
It's Aisha Yakubu. This is your Election Command Center, and I pledge to peace.
I pledge to peace. My name is Johnny Hughes, and this is your Election Command Center.
Stephen Enti. I pledge to peace. This is your election command center.
This is your election command center. I am Nanekia Mensah Brampa, and I pledge to peace.
Berla Mundi from your election command center, and I pledge to peace.
I pledge to peace. I am Alfred Okanse, and this is your election command center.
The Election Command Center.
Hello, my name is Bridges Drogbenuku, flag bearer of the PPP for the 2020 elections. Peace brings growth and development to the country. Do not give in to violence. I pledge to peace.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to the coverage, the extensive coverage of the December 7th presidential and parliamentary elections here on your election command center. We've been at it since yesterday evening. We started this coverage at 7 p.m. We're with you till the last ballot is counted down to the wire, and we're with you until the Electoral Commission chair makes that big announcement that we're all waiting for. Who leads the country for the next 4 years. But from now, voting has ended and counting has begun in a number of polling stations. We'll be telling you about it. I'm sure in the next 12 hours ahead of us, we'll have a clear picture of who is going to Parliament and who is stepping out of Parliament. At least for the parliamentary elections, we would know eventually at the various coalition centers of the Electoral Commission. But this is your election command center. We have eyes, ears, legs in 38,622 polling stations in all 275 constituencies across the 16 regions. Stay with us here as we begin the process of inviting and getting through the numbers. And as they come in thick and fast, we'll put them out to you, get the analysis, get what the figures really mean and how it's going to play out over the period. My name is Alfred Okanse. On behalf of the rest of the team, as always, welcome to the third version of the coverage here on your election command center. And finally, we'll end with how the picture will look like for the presidential. Stephen Enti is standing by to paint the picture for us, especially with issues with voter turnout over the period. It's a very, very, very important issue. We're getting into. Steve, it's good to have you as always.
Alfred, thanks very much. Now, I know that you're watching the trends, and what we need to know is that as the poll closes, then it's the time for us to now take a look at voter turnout. It's critical for us to take a step back to 2012 and 2016 and get the numbers and have a fair idea of how the trends have been going since then. So it gives us a historical antecedents. Now, don't forget that pretty shortly we'll be crossing over to our Data Hub studio where Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante and Dr. Ezekiel Nortey will be actually talking us through some of these trends to give us a fair idea what to expect in the 2020 election. So let me quickly swing to voter turnout, and I want to start with Western Region. Western Region is critical. 26 constituencies, 544 electoral areas, number of polling stations, 2,618. A lot more information captured for voter turnout in the Western Region. I will be going through some of these figures. Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante and Dr. Ezekiel Nortey will be talking us through these figures. So let's start, let's quickly cross over to the Data Hub, where Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante and Dr. Ezekiel Nortey are standing by with Berla Mundi to walk us through these figures. I want us to take it one by one so that we can actually have a better understanding slide by slide. So, Bella, over to you.
Command Center. This is the Data Hub, and like Stephen rightly said, I'm here with Dr. Kwame Asa Asante. Now, he is a senior lecturer, Political Science Department, University of Ghana, and also Dr. Ezekiel Norte is a senior lecturer, Department of Statistics and Actuarial Science, also at the University of Ghana. And today we'll be taking a look at various aspects, of the statistics and speaking to them, making projections as juxtaposed to numbers that would be coming in as we start counting ballots at the various polling stations across the country. So not just voter turnout, we'll also be talking about the strongholds. We'll start with the NPP, and that will lead us into the swing regions, after which we will be able to deduce the strongholds of the NDC. Rejected ballots is also another key issue that we'll be touching on. And after that, we'll talk about after election. Balloting is done, monitoring, and now results declaration would follow. We're counting, and so they'll be speaking to these as well as post-election conflict and dispute resolution. So there's a lot that we'll be speaking about here. And you're welcome, Dr. Asante and Dr. Ezekiel Norte. And I'm looking forward to this conversation as we also look at the numbers that come in. So we'll start off with the voter turnout. And of course, Stephen, I'm sure, would give us those figures. Not now, but of course, like I said, we will be speaking to some of these issues. Just a brief overview of all of that before we go back to Alfred and Stephen.
Yes, thanks, Bella. When we talk about voter turnout, we are looking at the number of people who show up to vote. And there are a number of factors that influence voters into going into polling stations to vote. Theorists have come out with one or two theories about what really influence voter choices. One is the mobilization theory, which says that political parties or political actors make conscious effort to mobilize people to go and vote. And I'm sure this election, when we're getting to the last end, we saw some of the political parties urging their parties, so to speak, to go and cast their vote in their numbers. Then we have the age factor. We are saying that research has shown that age is an important factor in voter turnout. It has been established that between the ages of 18 to 38, people are very eager to go and vote. And if you see the figures for 2020, you realize that people in this age bracket, the number is very huge.
Yeah.
So if we should get high voter turnout, I can, without fear of contradiction, also argue that is one of the factors. Yes. Another thing is that when you talk about age, any person age of 65 and beyond, they don't show interest in election at all. And I'm sure the political parties are aware of this. So they have done a good work in that area. Of course, all over the world, males tend to show more interest in voting than females. And that is what we have. So if you look at all these, we realize that these are the things that play out when we are going to look at what voter turnout.
Oh, I see. Well, quite interesting there. And also, like Dr. Asante said, now in 2020, when you look at the voter register and the figures that were put up by the ECA, over 55% of those fall between the age brackets of 18 and 35. And that's going to speak a lot to the numbers that will be coming in. And they'll be here to analyze all of that. You can also see earlier you saw that voting was underway. Counting of ballots were underway in some of the polling stations. And so we have our eyes on the ground, and we'll be bringing you all those updates as we move along. It's a simulcast. And so whilst you're watching us live on TV3, let your friends know that if they are not close to a TV set, they can also listen to us on 3FM 92.7. All the details here are also playing out on radio. I'm going to go back now to Stephen and Alfred, and we'll come back and talk some more about some of these figures.
Right, so welcome back to the Election Command Center itself. I started by making references to the voter turnout for Western Region. I'll run through the slides and then later I'll go back to the Data Hub studio so that Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante and Dr. Ezekiel Nortey will give us the actual relevance of all these figures we're seeing, from the number of constituencies to the total rejected ballots to percentage turnout. So Western Region for 2012, percentage turnout was 77%. There are other indicators in the Western Region, which Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante and Dr. Ezekiel Nortey will talk about now. We have Central Region for 2012. You can see percentage turnout 78%. I'll leave the rest of the details for Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante to walk us through, but I'm just giving you a snapshot of what the data say. Here, electoral areas, 572 total rejected ballots, 26,360. So that's for Central Region. We've spoken through Western Region already. We'll take the figures one by one. I'll show you, and then we'll cross over to the Data Hub studio, and Dr. Asah-Asante and Dr. Ezekiel Nortey will take us through Volta Region 2012. Percentage turnout 76%. That is 2012, well, that's indicative. You know that Volta Region is a dominant region, stronghold of the opposition NDC. So we'll walk through the other figures, number of constituencies, registered voters, and they will talk to us about what the differences in these mean. The vote cast, total rejected in percentage terms. We'll walk through all of that. And then the Eastern Region, stronghold of the MPP. 76.4% of voter turnout. Very instructive. Over 1 million registered voters and 883,000 or more cast their vote, while 24,121 ballots were rejected. Still continuation of Eastern Region. This is Eastern Region 2012. And then Ashanti. Ashanti is also stronghold of the MPP. Now, the data we have indicate that any time that the MPP gets less than 75% in Ashanti Region, they lose the general election. So it means that the benchmark for votes for Ashanti Region for the MPP in all elections is 75%. Here in 2012, they had 85.7%, obviously won the elections. And then that should be the indications. 47 constituencies. The MPP is confident of winning all 47, while the NDC is also expected to get 30%. Anytime the NDC gets 30% or more in Ashanti Region, they go on to win the election. So their target for this year is 30%, while they're still trying to hold on to the few constituencies they have in the Ashanti Region to shore up their chances in that region. Bono Ahafo, this is 2012 before the split, and 81.9% was the percentage turnout. Number of constituencies there, 28,000. The figures are all clear. 1.2 million registered voters and about 1.02 81% voted in that election. Northern Region, that's before it was split, 80.3%. You can see clearly there. So the relevance of these trends, Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante and Dr. Ezekiel Nortey will be walking us through. And then Upper East Region, 76.5% voter turnout, 15 constituencies. And there were, at the time, 565,000 votes to consider, and 432 cast their ballot. Now, the national total, let's quickly take a look at the national total. The percentage turnout was 80.2%.
It's a very interesting picture, Steve, that you paint. So here's what we're going to do. We would try and make sense of everything that Stephen N.T. has put out there in terms of the figures and putting them all together and to give you a clear picture and understanding of it. Because going into 2020 is a very, very interesting turn of event, because now we're dealing with 16 regions. It's all the regions that you talked about. Western Region, we have Western North created out of there. So the dynamics really has changed. What you're seeing right now are live videos of the counting going on down in the Ejura constituency. Ibrahim Abubakar. We will get through to him shortly to find out exactly what's happening. But just so you know, polls have closed, counting has begun, and that's exactly what you're seeing here on your election command center. Ibrahim Abubakar is at the polling center where counting has begun. Ibrahim, good evening to you. Thank you very much for joining us. You are in the Ejura constituency. That's the Chief Imam's house polling station we're seeing right now. Tell us a bit more about what's happening over there.
Well, Alfred, I can confirm to you that polls have ended in some of the polling stations, and for that matter, some are sorting, some are even done with their counting. If you come here at the Chief Imam House polling center, because of the densely populated nature of the area, they divided the polling center into two. So they have A and B. But apparently, B is done, and they are counting, as you can see. But we also have A, who are still queuing to finish voting. So I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. About 12 of them still in the queue, trying to cast their ballot before. When around 5 o'clock, there were about 100 of them here. But because they were in the queue before 5 o'clock, they are being allowed to be able to exercise their franchise before they close the poll. So that is the situation here. I've seen a number of the polling stations who are done with their counting, and people jubilating around. Some are also still sorting. Others are also voting here. But generally, we know Ejura to be a flashpoint, and for that matter, we have the military, the police, the other security agencies armed at all the polling stations. And fortunately, I will say for the first time, we've been able to conduct the election devoid of any violence in the Ejura constituency.
Wonderful, Ibrahim Abubakar. So these are two polling stations you're showing us. One, counting is ongoing, and the other, voting is not ended yet because there are people in the queue as at 5 p.m. And the law certainly says that if you're in the queue, and even if it's 5 p.m., you must still be allowed to vote. So these are two polling stations we're seeing.
Exactly. It's supposed to be one polling station, but, because the EC doesn't want a number of people to be at a certain polling station, they decided to divide it. But they couldn't do it accurately because apparently out of there are about 800. And when they divided it, the one which is done and is counting now had 97 voters. And the other polling station, which you can still see people in the queue, had 749 voters. So as I speak to you, close to 600 of them have been able to cast their ballot, and we can see the remaining 10 of them also still in the queue. But the EC is prepared to allow them to cast their ballot since they were here before close of polls.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Ibrahim Abubakar. He is in the Ejura constituency in the Ashanti region, and that's what you're seeing right now. These are live videos of what's happening there. There are two polling stations at the Chief Imam's house polling station, two of them because of the numbers. The Electoral Commission obviously had to do the prudent measure of ensuring that we don't have too many people at one polling station. That's what you see right there. And with one of the polling stations, counting has begun, and the other, there are people still in the queue, and so they would have to be allowed to vote until all of them finish voting. Counting does not start, as the law indicates. And guess what? We have 38,622 of these polling stations that we're going to be waiting for their results to come through. But Steve, with what's happening now, at least with the nature of the population in especially the Greater Accra, the Ashanti, and the Eastern region, Dr. Ezekiel Norty and Dr. Sasanti will tell you. I'm sure the three regions will clearly give us an indication, at least for the presidential, if we have a lot of the numbers coming in, as to how the complexion really looks like.
That's true.
But we can connect. Let's connect with Christopher.
So we have some of our reporters joining us via Zoom. We're expecting to have more of them. Let me quickly start with Komla Adom, who is Komla Adum was at Odododiodo earlier. I wonder whether he's still there. So, Komla, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Steve.
Great. So polls have closed, but earlier when I spoke with you, you did indicate that there were quite a number of people still in queue waiting to vote. What's the situation right now?
Well, Steve, I can report as we speak, polls have closed. In fact, sorting has been done. Counting is currently underway. A short time ago, one of 4 polling centers in this particular polling station just concluded the counting process and the provisional results.
Right, Komla, just a minute. If you can hear me, just pause a little bit. May I remind all of you, Josephine, Erica J, you are muted. Christopher Marco, if you could mute your background. So each time we get one person speaking at a time, so we don't create too much chaos. So Josephine, thanks very much. You've muted. Christopher Marco, I'd like to see you mute also, so that we don't get feedback coming from you. Thank you very much. So Komla, you were saying that there have been quite a number of people in the queue waiting to vote. Is that creating a problem?
Well, Steve, let me give you a sense of what the situation is right here. So when you come to the Rashidia polling center here in the Ododo constituency, you find hordes of people who are keenly monitoring the counting process. And so this is one of 4 polling centers in this particular station that is currently counting its ballots and under the watchful eyes of many individuals here, party agents as well as sympathizers of the candidates here. And so that is being observed here. And that is just one of the 4 polling centers in this particular area. Steve, let me just take you to another one where you find a lot of people counting alongside the EC officials. You know, everybody keenly monitoring this particular process. And then, Steve, out of the 4 polling centers that are here, they have been subdivided, and one of them has just concluded its counting process, and that is the Rashidia Islam and English School number 3.
Interesting.
And so this particular polling center has just concluded the counting, and the provisional results as they've been given to us here is the MPP candidate Neelante Bannerman polling some 20 votes, and then the NDC's Neelante Vanderpoy polling some 56 votes, and that's the parliamentary. That's for the Rashidia Islam and English.
Right.
School number 3.
So Komla, if you can hear me, we just want to take you briefly, so you give us that update of what's happening there. So we go back to Josephine to also hear what's happening there. So Josephine, if you can hear me, tell me where you are, what's happening there, and whether, like Komla is saying, any of the processes, any of the observations.
So they ensure they are keenly monitoring this particular process. In a short time, I'm sure the other voting centers here will conclude and will bring you all the figures as they become available right here. So Steve, that's the situational report from me here in the Ododo constituency in the Greater Accra region.
Right, Komla, thank you very much. I want to go to Christopher Marco. If you can hear me, yes, you are muted now. What's happening where you are? What's the process? How is the closing being handled, etc.?
Oh, I can hear you, even though there is some background noise there. Currently, I'm at the Amania Islamic Primary School, where we have 2 polling stations, A and B, and voting has, counting has ended at both polling stations. Now, I'll run you through the figures. Now, these 2 polling stations falls under the Sagnarigu constituency, where ABA Fuseni and Felicia Tete are contesting in the parliamentary primary. So, the presidential ballots have been counted, and the first person, the president and candidate of the New Patriotic Party, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for the Amania primary polling station A, he pulled 132 votes. 132. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC pulled 237. Christian Andrews of GUM pulled 3 votes. Ivor Kwabena Green Street of the CPP, 0. Ekweadonko of the GFP, 0. Henry Herbert Latte, GCPP, 0. Hassan Ayarga of the APC, 0. Kofi Akpalu of the LPG, 1. David Apasara of the PNC, 0.
Right.
Bridget Zogbenuku of the PPP, 0. Nana Konedu Ajman Rollins of the NDP, 0. Asedu Walker, who is an independent candidate, 0. Total registered voters in that polling station, 412. Total rejected, 8. Spoiled ballots, 2. Total votes cast, 380. That is for the Armenia Primary Polling Station A for the presidential. Now the Armenia Polling Station B for the presidential provisional results. Nana Adudanko Akufo-Addo of the MPP, 143. John Mahama of the NDC, 229. Christian Andrews of GUM, 1. Ivor Kobna Green Street, CPP, 0. Ekwiadonko, GFP, 0. Henry Herbert Latte, GCPP, 0. Hassan Ayarga, APC, 0. Kofi Akpalu, LPG, 1. David Apasara of the PNC, 0. Nana Konadu Ajman Rollins of the NDP, 0. Asedu Walker, Independent, 0. Total registered, 411. Total rejected, 11. Spoiled ballots, 2. Total votes cast, 386. So that is it for the Armenia polling station A and B.
Right, Christopher, can you hear me?
Constituency.
Can you hear me, Christopher?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Good. So
I can hear you.
we're going to have to compile the results as they come, you know, and then so that we'll focus on the issues at the polling stations, so that you can send the results to us so we can help collate. So we cut out the long reading of results, which will take
Steve,
a lot of time.
Is that a lot of people have massed up here, and for the presidential, John Dramani Mahama has won in the 2 polling stations. That is exactly what is happening here. Currently, sorting for the parliamentary is underway, and once they are done, I'll bring you up to speed with the figures.
Right, thank you very much. Let me quickly go to...
So, Steve, before you connect with anybody on Zoom, let's go to the telephone lines now. And we have Portia Gabo. She is the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency, especially Okponglo. That's where she is. Restaurant C, 23 and 29 polling stations at Okponglo. And Portia, good evening to you. Thank you very much for joining me. If you can hear me, has polls closed there, and has counting begun as we speak?
Yeah, Alfred, currently they just finished sorting the ballots and counting just begun for presidential candidates, and it's currently ongoing. You can see tension over here with many people hoping that their preferred candidate will win. So ballots from 209 polling stations will be sent to the coalition center later on. You could see the excitement here when Home Party just had 1 vote and everyone was just clapping for them over here. So we're just waiting for the total votes to be announced to the public here, Alfred.
I see, and grateful for this. And how about the security situation there? I mean, Ayawaso West Wogon is certainly a place to watch there. With the police stations you've visited so far, even though polls have closed, do you see a clear representation of the security personnel there?
After, could you come again? I can hardly hear you.
I'm asking about the representation of the security personnel. Are these the coalition center and the polling stations as well? Hello? Unfortunately, we seem to have lost Portia Gabo on the telephone. We'll try to raise her back again and get through it. But there's a lot coming in from the western region as well. Eric Yawaje is in the western region, and let's connect with him now. He's a man leading the charge there in the western region. Eric, it's good to have you. Good evening to you. I'm seeing results from Efia, the Ketaba A polling station, and then Sekandia Soro Agri Memorial A. Where are you, and what's happening where you are now?
Thank you very much. So as you did indicate, I'm somewhere in the Sekendi constituency, and currently my location is at the Agri Memorial polling centers A and B. And in your shot is the Agri Memorial Center B, where counting has finished. And I can report that according to the provisional result, the parliamentary candidate for the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, won, and his parliamentary candidate, Charles Hagan, popularly known as Panya, also won. The presidential candidate for the GUM party had 2 of the votes here at the Agri Memorial Center B. For the Agri Memorial Center A, the counting for the parliamentary just ended. I'm yet to get that, but for this polling center, I can report that the MPP's presidential candidate, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, took the vote here, majority of the vote. He had 140 as against that of the National Democratic Congress's John Dramani Mahama, who had 135. So interestingly, for the polling center B, it was the NDC's presidential candidate and the parliamentary candidate that won. And for the polling center A, it was the presidential candidate for the MPP and his parliamentary candidate who won. So you can't say that they've shared the scores. You can see in your shot that scores of supporters are eager and they are calling their friends to in other polling stations to find out the result there. So they are yet to jubilate, even though for these 2 polling stations, they've seen how the voting and the result had gone.
Thank you very much, Erica J. There. So that's what's happening there in the Western region, and the results are coming in thick and fast. We'll be going through them and putting them all together so you understand what's happening. It's early days yet with the counting, so you can see what's happening. In the Western region, it's a swing region, and we're going to tell you why. The Western North region as well is a place to watch. Nana Akua Mensah Brampa, let's come back to Accra. She is at the La Dadekotopon constituency. We'll connect with her in a bit to find out exactly what's happening there. Nana Akua, good evening to you. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, what's happening where you are now? Hello, Nana Akua, can you hear me? Hello, Nana Akua, can you hear me?
Well, Alfred, I'm currently at the wages. I can hear you, Alfred.
Hello?
Hello. Yeah, Alfred, I can hear you.
I can hear you clearly. Now, tell us where you are and if the polls have closed and counting has begun where you are at the moment.
So,
Fortunately, we'll try and rectify that connection with Nana Akua Mensah Brampa to give us details of exactly what's happening. But this is your election command center. The results coming in thick and fast, we're trickling in, and we'll definitely put you through and definitely give you an idea of exactly what's happening here on your election command center. And stay with us here. We have eyes, ears, legs, and over about 38,622 polling stations. And we've had just about 25 of the polling stations so far. The results coming in. We'll put them all together, give you an idea of how the situation looks like in all the 275 constituencies across all the 16 regions. What you're seeing right now is counting that's ongoing as well in one of the polling stations. I'm going to tell you about it. But a number of the polling stations, as a matter of fact, polls have closed and counting has begun. And we'll give you a more detail as we go. What you're seeing right now is the C23, 29 polling stations at the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, specifically at Okpongolo. And you see how people have returned to observe the counting process, and as they are allowed to do by law. So that's what's happening there. The C23 and 29 polling stations at the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. That's what you're seeing. These are live videos right now coming in from the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. The counting is ongoing, and we will give you the results as announced by the EC officials who are doing the counting, and they're making it as transparent as possible and lifting the ballot paper so everyone who is there to observe will see what's going on. And I've been joined in the studio by Colonel Festus Abuaje. He is a security analyst also Dr. Ishmael Nortey is also a security expert and president of the Institute for Security, Disaster and Emergency Studies. That's Dr. Ishmael Norman. And we also have lawyer Martin Pebo, who is a private legal practitioner as well, joining me in the studio. Gentlemen, it's good to have you as always. Good evening to you. Now, polls have closed, counting has begun. So far, so good. We haven't heard anything as yet. But let me start off with you, Kenneth Festus Obwaje. Your observation of the process since we started this morning at 7 a.m. so far, and the counting that's going on right now, but what are you seeing on our video shots?
Well, I think I'll use the parlance or the language that many people have used, that the process has been largely successful, largely peaceful. But nevertheless, there have been, or there were, as of now, isolated incidents. The most critical being once again, the Senya East, Wutu Senya, Breku East, or whatever. That is Ayawaso, where firearms were used, and there have been serious injury or a serious injury. The rest, I think, had to do with the defective equipment, late start at some polling stations, a few missing names. The EC presiding officer somewhere, knowing very well that he or she had voted 1st December during the special voting, and yet went ahead and cast another vote. And the other one that I see very, I look at very seriously, the removal of that number one, position of the president, by the presiding officer or whoever. In other words, artificially now making the NDC presidential candidate to become number one. Now, whether inadvertent or not,
this was
I think that was a very serious, very serious infraction. But let me end by saying that, as you said, this is a process. And the casting of the ballot is part of the process. This counting stage is quite crucial. There is still room for very criminal-minded individuals to manipulate the system at this stage. So there is need for vigilance. Until the counting is done at the polling stations, collated at the constituency, collation centers, and then certified, declared. But otherwise, let's say that all has gone well, or all have gone well, and some of the apprehensions that all of us had, or many of us had, have not come true. But my caveat is that it doesn't mean that those who were expressing caution got it wrong. Absolutely. It may very well mean that because caution was expressed,
a lot more measures were put in place.
The Election Security Task Force, for instance, EC officials, made sure that the infractions and the incidents of violence were reduced to the minimum.
It's a good point that you make, and I'm going to come to you, Dr. Ishmael Norman, on the same point. And the specific reference to the Ewutu Senya East constituency, where the report I'm getting is that 2 persons haven't actually been injured as a result of this shooting incident. The police were giving us indication that they were actually chasing this said SUV with the persons who fired these gunshots. But the problem is that this is a constituency that an incident happened during the registration. And so what would you have expected that should have been done to ensure that something of this nature does not happen when there is history of violence in that constituency?
I think it's very difficult to police every human conduct because we're not doing pre-crime, so you cannot know what somebody is thinking. So yes, they should have anticipated something like that, but I think this is an activity which was probably carried out by people in the known. And so when something like that happens on people on wheels, 4 wheels, not on motorcycles, sometimes within a car you don't know what is going on until the action actually occurs. So whether the police should have prevented or anticipated it or not, it's neither here nor there. All right. In order to pick up from where Colonel Obwaje ended, this last phase is probably the reason why all these activities took place, the counting. This is the moment where I think if I were the IGP, I'll put my security apparatus in high alert.
Right.
Because violence can erupt at any station.
This is the crucial...
This is the most crucial.
Part of the whole process.
Exactly. So I think, and here, I think even the military should also be on high alert. Because it's possible that even if we didn't see anything untoward in the voting processes, this time alone, if we are not careful, things can easily get out of hand. It's also getting late. So I'm worried about the darkness, electricity failing,
the level of visibility.
Visibility and all of that. So there are a lot of factors that are impinging upon this process at this moment that we need to be aware of and be very, very careful about.
In fact, one of the constituencies that we visited, according to the officer there, the electricity went off in the early hours of the day, so they were a bit worried as to how the process of counting will be monitored because they didn't have access to power. We don't know if that situation has been rectified. The Botiano English Amanfron constituency, we'll get there in a bit to find out a bit more detail. And my colleague, Grace Amasare, is there. But Martin People, you've observed the process as well. And this is at a crucial, the most crucial stage, as Dr. Ishmael Norman talked about, the counting process. What's your view so far about the process that started at 7 a.m. and has ended in most parts at 7 p.m. and this counting ongoing?
Okay, so by and large, we've acquitted ourselves very well. You know, that's to be expected because, you know, we've always been propped and acclaimed as the beacon of democracy in sub-Saharan Africa, if not Africa as a whole. So for me, it's not strange that we've gone through, so far so good, that it's worked out so fine now. And I'm expecting that we will keep the peace even during the counting process. Yes, we are going to do it. Look, you know what? You see, one of the signs of our democracy gradually making further improvements is the fact that, you see, though this is an election year, you didn't see investors holding back their investments and fleeing. You see, in the past...
Because of the level of uncertainty.
Exactly. So you see that this year, it wasn't even a topic for discussion. That was the sign that, yes, we are gradually getting in there, okay? Because the investors are very sensitive. So, and they do a lot of political risk assessment and all that. So in an election year, when you find them still pouring in and buying our bonds and everything, then you know that, yes, Mother Ghana is gradually getting there. So we should pat ourselves on the back and then let's keep marching forward.
Let's keep marching forward. And I want to urge our viewers to pay critical attention to the bottom of the screen of your television if you're watching us. What we're doing is posting the results of the various polling stations as they come through here on your election command center. So what you're seeing right now at the bottom of your screen, if you're watching the television right now, is the live updates of the results as they come in from the various polling stations. So the Esikado Ketan, the Cold Store B presidential election is what you're seeing on the bottom of your screen right now. And just to give you an idea of everything that we put in place for you to be carried along every step of the way as the results come through here on your election command center. So that's what you see there. Pay critical attention to the bottom of your screen. The results will be rolling from the various polling stations as they come through. And while we also have the data center, people who are manning the data center, putting all the figures together as well to have a clear picture of how the various constituencies will look like going forward. That's a bit of information for you here on your election command center. And we're highly interactive this evening. And as much as you out there, want to encourage you to be our eyes and ears as well as our citizen journalists on the ground. If there's something you see you're not very clear about, you can take a picture, let us know. We have Ballot 360 to fact check it for you. Get through to the Electoral Commission as well to get some clarification on exactly what you do not understand, because as all my guests have indicated this evening, we are at a crucial, the most crucial stage of the whole process of this election, and that is the counting. And mostly, Dr. Ishmael Norman, because this process, this crucial part of the process is done in the evening, darkness also creates another challenge, isn't it?
It does. It does. But, like my colleagues here have said already, I think Ghana has done very, very well. I think going forward, we all want the result to be good. There are always elements that don't want sociopaths.
Absolutely.
That don't want things to be good. And they will try to sabotage peaceful processes. So I think the security apparatus, this is the moment. This is your moment. You cannot go to sleep. You cannot be tired. You are human. You've been out there since yesterday, but you cannot be tired. You have to wake up and pay attention to everything that is happening around you. Then you can go home and sleep when the results are declared.
Sure. Colonel Festus Abuaji, Dr. Ishmael Norman made the point that in as much as, yes, the security agencies should have paid critical attention to what's happening in Owutu Senya East, based on the history. There's precedents of violence in this constituency. And from what our correspondent told us, in fact, the men who came there were aiming at the NDC candidate there. And though the shots were fired, Phyllis Koyo Okuno, she was the target, but they were unsuccessful. And eventually, an eyewitness who also gave us information said the men had come in a black Land Cruiser SUV. They stopped in front of a KIS saloon car occupied by their victims and started shooting. I mean, could we have at least avoided this situation if, for instance, with the first instance that happened during the registration period, people were actually punished? And then we know that people have been held accountable. Then it will serve as a deterrent for anybody who wanted to do something like this on election day. Kenel.
Well, I think many people have pointed out that one of the weaknesses in the enforcement side of the laws or the regulations is that the public is not informed as to the actions that the police, takes against those who, violate the laws. And therefore, there isn't that sense of deterrence. People fearing that, look, if we go and do X, Y, Z, the police is going to deal with us.
Absolutely.
But nevertheless, I think the police has taken certain actions, except that they haven't informed us. Secondly, what I want to believe is that the purpose of the estimation of the flashpoints is that it is not a prophecy that certain incidents would occur. It's either based on intelligence or it is based purely as an operational estimate using certain parameters, that there's a likelihood that certain things might happen. Now, I want to believe that in the allocation of the security personnel to the respective ballot stations, the IGP, as the head of the Election Security Management Task Force, did indeed allocate a reasonable number of security personnel to this Kaswa enclave, if I should put it that way. But as Doctor said, because we cannot get into the minds of criminals or people who have criminal intentions to preempt them, you can get this kind of incident happening. Why I say so is that I think the IGP estimated 6,182 flashpoints. Now, let's take it that this is the only case of firearms being used. So 1 out of 6,182 probably suggests to us that the precautionary measures the IGP put in place have largely worked. Now, I stand to be corrected, but I heard in one of the conversations in the media that it looks like what happened on 20th July, repeated itself. That a certain report was made to the MP. The MP came to the scene. Instead of maybe going to the presiding officer, or whoever observed anything, should have gone to the presiding officer and made a complaint, rather than informing the MP, who then comes to the scene with a security detail. As I said, I stand to be corrected. But the whole idea is that if indeed those persons who were involved in the incident on 20th July were once again involved in this incident, it speaks to impunity.
True.
That because we are not punishing people and informing the public about the punishments, there's no deterrence.
And that's where the concern is, that the level of impunity and which has repeated itself because punishment has not been meted out. At least if something has been done, we don't know. And that has not also engendered any form of deterrence going into this crucial election. But stay with me, gentlemen. I'm going to go to our colleagues on the ground now. And Josephine Ntuejei is in the Ashaiman constituency. She's been crisscrossing the Ashaiman constituency. In fact, it has one of the largest population in terms of registered voters in the Greater Accra region. As a matter of fact, Josephine, thank you for your time this evening. I know that ballots are being counted. Voting has ended in most of the polling stations you've visited so far. Give us an idea of the situation at the polling station where you are now.
Right, Alfred. So currently, I am at Tema East constituency, and this is the Onimpu JHS center. And this particular center has about 8 polling centers here. So I can just take viewers through what is actually happening. Counting is going on at all the 8 polling centers here. The results are not yet out there, but currently what is going on is that it is a school. So you can see that some light is being used here for them to get lights to do their counting and also fill in the necessary details. But for now, because they didn't start their counting quite early, so what they are doing now is that they are still counting all the 8 polling stations. They are still counting. Security is here. People have gathered here. They are trooped to this place because here is one of the largest polling centers that they have at Tema East, together with Bakuman, also in Tama Mahia. So here you have seen a large crowd have trooped to this place to witness the counting, the sorting, and ensure that everything is done accordingly, that there will be no one who will have any accusation that this particular thing was not done or the counting was not done properly. And the security are also here. They are ensuring that everything is done orderly. But you can see that there's one light that they are using for all the 8 polling stations, which is quite not enough. So some have decided to use torchlights, which will help them to do the counting of their numbers. Alfred.
And that's where it creates a challenge. It's something that we've been talking about here in the studio. You've been interacting with the electoral officers there. What have they been telling you about the challenge of using torchlights to try and go through the process of counting?
Right. So I had a chat with a few of them, and I was just asking them why they couldn't include certain things to them so that they can have access and make things easier. But I think it's something that was not really prepared. They thought that probably they can do the counting quite early and leave the space. But it looks like this year, when you compare the numbers, the turnout here is quite high. So the counting is still going on. There was
that's what's happening in the Tema East constituency. I'll tell you about something that happened prior to today in the Tema East constituency as a place to watch. But let's go quickly to the Ododo constituency. And we're hearing that there are a few skirmishes happening in a couple of polling stations there. Now, get a live update of the situation. Komla Adom is at the Ododo constituency. Komla, tell us exactly what's happening where you are now. Hello, Komla, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, Komla, can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me, Komla? Well, Komla Adom is at the Ododo constituency. Komla, can you hear me? While we try to connect with him, we're getting information that it's been just a few skirmishes there in the Ododo constituency, just a bit of misunderstanding. We'll find out exactly what the extent of misunderstanding is and what the electoral officials are doing to be able to address this situation. Grace Asari is at the Botiano English Manfro constituency, and she joins us as well. Grace, I recall earlier in the day you indicated that one of the polling stations you visited, the electoral officer raised concerns about lack of electricity in the area, so that may affect the counting process as has begun. Tell us if there's an update to that.
Center where all the 222 results will be taken to. So we're at the polling center where the NPP parliamentary candidate Sylvester Tete voted. And that is the results we have now. We went back to the collation center and it appears they haven't been able to do much to resolve the issue. So we're collating the small results here and then we'll go back to the collation center. If they haven't been able to resolve the issue, then it looks like result declaration for the English Amalfoam Botanical constituency might delay or might run into tomorrow or until when they are able to find a solution to the issue of the sudden cut of power supply to the coalition center. So let me quickly give you the results I have for the polling center where the NPP parliamentary candidates voted. They have 4 polling stations put together at the Beachway Estate polling centers. Now, for the polling center A, the NPP had 203 votes for parliamentary, NDC had 80 votes, the polling center B, NPP had 231, and then NDC had 95. Center C, the NDC at 94.
So that's exactly what the situation looks like at the Botiano English Amalfoam constituency. That's the concern that I highlighted earlier, gentlemen, because according to the reports we got earlier, the final counting, in fact, this is at the coalition center, not even at the polling station. The coalition center for the Botiano English Amalfoam constituency is likely to delay the process of collating all the results from the various polling stations in that constituency because of the source of power for the coalition center, we understand, has been destroyed. And it was destroyed overnight. And the head teacher of the school, James Yoko, is saying that the power and wiring was intact at about 2 a.m. this morning, only for them to wake up and the power supply has been destroyed. And so as a result of this, the coalition of the results in the Botiano English Amalfoam constituency may delay, and as we speak, no solution has been found to that particular situation. We'll keep you updated on that here on your election command center. Let's connect with Nanekia Mensah Brampa. And Nanekia, tell us exactly what's happening where you are now.
I am at the God's Wonderful Church A&B polling center here at Weija, Bawe. This is where Madam Tina Mensah actually voted earlier in the afternoon. And also there were some delays here, but exactly at 5 p.m. polls closed. And the main situation, no lights, and it's no different here at this polling center. Right, so I have to take the grace of an old lady here. Her name is Chalote Woman. She had to bring in lamps from her home, about 4 lamps for these 2 centers to use for the counting. Counting is still ongoing, but it has delayed a bit because they had to wait. I saw the presiding officer actually placing a call to their office to ask for a source of light, which is yet to arrive. But for this woman bringing these 4 lamps in, it would have been very difficult for the people in this area. And I must say, it nearly even marred the calm nature of the sorting out and counting here. There's only one security man here, and he had to be brave enough to calm the people who are getting agitated and angry because there's no light source. I think they say that this has persisted. It's not once, it's not twice for this particular polling center. And I must say there's actually a street light here, and they claim it's not been working for years. That's what they are saying.
I see.
The voters who are present here. Yeah. So for now, there's calm here, and thanks to the old lady, counting is still ongoing. They are done with counting for the provisional presidential results for
I see.
This particular polling. I'm sure that
Exactly the point. That's what's going to be happening. And you know, gentlemen, coming back to the studio in a bit, Nane Kua Mensah Brampa, thank you very much for what's happening in the La Dade Kotopon constituency. There's something that's very common in all the places we visited. I'm going to take people, I'll settle with you, and then I'll go to that's Dr. Ishmael Norman as well as Colonel Festus Abuaji. The issue of visibility has been a concern across all the polling stations. So, for instance, where we just ended, where Nane Kua Mensah Brampa is, La Dade Kotopon, you had to take an old lady. An old lady had to supply them with lamps to light up the areas where they are doing the counting. And Botiano English Manfro, a power source has been destroyed and it's yet to be fixed at the Coalition Center. And then for another place as well, we understand this, the Tema East, where we went as well. They are using torch lights to light up the area where the counting is ongoing. I'm sure these are some of the things we could have easily avoided.
Exactly. Yes, especially as we have solar lamps, okay? For how many years now? I mean, decades, we've had solar lamps. So if this is such a widespread problem, it shows that probably the EC didn't review some of the lapses in the last election. That's not good. It's not a good sign. Because this, I mean, how much do the lamps cost? You could easily have purchased some. Okay, yes, it's not good.
I thought that, you know, I mean, these are some of the things that the EC indicated it had procured going into this election. I recall very, very clearly that these lamps and others, they said they had procured enough for this process. Why are we seeing this at this moment, Keno?
You know, before I left the house to come here, I was viewing one of your, not sister, but one other channel. I wouldn't want to mention it.
Sure.
An Anisi official, whom I can name, Sylvia Ano, was asked this question, that given that the voting started 3 hours late at a certain ballot center, had the EC made arrangements for the balloting to continue into the night, into the hours of darkness, in all likelihood, and the counting? And Madame Sylviano said, yes, we've done everything. Now the rubber hits the road, nighttime has fallen, and we are seeing that, no, the EC had not done that. Indeed, I would argue that solar lamps alone wouldn't be sufficient.
Right.
You see, when you have that peripheral darkness, that is where hoodlums could hide.
True.
And, you know, orchestrate all manner of activities against or disrupt the elections. We should have made plan Bs or plans B to ensure that if any place, you know, encountered some challenges with electric power, electricity, there were alternative arrangements. Now, whether we're going to get some cars to form a certain concentric circle and shine their lights, you know, but the light, ambient light, must be such that everybody will see everybody, and not just narrowly focusing on the papers that are being counted. It's part of election security. Election security, technically, is about the officials, it's about the equipment, it's about the materials, it's about the process.
Absolutely.
It's about the people who are coming to vote and those who are doing the counting. So this is an insecurity issue, or it's a security issue. And anything could go wrong.
Absolutely, yeah.
As indeed people got agitated and now they have to probably stop the process and continue tomorrow.
Dr. Ishmael Norman, I mean, in some other places we understand they're using street lights. Street lights are the only source of light for them. I mean, I'm talking about the EC officials to count the ballots in some of the polling stations where we just came from. I mean, these are very avoidable situations, isn't it?
Highly avoidable. I believe that the EC did not even have to buy the lamps itself, because in every community there are people with portable generators, barbers, hairdressers, private homes, and you can rent them. You rent churches. When you rent a portable generator, 5 kVA, it can light the whole place.
True.
And it's only like 50 cities a day. So I think it's poor planning. I was hesitant in grading the performance of the EC. If the EC, in spite of all the peaceful activities we've had from 7 o'clock until 5 o'clock today, if the EC doesn't kick into gear immediately and start, wrangling up generators in the communities that are affected, because there are plenty of communities. I live in the Botiano, Okrobite area. I know we have systemic light doomsday issue. No matter who denies that there is no doomsday, we constantly have light off. So these are some of the things that could have gone into the planification of this whole program. And because of the systemic light off that we constantly have, there are plenty of homes with generators. So it's not a problem that should overwhelm us.
True.
They should kick into action, go from churches. Every church has generator in that area.
I mean, and this is a recommendation indeed to the electrical committee. We're not only discussing the problems or the issues as identified, making recommendations to ensure that at least we go through the process. We are at a crucial stage of this whole process of election, and this is the vote. That's the counting of the ballots, and this has started in many of the polling stations we've visited so far. And there's a problem that has been identified in almost all the polling stations we've visited so far since we started monitoring the counting process. And that is the issue with visibility. And a number of the Electoral Commission officials have to rely on different sources of power for light. We're talking about torchlights, street lights, and some benevolent individuals even now offering the AC these lamps to help them go through the counting process. We will get into it and give you an idea of what's happening. But let's cross over to the data center now and get to see what's happening there here on your Election Command Center. Crossing over to the West Wing Studios for this particular issue. Now, let's cross over quickly to the AU Observer Mission. They are also speaking about the election that has the process that has just ended and the counting that's ongoing. Take a look.
Everywhere there are sanitizers and water and soap to wash voters' hands. So it was easy, makes it easy for the COVID-19 protocols to be adhered to.
I mean, Ghana has always been, a leader in democracy on the continent.
Yes.
Would you say that what you've observed today sort of buttresses that session?
Yes. No. We believe they will outdo themselves this time. They'll do better than the last time because each time they go to elections, there's always been an improvement.
If you had one message to take back to any country, following what you've observed today, what would that message be?
That, elections are an instrument for uniting a country and a nation and to strengthen democracy. And so contestants have to accept the outcomes, have to ensure that their supporters conduct themselves peacefully during the course of casting their votes, and even after the election results have been declared, that the attitude of the supporters should be.
And this is your Election Command Center. That is the AU Observer Mission speaking exclusively to TV3 and also 3FM across all media channel platforms. Remember, this is your Election Command Center. We're live here from our news hub at Desawe in Accra. We're going to cross over to the West Wing Studios in a bit. But before we do that, remember, we're live on 3FM 92.7 as well. And you can follow the conversation on our various social media platforms. The hashtag is Election Command Center across all social media platforms. We're live on DSTV channel 279 all across the world, on TV3 Ghana, on Facebook, as well as on 3news.com. And Selom Amenya is in the Volta region, and he is leading the team in the Volta region. He's been in the whole central constituency for quite a while now. Selom, now tell us what's happening where you are And if voting has ended and polls, that's the counting begun there. Hello? Hello, Salam, can you hear me?
Yes, Alfred, I can hear you.
Great stuff. Now, you and the whole Central Constituency in the Volta region. Tell us what's happening there now.
So in the whole Central Constituency, at the FCC Terminal Police Station. If you're talking about the FCC Terminal Police Station, this was where the FCC buses were allegedly touched some months ago, and they have 4 polling stations over there. But while counting was ongoing, some confusion erupted. It was because what happened was that one of the ballot papers had been actually printed in favor of the NDC presidential candidate, that is John Dramani Mahama. But at the back of it, it did not have the EC certification stamp. So some confusion erupted because there was contention over whether to add it to the counted ballot or to reject it. I have here the youth organizer of the NDC in the constituency, John Atiku. Well, you want to do local? Yes, John. And I take John Atiku confusion. I know. Do you must now. Well, so what John is essentially telling me is that the EC official who was in charge of stamping the ballot went out to use the washroom. That was how come that particular ballot was not stamped. But then they spoke to the EC regional director, who directed that it was okay for them to add it and then count it as a vote for John Dramani Mahama. And that was how come they were able to bring that confusion down. But then the MPP polling agents were not satisfied and were still trying to create some confusion. But then the police stepped in and brought everything under control. And if I can run you by some of the results we've had so far, for the FCC Terminal 4, Banque 2B, we have presidential NDC 296, MPP 33, and then rejected 4. The parliamentary, we have NDP 4, LPG 1, MPP 38, NDC 285, and a rejected ballot 3. And then FCC Terminal 4, Banque 3. For presidential, we have DCPP 1, rejected 1, MPP 47, NDC 246. For parliamentary, NDC garnered 235 votes, MPP 51, LPG 1, rejected 6, DNC 1, NDP 1.
Right.
So, Alfred, counting is ongoing all over the whole central constituency. And after when we get more results, we'll bring
Great
it
stuff.
over to you.
Thank you very much. Salama Manya is in the whole central constituency. He's leading the team there on your election command center in the whole central constituency. Let's come back to Stanley Nibleo. Now, Stanley, thank you. I saw people jubilating behind you. What's happening where you are now?
Okay, so Alfred, what is happening here is that the people you see in the video jubilating are supporters of the NPP because their joy is as a result of a result that came in from some 3 polling stations that projected win for the New Patriotic Party, and so they are jubilating to that effect. They are hopeful that because the NPP, Nanado, and then the candidate for Amasaman have actually won in these 3 polling centers, certainly there is victory ahead. So that's why they are actually jubilating. And so I must also say that the counting process has faced some kind of challenges because when the counting started at 5, there wasn't any light here. And so it had to delay. And when the process also started, the rain also came in to disperse both the people who are counting and then the observers. So they have to run helter-skelter to find somewhere to hide so they could actually continue with the counting process. As I'm speaking, they are there trying to sort out one or two things, but they are using lights of some vehicles that have parked here. As we speak, they don't have any, they have
No, but Stanley, let me hold you on a bit on that. Why did they run helter-skelter? You made a point earlier that at a point the electoral officials had to run. What exactly happened?
Okay, so you know, the counting process was actually being done in the open. So a rain came in, and then it had to disperse everyone, both the observers and then the electoral officers as well.
Stanley, thank you very much. This is in the Amasaman constituency, if I get you right. Wonderful. Stanley Nible there giving us updates of what's happening in the Amasaman constituency, one of the polling stations there. And another situation repeating itself. And they couldn't go through with the counting because they didn't have lights to be able to make it visible enough for them to count the ballot. They've had to rely on the lights of vehicles that are parked there, which have had to put their lights on to help the EC officials to go through the counting process. That's what's happening. I mean, it's a very common scenario that we're seeing in many of the police stations we visit, and that's where security analysts are raising questions about the preparation ahead of today, especially on the part of the Electoral Commission, because of this crucial stage we are in the process of the election. That is the counting process. And normally we know the counting goes way into the night. And so the provisions that were made about the issues with providing the lighting systems to ensure that the whole process of counting is clear and visible for everyone there who is observing the process to see exactly what's happening, is which of concern to a lot of our security analysts and as well Lawyer Martin Pebo, who is with us in the studio. It's a serious concern in there that we hope the Electoral Commission will raise and be able to address as we go on. But we'll still remain here on your Election Command Center. We'll give you an idea of how the data really looks like. But let's cross over to the West Wing studios now here on your Election Command Center, where Martin Esiedu Date is standing by to engage with the regional bureau. That's the data center where we have all the 16 regions represented. Martin, take it over now.
Alfred, clearly it looks like some of the concerns being raised across the country following the fact that polls have closed, and we knew that from 5 p.m. it was going to get dark, so the EC probably should have made arrangements for proper lighting for the counting and the onward declaration. But like you mentioned, the numbers are coming in thick and fast, and here at the West Wing of the Electoral Command Center, the Election Command Center I should say, what we are going to be giving you or helping you do is try and crunch the numbers for you. Over 33,622 polling stations, and if every single polling station is mentioning the numbers that they have had or the way the voting pattern has gone, that's going to be too much for you. So we have a state-of-the-art technology where every region has been catered for, and they will be taking you through the specifics of the numbers. The Electoral Commission itself says that it is no more like previously. It used to take its final collated numbers from 275 constituencies. But what it is doing now in 2020 election is to take those numbers from the 16 regions, because they believe that those numbers would have already gone through the verification process by the party officials and the EC officials. And when the final figures go to the 16 regions, then the national headquarters can pick that and the onward declaration. And here at your Election Command Center, we also have our men who are following all the very little numbers that are coming in from the polling stations. We'll take you through our system, and then hopefully, maybe in the next 2 to 3 hours, or by the time the Electoral Commission is getting ready to call the election, we will be able to project to let you know who is in a lead following the numbers that are coming in. And you can tell from my colleagues who are all sat here, trained over the last few weeks, gone through the software that we are going to deploy. In fact, we've deployed, and you can tell that on the screen, some of them are already inputting numbers that are coming in from the various collation centers. What we are promising you is extensive, comprehensive coverage, keeping a tab or pulse on every number that is coming in from the various constituencies. So these centers are what are going to be crunching those numbers for you to make sure that every number you get is authenticated by the Electoral Commission. We have it, and then we can put it out there for you. And this is not the only thing we are doing. On our various social media platforms as well, we are keeping tabs on all developments. And it is interesting to note that the EC itself is giving regular updates. And when those updates come, we also input it into our system and make sure that the numbers you are getting are not the hearsays, but then they are the final verdict of what the Electoral Commission has given. This is what's happening here at the data center, specifically at the west wing of the Election Command Center. Back to you, Alfred.
For Martin Esiedu, that appreciated there at the data center in the West Wing studios of your Election Command Center. Every information we're going to put out here on your Election Command Center is validated, authenticated, and making sure that we go through all the process. In fact, what you're seeing there is just to make sure that we're giving you, the viewer, nothing but the best of coverage during this election. And as we keep reiterating, for us, we are not going to sacrifice accuracy for speed. And all the installations you see there is to make sure that we give you a clear picture, validated, sourced data results coming through from the various coalition centers of the Electoral Commission. So we have our eyes there in the 38,622 polling stations across the 275 constituencies in all the 16 regions. Stay with us here on your Election Command Center. If you want to follow us every step of the way, here's what I want you to do. Look at the bottom of your screen. If you're watching us on television, we're scrolling the results that's coming through from the various polling stations on the bottom of your screen. That is, if you want to follow the polling station results. We're a long way away, 38,622 of them. But just to make sure that we keep you in the know, you may not see us running through every polling station, 38,622 of them, obviously. But what you can do is just pay attention to the bottom of the screen. We'll keep giving you the updates of the various polling station results as they come through here on your Election Command Center. We're live on 3FM 92.7 as well. Stay tuned in here on your Election Command Center. We're going to be connecting with some of our colleagues in a bit just to find out what's happening as well. But Bella Mundi is with Dr. Asa Asante and Dr. Norte as well, Ezekiel Norte, to help us understand what the language of the figures really are. So here's what we're going to do. We're not going to just put out the figures in your face for you to try and make sense of the figures. We will take you through every step of the way to understand what exactly the figures really mean, and especially because we have 3 regions that, according to the stations, may give us a clear indicator or a picture going into the elections. The Eastern region, the Greater Accra region, and as well as the Ashanti region. And if we have as many of the results coming in there, will give us at least a pointer of where to look at, especially for the presidential elections. But stay with us on the Election Command Center. I still have in the studio with me Dr. Ishmael Norman. I also have Ken Festus Abuaji, and then also private legal practitioner, lawyer Martin Pebo. And Ken, I come back to you. We've seen the situation repeat itself again. And it appears that that call that you made before, and I think you ran through all of you, that clarion call you made to the Electoral Commission to swiftly address this is spot on. Because this is just about 10 polling stations we've visited. And the situation is almost the same with the issue of the EC officials not having adequate lighting and having to rely on cars to give them light. I mean, imagine the places where there are no vehicles. That's where the concern is. Kenel.
What is clearly at stake here is that, throughout the process, the one key word is trust. Trust in the system, trust in the election management body, trust in the processes, revolving around transparency, let's say, fairness, freeness. Now, when you have darkness, let's call it opacity, you don't quite see comprehensively what is going on.
True.
It gives room, as we know, for criminally minded people
to
try and disrupt the process. So this situation is definitely going to erode trust in the process. there has to be an emergency intervention. And I think Dr. Norman has suggested that they should go around and look for some generators. Spotlighting, to me, is not sufficient. We need very wide area ambient lighting, so you can see around the whole area. And even if you stand at a distance, you can see ballot papers. You see it. The harm has been done already. So now we need to do a bit of crisis management. Is that what it's called? Yes. So mobilizing the generators or finding as many vehicles as possible. And then making sure that the observers and the public are closer enough to see what is going on. And lastly, that security is beefed up.
Absolutely.
To ensure that nobody is able to exploit the darkness to disrupt the process.
Martin Kpebu, I mean, these are, as we've said, all admitted, these are avoidable situations. But then Kenel made a serious point about the trust. Trust is the most important element in this whole process of elections. And already we battle with that, because right from the process of appointing the referee who mediates or who superintends this whole process impacts on the issue of trust. And then we have this one too. How do you react to this development of the various polling stations struggling with lighting to do the counting?
Yes, so we've already made a point very clearly that it's not the best. We are showing that we've not learned from our experiences, okay? But the other side of it is that to the extent that it's occurred in the past, and yet most of the counting went on successfully, based on it, it's very evident that it's going to go well.
Absolutely.
Yes, it's going to go well. But I think this is the last time that we're going to take such a lapse from the EC. As we've already shown, it wasn't going to cost much to provide lighting.
We may not be able to get away with it all the time.
Yes,
I
but
mean, the fact that it's happened in the past and nothing has happened as a result. We hope that nothing actually does happen, but all we're doing is try to raise these issues.
Yes, really. That's what we're saying. So we're saying that, look, for the last time, the EC should make sure that this doesn't occur again. I mean, because, come on, we should learn from our experiences. You see, it's just that we are lucky that generally the average Ghanaian is peaceful, is peace-loving, docile. Yes, it's been working well for us. But let's remember that there is an end to everything. If you keep doing this, you don't know the day that it may just go wrong. So we just have to make sure that the EC doesn't allow this to recur again. Maybe next time, in the next elections, days before, or maybe even a month before, you should send your crew to go interview the EC, that you want to see the solar lamps and the specific arrangements made for counting. Okay? Yes, maybe next time we should specifically audit the materials and all the arrangements that have been made for lighting on the day of the polls.
I mean, I can't agree with you any better than this. Hope and luck have never been enough basis for policy formulation. But
they are not a substitute for policy and planning.
We cannot get away with it all the time if we don't do what has to be done. But it's live here on the Your Election Command Center, and we're going to cross over to the West Wing studios again. And my colleague Roland Walker is standing by at the Ballot 360 section of the West Wing studios with Edem Senano, co-chair of the Citizens Movement Against Corruption, and Dr. Brenya as well to engage a bit more. Roland, take it over now.
That's a good one there. And we also do know that while you're following us, you have to get interactive. So make sure that you touch base with us. We have TV3 Ghana on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can also watch us live through the DSTV channel 279. And as you do that, make sure each post that you see, you comment and add the hashtag Election Command Center. And of course, we've seen so far that we've had trickling in many of these polling station results, but they all come to a head at least in the next 1 hour or two, as relayed to you by Martin Isiedu Date. When we get to have the full constituency result, we have projected that we're likely to have many of the results coming from northern Ghana because of the smaller voter population numbers we have there, and then we'll come to the middle belt and likely come to the coastal areas of our country. But in the meantime, let me just introduce my guest in the studio, a senior lecturer history and political studies, the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Dr. Edward Brenya is right here. How are you, sir? Yeah, it's been a while. We haven't met in ages. And somebody who's always fighting corruption, Edem Senanu, co-chair of the Citizens Movement Against Corruption. How are you too? Yeah, usually we'll see him on Zoom, but today he's here physically. But from what you have observed the last 12 hours, what will be your summary remarks so far?
Let me first of all extend my greeting to Ghanaians and to congratulate everyone for going to the polls. I think so far I would want to say that the process seems to have been somehow peaceful. We are hearing a glimpse of issues happening, which I don't think that that's serious. We are hoping that normally when it gets to this time, that is where things tend to turn around and we see riots and others. We are hoping that the security agencies are in place, and just as we have a peaceful voting process, that in the end we'll have a peaceful counting process and the winner will be declared.
As part of the narrative, I believe for the leading politically exposed person, especially you have John Dramani Mahama of the NDC and also the incumbent President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The narrative was that it looks like this time around the electioneering have been issue-based. Would you also take same cue?
Well, I mean, looking at the context, it's been a very subdued electoral season. Not as much of the energy we've seen in previous election years.
Okay, we seem to have some difficulty with your sound there. We'll try and rectify that. But that same question goes to you, Dr.
Yes, I think broadly, yes, we would want to say that the election process had been issue-based. But there are very interesting dynamics when it comes to the kind of issues and the way they've trickled out. You realize that unlike in previous elections where we have had the mainstream media play a big role in terms of dissemination of information, this time the social media had come in to sort of become an avenue for disseminating information. So yes, issues, but the kind of issues that are dominated would vary depending upon where you are looking at where the issue is being disseminated.
No, it's quite interesting and a point you make there as far as the sort of information that is disseminated and how social media is playing a key role. And we also do know that social media played a key role in trying to disseminate the information on corruption-related actions, whether there were allegations, especially against the incumbent president, his actions in office and those of his assigns. That also means that we have to broaden the discussion to include the voter population, especially looking at the ages 18 to 35 or even 18 to 45 years. In the current register we do have 18 to 45-year-olds, sum up to in excess of some 12.6 million. If you look at 18 to 35, we're looking in the numbers of some 9.3 million. It also means that they'll be bogged down with issues of unemployment, underemployment, attrition rates, difficulties with finding the right type of rentals, education, etc. Do you think beyond today, we should be perhaps more committed to issues that affect such population groupings?
Absolutely. I think that there's been a disconnect between the reality of the figures, the demographics. If you look at the 2016 elections, the data shows that 61% of the voter population was the bracket 18 to 35. That's the youthful bracket according to our definition. 22% of that were first-time voters. Now, any political party that did not take that into consideration in targeting what issues it would focus on, in making sure that at the various venues it went to, you were looking out for that youthful population to engage them and to understand what was on their minds and therefore speak to those issues. That certainly will be an issue for you in this election. And going forward, much more so, you will find that that youthful population is the one determining who actually gets the crown in whichever election we are talking about. So it's a very important, as much as 61% in the last election and 22% of that were first-time voters. We cannot ignore the youth demographic of our nation and the data that we have statistically.
Well, it's interesting the point he makes. The reality is the commitment from the politically exposed persons, the parties themselves, and the policies intended, do they really solve the problems that this demographic or groupings have?
If we want to see how the political parties are paying attention to these demographics, you should look at what has in the last days become the focus of discussion when it comes to this election. We are saying that election is issue-based. And when we drill down on the issue, you are saying that it's education. But when you go down to the education, you realize that it's not about what was happening in 2016, where Nana-Addo was talking about free SHS, and then John Dramani Mahama was talking about progressive free SHS. Now what is happening is that the two parties are looking at what happened to those that have gone through the free SHS. So the focus of the education policy is more on tertiary. Right? After the NDC releases its manifesto that it talks about free education at the tertiary level, then NPP comes in to talk about scholarship at the tertiary level. Now we've moved away from talking about whether or not John Dramani Mahama is going to keep the free SHS to who is going to make sure that these individuals actually move on in life. That is, they are not just left out after they have completed the free SHS.
For you, is it good or bad?
It is good. It is good for Ghana. It's good for the youth. It is something that is now drawing the attention of policymakers to this demographic and how important they should take these demographics.
If we have to move the conversation forward, then definitely the elections have ended. The one who will win is definitely winning and has won even already. But the commitments would have to be made by way of the policy interventions, etc. What would you want to see a year from now, 4 years into the next term?
Well, we have said over and over again that it is the private sector that drives the economy. Now, if you want to talk about that youthful demographic, for example, the key issue would be employment. I don't think that at the moment that the manifestos nor the discussions have sufficiently dwelt on the issue of employment and what should be done.
Even across board?
Across board. I don't think that enough of an emphasis. We've had big projects, each of them has spoken about. We're going to give thousands of jobs. But we don't want these things that are one-off interventions. You want to have a systematic, sustainable system that allows over time that we're going to make sure that the jobs are being created in all spaces and areas of the economy. In that thinking, we keep talking about enabling environment. What are the specifics of the enabling environment? What are the kind of things that will make private sector grow, especially in a year moving into 2021 when we had COVID? Many, some companies have done well, but many have not done as well. What is the opportunity for companies to access funding? What is the opportunity for people who've lost jobs to find other areas where they can get employment and take care of themselves and their families? We need to be looking more seriously at economic indicators that will enable private sector continue to expand, that will allow new people to start new jobs, start new businesses, and therefore expand the space for people who need jobs in order to take care of themselves. I think that that's the kind of policy intervention we'll be expecting from whoever takes over, that we're thinking through what we can do to make sure that new businesses can start, they can thrive, they can grow, they can employ more people. Existing businesses, those who are struggling can get access to funding, they can have market opportunities and expand. That kind of focus is the direction that we ought to be taking.
If we say we want to copy some of the best democracies or some of the best developed economies, it also means that at least our pattern of development should have been cloned like theirs. You take the Chinese, they have what they call the Belt and Road Initiative. So artificially they've built linkages to all economies in Africa, the rest of the developing world. They take everything out. If you go to the US, they have a lot of their reserves there. So Donald Trump may shout all he wants, but he also knows that he's going to pay for it one way or the other. What really is our development part? What's our strategy towards our development partners or even our own on the continent?
It's very unfortunate that several years after we claim to have been independent, we are one way or the other still sort of chasing these leaders. I think it was at 3v3 when the president came. I was actually in this studio, and the president talked about Ghana Beyond Aid. And I remember very well, I think it was with Okansios, and I asked the question that I want a better explanation of what that Ghana Beyond Aid means.
You think it's amorphous?
Yes, because what does it mean? Can you explain it to me today?
It's depending on yourself.
Exactly.
Not depending on the white man or an imperialist economy.
But can we, in the 4 years that the president had been in office, say that we are really dependent on ourselves as a nation?
Well, we've just given a verdict. I'm sure.
Yes, so
we'll get to know whether we believe
I would rather say that it's a rhetorical question that I asked. But what I'm trying to say that if we are serious and we need to move on, then we should be looking at what is it that we can do as a nation. We should stop continuously sort of mimicking what the developed countries are doing, because we can do it better than what they are doing. One area that I think that we could probably do well, which unfortunately we are not doing, is in the area of agriculture. We've not made agriculture attractive to the ordinary Ghanaian, to the youth, to get into agriculture.
How so?
What would be, I mean, if someone goes to school, a graduate that graduates with a first degree, what is it that we have in our curriculum that motivates them to go into agriculture? That aside, those that are already there, the farmers, what is it that they are showing, the state is helping them to show, that motivates someone who needs to go into agriculture? If we are creating avenue, you talked about the private sector, you talked about markets for products, whether in the productive sector or the agriculture. If indeed government is making mechanization of agriculture, if government is making it lucrative for the ordinary person to go in and know that I can go into agriculture with my first degree and come out successfully, knowing very well that I'll do well with an engineer who goes into the field and probably get a car, get a house, then I will find it worthy to go into agriculture, but that's not what is happening.
But Mr. Sanon, you're not proud to this voting period. The conversation out there, maybe not the bigger population or demographic, but especially for those who live in Accra, Kumasi, and so-called middle-class people, was that because you understand that sort of narrative. Is it a narrative that gives the indication maybe they feel that the ruling class or the elite have no sense of responsibility, or perhaps just don't empathize with the needs of that population we've been talking about?
Well, I think that it is obviously a sense with which people are checking out, and they're checking out because the political experiment we are engaged in does not appear to have given them the dividends that they expect. One is expecting that when you move, you vote one party in and we'll vote it out and bring another party in, there should be substantive change. And they are not seeing that change translate tangibly into what they earn monthly and so on and so forth. But let me take a step back to your previous question to him, which I want to give some input into. That I think that there are some pluses that we ought to be focusing on as we move on.
Like what?
There's an African Free Continental Area.
The AfTA.
The AfTA. Okay. That gives us immense opportunity. And I'm saying so because if we looked at a focus on local economic development, our national economies are aggregations of local economies. If we paid more attention to what is happening within the districts, what is the hub of the economic activity and how we ensuring that those economic activities are doing well, then we'll see that expansion at the national level.
How does
now,
that...
feeding into that is the issue of, for me, value addition. See, the bulk of our exports, where we're making foreign exchange and that's what shores our economy up, it's really raw material exports. And Ghana, out of many other African countries, is really blessed with so many things that we could be adding value to. It's in that context where if we're getting things like 1D, 1F right, then you find that all of a sudden local economies will be booming, revenues will be coming in, domestic revenue will go up, there'll be extra money for people to now look at other businesses. And these local economies expanding will then reflect on the national economy. And so it's from that context that I think that there are opportunities, but you need a kind of human resource who will be focused and deliver on translating that change. We have not seen that happen so far.
Okay, we'll try and wrap up in our last line of questions and go back to Alfred. But the thing is, for example, for the young people or the young voters in Ododiodio, the English you just spoke, how does that really give them hope, knowing that, one, they don't have the right sort of educational skill, two, they are in the difficult state already they are in, and this sort of ACFTA really doesn't take care of them or doesn't take them into recognition. So what should be the alternative then, beyond giving them what would not target the down people, but will always target the top people? So people in Odododo, in my home state, in Ashaiman, for example.
You see, Roland, there's something that I get worried anytime we try to create a situation that puts, let me say, our entrepreneurs into direct competition with those at the top. I mean, how well is somebody who is producing in Ghana going to be able to compete well with a company that produces in China?
It's not possible.
It is not possible, and because of that, if government...
The Chinese are human beings.
They are human beings, but we are talking about capital and unit cost, right? It is cheaper for people, I mean, getting to this election. A lot of t-shirts were imported from China because of unit cost. It is cheaper to import from China. I asked one guy...
Well, are you closer to any other politician?
I asked somebody who actually bought t-shirts for one of the political parties, and I said, well, you could have done it.
And didn't buy locally.
He said, I imported from China because I'm going to get good quality and I'm going to get it at a cheap cost.
Well,
so is government ready to provide that capital?
Right. So this the side of the conversation, moving forward after this election, what do we need to be doing, and how do we have our politicians really committed to the population and the promises that they gave during the electioneering or the campaigns? Is where we go to Aboso Ikan, and at Aboso Ikan we have my colleague Wendy Lai there to give us some latest. Over to you, Wendy. We have Wendy Lai there. We'll try as much as possible, get all the latest updates also from the ground. But it's where we ask a couple of questions before we go back to the main studio. But Mr. Senanu, if we look at the related issues of governance, transparency, they've dominated the discussions, or they dominated the discussions until now. Now we have a special prosecutor office to be filled. We also have a posture of politicians which don't seem to inure to what their main objectives are in terms of making sure they curb corruption. Should we be worried that it's more sentimental by way of what they talk than the actions they offer when in office?
Absolutely, that's an issue of integrity. And we are seeing that a lot more these days. There's one theory we have in research, which is called the fundamental attribution error, where you have somebody who, when somebody else is doing the wrong thing, they're able to point at you and say you're doing the wrong thing. When it comes to themselves, they don't see that they're doing the wrong thing. And we're seeing too much of that. It suggests to us that as a society, the value systems that we have nurtured, young people growing up, have not been strong value systems. And for me, the question is, what's brand Ghana? What is the product that we can describe as the Ghanaian citizen? And how are we making sure that the Ghanaian who is growing up, whether this generation or the next generation, has those core set of values which they will put on display, which they will work with, whether you find them in the marketplace or in the presidency, or you find them in a security agency or somewhere. We need to work much harder at ensuring that the next generation have core values that they will maintain. It doesn't matter where they are. So when the person says that, look, I'm going to be fighting corruption, it's going to be my number one issue, all the other things align with that. We don't have a situation where it seems like your loyalty to me matters much more than whether I protect the public purse or not. And I think that we've suffered from that quite recently, and that's not too good for us as a nation.
I don't know whether then my next question is a follow-up question or not, because there was a refrain, especially on social media, that voters found themselves between a rock and a hard place, in a catch-22 situation. So it was more like they had to choose between the lesser of two evils. Well, do you think that was the narrative?
Well, I think that would probably come from the issues as they play out from 2016 to now. Interestingly, and I'm so glad that I have the
anti-corruption man here.
Interestingly, in 2016, we saw corruption play out as a key issue.
In the campaign.
In the campaign.
In fact, it was the number one issue.
It was a number one issue.
Actually, it was the yardstick of benchmark by which we voted.
Why is it not playing out this time?
I don't
know. A big question. Now, some are saying, well, the NDC is not doing enough in pointing out some of the issues that have come up, which I totally disagree. I disagree with the fact that NDC is doing enough. I mean, issues have even come up that in itself does not even require the NDC to do that. But the one that propagated the corruption issue against the ex-government have found itself in the same issue that it makes it very difficult for corruption to be brought up as an issue. Well, probably the NDC could have done better, and I think they did it to some extent. Unfortunately, I put the blame on the media. Probably the media did not help in propagating or amplifying that voice. Because the things that were leveled, the kind of corruptions, the kind of thing that we thought that the current administration was coming to address in terms of corruption did not happen. And if finally, or if we thought that everything was an allegation, the resignation of the special prosecutor, with all the thing that was written, give a signal that things are really going wrong. So you see, it becomes an issue like, yes, once I want to get you out of the seat, I'm going to point out all the bad things, and just as you said, the moment I come in, I do the same thing, but I can't see it because it is not for me to see it. And that's, I think, what is the issue. The issue is
Mr. Senator, so post this election, does it mean that as a society we have lost the moral rights to pat ourselves on the back to say that, look, we're ethical, we're not corrupt? Is it because our value systems are poor, or now?
I think I think that that's a battle we may be losing if we don't pay attention. Because you see, we've gone through the same cycle, and we've seen it happen over and over again. It tells us that it's not about a party A or party B. They are likely to do the same thing. And it says, go back to the roots. It means that the people you have, that's the quality. It probably is a reflection of what we are developing.
Well, I have to break in there. Well, we have some news coming in from the wires. It looks like we have some casualty already. It looks like my two guests here are some soothsayers or prophets. But let's go back to Alfred and see what the latest news is.
Thank you for staying with your election. Reporter monitoring this event for us at the Wutu Senya constituency specifically. So, if
okay, right on, absolutely, Martin. As you put it right there, clearly, what's happening there, and we understand the Wutu Senya East constituency. Rosina Foster is there. Rosina, can you hear me? Now, we understand there's been another shooting incident. Hello, Rosina, can you hear me? Rosina Foster is at Kaswa, in fact, in the Wutu Senya East constituency. That's the Kaswa polling station there. Rosina, if you can hear me, good evening to you. Can you confirm that there's been another shooting incident there?
Yes, Alfred, I can hear you. There's been another shooting incident at Wutu Senya West constituency. The first one happened at Ewutu Senya East. This one took place at Ewutu Senya West, precisely at one of the police stations at Obratre. This is also located in the Ewutu Senya West constituency. We understand that around 5 p.m. when counting of the ballots was about to start, a gentleman on a motorbike came into one of the police stations in an attempt to snatch the box from the EC officials. The police officer on duty fired a gunshot, which led to his death at the police station. So his body has been transferred to the Winneba Government Hospital. That is what we know that now.
So this person who sustained the gunshot wounds, we understand, has died?
Yes, he died instantly at the police station. He came in on a motorbike in an attempt to snatch away the ballot box. He was gunned down by the police officer on duty.
And what's the situation now at that particular polling station after this incident?
There are a lot of military personnel around these two constituencies, Ewutu Senya East and Ewutu Senya West, because of the incident that happened in the afternoon at the Steps to Christ police station. So they built up security over there. We have a lot of military personnel around now. Because of the counting, they were anticipating a lot of these issues happening. And you know, this area is kind of a rural. They have a lot of rural areas around this place. So there are lots of incidents of tax, land tax and everything. So they had to come in with a lot of the security officials to beef up security. This is how come they were able to contain the situation at Obratre when the gentleman came in an attempt to snatch away the ballot box. We understand it was
I see. Now, Rosina, I know that you've been to the Ewutu Senya East constituency as well, where the earlier incident happened. Before you left the place, how are the people reacting to this, especially the residents and the voters who had wanted to come and observe the process of counting in that particular area?
You know, when the incident happened, they had a number of military personnel deployed to many parts of the constituency. So it brought a bit of calm to the areas. They had confidence. They came in back to vote and everything. So everything is calm over here now. People are even wary of their comments and everything because of the presence of these security officials. They brought in a lot of these military people. So it put some fear in some of these individuals who would want to foment trouble. Voting has gone on smoothly after the incident and counting has begun. We are currently closer to the police coalition center at Ewutu Senya East. But most of the police stations have finished counting their ballot papers and people have started jubilating, but also in a measured attempt not to foment trouble because they are afraid of what the police persons will do if they try to do anything that is contrary to what the law says.
Rosina, appreciate your time and this update. Thank you very much. Rosina Foster just giving details of that breaking news just coming through. Another shooting incident in this time around Ewutu Senya West constituency. And at the Obratre polling station, and someone came there trying to snatch a ballot box. The police gunned him down and he died instantly. That is the information coming in. And this follows what happened in the Ewutu Senya East constituency earlier in the day when gunshots were fired as well. 2 persons sustained gunshot wounds in the Ewutu Senya East constituency incident that happened earlier in the day. And the updates we're just getting now is that another incident in the Ewutu Senya West constituency has led to the death of this young man who tried to snatch a ballot box. The police reacted and gunned him down. We understand he has died. And Martin is here to that. Martin is connecting with Wendy Lai now to get an update of what's happening where she is now. Martin.
It seems as if the Ewutu constituency or the
that
Wuti
particular enclave
seems to have a lot of gunshot.
Absolutely, and there's reason for this. There's precedence.
Yes.
I mean, prior to today, we knew what happened during the registration period.
Yes.
And our security analyst and the lawyer was explaining earlier that if action had been taken and people were punished to serve as a deterrent, that could have at least addressed the situation of people who are harboring these thoughts prior to today. And what we're seeing in the constituency, a very, very worrying development there.
But certainly it's a story that we are keeping an eye on for you. We'll try and get the identity of the gentleman in question, and maybe the police investigation might be able to trail who his sponsors were, who advised him to undertake that unwise decision. But the latest is that he's been gunned down. Let's go to Wendy Lai now. Wendy, thank you. If you can hear us, where exactly are you? What can you report? All right, so on your screens now, that's what Wendy is bringing us. There seems to be some misunderstanding where she is. It has to do with the counting and the declaration of the polling station results. She'll be joining us shortly. Wendy, yes, we can hear you.
National reporter, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm using another phone for the Zoom.
No problem, Wendy. We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, so we're currently live at Apostle Pine, the Good Hope Hostel, and there's some confusion here because after the counting, there was a suggestion that the ballot papers should be put in a vehicle of an MPP member, and some of the party agents and also voters here got very angry about the decision. So while that was happening, the police here called the patrol team vehicle, and the matter is in a way being resolved because they are no longer going in the MPP members vehicle, but they are going in the patrol team car. And as you can see, the vehicle is about moving now to the collation center. This is the reason why voters here were angry and are still angry because they think the matter should have been dealt properly. The decision to put the ballot boxes in an MPP member's vehicle brought about this confusion. And the police here called for some reinforcements. The patrol vehicle is in, and now they are transporting the ballot boxes to the collation center at the Odoko police station.
Right, Wendy, we saw some persons getting on board that vehicle. Are those party representatives who are going with the ballot boxes? Hello, Wendy. Unfortunately, we seem to have lost connection with...
So finally, the matter has been resolved. The vehicle has moved, the patrolling vehicle has moved, and they're heading straight to the collation center. There was confusion because a suggestion was made that the ballot boxes will be sent to via an MPP member's vehicle, and a lot of people disagreed with that, and that brought about some confusion. But I think tempers are calm now. The police patrol team came in, and they are moving the ballot boxes in their buckets.
All right, thank you very much, Wendy Lai.
But aside that, there was another issue, about two issues here during the counting for Good Hope polling station B. While they were done counting, they realized that one of the ballot papers was missing. After doing a thorough search, they noticed that the serial number, which is C170001857, was not printed. So it wasn't part of the bulk of ballot papers. And I think that
unfortunately, we seem to have lost that connection to Wendy Lai. We certainly will be bringing you the latest regarding what's happening in the latter part of the counting process and the declaration of the results at the various polling stations. We're swinging from Wendy straight to the Ododo-Diodio constituency. My colleague Komla Adom is there and has joined us. Komla, what
came in and took the ballot paper away, but
it seems Wendy is still... Still speaking, yeah.
Well, I would try to connect with Komla. And this Abossey-Okai area is in the Ablekuma Central constituency, where Nate Ebenezer Gilbert Nina is the MPP candidate there, and you have Abdul Latif Daniel of the NDC, Adonu Kwabena Benjamin of the Ghana Union Movement, and an independent candidate. In fact, you have Apia Dankwa Samuel, who's an independent candidate. The NDP also has a parliamentary candidate, Christabel Che, who is the candidate for the NDP in the Ablekuma Central constituency. And that particular situation that Wendy painted earlier has also, from what we understand, generated a lot of reaction as well in many parts of the constituency. But we also have some news just coming through from the Western North region. We understand that 2 people have died in a motorbike accident during jubilation in the Western North region, specifically the Dadieso area. We understand this is just news coming through. 2 people have died in a motorbike accident during jubilation in the Western North region, Dadieso area specifically. That is the information that we are getting now.
Right.
Martin.
Yes, certainly. And we're told that Komla Adom is at Dododiodio, where we actually have tagged it the Battle of the Nilantes between Nilante Vanderpoel and Nilante Bannerman. Komla, what can you report from where you are?
Well, Martin, as I speak, this is the City Engineers Coalition Center for the Udododiodo constituency. So this is where all the materials are going to be brought and are going to be collated. You'll notice in my background that there is some sort of tension because all the polling officials are trying to find their way into the process where they go ahead and form long queues so they can submit their results from the various polling centers in the constituency. So that is what it is right now. Let me just quickly take you around. I'll show you the various centers here. So when you get here, you find that there are some polling centers already set up here. And then there are the other individuals who are bringing their results from the various polling centers. And then there is the projector which is going to be displaying the result, the constituency election results on the projector for everybody to see. So that is what you find there. You also find that there are some pockets of polling centers originally in this particular collation center, which are still wrapping up their collation and their counting and the figures, tabulating the figures, etc. That's what is happening now here at the City Engineers Collation Center. But Martin, I'll quickly run you through a couple of the results that have come through, provisional results, I have to say, that have come through so far from this particular constituency. And so you have right here where we are, which is the Coalition Center, the City Engineers Coalition Center. We have City Engineers Polling Center number 3A. It has the provisional results, the parliamentary level, the NDC polling some 210 votes compared to the MPP's 154, and GUM polling 3 votes. CPP didn't record any votes in this place. Also the presidential provisional result, the NDC polled some 223 votes, the MPP 136, GUM got some 2 votes, and then rejected ballots were 4. So this is the City Engineers number 3A polling center. Now when you come to City Engineers number 1A polling center, we have the provisional result, the parliamentary, NDC polling some 322 votes compared to the MPP's 202 votes. And then for the presidential, professionally, the NDC has scored some 344 votes compared to the MPP's 178. And then GUM polling 2, APC polling 1, and GFP polling 1 as well. So these are the some of the polling centers. Here are the coalition center proper that are still tabulating their results and the provisional results that have come through so far. But Martin, earlier, I was at the Rashidain Islamic and English School polling center, which had some 4 individual polling centers that were, they were split. So there are now 4 polling centers in all. Out of the 4, 3 of them had their results declared before a scuffle broke out. Some chaos broke out there. And then the last polling center was unable to declare its result. And so the ballot box was whisked to the coalition center right here. And so we're expecting that particular declaration will be done when all is said and done here. Martin, you will also be interested in knowing that on our way to the coalition center, there's this particular area which witnessed the clash between the NPP and the NDC supporters a month ago, just right here in Jamestown. Believe you me, there was another incident right at the same spot where the two factions were going at each other, bottles were flying, stones were being pelted left, right, and center. Anybody that came into the center of it was affected. I saw some of the young men being beaten up to pulp, and we are told three of them sustained injuries in that incident. They had to invite the police, the immigration service, and the military to restore calm around there before we moved to the collision center. So that's just in summary what's been happening around here in the Ododo constituency of a Greater Accra region. We're expecting in a short time the scores of polling officials who are trying to find their way into the collision center will get in, submit their results and their pink sheets to the electoral officials here. So the tabulation can be done quickly so we can have a projection of the results on the projector right here. So Martin, that's the sense of what's been happening here at the City Engineers Collision Center.
Yeah, but Komla, before you leave, I was about to actually praise the Ododo for at least, apart from just the verbal back and forth, we hadn't recorded any serious incidents until the last part of your report. Talk to us about the presence of security, having known over the last few months that it was a flashpoint. What is the presence of security like?
Well, Martin, let me begin from what you see on your screens right now. So right here, we have a horde of police officials as well as immigration officials trying to get the polling officials to properly find a way into the collision center so this process will begin. So that's just a sense of how the situation has been. It's been heavy deployments across various polling centers. And Martin, I have to quickly add that sometime during the day around 4 p.m., just around the polling center I was covering, there was a major incident. There were a number of, I think, 15 well-built young men who raced through that particular polling center, raising a lot of questions. So the opposition party wasn't too clear, didn't understand why such young people will be going through polling centers. Now, the allegation is that they've been terrorizing and intimidating some voters, and it caused a major scuffle. They had to deploy hordes of police and military to the area before some semblance of calm was restored there. So you would imagine that security was big on the day right here in the constituency, because of course we know that it's been earmarked as a flashpoint. The police assured us earlier in the morning that they are going to make their presence felt at every nook and cranny in the constituency. They were going to carry out regular patrols, which is what they did. They had a standby team from the FPU, which was also available. And we also had the immigration service as well as the police and fire. So it was big security on the ground here in the constituency.
Thank you so much for that report, Komla Adom from the Ododo constituency. This is your election command center. We are keeping our eyes and ears on almost every development happening across the country for you. We are swinging straight. We know a lot of you have also been talking on social media. We're going straight to the West Wing to find out what some of the comments have been and how the polls closed and what the reactions have been. Miriam, take it over. What's happening? What are people saying?
Very much, Martin. So, yes, we know the votes are coming in from the 38,622 polling station. But what would also not stop coming in is the conversation on social media. So much is happening. But you know that if you're looking for a credible source, then you should use the hashtag Election Command Center. Topping the trends on Twitter is definitely this name, John Dumelo. Now, you can imagine that it's a name that a lot of people want to know what the final outcome would be. You take this tweet, for instance, from King Hulu. It says, I call it the Ayawaso El Clasico, all eyes on Dumelo. He better win because Agenda Boy starts the draft tweet. Hashtag Election Day, hashtag Ghana Elections 2020. And there's so much more. Of course, Sada here says, Mr. John Dumelo, Ayawaso West Wuogon people, day for you. You will be victorious. Okay, so this is a retweet from a tweet that was sent in yesterday. There's a lot of conversation around Dumelo and Lydia for obvious reasons, if you've been following this trend for a while. But let's go to our own, the Election Command Center. The message on peace stands out in most of our tweets now because, of course, we know that counting is underway, and during this time it can be a little shaky. So a tweet that was sent in a while back says, "We stand for peace." And of course, you can follow the social media handle. This is a picture that was taken earlier on when the musician Stonebwoy went to cast his vote in Ashaiman. Now, I'll take you to our Facebook page. What you see here are pictures of how the Election Command Center today has captured the election. Now, it starts from the morning where we capture what the day was looking like before people went to, cast the vote. And as you can see in here, former captain of the Black Stars, Stephen Appiah, casting his vote earlier on in the day. Of course, this is a very beautiful picture that I'm very, very fond of. Nobody is left out. Not the mothers. Nothing will stop, a voter who's willing to cast a vote to do that. And that's exactly what we have captured in this picture as well. You go to the Electoral Commission Twitter handle and you realize that they have been very, 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 very active. When there were issues in the Wutu Senya, they were quick to respond. When candidate Mahama, one of the, the security details had issues with identifying, identifying his name in the register, the EC was quick to respond to that. And when they do, they will post it immediately. For instance, you see this tweet here announcing the end of votes around 5 p.m. And then it goes on to also every now and then post, quick rules that you should observe. That was when voting was underway. Like I mentioned earlier on, when the NDC presidential candidate's bodyguard had issues with identifying or finding his name in the register, they were quick to resolve it and they posted it here as well. Another handle we should keep an eye on is the Ghana Police handle. Now, the Ghana Police Service has definitely been very, very active. I'm going to refresh it, and if the internet would allow us, we'll see the recent tweets. Now, three hours ago, they posted pictures of voting, underway steadily and peacefully across the country. And then they assured that voting had resumed at places where the process was halted for the rainstorm. You recall that somewhere in Ketu, there was some rain earlier on, and so voting halted. But when it resumed, obviously, the Ghana Police Service handle did justice to that by announcing it on the handle. And then we'll take a look at the leading candidates. Between President Akufo-Addo and ex-President John Dramani Mahama, well, you'd have to do your own assessment to come to a conclusion on who has been most active. But one thing is for sure, both have been very, very, very active on Twitter. This is a post that was tweeted by the president and Arago. It says, "It's time to be vigilant, follow the counting process closely, protect the ballot." And if you go on the handle, you'd notice that the president had been updating, his following about what he's been up to. 50 minutes to the end of a post. That was a post he put up when voting or polls were coming to a close. He did the same 30 minutes to the end of a poll. So he's been engaging his following to know what's going on. And I think that's a good thing. You look at John Dramani Mahama. His very last post was 3 hours ago, and it says, "More to go, time to move your polling center. Move to your polling center now to cast your vote for change." So this was earlier on. I think that if we refresh his page, we'll notice that he put up a post about the closing of a post. Okay, well, so there it is. 3 hours ago, the same one. The time is now. This is the call for the following to go to the polling stations again and witness counting. There's so much happening, but again, because there's so much information on social media platform, you should make it a point that you're following the hashtag Election Command Center for nothing but credible news on the feed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Miriam, for that update on what's happening on social media on our social pulse. Thank you so much. We're going straight into our discussions again, and as time goes on, we'll be going around the country again to pick the final lap of what's happening across the country. We're giving you an analysis of swing regions. Hitherto, it used to be 4. In fact, we had the Bono region, the Bono Ahafo region as part of the swing regions, but that has been split into 3. So we are leaving that region out for now. Special analysis will be done on that. But if you look at the voting trends from 92 to 2016, some regions have stuck to their guns. And then as and when either the message or the individual involved suits them, they vote or they change the voting pattern. And we have 2 statisticians with us who will be helping us make better sense of those numbers. And so quickly, we started from the Western region, which has currently also been split to Western and Western North. How is that going to turn out for the 2020 elections? But if you watch, as from 1992 to 2016, they have changed the pattern of voting. 92-96, they voted for the NDC, or the NDC won that region. Between 2000 and 2008, and runoffs in between, the NPP has dominated that region quite strongly. Then from 2012, the NDC had an upper hand again. Then in 2016, the NPP took over. If you look at the specific numbers, I'm sure our statisticians can help us crunch it better. Because if you look at 2000, for instance, Western region, it was 150,508 votes. But after the runoff in 2000 it was 87,438. Then there was runoff and it went up to 150, meaning that the other parties that did not go into the runoff supported one candidate. And this time around, it looked as if they supported the NPP and they won. Central region, which has also been tagged as one of the swing regions, and following the numbers, the NDC won 92-96. 2000, 2004, the NPP took over that region. Then from 2008 and 2012, the NDC took it over again. And in the last election in 2016, the NPP won. If you look at the 2012 number and the 2016 number, that's quite a marginal increase in the number of persons that voted in terms of from 62,239 to 91, almost 100,000 votes going to the NPP when they won the central region. And that's the difference in score. Let's come to the Greater Accra region, which is in this particular election one of the most interesting regions to look at. And from some of the reports you've already seen, looks as if in the next few hours we'll be getting very interesting numbers coming in. But from the trends, 92, 96, certainly the NDC had won that region, and clearly it was because it was the early days of our fourth democracy. So the then NDC, which was the main party in power, won. And in 2000 up until 2004, the next two elections after the 2096 election, the NPP took over, and these are the numbers. So the 2000 are there and the 2008 are, those are the runoffs that had to happen, and then the NPP won. Then between 2008 and 2012, the NDC stood strong in the Greater Accra region. 2016, the NPP took it over, and look at the gap over there from 2012 to 2016, 115,964 for the NDC when they won in 2012. But in 2016, the NPP took it over and won by some 116,109. So I'm going back to the Data Hub, where Bella Mundi has our two statisticians to chew on these numbers and make better sense out of them for us. Bella.
Thank you so much, Martin. And of course, I still have here Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante. He's a senior lecturer, Department of Political Science, University of Ghana. And Dr. Ezekiel Norte is from the Department of Statistics and Actuarial Science. He's a senior lecturer there as well at the University of Ghana. And yes, it's time for us to talk about the swing regions and looking at the data that Martin has just put out. First of all, we want to understand how the Bono region, of course, now splits. It was the Brong-Ahafo region, now split to Bono, East and Ahafo. How that fell out of the swing regions, and again, what the numbers indicate looking at the other three swing regions that we have.
Great. Bella, thank you. When you look at the former Brong-Ahafo, it was actually made up of the current three regions carved out from the Brong-Ahafo. They are Ahafo, Bono, and Bono East.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at the trends, Ahafo and Bono East had always gone in favor of MPP.
Okay.
And then Bono goes in favor of NDC. And that has been repeated over time. And so the swingness had actually been destroyed out of that. Yes. And then when you look at the Western region, there have been changes. You know, we defined our swing as a change from one party to the other and another change again. If there had been just one change, and it doesn't change again, then it becomes dominant for the one that it changed to.
I see.
So we don't classify it as a swing. But if it changed and it changed again, then that shows the swingness.
But looking at the history of the Western region, they voted more for the NPP than the NDC. That doesn't matter?
Exactly. So you would see that in NDC won in 1992 and 96. And thereafter, it was won by NPP till 2008. And then 2012, it changed. So it means that it has changed again.
Okay.
Okay? And then 2016, it changed again. So that is the swingness we are talking about.
I see. Let's go to the Central region now and what that also says. And of course, we'll juxtapose that to some results that are coming in and what you think could be the reason. So Central region.
Right. So Central region has also typically been one of the main swing regions, and it hasn't changed. It is the same Central region we know. So it has that characteristic that NDC has won a number of times, NPP has won a number of times.
Okay.
And they have changed like changing of baton from one end to the other, and it changed the game. And similarly, Greater Accra also has the same. Accra has the same structure
as the Central region.
As the Central region.
Now, will that change? Looking at the dynamics now, do you think that this is going to change in a bit, or are we going to see a likely vote for the NPP again? Looking at the repetition from the previous years on the board.
Yes, our projection actually is pointing to a marginal win in Greater Accra for NPP. Marginally.
Marginally, but they're still going to maintain. But you see, Greater Accra in 2016, the difference was 16,000. That was quite a huge difference.
Quite a huge.
You don't think that we are going to get this much?
Yeah, this time we are thinking it will be smaller.
What could be the reason?
Well, a number of factors.
Okay.
You know, if we had earlier on discussed, what do you call it, the voter turnout and incumbency, you would have seen that it's an indicator.
We'll bring that back in shortly when Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante comes.
So you would find out that anytime there's going to be a change or people are tired of the incumbent, the voter turnout goes down.
Okay.
And once it goes down, then it affects the incumbent in winning. Because the one who is challenging, who wants to topple you, would always energize his people to go and vote.
Okay.
But your people are tired of you. So they will just relax. Because they say that, I'll vote for this party. And if I am tired, I will not go.
But is it not too early now to talk about voter turnout for this year, especially because we don't have the statistics coming in like we expect?
Exactly.
Okay.
So currently we cannot say.
Okay.
So we are saying that it's an indicator. Once you have a voter turnout of around 75 to 80%, it means that a retention is likely to happen.
Dr. Asah-Asante, please come in and, bring in the issue of voter turnout. Earlier, you gave us the factors that could lead to an increase or decrease in voter turnout, but also juxtaposing that to the swing regions. How do they play a role?
When you look at the swing region, we are saying it's swing because there are factors that go to change voter behavior very fast. And if you look at the three regions we are talking about, one of the factors that influence the choice of voters in these areas is what? The economy.
Yeah.
Economic survival is necessary, and that people want to take this thing into consideration in deciding who they want to give their power to. So that's a very good factor. Of course, we are saying that when you look at the mobilization theory, that political parties make conscious effort to mobilize people to go and cast their ballot for them. And that is a factor that also helps to define the contours of voting in the swing region.
Okay.
Another factor is what we call the identity theory, where there are a lot at stake, that the contest is so close. So when you see such a situation, right, it throws light on what the swing nature of the regions, and these and other factors go a long way to swing the regions.
Okay, I wish we could have taken a look at the data for the voter turnout over the years, because that also would have given us painted a better picture.
Exactly.
For that.
Because the results have started coming
in.
So we will not be able to get a perfect picture of this. But let's hold on for a while. I'm
Okay.
sure when we begin to have some quantum of vote, we'll be able to tell the direction.
Dr. Notti, you can actually walk to that screen and give us some fair idea of the data or the statistics there. So it's fine.
Right.
You can just go ahead. And I'm here with Dr. Ezekiel Notti, and he is a senior lecturer at the Department of Statistics and Actuarial Science at the University of Ghana. And Dr. Asante is still here with me, and he is a senior lecturer, Political Science Department at the University of Ghana. So, Dr. Ezekiel Notti, where are we moving on to next? What will we be seeing from the swing regions?
So,
what other data would you be showing us? And yes, we'll be talking about strongholds, and also we'll take a look at the stronghold for the NPP.
Right.
Now, exactly the fact that the Eastern region and the Shanti region, of course, according to our professors, are the strongholds for the NPP. And then the rest of the 9 constituencies, taking out the swing regions, would leave 9 constituencies that are the strongholds of the NDC as well. How will these all play roles in the 2020 elections, as we're still getting results trickling in from the various polling centers as we move along? But now let's look at the stronghold. Dr. Ezekiel Notti, what can you tell us?
Yes. So you would see that Ashanti region has always gone blue, and I don't think they will change anytime soon, because you will see that they are increasing in the vote difference between the NDC and the MPP. In 2016, the difference in their performance is over 1 million. You know, so it means that they are actually widening the gap.
Yeah, but Doc, what should the expectation be, especially for the Ashanti region in 2020, considering the fact that for the NPP, though it is their stronghold, there seem to be some divisions in those who are contesting. In fact, it is a region with the highest number of independent candidates, which is a major breakaway, 22 of them breaking away from the NPP. Could it affect their numbers? And from the numbers we are hearing, could it give an NDC candidate the chance to slip through, looking at the fact that we use the first past the post system, and the NPP might be losing some numbers to those who've broken away from them?
I find it a bit strange for that to happen. And for this reason, this data set we have is depicting what will happen at the presidential level. So if there are agitations on the parliamentary side, it is not about the president.
It will not affect
So
presidential.
they'll say, yeah, I will vote for the president. But because my candidate was not used, I will vote for another person. So it could affect them at the parliamentary level, but not at the presidential level. And you see that it keeps on increasing. And they are widening the gap. So,
Okay. I think Dr. Asante would also want to touch on this particular issue. Also noting that in the Ashanti region alone, we're told that the voter population increased by about 146,000 more of that. What could be the indication?
When you look at Ashanti region before 2020, the average performance for MPP is 70.7%. And that translates to an upper limit of about 1.7 million, and then a lower limit of about 1.3. If we look at another variable there, it gives you an idea of what, if you look at the NDC performance there, it's about 27%. So when you have a situation where MPP votes are coming down, all right, moving from the over 70% down, then gradually they are pushing the election to a second round. There is a formula that we are using here that when the parties work towards their average, they are pushing the election to a second round. As soon as they move below the average, they are losing the election. And when they go closer to their upper limit, they are winning the election first round. And we are saying that if you look at the NDC, over the years, it's saying that Ashanti region, they are targeting 1 million. The highest they could go is the region of 747,000. All right, 1 million, I'm afraid it will be a difficult task.
Not even in 2020?
We'll hope and see.
All right. Let's take a look at the other strongholds of the NPP as well.
Before we go on, just talking about the statistics and the percentages that Doc just mentioned, we just want to, let our viewers have a better appreciation of that. When you look at from 92, the way the voting has gone in the Ashanti region.
Okay.
So you can tell that clearly, whereas the NDC seems to be, having an undulating and going downwards, the NPP has increased.
Has increased over time.
And talk to us about the percent. So what is the probability? Could this still go up, or the NDC could rather go up in terms of numbers?
Yeah, it's a numbers game. But you could see that from 2012 to 2016, there's an upward trend for MPP. It moved from 71% to 76%. NDC dropped. There was a downward trend. It moved in 2012, 28% to 23%, which is their all-time low, which was
their all-time low was in 2004.
it was in 2004. So almost the all-time low is.
But what can you tell? What accounted for this drop for the NPP in 2008 and in 2012? And how come the NDC was able to make inroads in terms of 2008-2012? They rose marginally as well.
Yes. So you would see that the Ashanti region is also one of the key indicators. Anytime MPP is about winning, they should get around 75%.
More than 70%.
Yeah, once they cross the 75% threshold, it's a win for them. So you would see that happened in 2000. It happened in 2000. It happened in 2004. And then it happened in 2016. Okay. So anytime they go beyond 75%, they are true.
All right. Before you move on, sorry, Martin, but Dr. Asah-Asante had said that he wanted to comment on that particular issue about what could have been the reason why the NPP, lost some numbers at a point.
Yes, it's a feature in Ghanaian politics which has lasted for a very long time. In the 50s, Ashanti region has been very much opposed to the CPP. Recently CPP exists just. You can't find CPP, they are not visible, let me put it that way, in many areas of this country. And remember, NDC, their leaders believe that they are born out of the CPP tradition. And fast forward to 1960s and 1970s, you realize that the Ashanti region has been, very close to the Dankwa-Busia tradition. And the Fourth Republic and Rawlings, emergence of Rawlings in the Fourth Republic and all that, the NDC baggage, all right, in terms of human rights abuse, human rights record, remain indelible in the minds of the people in Ashanti region, and that is why they pay them in that regard. If we look at the PNDC era, a lot of businesses that were destroyed during the Rawlings regime happened in Ashanti region, and remember, in party politics we call identity politics and then party tradition. These are some of the things that influence the choice of voters. And these things, they've never forgiven the NDC and in that regard. And that is why you see their performance keep on dwindling and dwindling.
So if we say politics is about numbers, isn't it pretty interesting that yes, they do turn up, but it doesn't look like those people who turn up to meet these candidates, it doesn't necessarily translate into numbers, does it, Tom? Numbers,
very crucial. But I'm saying that for you to be able to get the numbers, you need the right messages and messages that will resonate with the people. Remember, there are a lot of factors that go into it. Apart from the numbers, party tradition, and rational choice perspective. What is it that when I vote for you, I'll get? Remember, issue of infrastructure development is key. And if you look at studies on Ashanti region, one is the economy that influences their choice, and then infrastructure development. Of course, issue of corruption is also key. So when these things, you don't do it right in Ashanti region, I'm afraid you're going to have your fingers bent.
All right. So let's stay with the strongholds of the NPP. And
yes, so let's walk through Eastern region. You realize that by the definition of swing, some people may classify Eastern regions as a swing. Our definition goes beyond just a changeover. Otherwise, NDC won in 1992 and 1996, and there was a changeover. Ever since, they've voted blue.
They stuck to their guns.
You understand? So if there had been, after 1996, there had been another change, then we will classify it as a swing.
Okay.
But it's not changing anytime soon, and the gap keeps on widening.
Yeah, but you can tell that in 2004 and 2008, the numbers seem to have dropped for the NPP.
Exactly, for the difference. And the reason is that is why I also discussed the voter turnout issue.
Okay.
So if your people are tired, those who vote for you will still vote for you. But if your people are tired, you can't galvanize them to come and vote. And so the difference will drop.
So there should be an expectation that for this year's elections, the numbers would increase based on the fact that more people had registered and then it was a public holiday. So there's a likelihood of an increase in voter turnout, right?
Depending on whether the people still accept incumbency.
But that's the thing, because this is the hometown of the president. And so you'd expect that maybe for that reason, they would want to still continue to vote for him in higher numbers. Is that what we should expect?
It doesn't always work like that. If we say that, then we want to also assume that when Professor Mills was a candidate, he would have won in what central region. But we saw what happened. Sometimes it works, but we are saying that when we're talking about strongholds, right, there is a certain identity that people have with a party. There is a certain connection. Yeah, that gives you some. All that we are saying that for you to be able to do well, you need to win very well in your stronghold and go beyond your average in the swing regions. And then in your opponent's swing areas, you should be able to at least have an average performance. If you don't follow that, mapping, I'm afraid, it's going to be difficult for you. But we are saying that, yes, numbers count. I've already said that if you're looking at what numbers is one of the factors, and especially if you look at the age bracket between 18 and 38, we are saying that people in that age bracket are always eager to vote. And that is why if you look at the various manifestos, the political parties, NDC, MPP, decided to design, programs that will really entice the youth so as to get them to vote for them. You saw that. Yeah, paying for university first year education and all that. These are things that attract them.
But that has come late. Is that going to influence to some extent?
No, if you look at the MDC manifesto, it was in from the word go.
Well, we're talking about the free tertiary and the scholarships that have been announced.
The scholarship that came late. But NDC's one, it was in that they were going to pay 50% of the fees. Yes.
Yeah, and right. Let's stay with our strongholds. And although in 2016, the Bono Ahafo region was one, you have split it for us. Explain.
Yes, so great. So what we did was that the existing constituencies that belong to Ahafo were there. So we could just reorganize the data to suit. So we were able to separate Ahafo from Bono East and even Bono.
Okay.
Yes. So we realized that there had been a changeover in both Ahafo and Bono just once, and it doesn't qualify to be a swing because repeatedly after the change, they've always voted blue.
Okay, so just for purposes of clarity, when you take the Bono Ahafo region as of 2016, there were seats that had consistently voted NPP. So they will still stay with NPP. And now that they've been split, the region in which they are now, which is Ahafo, there is a certainty they will still stay with the NPP.
Exactly.
And the same for the Bono East as well.
Exactly.
Okay. Yes, Doc, you wanted to say something about that?
Yes, before even 2020, the average performance for the NDC in Bono Ahafo was 51.16%. And it translates to an upper limit of about 66,000 and over. All right. We are saying that if now that is divided into many parts, all that we are looking forward to that NDC will be able, if they want to really do well, they need to go a little above the average. Once they do that and then perform very well in their strongholds. And today they have about 9 strongholds, OT and the rest. All right. Once they're able to do very well there, then gradually they are pushing the election to a second round.
Do we go now to the strongholds of the NDC?
Of the NDC, yes. So
let's
we're going
take a look
straight
at
to the
that.
Volta region, which in 2016 was fully Volta region, but in 2020 it has split. Right.
Yes.
We do know that the people of OT are watching us and might have particular interest in this. So this is the pattern of how people in the Volta region have voted since '92. Doc, talk to us about these numbers.
Great. So you would see that from 1992 right to 2016, there had been the gap. If you do gap analysis, you will see that the gap keeps on closing over time. What does it mean? It means that NDC's popularity
Is
waning, and MPP is gaining much grounds. But if you split the data, this is all the data put together. But if you split the data into OT, you will realize that these numbers that are increasing, these percentages that are increasing for MPP are actually coming or born out of their performance in OT.
Okay.
The proper or the current voter region would always go green. They would always go green.
I like the qualification of the proper Volta region would always go green. Let's take a look at the hardcore numbers for the region that is the Volta region and how they voted over time. It looks as if the NPP, like you mentioned, have made some substantial inroads. This is a broader one.
These are all the strongholds for NDC.
Okay.
Now you realize that NDC has as many as what? 9 regions. As many as 9 regions being their strongholds.
And are we considering the split regions as well? Or this is the
Yes,
former?
they are all part
All
of
of
it.
it, right.
9. MPP has just 4.
Strongholds.
Okay. But when you aggregate the data together, these 9 do not even come near that of the MPPs. And so people were saying that how could one win an election with 2
or 3
regions, 2 or 3 regions? It is possible, depending on the magnitude of voters in those regions.
Population.
Exactly. Ashanti region is huge.
Would crunch some numbers shortly. Let's talk about the Volta region specifically. In the just ended voter registration exercise, the voter register that we used for this year's elections, the Volta region had the smallest margin of increase in those that turned up to register. Are there reasons, the Doc, maybe you might want to help us here. Are there reasons explaining why the Volta region was a region to have had the lowest increase in the number of those who turned out to register?
I think, let me just explain. Seriously, I don't think so. Because if you are considering the old voter region, it includes OT.
Okay, that included OT.
It includes OT. So if we want to do the analysis on that basis, add the total number of people who registered in OT
plus
to that of those who registered in voter region. You'll see that it is actually 1.3 something.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
So the percentage is quite higher.
Okay.
But you know, they play with games and tell us that because the idea for bringing in this new register was about people's perception that there are a lot of non-Ghanaians
within that
enclave.
might want to
Exactly. So they would have to justify that. But seriously, when you check, they made substantial gain.
Okay,
because
so
you have to put that together.
Okay. So what you're saying is that if you take the old voter region as it was,
yes,
the number
there was
a good increase.
A good increase.
But then when you split it, the voter region on its own, the proper voter region, as you called it,
you see
is
it's very
reasonably small.
Exactly.
Before you carry on, Martin, so just a quick question as well, because if the NDC has 9 strongholds as against the NPP having just about 4, one would ask that then how is it that the NPP is still able to, or was still able to win, the elections? In 2020, they won with what, 6 regions?
2016, you mean?
Yeah, 2016, pardon me. So how are they still able to get it? Because this would be a numbers game, does it mean, like Dr. Norte said, that when we look at just the Ashanti and the Eastern region, those numbers alone could overpower the other regions that are strongholds for the NDC?
Yes, when you look at just the numbers, you realize that Ashanti region, Eastern region, Ahafo, and Bono East, huge numbers there. When you put them together against NDC 9 strongholds, you realize that they don't come near at all. So the numbers, but remember, it's not only the numbers. There are qualitative factors that also influence the choices, and I've said some of them. All right, there are what we call constituency-specific issues. Apart from national issues and regional issues, there are constituency-specific issues, and that play out during elections, and these also sway voters to one area or another. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So still on the numbers and which regions seem to have had the most following the last registration. Doc, help us understand this. This is the final valid figures from the Electoral Commission office. That's the total number of those who registered. You were saying that the NDC has 9 strongholds, 9 regions which are their strongholds.
Yes.
The MPP has 4.
Yes.
Right? If these numbers are anything to go by, and let's just say, for purposes of calculation,
everybody voted.
Yeah, if everybody voted, which of these regions would make the NPP go past the NDC? Because there's a magic number we are looking at that whoever crosses that number first is very likely to be the next government of the next 4 years. So walk us through these numbers and what they mean.
Yes. So you would see that in the MPP's stronghold, which is Eastern Ashanti, just when you put the two together,
Eastern and Ashanti.
When you put the two together, it's way over, I think 3 point, let me just check.
Yeah, this is Eastern and this is Ashanti.
Eastern, so
over 3 million.
Over 3 million.
Plus
and then plus
594.
So it's about 3.6 million.
Yes.
Okay, in total. If they get 60% of that, in total, if they get 60% of that, and then they even get a little over 50% in Greater Accra.
Okay.
It's going to push them quite closer to even crossing.
To the magic number.
Exactly. So you will see that NDC has about 9, but when you look at the numbers, they are very few.
They're almost all
400,000, 600,000, 200,000.
Another 200,
300, and then 1 million. You put all together, it's not getting...
And which would mean that from what we are seeing on our screens right now, you can add about 4 regions together and it will still be half of what maybe even the Ashanti region
Ashanti alone has. So that is where the trick is. That is where the trick is.
Truly, this is a game of numbers, and in the next few hours, we'll be getting a lot more information on how the pattern is going and how people have clearly. Our reporters are letting us understand what the current situation is from the various polling centers. Voting has ended, counting has ended, declarations have started coming in, and as your election command center will be making sense of a number of the key issues. And when the EC's reps in the various 275 constituencies, the coalition centers, they start releasing the numbers. Trust your election command center to bring it to you firsthand, and we have the best brains to analyze those numbers again for you. So, talk to us about the summary of the voter by gender, because the gender card was played by the NDC, where for the first time in Ghana's history, they chose a female. Could that have influenced how people voted? And if yes, from the numbers of those who went out to vote, could it change? Because we know we have more women in Ghana than men.
I think in politics, the gender doesn't play it out that way.
Right.
It could be a factor, but it doesn't play it out that way. Otherwise, Bridget Jobenuku could have just gotten all the 51.7%.
And even Nana Konadu
Adjuman Rawlings could have gotten the 51.7%. And they won. All the ladies who vote. But it doesn't play out that way.
That's pretty interesting.
The very few ones that have trickled in, you saw the numbers.
It was still NDC.
I was telling your other colleague that it is they are just getting binary numbers. Yeah, in statistics, when we say binary numbers, numbers that are not different from 1 and 0. So they are getting 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1. Okay. Those are binary numbers.
Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante, because we were expecting that for some reason sympathy votes could play a key role here, looking at the situation with Nana Konadu Agyeman Rawlings and her party, and the numbers that we're getting trickling in, they're mostly single numbers, in some cases even 0.
Yeah, I don't know where that theory is coming from. Sympathy has very little or no effect at all on voter choices. Why am I saying that? Imagine somebody loses a spouse, and then you want to, give your vote to that person because of what sympathy. Is it the case that what you wish for earlier on, you want to abandon that? Take, for instance, an area that people are looking for potable water. They need market and all that. Are you saying that because of sympathy, you are forgetting everything and now, you've lost your husband or your wife, so I don't need market anymore. I don't need road anymore. It doesn't happen. Two, once we say sympathy, and when we base it on issue of death, then we are telling that women don't matter in politics. And that is not the case. Women are their own masters in the game of politics. They can get to power without riding at the back of their husbands and all that. And once party move into getting them into politics, then they mean that there is something that they have and they can offer the society. Let us also look at it again, that if you're looking at sympathy, then you are telling us in effect that as soon as death happens in elections, then straight away we should all stop campaigning and use death as a message to influence voter choices. Would that work? It doesn't work.
That's a rather interesting position you share there.
No, it doesn't work anyway. It tells you that other factors influence voter choices, but not sympathy.
But wait, Ayawaso West Wuogon is a different case altogether, because look at how things went down with Ma Lydia, winning, that seat as well. Could it also not have been influenced to some extent by sympathy?
And even in the 2012 elections, when the former President John the former President John Evans Atta Mills died, majority were saying that there was the number increased for John Dramani Mahama.
I disagree vehemently. No. There's no research to that effect. If you gauge the message that influenced the Ghanaian voters, they're about 14. The least of it is what? Others. And the others are constituency-specific issues, all right? But not what? Sympathy. If sympathy, then you are telling us that, yes, look, you have lost your spouse. So the market that we said that we want somebody to fix for us, we are saying that, forget it. You've lost your husband. So is that the case? No.
So Ghanaians are not as sympathetic as we thought.
Look at places like what? It's not so. There are other factors that influence the choice of the voter. Let us also look at it from this perspective also, that if you have somebody who has lost the spouse, and then the spouse, even when he was alive, he was a non-performing MP, do you think the party will get the courage and go and look for that wife of that, deceased wife? No. It's good riddance of bad rubbish. Go away. We are now going to look for a different candidate. When they look for somebody, then it means that that person has the political wherewithal to be able to rake in the vote for them to win power. Simply sit down.
Okay. Which, from the indications, Ghanaians are voting on issues.
On issues. On issues and their party lineage. Those are the two key things.
That has been the trend.
Throughout.
Wow.
True.
Because otherwise, Nana Konadu should win this election. Everybody, but do you think Nana Akufo-Addo will give in because Nana Konadu has lost the husband? Do you think John Mahama will give in that Nana Konadu has lost the husband? So for that matter, Nana, carried the day. No, other factors are there.
Pretty. You seem to have deflated a number of expectations.
I know.
Those pundits have not actually done any scientific study to suggest that. So there are pressing issues. There are pressing issues that people look out for, and not about sympathy.
How many of those issues are bread and butter, and does it really influence the age range? Because on our screens right now, we have, as of the last register, it looked as if majority of those who went out to register are between the ages of 18 and 35. And from the manifestos of both parties, like you're saying, Ghanaians voted or are voting based on issues. How are the issues that were spelled out in their manifestos likely to influence the voting pattern?
Certainly it will, because when you look at this, between 18 and 35, they are the youth in their prime ages. Some of them may have gotten out of school, some may have aspirations of continuing to tertiary and so on and so forth. So if you need to target them, then you come out with something that would get them. And in fact, those that are beyond 25 to 26, they have gone through tertiary and are looking for jobs. So you carve something just to include all of them.
Those people.
And they are 55%. So huge. If you get 60% of their number, you are home and dry.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, I mean, a number of the issues we are going to be looking at. So,
and obviously,
from what we have here.
And obviously, when someone is after 60 years, most of them are not interested in what happens. I mean, they are in their small corner. They want to enjoy.
Doc, I want you to hold your horses. We have, I mean, following the breaking news we brought to you a few minutes ago, DSP Irene Opon has joined us. She is the head of public affairs for the police in the central region. Good evening, and thank you so much for your time. What can you tell us regarding the young man who we are told was shot dead for attempting to snatch a ballot box? Hello, Madam Irene Opon, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for your time. We are told that within the central region, specifically Ewutu Senya East, a young man was shot dead for attempting to snatch a ballot box. Ewutu Senya West, I should say. Can you confirm this, and what is the information you have gathered?
Thank you very much. There is no shooting incident at Ewutu Senya West. The information we had, that is of Port-Gentil State Police, had an information that there was a mob attack at Obrachre, a community within Ewutu Senya West, on a young man. So police proceeded there and saw a young man in a pool of blood. But then what we gathered around didn't point to the fact that he made an attempt to snatch a ballot box and he was shot. There was no gun wound. But then they used objects, that is what we saw around him, to attack him. So currently he was unconscious when we went there. Police was there. He has been sent to Swedro Government Hospital, and we are hoping that he gain consciousness so that he can give a statement as to what actually happened.
So this is specifically Obrachre.
Obrachre, and it's a town within Ewutu Senya West.
Okay, so from what you're saying, it is not related to the elections whatsoever?
For now, we don't have that information.
Okay. But what information were you able to gather from those who were there? Because you said you found the man in a pool of blood. Did he have a motorbike with beside him? What did the youth there tell you?
The information was that he was attacked by some community members, to precise some youth.
And they've not given you reason why he was attacked, or they've not explained what happened before he was attacked?
We don't have that full information, but we are hoping to get it when the young man gained consciousness. Because he was attacked, and when it happens that way, you enter the community and everybody is lip-tied. But it wasn't gun wounds, and it was also, we contacted the nearest polling station and other polling stations around, and none of the EC officials confirmed that anybody made an attempt to snatch a ballot box and he has been attacked. No.
Okay. But then we are told that in the Ewutu Senya East constituency, there were some skirmishes leading to some gunshots. What information does your outfit have?
We received information of gunshots at Ewutu Senya East, to be precise, within Kaswa Division. Yes, 2 persons were shot in a private car, and the allegation was that they were shot by some men who were in a black Land Cruiser. So now the 2 persons who were wounded have been sent to the hospital, and one has been transferred to 37 Military Hospital for further treatment. All effort is being done to get the perpetrators arrested. For now, no arrest has been made. And
the 2 persons who were shot, one is receiving treatment. How about the other one? Or both are receiving treatment?
They were all sent to a local hospital at Kaswa, but then one was given a referral to the 37 Military Hospital, and the other was treated and discharged.
Okay. Right. Thank you for bringing clarity to these 2 shooting incidents for us. But give us a general overview from the security point of view of what happened, of what has gone on so far in the central region and these 2 areas.
Central region, apart from what we recorded in the afternoon flow, Gomwa, Ewutu, Senya East, the situation at central region has not been bad. It has been calm. Areas that we even suspected that there could be some skirmishes, the security officers have been able to put things under control. And on general, yes, security is good and counting is going on. Security officers are still at post, and we are still giving the general public and also EC officials the needed protection to the end of the process.
All right. We are grateful for your time this evening. DSP Irene Opong, she's the Head of Public Affairs for the Central Regional Police Command, bringing clarity to that issue we brought to you earlier, having to do with the shooting of a man on a motorbike. We're told that as of now, the police cannot confirm that it is election-related. However, they are still investigating. And then regarding the earlier shooting at Ewutu Senya East, the 2 persons involved are receiving treatment. Investigations are also ongoing regarding that. One is still on admission receiving treatment. So, yeah, I mean, we have some security analysts with us. They will also talk about this or share their thoughts on these reports. Fortunately, they are very minimal looking at the entire country. We don't seem to have recorded a number of these, and that is a kudos for us. Had it not been for these, we would have had a perfect election without these skirmishes. We're told that Thierry Nyan, who is our reporter, he's actually our sports reporter. Thierry, good evening. Thank you for joining us. We know that you would have to recalibrate your phone so we can see you because you are sideways. So auto-rotate it so we can see you and hear you better. Where exactly are you? What can you tell us, Thierry?
Okay, so Martin, can you see me now? Is it better now?
Absolutely perfect. Yes, fire away.
So we are at the art center, as it is, and well, this is the hub, for collating all the results from the polling stations inside the Flotte constituency. As we know it, it's been a seat for the NDC in the last 4 years. Also for the MPP in the presidential side, and another Dankwa Akufo-Addo won in 2016. We have yet to find out exactly what is going to be happening, in the next few hours, who will be winning. For the presidential, of course, is another Dankwa Akufo-Addo for the MPP, as well as John Dramani Mahama for the NDC. Plus, Nana Konadu Agyemang Rawlings for the, NDP, and then a few others. So it's just the presidential as we know it. But for the parliamentary, it is 2 main, candidates here. It is Dr. Zaneto Rawlings for the NDC, and then she's an incumbent after winning in 2016, and then also Prince Appiah who is on the ticket of the NPP, and that's after, Philip Addison, was bundled out of this particular constituency. So that's exactly what it is. As it is, we are yet to find out what exactly is going to be happening. But just a few moments ago, the coalition started. It started just about 5 minutes ago. As this, so we know this will go deep into the night. We are unsure how long the process is going to take, and how and when we are going to actually find out who has won the seat, parliamentary and presidential. But just to report to you, the process just started just about 5 minutes ago.
And tell us about the people behind you. Why are they there? Who are they?
Okay, so as you can see, it's a lot of people, and lots of the EC officials, that is, the officials plus the presiding members of the polling stations from the polling centers that have all converged here. Also in there are some of the party agents to make sure that what is happening here is legitimate and it's going according to plan. We also have in here some of the security details or some of the security personnel over here to also make sure that at least when it comes to safety protocols, everything is being adhered to. Also, we've got some officials from the AU also in here. We did speak to quite a number of them, and I'm sure we are going to be getting that to our viewers pretty shortly. But yes, that is the composition of the crowd that we have here at the Art Center in Accra.
Right. Thank you very much, Therinyan. We'll certainly be crossing over to you. He is in one of the interesting constituencies that we've been monitoring for you, which is the Klottey Korle constituency. And Dr. Zaneto Rawlings of the NDC and the Prince Appiah Deborah of the NPP are slugging it out. And it looks as if, from what Dr. Asasari said, sympathy votes may not work for Dr. Zaneto Rawlings, because she probably may have, campaign on the demise of her father to try and get some votes. Alfred, quickly, we want you to help us with some of the numbers previously of the Klottey Korle constituency.
Absolutely, and from what we do have here, this is the 2016 parliamentary elections results for the Klottey Korle constituency. And, Philip Addison tried to contest another constituency, tried to test his fortunes there. It didn't happen, the NPP primaries. But Zaneto Agyeman Rawlings there winning by 50.29% of the total vote cast on that day. That's in 2016. At the time, you had the likes of Godwin Opariado, and then also at the time, if you recall, Ninoy Nortey, who was then the NPP. He contested at the primaries. He had issues, and because of the disagreements with the decision to have Philip Addison contest on the ticket of the NPP in the Klottey Korle constituency, Valentino Ninoy Nortey decided to go independent. Yeah. Now, he polled 3,911 of the votes in the 2016 elections. If you do the analysis and permutations, and Dr. Ezekiel Nortey would get into that, if you add the 3,911 to the votes that Philip Addison got in 2016, that would have actually enabled him to win that constituency.
As a matter of fact,
if you look at it that way,
Alfred, as a matter of fact, it still wouldn't have tipped.
That's where the concern really lies in there. But Dr. Ezekiel Nortey will get into the statistics as it looks as right now. Yeah. But this time around, they are going into the election with a different candidate for the NPP. Yeah. We went into that constituency, if you recall, during the constituency debate. The NPP is making inroads in that constituency as well. But Dr. Ezekiel Nortey, maybe give us a complexion of how this particular constituency looks like, at least following on the back of what happened in 2016 with this result for the parliamentary so far. After the presidential, this is how it looked like for the presidential. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo won with 34,145 of the total vote cast, and that's about 51.09% thereabout. And then John Dramani Mahama followed closely with 32,088. Here's the reason. This is actually a skirt and blouse situation. Yes. So Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo won the presidential in the Klottey Korle, but then for the parliamentary, Dr. Zaneto Rawlings won for the NDC. Do you see that occurring again going into this election?
Yes, it could be possible, because the analysis we have run actually points to the fact that the two gentlemen that are slugging it out at the presidential level is going to be a bit tighter. It's going to be a bit tighter. The one who will win would go slightly beyond 50. Slightly beyond
So there is
50%.
a certainty that whoever wins the Klote Kole constituency presidential would inch past 50.
50.
I see.
Exactly. Because it's a two-horse race. It is a two-horse race. Yes.
It's a pretty interesting because from what you see right now, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo won in 2016 with just 51.09.
0.09.
Yes.
Yes.
About
So
51%.
it's slightly going to be this or slightly below it.
Slightly below what we saw in 2016.
Yes. 16.
I see. But you don't see the NDC increasing its fortunes with this 48%?
So it's around 48, 49-ish.
I see.
Yeah. So
it's still it's going to be a very tight race.
It's going to be a
in
tight
that
race.
constituency. But then for the parliamentary,
The parliamentary is also very tight. Very, very
because
tight.
this is the first time in a long while that the NPP is not having a divided front. All of them are supporting one candidate.
Exactly. So it's also going to be a two-horse race between Dr. Rawlings and Prince. Yes. So that's what we could. I really mapped up this constituency and want to see what will happen there.
Okay. It's a pretty interesting derivation you make because of what we see play out, especially when you have people go independent in an election, and then now they have a united front going into the next election. Because we see that playing out as well for the NDC. And this time around, Martin, if you go to the northern part of the country, you see a number of things playing out indeed for the NDC in that part of the country because of some of the things that preceded today. You recall that they suspended 13 of their members.
Yes.
Because they decided to go independent. Now, we zero in of about 4 of those seats that these people have decided to go independent. And how it plays out is actually a very, very, very interesting development. Look at the Upper West region. Let me start off with the Upper West region because Nadele Kaleo is a place to watch going into this particular results coming in slowly right now. Alban Sumano Kingsford Bagman is not contesting Nadele Kaleo constituency after holding that particular seat for the NDC since it was created. Now, going into this election, the NDC's candidate we have there is Suma Anthony Mwenkara. He is contesting on the ticket of the NDC. And then you also have Elvis Babanilong Bota of the NPP. Now, let's look at what happened in 2016, specifically with respect to the parliamentary. The NPP maintained its candidate. So he's going another time contesting for 2020. This is what happened in 2016. He polled 9,154 of the total vote cast. And then Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagman polled 14,044. In fact, actually, one of the lowest since he started contesting that particular seat. Yes. And then eventually now in 2020, from what we see, he is not contesting. But here's the worry. That's going to create a lot more headache for the NDC in that particular constituency because one of the 13 that they suspended is contesting as an independent candidate in this Nadele Kaleo constituency. And in this person, we're talking about the Sandong Mwembang Era Fatau, who is contesting the Nadele Kaleo constituency for
Alfred,
this is in the 2020 elections right now. We'll see how that is going to steal some votes from the NDC in this particular constituency, at least because of what we see whenever a party's member decides to contest as an independent candidate in every constituency. Martin,
another interesting thing about the Nadele Kaleo constituency is that it has the PNC's Bernard Mona, who is said to be a son of the soil. In fact, he's part of the traditional, the traditional house in that particular area. So he's very likely to poll some votes. And if you look at what he got
in 2016,
that's about 5,000.
Bernard Mona polled 5,393.
Yeah.
And he's contesting again.
Yes.
So, and Dr. Ezekiel Norton, maybe help us. With the combined effect of this independent candidate who was an NDC member who was suspended, and then also Bernard Mona, possible votes that he will pull that list with what we saw in 2016, how will that impact on the NDC's fortunes of keeping this Nadele Kaleo seat in the absence of Alban Kingsford Sumano Bagman?
Yes, Alban Bagman was a very strong force in the NDC. So he getting out of the race means that whoever is replacing him, if the person doesn't have the same stature in terms of politics, will not be able to even get the 48.9% that Sumani Bawin had. So it means that that 48% that they polled is going to be divided between the current NDC candidate and the disgruntled NDC candidate that has gone independent.
Yes.
And that could pose a challenge for them.
And in that same constituency, this is the first time since 1996 that the NPP is repeating a candidate. Every election, they had changed a candidate, so the numbers were not. But for Elvis Botta, he went in 2012, and he went in 2016, and he's been repeated for 2020. So it's very likely that
he could pull
some. And in fact, you are also saying the first time the NDC putting up a new face,
a fresh
face for that constituency. So it presents a very, very interesting dynamic. And out of the 13 who has been suspended, I started off with the Nadele Kaleo, but if you go to the Damongo constituency, if you recall, in 2016, the Damongo constituency was not in the Savannah region because the Savannah region had not been created as at the time. It was captured as part of the Northern region. We'll go to the Northern region very shortly and see what happened in the Damongo constituency. And that's where concerns are also being raised as to how the decision by one of the NDC's candidates who was suspended has also decided to go independent in the Damongo constituency. And the Damongo constituency, you have there a very strong force. We're talking about the man who is very vociferous in Parliament, Adam Mutawakilu, on the Petroleum and Energy Committee of Parliament, and a front runner, as a matter of fact. If you look at the NDC's performance and impact in Parliament, he actually won that seat with some 10,263 of the total votes cast. That's about 55.22%. This is the third time he's contesting that seat. And from the historical analysis, what we've seen so far, nobody has won this seat, Damongo, for the third time running. You always have people losing the seat in their third attempt. Now, Adam Mutawakilu wants to change that trend, but then he's facing a serious threat as well because the NDC suspended David Tiki Dange. David Tiki Dange is contesting as an independent candidate this time around in 2020 in the same Damongo constituency as well. And look at how close the margin was between him and the NPP. Albert Kasim Diwura, just about 8,139. So when you look at that particular constituency, in fact, what is going to play out for the NPP in this instance is that the NPP has actually also replaced its candidate. So this candidate is not going. And that's where the issue is. A deputy chief of staff, Samuel Abojinapo, is the NPP's candidate for this Damongo constituency. I recall when Joe Mahama went to that constituency to campaign, he asked Samuel Abojinapo to go to his father's side to go and contest. Because his mother comes from this particular constituency.
Son of the soil.
Brother, yes. John Jinapo, is also a member of parliament in the same Savannah region as well. So you see that play out in a very, very interesting way. Do you see this, at least with this small margin between the NPP and the NDC in 2016?
It's just about 2,000.
In fact, it's just about a little over 2,000 you see there.
A little over 2,000.
So do you see this as a threat as well for the NDC keeping this Damongo seat or Adam Mutawakilu winning this seat with the combined impact of Samuel Abojinapo's might as Deputy Chief of Staff and the impact he's made in that constituency and the independent candidate who is also pulling some votes from the NDC?
Adam Mutawakilu should put in a great energy to retain this because just over 2,000 votes can be eroded in just a twinkle of an eye. Looking at the candidate that MPP is fielding,
right,
coupled with what the opposition is going to face from his own party independent candidate. I think we need to watch out also for Damongo.
For Damongo as well.
Yes.
You think that it's a threatening situation for the NDC, at least for the parliamentary?
Yes.
You know, because if you look at the presidential, at least for the Damongo constituency, you have John Dramani Mahama. He had more votes actually than Adam Motawakilo. You saw Adam Motawakilo with just about 8,000. John Mahama polled 11,357. And as against Nana Akufo-Addo, 6,943 for the presidential. So you see that the presidential candidate in Damongo actually has more votes or had more votes in 2016 than the parliamentary candidate.
Yeah, exactly. And so I don't see this changing much. But I expect that Nana-Addo could go up slightly because of the parliamentary candidate they have fielded for Damongo.
That's Samuel Abujinafor.
Samuel Abujinafor could pull some votes for him.
And you predict that he will still be a threat to Adam Motawakilo, but you cannot say for sure whether
he I can't say for sure whether he is going to win.
That's the second. The third constituency to watch because of the 13 people who were suspended by the NDC going into this election. We've looked at Nadella Kaleo, we've looked at Damongo. The next is the Savelugu constituency, also in the northern region. If you look at it clearly, Savelugu constituency is also another place to watch, and that's where concerns have been raised as to how the NDC will survive the scare of the member who has decided to go independent, as a matter of fact, and the impact he would have on drawing some votes from the NDC in that area. This is how it looks like. In 2016, John Dramani Mahama won Savelugu with 55.35%. That's about 21,433. As against Nana Akufo-Addo's 15,729. That's about 40.62%. But for the parliamentary, when you look at it, the parliamentary information, it looks clearly that the candidate there who is the incumbent member of parliament, that's the NPP Mohammed Abdul Samed Gono, 13,334, as again Al-Hassan Abdul Red, who contested for the NDC. He trailed behind the NPP about 12,590. But if you look at how things played out now, the NDC was hoping to increase its fortunes in this particular Savelugu constituency, but there is a threat to their chances because we have one Idrisu Al-Hassan who was suspended by the party, who is actually contesting as an independent candidate as well. Stay with me a bit, Dr. Ezekiel Nortey. Let's cross over to my colleague Joseph Armstrong Gold Alogbe, who is at the Ningo Pram constituency as we speak. And the Coalition Center, in fact, he's at the Ningo Pram Coalition Center where all the action is happening. Thank you, Joseph, for your time this evening. What's happening at the Ningo Pram Coalition Center as we speak? Hello, Joseph, can you hear me? We'll try to connect with Joseph Armstrong and get some details on it. But Joseph Armstrong Gold Alogbe is at the Ningo Pram Coalition Center. He's going to be joining us with some details in there. Joseph, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great. Now, what's happening at the Coalition Center at the Ningo Pram constituency?
Yeah, hello?
You are at the Coalition Center at the Ningo Pram constituency. What's happening there now?
Okay, so Alfred, I'm currently at the Ningo Pram Coalition Center where we have ballot boxes or provisional results coming into the Coalition Center to be certified here. And it's like almost all the polling stations have arrived and they currently queued, waiting to be satisfied. Alfred.
I see. And we understand as well that some areas, the voting extended beyond 5 p.m. Can you tell us about that as well?
Alfred, say that again. There's a lot of noise here.
Okay, so thank you, Joseph Armstrong is in the Ningo Pram constituency there at the Coalition Center. We'll be updating you as and when the information comes through. But keep an eye on the bottom of the screen if you're watching us on television. We keep rolling the polling station results as they come through thick and fast here on your election command center. Just to give you an idea, follow us closely every step of the way so you don't lose out on the information coming in from the various polling stations. So look at that. Look at that. What's happening on the bottom of your screens there. We're rolling the polling station results as and when they come in here on your election command center. Keep an eye on that, and we'll be getting you through. Dr. Zekono,
Sure.
I wanted to make a point about the fortunes of the NDC here and the independent candidate going into this particular election.
Yes, this is a tall order for the NDC because in 2016 they trailed and they need to work on it to regain the seat. However, within, they are getting an independent candidate also trying to go for the seat because he wasn't happy with the way the selection went on.
True.
And so I think that it's going to be a very tall order. I foresee MPP retaining that seat.
I see. And the final one, even though this time around, Martin, this one is actually playing to the favor of the NDC because in 2016, let's look at the Laura constituency. Laura with Bidzidin and then also Anthony Abayefa-Kabo there, who is the incumbent member of parliament. Anthony Abayefa-Kabo actually benefited from the division within the NDC at the time going into that particular election. Straight into the Laura constituency to find out exactly what happened in there quickly and give you an idea of the situation there in the Laura constituency in 2016. This is how the picture looked like in the Laura constituency. Here's it. Anthony Abayefa-Kabo won that constituency with some 8,704. 8,704 of the total vote. That's about 53.39%. As again, Bidzidin, 7,476. That's about 45.83%. At the time, the candidate who decided to contest as an independent candidate worked against Bidzidin's fortunes there. This time around, that candidate is Bidzidin's campaign manager going into the 2020 elections. So look at this and this margin between them and the impact of the independent candidate in 2016 that stole some votes from Bidzidin.
So
how is he coming back now to support Bidzidin going to play out in this?
So the difference is just about 1,300.
True.
Yeah, 1,300. I don't think Anthony Abayefa-Kabo would also sit down for them to just overtake. He would be working. So it will be fiercely contested. And I believe it's a place to watch.
It's a place to watch.
Yeah.
In fact, the initial results we're getting from the polling stations so far indicate a very, very huge margin of victory in favor of Bidzidin. As a matter of fact, I must say that the margin, and it's early days yet, but from the results coming in right now from at least the first 15 polling stations results we have confirmed here on your election command center, Bidzidin has a huge margin. There in at least the first 15 polling stations results. We're saying.
How many polling stations do we have there?
In fact, we're going to get into it in a bit, just to give you a clear picture of how the situation in the Laura constituency looks like. But you're right about being a place to watch in the Martin. Yeah.
Right. So
let's stay in the Ashanti region a bit, because William Evans Income is the Electoral Commission office. The Electoral Commission is responding to some concerns that were raised by the NDC. You remember they addressed the press conference earlier in the day, and William Evans Income is at the Electoral Commission's press conference in the Ashanti region. William Evans Income, take it over now.
very free and fair elections. However, there are some few issues that has come to our notice, and we want to react to that. The main concern is about the purported ballot papers that were found on a voter in Asawasi constituency, precisely at a polling station named Baba Lati Base, New Zondo, with polling station code F260109. The voter who was carrying these 5 ballot papers is called Sharif Abu Bakar. We took interest in the statement by the Asawasi Honorable Muntaka, and so we made a follow-up because the commission has determined to ensure a flaw-free elections. So therefore we decided to go all in to find out the nature of the ballot papers and to determine as to whether that ballot paper, those ballot papers came from the Electoral Commission. When we got the ballot papers, we realized that those ballot papers that were found on that voter were not that of the Electoral Commission. It was something that somebody might have printed and wanted to use it to discredit the process. The ballot paper, I have a copy here, is so faint, the texture is so light, and it's not like our ballot paper. You have seen how our ballot paper look like. And if you look at the colors are also so faint. It does not bear a serial number. What it bears is the constituency code for Asawasi. All our ballot papers bear unique serial numbers. Then they put a stamp here in the same gold color for it to appear as if it is that of the Electoral Commission. This is the validation stamp of the Electoral Commission. What we have here is over, but ours is grand, as we have indicated here. And the Electoral Commission's ballot paper has watermark in the ballot paper. If you show it against the light, you see the water. But this is just an ordinary sheet of paper that a person used to make this dummy ballot paper and went to try to put it into the parliamentary ballot box of the Electoral Commission in Asawasi constituency. So therefore, we want to make it plain to the general public that the commission system is still very transparent and very verifiable. And it has inbuilt integrity. That was why the person was detected and then arrested. And so therefore, let us continue to have interest in the Electoral Commission processes and have trust in that. Because we are determined to ensure that the results that will be declared will be a true reflection of the decision of the people who voted. So please, yes, the person has been arrested and he is in the custody of the police, but we want to bring it to the fore that the ballot papers, the purported ballot papers, were not that of the Electoral Commission. And I've given you indication why it was not ours. I have met the Honorable Muntaka this evening at his office, and he himself has attested to the fact that the ballot papers were not that of our ballot papers. But we need to bring it to the fore so that the whole populace will know that yes, the Electoral Commission actually intends to ensure a very free and fair election with a level playing field for each of the stakeholders who are involved. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
So that was a press conference that has just ended at the Ashanti Regional EC office. They were responding to allegations of someone who was arrested with a number of printed or thumb-printed ballot papers, attempting to stash that into a ballot box. And the EC says they managed to retrieve those papers. And from their security, the security they had put on their papers, they could tell that those were fake. It was light. It didn't have the approved stamp, and didn't even have the serial numbers of the various papers or ballot papers that they gave out to citizens to vote. So they are monitoring that that person has been arrested. Investigations are ongoing as to how he even came by those papers. We are monitoring that event for you shortly. That's a press conference that just ended. William Evans Inkum, Ashanti Regional Correspondent, will join us shortly with more. We still have a number of the results coming in. What we are going to do now, that in the next 1 hour, we'll start going to the various collation centers in the constituencies. Then we'll start bringing you certified figures by the EC within the next hour. So it is going to help us in our projection. But let's go to the Western region now. Eric Yaweje has joined us. Eric, thank you for joining us this evening. Where exactly are you? What can you tell us?
Thank you very much. So I'm currently at the collation center here in the Sekendi constituency. The center is at the Sekendi Vista. And as you can see in your shot, if not thousands of voters here in the Sekendi constituency who are anxiously waiting on the Electoral Commission to declare a winner in the parliamentary and the presidential elections. They are expecting results from some 119 polling centers here in the Sekendi constituency. And I must say that even before the Electoral Commission declares the winner, some supporters of the governing New Patriotic Party moments ago took to some principals, the principal street here in Sekendi, precisely from Kwase right down to Enamanase, jubilating that their candidate, the incumbent member of parliament, lawyer Andrew Opiedapa-Mensah, has won and retained the seat for the governing New Patriotic Party. But that is not what the EC has said. Even though if you listen to radio, you monitor the various radio stations here in the Sekendi metropolis. So far, some of the results from some of the polling centers here in Sekendi are tilting towards the direction of the Member of Parliament, Andrew Opiedapa-Mensah. So, like I said, I'm still here at the Sekendi Coalition Center, and ballot boxes are arriving from the various polling centers, the 119 polling centers. So, in your shot, you can see that there's a line, or if you will, a queue of the various polling centers, the 119 polling centers here in the Sekendi constituency, and they are waiting to go to where the EC, but the EC has made a special arrangement inside the room at the far end where each ballot box is sent there for them to certify and tabulate the results from the polling stations. So those that you see close to the ballot boxes are persons who man the respective stations where these ballot boxes are coming from. So as I explained to you, just in your shot, you see a lineup of some of the ballot boxes that are yet to go to where the EC will finally certify them. And they are accompanied by the various party agents, the electoral officers, and the various polling centers to ensure that they have the certified results. So this entrance leads to where the EC will finally certify the results for possible declaration of a winner in the parliamentary and presidential contest. And what they have also done is that they've mounted a giant screen here at the coalition center, where we are told that as and when they get the certified results, they will project it onto this giant screen that you see for all who have gathered here to get to know who will be the winner and who will be the loser. Martin, moments ago, I spotted some officials from the electricity company of Ghana, ECD, and they told me that they know that this exercise may eat deep into the night. So they've made alternative power arrangements to ensure that at every step of the way, you have stable power to ensure that they count the last ballot box. They also said that on standby, they've made 17 generators, gensets at all the 17 coalition centers in the Western region. In fact, similar arrangement has been made in the Western North, where they provided alternative power arrangements to ensure that all the coalition centers are properly lighted to ensure that they are able to see their way through the exercise.
All right. So, Eric Yawaje, you are saying, so you are reporting from the collation center, the constituency collation center, where the 119 various regions, I beg your pardon, 119 various polling stations have brought their final results to be declared by the EC, which will be projected on that board. What can you tell us? How many of them have theirs there? Is it all 119 or some are yet to? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Eric Yawaje is our man in the Western region, also monitoring the Western North region for us. And from what he just said, the collation center is ready. The EC has mounted the projector on which they will be, showing the final results to those who have gathered there. And we mentioned to you earlier that at our data center, those numbers, when they come in, we'll be able to take it through our system and be able to project to let you know who is winning the 2020 general elections here at your election command center. Let's stay with our reporters bringing in quick results and updates from around the country. Nanekia Mensa Brampa has joined us. Before that, Aisha Yakubu, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, Martin, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Where exactly are you? What can you report?
So I am at the Success Senior High School Collation Center. It is for the Medina constituency. And here's some of the...
Yes, Aisha, while at that, can you put on your video so we can see, turn on your camera so we can see where you are and what's happening around you?
Okay, 1 minute. I think I'm just having a little challenge.
So this is your election command center, and what we are doing now is bringing you the very latest regarding the collation centers, the 275 collation centers. It is from those grounds that we will get the numbers and start up predictions. Yes, Aisha, we have very good shots of you now. Tell us what's happening where you are.
So some of the polling officials have just entered with their ballot boxes and their voting materials as well. And some are still trying to make their way in there. I don't know if you can see it. There's a bit of chaos at the door because even security officials have not been able to bring some calm here. They've been told to just leave their boxes and then register right here. Oh, I'm calling. Register right here and then make their way out. But it seems to be turning into something else. And so this is also where it will be projected right here at the Success Senior High School Collation Center. It is a collation center for the Medina constituency. So all of the 307 polling stations here will be counted right here at the Success Senior High School Collation Center. And earlier, some results have trickled in with, some of the members of parliament just making headway and people also jubilating already. I witnessed at the media quarters polling stations where some people already started jubilating because of some of the numbers that have come in. So this is where the counting is going to take place. Right there on the screen, everybody is going to see it. Right now, though, there's a bit of chaos, and people are just trying to put themselves together, Martin.
Okay, thank you so much for that quick report. Aisha Yakubu is a man monitoring the event there for us. This is your Election Command Center. We will still be going around and taking quick updates from across the country. Before that, let's go back to Alfred Okanse, who has his guests still with him. A number of the issues that have come up in the last few minutes, they will be taking or sharing their thoughts on it, and then subsequently we'll start bringing you the hard raw numbers on your Election Command Center. Do get interactive with us as well on our various socials. So Alfred, take it over.
Martin, thank you very much for that, and my guests still with me, and they're very committed to making sure that you out there benefit from nothing but the best of coverage here on your Election Command Center. And as I keep reminding you, please pay attention to the bottom of the screen if you're watching us here on TV3. We keep posting the polling station results as and when they come through thick and fast here on your Election Command Center. We have representation in all the various coalition centers across the 275 constituencies. So just stay with us as we do this with you as well. And right there you see the polling station results being displayed at the bottom of your screens. I still have Dr. Ishmael Norman. He is the president of the Institute for Security, Disaster and Emergency Studies, security analyst as well as Colonel Festus Abuaje, retired. He is also a security expert, together with lawyer Martin Kpebu. He's a private legal practitioner. And before we engage our correspondent and the Central Regional Police PRO, there were some security concerns that we had. At least we've gotten some clarification from the Ghana Police Service that the earlier reports we got was not really what the case was. Let me start off with you, Dr. Ishmael Norman. In as much as the police is following up on the others, they still know that there is really a lot more that needs to be done, especially in that part of the central region, Owutu Senya, East and West.
It's quite concerning, Alfred, that the PRO didn't say the police doesn't know what caused the young man to hemorrhage. Because if police officers have been detailed to every polling station, then they should know what occurred. So it looks like somebody left his or her duty station. Otherwise, if this kind of trend were to have happened in other places, we would have had mayhem on our hands. I am also quite disappointed that since the event happened, the police still has not been able to interview witnesses to find out exactly what happened. This doesn't augur well with criminal justice administration at all. So I'm hoping that going forward, these kinds of things would not happen. And we need to get to the bottom of every one of these incidents so that in the future, we will not be repeating ourselves talking about incidents like that. But overall, I think that with the isolated incidents, security incidents, I think we are doing quite well as a nation, and I think we should pat ourselves back for that. But the counting is where my concern is. It has to be done very well. As Colonel Abuaje said, election counting is about transparency and trust. If we don't count well, there's going to be a problem. There was a time I actually asked Colonel Abuaje whether the lack of light in counting these ballots was deliberate, because we have known that this event was going to come. So how come there was no preparation for it? And it was just a question, a rhetorical question. It didn't mean to suggest that that was the intention. But at least we can avoid these kinds of issues so that we don't have to pose them.
You're right, because these kind of situations obviously create the avenue for such speculation.
Sure.
And, you know, because then again, you will be asking such legitimate questions, kind of Festus Abuaje, why, when we knew in every election that we've organized in this country, voting ends at 5 p.m. counting goes into the night. It's not something that's new to the system. So you would expect that measures would have been put in place to ensure that at least the counting into the night is visible, is transparent, is clear, and is at least much more bright and lightened up for everybody to see, for us even showing on television. Kenel?
I see, Doctor mentioned the element of planning. In planning, when you have the framework, must be assessed against certain risks. So during the voter registration, for instance, we're concerned about COVID-19. And people said, oh, because there was no discernible increase in the rate of or the spread, and therefore we're making useless noises about that. But that is not what planning is about. Planning is to make room for contingencies. So, although we know that there is power, we could have estimated that one, where voting starts late, there is likelihood that voting will take place in the night and counting will take place in the night.
Sure.
So what if there is no power? What alternative arrangements do we have? Before we gathered here, I was a bit surprised that the rain was falling in parts of Oti and Volta region.
Yes.
And I jokingly said that maybe the airways call it Pelakpeji. You know, somebody had made some juju and you couldn't say that because it looks like the rains have abated. There isn't going to be any rain.
Yes.
And I think we were told that even at Amasaman.
In fact,
that there were
yes.
some showers.
Amasaman, there were some rain showers, and as a result, the coalition center, which was in the open, had to be relocated, and now they're using people's.
So the question you want to
colour.
ask is whether there had been alternative arrangements for the inclement weather, i.e., if it started drizzling, where were the officials going to sit and so on and so forth?
True.
We could say that, make the same argument about the security.
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit encouraging that that person at Bojuase supposedly is still alive.
Yeah.
And the other side of the good story is that when he comes to, he may be able to provide the police with the circumstances under which he was bloodied. But the point that doctor made that everybody is tight-lipped and therefore doesn't want to speak, it's a bit worrisome. So until we know from the police that, one, this casualty occurred as a result of some political calculations or directly related to the elections, we cannot call it election-related violence and be able to add it to Senya East, you know, which is Kaswa, and say that, okay, during the elections we had 2 or 3 substantive cases of violent incidents. Sure. So let's hope that this person is able to provide, as we say in our language, further and better particulars.
So between 5 p.m., we understand when the incident happened, and now, under normal circumstances in security investigation, there should have been an interview of witnesses
But
for people to come up with
witnesses,
at least.
according to, I think the name was DSP Irene Opon.
Yes.
The witnesses are not speaking. So what the police will do, invariably, is to deploy detectives, to go on the ground and pick up some other, pieces of information to determine what really happened.
I think they could have even done better. They could have sent a criminologist there to determine the mechanism of injury. If you don't secure the site of the crime, it can be tampered with. Evidence will be lost. And so I constantly get surprised why we always, everything is, afterthought. I mean, why does it have to be afterthought? We are in an advanced democracy. Truly, we are. We have a very active judiciary system. But if we don't collect good evidence at the scene of the crime, you are not going to find the perpetrator. So I think the police needs to up their game and do a better job next time.
In most instances, lawyer, you find out the police just rounds up people and eventually they have to release them because you don't have enough evidence
But
to prove
where the
beyond
issue
reasonable
is.
doubt
Yeah.
that they were involved in whatever crime they were picked up for. You want to come in before lawyer comes in?
The quick point I want to make is that it's like those of us or those members of the population who are not military. So when they see anybody in uniform, oh, he's a soldier.
Absolutely.
But there are different categories of soldiers. There's infantry, there is armor, there is signals, there is ordnance where they count uniforms, boots, and so on. You have medical. The same goes with the police. When you see a police officer, yes, they are police officers, but are they general police officers? Are they criminologists? Are they detectives? Are they even trained in crime scene management? So the first police who comes on the scene may actually compromise the evidence.
Right.
And we cannot fault them because they are different disciplines.
Sure.
Maybe we could have expected that the IGP in his configuration of the deployment would have included some of these disciplines. But hope is not lost.
Sure.
Once he is able, he is stabilized, if that is a word, and he starts speaking, he may be able to even mention names, or at least give an indication of who, men, women, how many ages and so on, who attacked him and why they attacked him. So let's hope for the police to gather that, extra information and provide it.
Lawyer, I'm bringing you in at this point. With all these processes that the security analyst outlined, it's just to help the police have a clearer picture of the situation so that if they are picking up someone, they know that this is the person, and not to just go and round up a group of people and then eventually they cannot gather enough evidence to prosecute the cases. And you end up mostly, because there is no prosecution, this keeps coming up. I mean, and we're still zeroing on Owutu Senya East and West because at least we have precedents. And you would expect that some of these measures would have been put in place before today.
Yes, definitely so. Sometimes it's baffling, to say the least, because we're thinking that to the extent that we've seen incidents in the past, we will take measures, we will be proactive in preventing their recurrence. Yeah, so this issue of rounding up people, at least, fortunately, it doesn't appear this time around so many people have been arrested. So that we're hoping that there will be less of those incidents, okay? Just rounding up people you see on a crime scene, put them in after 2-3 months before they are released, no. Because as we've lauded ourselves, and it's true that our democracy keeps chucking several notches higher. So in the same way, we expect our criminal justice system to also make progress, so that the two move in tandem. Because yes, as part of one of the indicia for measuring development, you look at the state of the justice system in terms of the human index that the UN measures, okay, Human Development Index. Yes, you look at the respect for the rule of law, human rights of suspects and accused persons. Yes, so we are definitely expecting that this practice of just rounding up suspects, putting them in 2-3 months. Even now we are lucky because there is the non-billable, the duration of
thanks to you.
Total incarceration.
Thanks to you. Let me
for
just
God
say,
and country,
yes.
the Supreme Court.
I mean, that landmark ruling, you led that case.
Yeah,
At least now we know all offenses are available.
Yeah, well,
thanks to your I think
Okay.
it's just best that we celebrate you on that
We'll
one.
leave it at that. I will always say it's the Supreme Court, because led by C.J. Wood. And C.J. Wood, she had a personal passion for it, and all the justice, the current Chief Justice and all that. If they didn't have passion for it, they would have chucked it out.
True.
Yes, so we are expecting that the police will do less of that, this mass arrest and then keeping them in custody for months before releasing them. So that, basically we should observe their human rights. Grant them bail, let them come to stand trial in due course, or as and when they are needed for investigations. Yes.
Now, the videos you're seeing right now are live videos from the Amasaman constituency. That's the coalition center at the Amasaman constituency. It's quite dark, and that actually now brings up the issue of the lighting at the coalition center. This is the collation center of the Amasaman constituency, and you can hardly see anything. I mean, and people have to use their mobile phone lights to create some visibility. And that's a concern that we were talking about earlier, even before we connected to our correspondents. And it's repeating itself in many, many places. In this particular Amasaman constituency, before we even went to visit those other constituencies, we realized that the only source of light for the Electoral Commission officials was the people who had to put on their car lights. This is where some individuals had to put on their car lights, the headlights of their vehicles, so that the Electoral Commission officials can have some lighting system to be able to count. And that's what you're seeing right there. And this is what my colleague Stanley Blewu in the Amasaman constituency is showing us right now. And it's a real concern right there. Lawyer Martin Blewu, this is it. I mean, this is actually what's happening now. These are live videos from the Amasaman constituency.
Maybe, so Alfred, can we have something like perhaps you send one of the reporters to the EC to go ask them? Because you see, the doctor and Colonel have said that they can do something this evening. Maybe we should be asking them, have they seen these pictures? Have they seen these videos? Are they willing to do something? Yeah, because it's possible for them to take some measures now. You say, yes, so maybe we should try it. Let's send a reporter over. Let's see.
In fact, we're going to do that, but I would assume that the Electoral Commission also has a media center, I must say, where then they've been very, very active on social media, issuing statements, putting out statements, just so that the citizens who are hooked on social media can follow information from the Electoral Commission. And they have a media center that's monitoring all the television stations. And we here at the Election Command Center putting out a lot of information during this period. I would assume that they should have seen this. Someone at the commission should be watching TV3 by now and should have gotten information.
I don't know too much about the electoral legal frameworks, but the presiding officers at the polling station are in constant communication with the EC, or are expected to be. At the constituency level, if that is what we call them, the returning officers similarly should be in constant communication with the EC to keep the EC up to date. Indeed, unbeknownst to us, there are all manner of people. This national security that we've been talking about, they are there. DNI is there. Police detectives are there. Plainclothes who are not part of the, let's say, the election security uniform personnel. So there are a whole range of other people who can assess the situation and draw somebody's attention to it. This environment, besides the infractions of the potential infractions of the electoral laws, could also create a field day for petty criminals.
True.
I'm sure they're also
in fact,
there.
This is total
trying
darkness.
to look into people's handbags, pockets, and so on and so forth.
It's a real concern.
Yes.
Let's see if
Stanley the public safety itself is compromised.
True, it's true. Stanley Niblewu is a man in the Amasaman constituency. If we could connect with Stanley now, we see a fire service personnel engaging the public who have gathered at the Amasaman Constituency Coalition Center to observe the counting and final declaration of who has won the parliamentary elections in the Amasaman constituency. Now, what you're seeing also, that's the what's happening there now. This is, in fact, they've actually had to move them. So now, after we put out those videos earlier, they've had to move them. So this is the coalition center of the Amasaman constituency. Now, so yes, I think they feeded to the earlier call. They've had to move. Now this is what you're seeing, live videos. So what you saw earlier is what's happening outside of the coalition center. The general public who have gathered there to observe what is going on in the coalition center. So what you're seeing now are the live videos of the coalition center in the Amasaman constituency as well. And we're having information as well from the Ablikuma South constituency that the observers have had to take cover because earlier it was drizzling, and that's the officials, Electoral Commission officials in the Coalition Center for the Blekuma South constituency. We understand because of the increasing number of observers and the citizens there, the weather is also not favoring them. They've had to also check that as well, and it's drizzling in that part of the Greater Accra region, Ablekuma South constituency, and that is also impacting on the coalition of the votes process. We'll keep an eye on that and be updating you. But now, these are the live videos from the Amasaman constituency coalition center. Our man Stanley Nibleu is there, and will be updating us. Earlier, the videos we saw people outside. In fact, these officials at the various polling stations. So that's what you see there. People who have queued. In fact, it is the various Electoral Commission officers at the polling stations who are now being searched by the Ghana National Fire Service officer there at the Amasaman, the coalition center, searching them before they get into the coalition center. You see some of them with the brown envelopes and the bags. These are the signed, that's the sheets from the polling stations. Which are being transported. You see that Ghana must go back. I don't know if what's in there. We cannot confirm the content. In fact, they are all holding that Ghana must go back. So yes, that shows you that's where
the ballot should be in the ballot boxes. No, not in those bags.
Not obviously not in this. So there obviously will be some documentation that they've had to hold. But that's what you see. These are officials of the Electoral Commission at the polling stations in the Amasaman constituency who are reporting to the coalition center in the Amasaman constituency with their signed sheets for the coalition of the results to begin. At least in the next couple of hours ahead of us, we'll be in a good position to tell you how the situation looks like and who is winning the Amasaman constituency for the parliamentary, especially because at that level of the coalition center, the returning officer for the parliamentary is the Electoral Commission official at the coalition center. So we'll know who is winning the Amasaman constituency for the constituency there. And Stanley Nibleu is joining us now very quickly. Stanley, you've been showing us videos of what's happening at the coalition center. What are we seeing now? Hello, Stanley, can you hear me? Hello, Stanley, can you hear me? Okay, so as I said earlier, that's what you see there with the Ghana National Fire Service official searching all the offices there. Stanley, can you hear me now? Hello, Stanley, I can hear you. If you could speak up a bit for me.
Okay, this is not Stanley. This is Nanekia Mensah Abraham.
Okay, Nanekia, we'll connect with you in a bit. But what we are seeing now, Stanley, can you hear me now? Hello, Stanley, can you hear me? Okay. While we try to connect with Stanley, there's something happening there, and these are live videos. These are live videos from the coalition center of the Amasaman constituency. Someone has just fallen. We don't know if it was an intentional act, but at least he was actually shoved down. We don't know what happened, but we are seeing the presence of the Ghana Police Service there to be able to address the situation. So what you just saw, these are live videos from the Amasaman constituency coalition center there. That incident that just happened, my colleague Stanley Nibleu is going to give us some details of exactly what happened that led to that gentleman being shoved off to the ground in the presence of the police personnel there. And Stanley, can you hear me now? Hello, Stanley, can you hear me? We'll connect with Stanley in a bit. So that's what you're seeing there now. These are the results of 88 out of 38,622 polling stations results. These are provisional results so far. Provisional results. And the emphasis is on the provisional results so far for the 2020 presidential result. Provisional. 88 out of the 38,622 polling stations. The NPP has some 16,619 votes so far, with 54.4%, as against 13,691. That's 44.8%. These are provisional results for the presidential. 88 out of the 38,622 polling stations. We have a long way to go, but this is how the picture is looking at for the 88 out of the 38,622 polling stations we have for the presidential. Provisional results coming in here on your election command center. Ghana Union Movement follows in the third position with 174 provisional. And this actually is in tandem with some of the projections that some analysts made going into this election, that the Ghana Union Movement may become the third force in this particular election. And with the 88 out of the 38,622 provisional results from the polling stations, we're saying for the presidential, Ghana Union Movement is indeed in the third position, and followed closely, well, not closely, there's a huge margin between him and the CPP, 16 there, and then you have as well the fifth position following closely there, and the GCPP has 8 provisional out of the 88 the results we've seen. In this are polling station results, 88 polling station results out of the 38,622. The APC has 7, and then you also have the Liberal Party of Ghana, LPG, Kofi Akpaloo 3, PNC 9, PPP 6, and then also you have the NDP 8, independent candidate 2. This is how the presidential provisional results for the presidential of 88 out of the 38,622 polling stations that we have. The total provisional result here on your election command center. You have it there. In fact, Ekuadonko has 5 there as well. He actually has more than LPG and the independent candidate based on the provisional results that we have. And 88 out of the 38,622 of the polling stations. Let me just say this, that we have a long way to go. This is just 88. So there's no reason to jubilate too early to call, as a matter of fact. And so we have so many of them to count. So no reason to hit the streets as yet, please. But stay with us. Keep your eyes glued to the bottom of the screen. We'll keep rolling the results of the polling stations as they come through here on your election command center. Stanley Ni Blewu is in the Amasaman constituency. He showed us a live videos of what's happening inside the coalition center of the Amasaman constituency. He joins me. Stanley, can you hear me now? Hello, Stanley, can you hear me now?
Okay, you know what? Do your interview when I'm ready.
Okay, yes, certainly we will do that. Thank you very much. We will do that interview and we'll connect with you. But my guest still with me in the studio. I still have Colonel Festus Abuaje, retired security analyst. Also, Dr. Norman Ishmael Norman is a security analyst as well, and lawyer Martin Pebo is also a private legal practitioner. At least we got clarity of what's happening in the Amasaman constituency. They moved in there into the coalition center as well. I'm tempted to ask you for the provisional, but let's move on. We don't want to make discussions on that. But Martin Pebo, if you look at so far how things have played out, at least with the concerns that were raised, Dr. Norman talked about 2 elements which are very, very important at this crucial stage of the counting process, which is, in fact, the most important process in this whole election, the counting, transparency and trust, do you see that clearly being upheld, at least with what we've seen so far? If not, is that something that's going to threaten that, with what you've seen?
By and large, the transparency and trust is being observed, you see. Yes, well, I say by and large because we've already bemoaned the poor lighting conditions in a lot of constituencies we've seen. But that apart, I know from previous experience that the way they make up for it is that during the counting, they pick one ballot box, one ballot sheet, then this returning officer shouts. You see, yes. So the presiding officer, he shouts 1, 2. So there's a way they make up for it, so that it's not as if it's done quietly. You have to shout, and then you have the agents of the parties and the candidates around.
Yeah.
So to the extent that you have both parties represented, and also usually you have the plainclothesmen, the security men, and all that. I think that's our Ghanaian way. We just want to make sure that we make it better, because we don't know when, as a result of the darkness, miscreants will take opportunity to create trouble. So it's just better that as we move forward, we keep making the system better.
Sure.
Just like the ballot box, previously they were opaque.
Sure.
People had to fight for us to bring transparent ballot boxes, and so on and so forth. So as part of the reforms, as long as we are committed to this process, we'll have to make changes, introduce new systems and materials to help. So it's to that extent that we're saying that the poor lighting is a problem. But the way the countervailing measures, the way they use or the things they do to make up for that poor lighting system is the way they shout. So you get this.
But I'm wondering if you're shouting and I cannot see clearly what you're shouting about, and that's also another problem.
They lift it usually from experience. At least, as I've said, we've bemoaned that poor lighting system. So hopefully the EC will be listening.
Absolutely.
So hopefully they will be taking measures to avoid that.
Dr. Norman, on this, the process of improving the elements of trust and transparency in this process, so that we can all have an election and not have to worry our heads over whether or not we even trust this process.
Yeah, I think all of us have basically said more or less the same thing towards transparency and trust, because the election has to be free, and that aspect, I think we have met that standard. The election has been very free. Then we go to the next standard, that is fair. I think the elections has been very fair. And now the next one is credibility. Now, if we don't handle the counting well, we will lose that standard. There are 3 prongs that we have to meet: free, fair, and credible. And that is where my concern is. I think I have seen a little bit of a seasoned lawyer. He's an insufferable optimist.
I like that expression that you give to him.
Optimist, any of them. In life, you have to keep hope alive.
Which is very good, because at this moment we all want good news.
Absolutely.
So I will second that, and I strongly associate with you on that. But at the same time, I'm very, very strong in pointing out the fact that if we don't take care of these little things, it can become a big issue. Because look at what happened in the United States. A few lapses here and there, and it took a very long time, a very advanced, over 200-year-old democracy. Look at what they went through. So if you compare ours, we are a very advanced democracy when it comes to the African context, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I don't want anything bad to happen to our beautiful country. That's all. So I think over to you, Colonel.
Colonel, first
Let me wait for the call from Alfred.
Before you come in, and I'm going to end with you, but I have my colleague Godfred Tenam. He's connected with us from the Bolga constituency. And Godfred, if you can hear me, it's good to have you at this. We're just hearing from you for the first time. How is the situation like in the Bolga constituency where you are now? Godfred, if you can unmute, and then so I can hear you, that will be good. So good. That's our man, Godfred Tenam, in the Bolga constituency. He's going to be updating us on how the situation looks like there, and we'll connect with him, get some clarification on that. He is specifically in the Upper East region. He's been crisscrossing the Bolga Central, Bolga East, and then also the Boko Central areas. Godfred, can you hear me now? Hello? Godfred, if you can unmute, is it better now? Can you hear me? Unfortunately, we cannot hear Godfred Tenam. We'll try to rectify that connection and get through to him, but he is in the Bolga South, the Bolga constituency specifically. This is in the Upper East region, Bolga Central, Bolga East. That's where he is. Godfred, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly now. Great. Tell us what's happening in the Bolga constituency now.
First, I started by saying that from morning till the time that the votes were counted, everything has been calm here at the Bolga Central constituency, where Isaac Adongo, the incumbent member of parliament, is facing Reza Sang of the NPP, who have been battling out here. And we also, within the Bolga municipality, we have the Bolga Central and then the Bolga East constituency. And currently, I am at the Collation Center for the Bolga Central constituency, where they are putting together figures from the 150 polling stations, and to put these figures out, and then they make sure that they get the people to know whoever won this particular election. So you can see the officials seated, sorting out things and making sure that all these figures are put together, so that at the end of the day, it's either going to be Isaac Adongo who is going to maintain or retain his seat, or Reza Sanga who is going to come over. And this particular constituency, the NPP, has never won it. It has been between the NDC and the PNC, and David Apasra was the one who held it for the PNC, who is currently the flag bearer for the PNC. So this is how it has been like in the Bolga Central constituency, and the two of them are very optimistic of winning. And from the figures that have come up from the various police stations, you could see that it is a very tough thing for both of them. Very close contest within the two contestants. And I mean, they've had some various accusations here and there, sharing of money and all those things. Adongo is blaming Reza Sanga for sharing money. Reza Sanga is also doing the same thing. But at the end of the day, the people have spoken. And after these officials come together to put the figures out, we will know whoever is supposed to represent the people of Bolga Central in Parliament. So this is how it has been like in the Bolga Central constituency. We'll be monitoring every detail of everything that will be coming in. We'll move on to the Regional Collation Center, where all the 15 constituencies will be coming in. So we put them together and make our viewers know exactly who is winning in the Upper East region, both presidential and parliamentary.
Godfred Tenam, thank you very much for what's happening in the Upper East region. He's in the Bolga Central constituency. That's Isaac Adongo's constituency. It's a place to watch as we go on. And it's a keenly contested area, and we'll be getting into that a lot more. Godfred Tenam is a man leading the charge there, together with the over 45 reporters and volunteers we have on the ground in the Bolga, that's the Upper East region. Trying to get a lot more detail to you here on your election command center. As and when it comes through, certainly you would hear it here on your election command center first, here on TV3, on 3FM 92.7, as well on TV3 Ghana on Facebook. And kind of first, the last word to you on the security concerns and the issue of transparency, trust, and credibility as well.
Well, I think we went into the elections with two estimates of flashpoints. There was one that was jointly made by the National Communication on Small Arms and Light Weapons and the police, of course, based on police statistics or data. which put it in the region of 4,000 plus. Then I think within 2 weeks, the police updated it, and we ended up with 6,198.
True.
So in terms of the numerical count of incidents, the episodes that we have realized, they are very, very few, in comparison with the 6,198. But I see that is not the only assessment of incidents. There's also the impact. So for instance, at Senya Breku East, where the shots were fired,
yes,
what was the impact on the voting population or the voter population? They did intimidate some people to return home and not even to come back and cast their votes.
Sure.
We'll get a sense of those assessments, I think, by technical groups like Codeo, Imani, CDD, plus some of the international observers. But all of this cumulatively revolve around some of the parameters that our two colleagues have mentioned. But the freeness, the fairness, the transparency are the factors of peacefulness. Yes. Where you don't have freeness, you don't have fairness, you don't have transparency, you are likely to have violence. And when you have violence, there will be no peace. So far we can say that, plus or minus, the elections have been largely peaceful, affected only by isolated incidents of violence. And therefore, the conclusion that I would draw is that if those calculations or estimates are correct, then the outcomes will be legitimate. Whoever wins has legitimately won. But if we wake up tomorrow and there are incidents that had far-reaching impact on some of the ballot centers or polling stations and so on, maybe our conclusions might be different. But this is why I think I'll draw my concluding remarks, that it's been largely peaceful because the underlying factors have all held, contrary to the estimates that were made. But I cautioned earlier on that the fact that the 6,198 did not turn out violent doesn't mean that the police was wrong. Absolutely. They took in precautionary measures. They put in a lot. So that environment itself might have intimidated the political vigilantes not to rear their heads to mar the election.
True. That also helped in the proper preparation, at least because you could easily predict the situation and put in the measures. And that's amazing. I thank you so much for making the time to be with us. It's been a very long haul with you since we started as far back as at 8 p.m. thereabout. But with your commitment to help us get through this, I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for making the time to be here. Colonel Festus Abaji is a security expert, as well as Dr. Ishmael Norman. He is the president of the Institute for Security, Disaster and Emergency Studies, security expert as well. And lawyer Martin Pebu is a private legal practitioner par excellence as well, joining us in the studio. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time this evening. This is Decision 2020 here on your Election Command Center. And as I keep telling you, connect with us. We're highly interactive on Facebook, on Twitter, Instagram, and keep your eyes on the bottom of the screen. We keep scrolling the polling station results as when they come through thick and fast here on your Election Command Center, and we'll still put them all together as the stations are here crunching the figures, and the data center is onto the work with all the 16 regions heavily represented in our data center, making sure that we authenticate and validate all the information coming in for you here on your Election Command Center with clear representation in all the 38,622 polling stations across the 275 constituencies in all 16 regions here on your Election Command Center. I am Alfredo Kanse, and Bella Mundi is standing by with our expert statisticians to help us put meaning to the figures. Bella.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Alfred. And we're back here at the Data Hub. I'm still here with Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante and Dr. Ezekiel Nortey. And we have some provisional results coming in from 88 polling stations. Remember, we have 38,622 polling stations. So far, we have some provisional results from 88 of them. And it puts the NPP ahead with 54.40% of the votes. That's 16,619 votes cast for the NPP so far out of 88. And these are provisional results, by the way. And so I just need to put that across. Now, the NDC so far has received 13,691 votes. These are for presidential, for the 2020 elections. And so NPP, again, presidential, they have 54.40%. That's 16,619 votes. And the NDC, 13,691 votes. That represents 44.80%. We also have the other party, CPP with 16, GUM with 174 votes, and we have GCPP with 8, APC with 7, we have the LPG with 3, and we also have a Creator and Cause Party, that's 5, PNC 9, PPP 6, and Independent 2 as well. And so quickly, let's just come and analyze. It's still too early to even make any final judgments on this because this is just 88 polling stations out of 38,622. But Dr. Nortey, what do you have to say about what you've seen so far?
Yeah, so a pattern will clearly emerge, but certainly not from just 88 polling stations out of 38,000 polling stations. We would still have to wait to see a clearer picture. But out of these 88, we can ask ourselves, how many of these 88 polling stations are falling in the stronghold of NDC, the stronghold of MPP, and in the swings? Okay. And then we can have a fairer idea of what to expect in the others.
Okay.
So currently, we've not broken down the data into that. So it will be difficult to see. But of course, if this 88, quite a chunk is coming from the MPP stronghold, then obviously we would expect the kind of percentage, 54%.
Okay.
On the other hand, if these are coming from swing regions, then again, it tells us what is going to happen. It means that MPP is getting an edge in the swings.
Okay.
But of course, 88 out of 38,000 is
too early.
Is too early to say something. But these are some of the indications that on top of my head I can bring out.
But we're seeing GUM, and they have 174 when we have 16,000 and more for MPP, 13,000 and more for the NDC. It was predicted that, you know, GUM was likely to be that third force. But clearly you can see that gap, and it doesn't look like that's happening out of these 88 polling stations. What do you say to that number?
Well, somebody should be first, somebody should be second, somebody will be third. But when it comes to, in terms of magnitude, they didn't show up at the party. Because if the two are making in thousands, 13,000, 16,000, and you are getting in the hundreds, just the 174, you didn't come to the party.
At all?
No.
But at least they're doing better than, you know, the CPP, which, you know, we were hoping would be able to regain its image, because in the last few elections it hasn't done too well in terms of numbers. The PPP, that could have been a third force. I mean, that also didn't happen this time around. Well, just for 88 constituencies, by the way. So let's just remind you that these are just provisional results. We have 38,622 polling stations. So far, we're working with just 88 of them. So it's too early to make any call, too early to make any proper projections. And so we're basing our discussion on these ones. Let me bring Dr. Asah-Asante in. What do you have to say?
As you rightly said, it's too early to judge and see the real pattern that will emerge. But it gives us an idea as to how things are going to look like as we go along. But it is also an indication of the fact that yes, if you look at the smaller parties, it is obviously clear that their performance do not mean so much. If you look at their average performance since 1992, all the other parties up to 2016, they hover around 4.47%.
Yeah.
And if you look at the performance of the PNC, CPP, and the GUM, it tells you clearly that the issue of a third force will take us a while.
Okay.
Because I don't know when their performance will be improved to the extent that they will be able to rub shoulders with the two dominant parties. So clearly, it gives me a fair idea that this country is purely a two-party state. That we have more than two parties existing in this country, but only two are dominant, and they have what it takes to win power.
Interesting, and we're hoping that we can also get some updates on the parliamentary provisional results as well. And when they do come in, we'll update you with that. But at the moment, we're discussing 88 out of 38,622 polling stations. And these are provisional presidential results for 88 of those. But quickly, away from this, let's just talk about some of the issues that have arisen in some of these constituencies. One of the major issue would be lack of electricity, or no lights in lighting in some of these polling centers where counting is taking place. They've had to rely on lights from vehicles and all of that. What do you say about election management?
Yeah, when you look at free and fair elections, there are three components: the period before the elections, the pre-election phase, and the day of the election, the election phase, and then the post-election phase. In all these things, the election management body, the Electoral Commission for that matter, has a duty. It's supposed to make sure that logistics are ready. It's supposed to make sure that people register and all that. But when it's getting closer, issue of resources, material and whatnot are supposed to be ready by Electoral Commission. If you look at the happenings in some of the constituencies where they need energy to be able to count the votes and all that, then it tells you that the Electoral Commission could not live up expectation as far as this issue is concerned. I hope that the problem would not be widespread, so that we'll get proper counting where there will be no problems. Because every election hinges on credibility. And if it's suffers that, then there's a problem with its acceptance. So I'm sure Electoral Commission is not oblivious of this fact. So now that the issue has come to the fore, quickly they will rush in and provide the necessary logistics that will be able to enable the people to count and declare results in no time.
You want to touch on this as well before we move on? We're getting an indication that there are some major names that unfortunately look like they're losing their seats. And, John Dumelo in the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, I mean, the stakes were pretty high in that constituency. We're hearing that, looking at the numbers that are coming in, Ma Lydia is in quite a comfortable lead with that. We'll wait for the confirmation, but from what all indications, it looks as if John Dumelo is not exactly in the lead for the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. Now, the Minister of Information, Kojo Ponkruma, is said to be in the lead at Ofuasia Irebi. That is his constituency. We're hearing as well that the Energy Minister, Honorable Peter Amewu, is also in the lead in Hohoe. In actual fact, it's unbelievable that, this is happening, because we know that Hohoe for a long time has been a stronghold of the NDC. Is it surprising that this is happening? We'll see what they have to say about that. And we'll analyze a lot of these as we move along. Also, we're hearing that Tema East Titus Glover, it looks shaky. You're not sure if he's retaining that seat or not. We'll bring you updates on that. Zanetto Rawlings looks like she is in the lead at the Klote-Korle constituency. Lejo Kuku, the Deputy Minister of Health, Honorable Oko Boy, we're hearing might be losing that seat as well. That's also another swing. And again, for that particular constituency, we do understand that they never really give anyone the opportunity to go a second term. And so it is not too surprising, even though people thought that for, Honorable Oko Boy, well, this is news coming in, by the way, and we're hoping, a lot of people were saying that they were hoping that Honorable Oko Boy would actually retain the seat, but news coming in indicates that he is likely losing that seat, and we'll be bringing you more of those. But we have our statisticians also crossing over to join Martin and Alfred, and these are key constituencies that we are looking at, and these are the results that are coming in. And so let's analyze. These are not confirmed, by the way, and that's why I was very careful with my words to indicate that it seems as if this is what is happening. And so when we do get confirmation, we would definitely let you know. We're watching keenly. We have our eyes on the ground, and we will give you more details as we progress. But let's do some analysis now. We have Alfred and Martin being joined by Dr. Asah-Asante and Dr. Ezekiel Nortey.
Right, so we're in your election command center, and we're live here from a news hub here, and West Wing Studios as well, standing by a lot to look out for. But these are indications we're picking, and as Bella, you put it right, the indications we are picking in the constituencies that, Bella, you put out earlier, point in a very different direction. So we're going to run through it. These are early indications that we are picking. So just to make it clear, and the emphasis put on it right there on your election command center. So Bella, you mentioned the Lejo Kuku constituency, and you're right about this because Dr. Bernard Oko Boy, if you look at the 2016 election, just to give you the electoral history of the constituencies that I've just zeroed in on. The Lejo Kuku constituency you see right there, 2016, Dr. Bernard Oko Boy, Deputy Health Minister, won by 45,259. The margin of difference between him and Benita Sena Okiti-Dia, it's less than, it's actually a little over 2,000. You see, 43,092. That's about 48.32% of the total vote cast. And then you had the CPP's Emmanuel Niashia Anyanko there with 433 of the votes. That is for the parliamentary. Look at the presidential closely. And you have the NDC actually won in the presidential. So this is also another skirt and blouse we saw there in the Lejo Kuku constituency. So you see it right there. They are voters who have a mind of their own. In fact, you see that John Mahama won the presidential with 44,406 of the total vote cast in 2016, as against Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo's 43,956. But if you look at the dynamics and compare it to the parliamentary, Dr. Bernard Oko Boy, even though he won, you have John Mahama also having something close to what Dr. Bernard Oko Boy had. So that 2,000 difference was shared between the two candidates here. And then you see the presidential, it was very clear that you had it between John Mahama and Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So that is the information we are picking. The early indication we're picking is that the trend is continuing, that this constituency does not give its parliamentary candidate the second round. Look at 2012. You have Dr. Ashite, who represented the MPP. He lost to Benita Okiti-Dia, who won in 2012 with 52,524.
Even before the elections, there were posters going round showing John Dramani Mahama and Dr. Bernard Oko Boy. So then that was what people were saying, John Boy.
John Boy.
You know, and there were posters beyond people's cars, which clearly showed that from what people wanted, they knew they were going to vote skirt and blouse. Maybe the Deputy Health Minister didn't do as much work as expected, but the early indications, like you mentioned, favor the NDC candidate this time around.
True. And look at this. Look at this. 2012 as well for the presidential. Martin, you're so right on this. For the presidential, in 2012, there was no skirt and blouse. John Mahama won, and Benita Okiti-Dia also won for the NDC, 53,710 as against Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo's 40,662. That's about almost 13,000 difference between them. But that gap was closed. That 13,000 gap was closed if you look at it with at least what we're seeing for the presidential in 2016. If you go back to 2008, Martin, you see for the parliamentary, you had then Nino Tedia. Nino Tedia won for the NDC with 42,087 as against Gladys Alayashite of the MPP, 30,262. About 12,000 difference thereabout. You see that margin of difference also repeating itself in 2016. 2016, we saw there in 2012 between John Dramani Mahama and Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, there was about 13,000 difference. But if you look at 2008 as well, between Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo and John Evans Atta-Mills, there was a 10,000 difference between them in terms of the margin of difference. But the NDC won for the presidential in the Lejokuku constituency. And if you look at Asiswa in 2004,
you from the trends you are giving, it is one of the constituencies. It is a swing constituency in a swing region. They choose to vote for who they want depending on what message you are giving them. And it seems to have repeated itself. We are yet to get the certified figures for presidential when it comes to the Lejokuku constituency. But from the early indications we are getting, it looks as if the NDC presidential candidate may have inched it. And this time around, the NPP parliamentary candidate seemed to be losing the grip on what's happening in the Lejokuku constituency.
In fact, and that confirms it that they have a mind of their own, as a matter of fact. And we were in there in the constituency debate there, even though the candidate of the NDC, Benjamin Ikunate, failed to show up with the indication, the early indication we're getting, Dr. Ezekiel Norte. That's clearly, it keeps you thinking about how the pendulum is swinging in and out. But let me just say this and reiterate again on the basis of fact that these are early indications. It does not in any way point to a specific direction of how the result will end in that constituency, especially in the parliamentary. Now, we're giving you a complexion of how the situation looks like with the early indications we are getting. And I think that we need to make it that very, very clear on your election command center. These are early indications we're getting. It does not in any way give a direct picture of how the situation is going to end in these constituencies that we've touched on. So stay with us here. When the results come in, we will definitely put them all together, and as certified by the Electoral Commission, we will put it out here on your election command center, but we're still getting the provisional results from the various polling stations. As and when they come through, you see it at the bottom of your screen scrolling in there. Dr. Ezekiel Norte.
Yes. When you follow our earlier discussion on TV3, we indicated, when we were doing Greater Accra, we indicated that Lejokuku is going to be a swing.
It's going to be a swing.
Exactly.
As has always been.
Yes. So we were thinking it could go either way. And this earlier indication is sort of trying to explain why it happened that way. Let's see what happens. Maybe the trends may change towards the end. But it doesn't look favorable to Okuboy.
I see. We'll see. But Dr. Sasanti, your take on this as well, with this early indication that we're getting.
Yes, it's too early now. We want to wait a little bit so that we get more results, then we can make a very informed, statement on this. But having said this, we are saying that then it tells you that a pattern is gradually emerging as to who actually is likely to win the seat there. I'm not surprised, because if you look at Greater Accra in general, it's typical of a swing region. So the constituencies within them swing depending upon a number of factors. So this is very typical. I'm sure we are likely to see more of such situations as the results begin to trickle in.
Certainly. Stay with us here on your Election Command Center. As the results come in, we will definitely put it out there. But the Lejuku constituency, Bernardo Koboy is an incumbent member of parliament. Benjamin Ayiku Nate is the NDC candidate there. You have Lord Ajiti Doku, who is the Ghana Union Movement candidate, and then Lucky Mensa, who is the NDP, not the Lucky Mensa, you know, not the musician, but he is the NDP candidate that's actually a female candidate in that Lejukuku constituency. These are the four contesting the Lejukuku constituency. Martin.
Yeah. I mean, clearly, we do know that the numbers are coming in quite quickly. What we do know for now is the fact that one constituency has been confirmed. We mentioned earlier in our analysis that when the results start coming in, the upper regions are likely, because of their numbers, we're likely to start getting their numbers a bit earlier than the lower or the southern part of the country. So what we are getting confirmed by our reporter there is that the New Patriotic Party's parliamentary candidate for the Daboya Mankarigu constituency, that is in the person of Alhaji Asei Seini, is going to Parliament to represent the people of that constituency. That is after the counting at the Collation Center. We'll have a lot more analysis on that to see who the other competitors were. We are swinging straight to the West Wing. Roland Walker has some guests with him, and they'll be doing some more analysis of the numbers that are coming in and what they interpret it to be. Stay with your Election Command Center. Roland, take it over.
Well, good analysis so far, and also showing that the results are trickling in. Well, let me just do a wrap-up of my guest here as we move on to the next stage of the discussion and analysis of the results that are coming in. And Dr. Brenya, if you look at what the trend is, it means that we're in for the long haul. We're definitely going to wait for some time, but there are some smaller constituencies for which there seems to be some trend and the way forward as to how the results are going.
Oh, absolutely. But 88 constituencies is just two
polling stations. Yeah,
I mean, polling stations is nothing to write home about, and also we would have been helped to at least make some analysis if we knew where these polling stations are coming from, whether they are coming from the swing regions, whether they are coming from the stronghold of the NPP and the NDC. So I think we have a long night to go, and it is too early to make any sense out of what has come in so far.
Well, definitely. Just your last word as we also wrap up.
Well, I mean, from the 88 so far, you find that the two major parties, as usual, I mean, 16,000, 13,000, and the rest in the hundreds. It's sad. I mean, you're not seeing some of the traditional ones actually showing any result, substantive result. Whilst it is good to have a two-party thing, it would have been nice to have a third force that can break, you know, potentially the neck-to-neck, and we are quite sure we're not going to win the second round or something like that. But let's see what happens at the end of the night. Hopefully by then we'll be in the thousands in terms of the polling stations and have a clear picture of what is going on. I think one area I'll be looking forward to see much more of is the swing areas. What has happened in those swing constituencies? That could tell us whether things have changed dramatically this year in the elections.
Well, thank you very much. So we've been having this interspersed interaction with the co-chair for the Citizens Movement Against Corruption, Edem Senanu, as well as Dr. Edward Brenya. He is a senior lecturer, history and political studies, the Kwame Nkrumah University of Technology. And thank you, all of you. We're grateful. Again, we hope to have you again the rest of the next 24 hours as we continue the long haul of looking at what the results are and what the trends are. But that'll be it for now. We take you back to Alfred.
Roland, thank you very much from the West Wing Studios, Ballot 360 here on your Election Command Center. All of this have been put in place to ensure that we bring you up-to-the-minute detailed information here on your Election Command Center. The results coming in as and when they come through thick and fast, you will definitely get it here, validated and authenticated on your election command center. Stay glued to your seats and to your sets and keep an eye on the bottom of the screens of your television, because we're going to be rolling out the polling station results as and when they come through, eventually validated and authenticated, confirmed by the Electoral Commission. So stay with us every step of the way. We will definitely be giving out all the information as we have it here on your election command center. Now, we can say earlier we put out 88 out of the 38,622 polling stations. Provisional results we're getting from 145 out of the 38,622 polling stations. Now we've increased from 88 to 145. 2020 presidential results, provisional. These are provisional results we're getting here on your election command center. 25,983, that constitutes about 50.4% of the 145 polling station results. We've got provisional here on your election command center. Favors Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and then you see 25,278. That's about 49% thereabout to John Dramani Mahama. And the others, we classified all of the other 10 as the others, because if we want to distribute the 257 amongst them, it's relatively insignificant in the scheme of analysis. But that's what you see right there. 145 out of the 38,622 polling stations results, provisional for the presidential. This is how it's shared between John Dramani Mahama and President Akufo-Addo, or candidate Akufo-Addo, for the NPP. As you see right there, for now, the 145 provisional results we have, it's a very, very close margin between them. And as we say, it's too early to make sense of this 145. But what we're trying to do here on your election command center is to move with you every step of the way, and at a pace where you can follow and also relate. We don't want to move with you with speed. We're following and moving at a pace where you can follow us closely and also be able to be with us every step of the way until the last ballot is counted. So what we just showed you is 145 out, that's polling station results, provisional, out of the 38,622 polling stations that we have here that took part in this election in this country. So we are a long way away. So please, no reason to jubilate as yet. And these are provisional results. Dr. Asah-Asante and Dr. Ezekiel Nortey still with us in the studio. This is how the picture looks like, gentlemen. With the 145 out of the 38,622. Your thoughts on this, Dr. Ezekiel Nortey?
Yes. So, as we explained earlier, 88 and it was 54% for MPP and 40-something for NDC. Now, in statistics or in probability theory, we have what is called the relative interpretation of probability. And all we are looking at is probability, the number of people or the proportion of people that are voting for a particular candidate. So these are probabilities. Now, relative frequency says that as you vary the number of trials, which in this case will be the number of voters, these probabilities will tend to what they actually are as we move along. So 145 is a bit too early, but as we move on, you would get them stabilizing at a particular point where it will be very difficult changing. And then from there, we can make some kind of inclination towards who is about getting it and who is about losing it.
Dr. Asah-Asante? your thoughts on this? With the provisional results for the 145 out of the 38,622 polling stations we have got so far?
Yeah, I think we have a long way to go. But it's also a function of what is ahead of us. We are going to get a lot of interesting results, the way it has started. The joy is that we are getting some interesting figures now. If you compare it to previous elections, sometimes it takes a while. But now we are getting, and I'm sure by tomorrow getting to noon, we should be clear in our minds as to who is going to occupy the Jubilee House and who is going to which constituency. Yes, so let us still keep our fingers crossed and observe the figures as they trickle in, but taking into consideration that these are nothing but provisional figures. We are going to see the real figures when they begin to come to us as certified figures. Then we can make what very informed statements on them.
Dr. Zikinate?
Yeah, and of course, these 145 constituencies, if we break them into strongholds of each of the parties and their and the swing regions, then we may have a sense of what is actually happening.
True.
Because this 145, if all these 145 is coming from the stronghold of one of the parties, then we can say that depending on what is happening, you can say who is doing well or who is operating below its average. But of course, we haven't done that because 145 is so few. We have a long way to go. 38,000, we are not yet there.
We are not yet there.
Yes.
And so stay with us here on your Election Command Center. What we can tell you that in as much as we are not yet there, 145 too early. Out of 38,622 polling stations results, we will give you the assurance that we're going to be with you every step of the way. So stay with us here. We'll bring you the results as and when they come through at a pace where you can follow. So that when we get to the point where we tell you how the picture looks like, you would have also followed at a very reasonable pace and be on the same wavelength with us here on your Election Command Center. We're doing this with you out there if you are watching us. Keep your eyes glued to the bottom of the screen. We'll keep putting out the polling station results as and when they come through here on your Election Command Center. We're very, 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 very interactive. Connect with us on our various social media handles. The hashtag we're using all through this coverage is Election Command Center. The hashtag is Election Command Center. You talked about earlier. We mentioned the Korle constituency. I want us to move in there very, very quickly because what we're seeing in the Korle constituency, Prince Apia Deborah of the MPP, he's fresh to the race. Zaneto Ajiman Rawlings, doctor, incumbent member of parliament, and Freddie Nto. Freddie Nto Boateng is the LPG candidate there in that Korle constituency. First off, let's start off with you. Before we get to my colleague Portia Gabo, who is currently going to join us in a bit from the constituency where she is right now. But the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency is also a place to watch as well, and that's where Portia is. Let's cross over very quickly to my colleague Portia Gabo in the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. Portia, earlier you were in two polling stations. I know you're moving around. What can you report now? Hello, Portia, can you hear me? Hello, Portia, can you hear me? Okay, so what you're seeing now are the live videos of the Coalition Center, the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. The Coalition Center at the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency is what you're seeing right now on your screens. These are live videos, and that is a constituency of interest indeed in the Greater Accra region going into this particular election. The Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. Lydia Sarah Malhassan, the incumbent member of parliament on the ticket of the MPP, contested the by-election. We all know the violence that characterized that by-election after the demise of the incumbent member of parliament, then Manuel Chimantenye Jakon, and then now she is also seeking re-election, Lydia Seram Alassane. Then you have John Seto Dumelo of the NDC as the candidate for the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. Gifty Boche is a PNC candidate there. And then also Richard Mauli Amegache is an independent candidate in the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. That is how the situation is looking like. What you're seeing on your screens now are live videos coming in from the coalition center of the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. And that has got a lot of people. As a matter of fact, when you go onto social media, this is a constituency that's gained a lot of prominence and traction, obviously because of the people who are contesting this particular constituency. And what you see there right now are the live videos coming in from the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. We're going to connect with my colleague Portia Gabo in a bit to tell us the situation there as we speak here on your election command center. Portia, can you hear me now? Good evening to you.
Hello.
Great. Portia, if you can hear me now, I know you are the coalition center at the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. Tell us what's happening there now. Hello, Portia, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, Portia, can you hear me? Hello, Portia, can you hear me? We'll try to rectify that. We'll try to rectify that and connect with Portia Gabo again, my colleague at the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. But let me just reiterate, if you just tuned in, these are live videos coming in from the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency coalition center. And that's what's happening right there. At the moment, the certified results are declared by the Electoral Commission, we will definitely put it out here on your Election Command Center Decision 2020. The Electoral Commission's verdict is what you're going to be seeing scrolling at the bottom of your television set. Every polling station results, it's what we are putting out there so that you can also follow every step of the way as we bring you this live, extensive coverage of the December 7 presidential and parliamentary elections here on your Election Command Center. And that's what's happening in the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. And that's how it's looking now at the coalition center. My colleague Portia Gabo will be joining me shortly. We had the lines being a bit cranky earlier, but we were going to be connecting with Portia Gabo in a bit. Portia, can you hear me now? Hello, Portia, can you hear me? Hello, Portia, can you hear me? Okay, Portia, if you could tell us what's happening at the coalition center where you are now. So these are the videos, and we're taking you to many parts of the coalition center at the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency here in the Greater Accra region, where Lydia Seram Alassane is incumbent member of parliament, John Seto Dumelo, the NDC candidate there, Gifty Boche, PNC, and Richard Mauli Amegache is an independent candidate. But, you know, Dr. Sasati, going into this election, I mean, Lydia Seram Alassane won that by-election. We all know what happened. The violence caused a huge reduction in the voter turnout on that day. In fact, it was less than 20% of the eligible voters or the registered voters in the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency that voted during the by-election. How is it going to play out now that you have a full-fledged election and you have the people coming out to vote? But let's cross over and hear my colleague Portia Gabo now.
So
Bringing in ballot boxes with security officials also here so that it will be collated. And currently we have heavy security presence here from the military to Ghana Police Service, political party representatives, candidates. A while ago, John Dumelo was here and he entered, and as well as accredited media personnel, domestic and international observers who will be present at the Coalition Center. And the results for the parliamentary candidate in the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency will be declared at the Coalition Center as soon as the constituency coalition is over by the respective returning officers. And currently, as I said early on, many people are observing the COVID-19 safety protocols by wearing their face masks, except that social or physical distancing is hardly being observed over here. So that's the current situation. There's still more electoral materials coming in, waiting to be collected over here. Alfred.
With that update coming in from the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency, giving us a brief of what's happening. And these are live videos from the Coalition Center. You see it right there with the AC officials coming in, and we understand a lot more polling station results expected to arrive at the Coalition Center of the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency for the coalition to begin. And we're talking about a total voter population, the registered voters going into this election, 105,423. 105,423 registered voters in the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency. We'll see what the voter turnout will be after the Electoral Commission puts out the entire results for the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency. Dr. Sasanti, I was asking you earlier about the by-election, the happenings on that day, and the run-up to this election, and the NDC actually replaced the candidate there, Delali Brimpong, who contested in 2016, and the by-election was replaced by John Dumelo, who went into this election. Your take on this?
When you look at that constituency, you realize that it has a lot of different categories of people there. I'm talking about groups there. You have students, we have, workers and so forth and so on. And the constituency has been a very typical MPP constituency. The first time NDC won it, I think, in 1992. Even later, ruling from the court took the power away from the NDC. So it tells you that there's a very typical MPP stronghold. And in strongholds, it's difficult for parties to make serious incursions there. So I'm not surprised as to the performance of Mr. Dumelo, even though we have not come to the end of the counting yet. So we will still wait and see what will happen. But it gives you a picture, and that for very strong holds, you need extra effort to be able to turn the voting to your favor.
Certainly so. Dr. Zekonote, your thoughts on this?
Yes. I believe that once every polling station had been counted and they are in the collation center, I'm sure the two major political parties, contestants, would have a fairer idea of what they are expecting, because they have visited each of the polling stations, and so their men will put the things together for them, and so they should have a sense of it. But from the look of things, Ayawaso West Wogon has always been voting blue.
And you see that, at least with the early indications we're getting, that may not be on the path of changing.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
We'll see. We'll see how all of this pans out. But we keep giving you updates of what's happening here on your election command center. And what you're saying is just our own computation and also the compilation of the various constituencies in the Greater Accra region. Now, what we're going to be doing is to be feeding this particular compilation here with the data that is coming through as it rolls on the bottom of your screens as well here on your election command center. So we'll give you the updates, and Martin Isiudu is going to get into some of the other areas as well that will be of interest, other areas of interest in the constituency. I was earlier talking about the Klote constituency as well, where we got earlier indication of what is happening in there. What's going to play to the advantage of Dr. Zaneto Rawlings, beyond the sympathy, of course?
Yeah, like we've indicated, sympathy plays a very little or insignificant role in voter choices. But I think, as we have said, by the model we predicted, that it is going to be a neck-to-neck affair. And from results that have been trickling in, you can see that happening. That in some polling stations, the NDC is slightly leading. In other polling stations, NPP is slightly leading. So when all these are put together, then we'll have a fairer, better picture
of how the situation looks like. So that's what we're going to stay with here on your Election Command Center. Keep your thoughts coming through. The hashtag is Election Command Center, hashtag Election Command Center. Shortly, we'll connect with you as well on social media when we get to the social polls in the West Wing studios here on your Election Command Center. But this is how the picture looks like, at least for those who are contesting in the, that specifically, this is the Lejo Koko constituency. But when you look at the Eyaso West Wodgon constituency, clearly take you to the Greater Accra region and how the picture looks like, and also the Klote Korle constituency as well, how the situation looks like over there. These are the persons who are contesting the Klote constituency. Prince Apia Deborah for the MPP, he's fresh to the race, as well as Fred Boateng as well. And then he is for the Liberal Party of Ghana, LPG, fresh to the race. Dr. Zaneto Rawlings, incumbent member of parliament there. Dr. Asante, you agree that sympathy is not going to play a role if Zaneto does indeed retain this particular seat for the NDC?
No.
Why?
I don't believe, I have said it and I'll repeat that when we talk about factors that influence voter choices, we are not looking at sympathy. There are a lot of factors that influence voter choices. For instance, in Ghana, irrespective of party tradition, ideology, and even candidates that lead political parties, one of the factors that is rank number one that influence voter choices is the economy. And the second issue is infrastructure development. And if you look at the directive principle of state policy, it gives the state the power to develop infrastructure in every part of the country. So you realize that in furtherance of that provision in the Constitution, citizens demand that there should be always infrastructure development across the nook and cranny of the country. So that dovetails into messages or factors that influence voter choice. The third component or third item that also influence choice of voters is what? The corruption, issue of corruption. You and I know how far we have fought the battle on corruption, and still we have not succeeded. From firing squad to from imprisonment and so forth and so on. With the canker of corruption still lingers on. We have not found a very effective means to deal with it head on. And citizens continue to hold it against politicians to come out with various means and effective means that will be able to deal with this issue for society. The next important factor is the issue of health, education, and so forth and so on, up to about 14. And remember, security is also part. If you look at where Korle Klottey, you will realize that there are, because it's a typical commercial area, you have people from different, with different identities in terms of party identities, in terms of their needs and whatnot. So always a typical swing area. Voting will move towards a certain direction depending upon the factors that in that election they consider most paramount. And that is what is working the magic in this election. It will certainly determine who really wins the election, but not sympathy. As I've said, if you talk about sympathy, then you are saying that we should forget about all our needs. We should forget about all the things that we require and concentrate on sympathy. Once somebody dies, let us abandon even campaign and campaign based on what? Sympathy. But that is not possible because people really have things that they require their leaders to provide for them, for which reason they will not sacrifice that for sympathy.
Certainly so. And this is a constituency, the Klottey constituency has 97,353 registered voters there. We'll see that against the voter turnout today when the Electoral Commission officials eventually declare the total number of the voters that turn out to vote today as against the registered voters in the Klottey constituency, 97,353. We're getting to that as we go on here on your election command center. So clearly, it's a place to watch as well. What you're seeing now are live footages or videos from the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, the coalition center there. And from the information we're getting, the more polling stations arriving with the results as well, the polling, that's the coalition center at the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. So yes, the coalition is yet to start because they don't have the full complement of the results from the various polling stations in the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency there. So that's what's happening there. You're expecting a lot more Electoral Commission officials from the various polling stations in the constituency. That's the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency to arrive, and then the compilation of the coalition process will begin. And we have eyes there, as you can see. There's a live videos there on your election command center. If you're listening to us on the radio, just give you a brief description of what's happening there. You have the Electoral Commission officials manning every step of the process of the coalition, also with some of the EC officials who man the various polling stations who have arrived at the coalition center, also seated with their signed sheets by the various political parties' representatives at the various polling stations. We also see some ballot boxes. What you see there are the ballot boxes lined up now. These are the ballot boxes stuffed with the ballot papers lined up at the coalition center at the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. So that's what you see. This give you a brief description of what's happening for our listeners on the radio. So that is the situation there in this constituency now. And that clearly, it's a place to watch as we go on in here. And we'll give you updates of it as we go on your election command center in the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. John DeMello certainly has given Lydia Larson a run for her money, isn't it, Dr. Asah-Asante?
Yes, he has done that. And you see, the campaign has also played a very important role in this. If you look at the age bracket of the people in that constituency, especially the youth. It gives you an idea as to what the things that the candidates want to put across in order to entice them. Constituency like this, apart from the economy, issue of employment is critical.
Sure.
And if you look at the MPP manifesto, they have spent time and to throw light on what they've done in terms of what employment, you know, planting for food and jobs, and then the brigade of young people who are looking for a job, and then they've created jobs for them. These are things that really excite people in that age bracket. Of course, senior high school education, which is free, also is something that can influence the choice of voters. Not only that, but the way the party also develop its messages there. They rely on certain channels that are able to give them the effect that they want. In recent times, you realize that because of the introduction of the modern means of communication, channels such as WhatsApps, Facebook.
They are very social media.
Very effective. And political parties, for instance, the MPP and the NDC as well, have been able to develop important messages and channel them through these various mediums. And this, I'm sure, has contributed effectively in influencing the choices of the people. You can also get a sense that a number of people in the constituency, especially the students, were able to also come back to vote, and that also show of the vote for the MPP candidate. So all in all, we realize that campaigning has also helped to push the agenda of Madam Lydia. Of course, she also has really performed extremely well. It gives you an indication that he did not come in simply because he's the lady who succeeded the husband. No, he came in with his own sort of strength, and that has really worked. If you look at the campaign that even the two have engaged in, the very healthy campaign, to the extent that at a point in time you realize them going on health walk and all that. And some of these things go a long way to help you to increase your votes. And because it's a stronghold of the MPP, I have no doubt in my mind that these are the things that have really pushed the woman far ahead of his competitor, John Dumelo.
If you look at the age demographics, and you put it right there, because in terms of the first-time voters, the 18 to 21-year-olds, for the first-time voters who registered to vote, out of the over 17 million registered voters by the Electoral Commission's own statistics, 2,635,050 are first-time voters. And guess what? The Greater Accra region comes second to the Ashanti region with the highest number of first-time voters. So the Ashanti region has the highest number of first-time voters with 465,224, followed by the Greater Accra region with 419,318. That's just for 18 to 21-year-olds. When you extend the bracket to 18 to 35-year-olds, is another dynamic altogether we'll get into shortly. But Nanekia Mensah Brampa is in the Wejagbawe constituency. She's joining us with updates from the Coalition Center in that constituency. Nanekia, thank you for joining us. Tell us where you are, what's happening there right now.
Right, so we are here at the Wejagbawe Coalition Center, and these presiding officers have queued for almost an hour with their jute bags, which contains the verification boxes, they tell me. Visibility here, I must say, is low, so I'm actually using my torchlight to get lighting for or to capture the visuals. It's been tiring here because of low visibility, and the space for this coalition center is also a bit is small. It's not big enough to contain all of them. So what the security agencies here, the prison service, the police here are doing is to ensure that we don't get too clumped up in the room. So they are making them enter in batches, actually, to ensure that the place is not choked. Also, nature has taken its course here. Because of some few drizzles and showers here and there, they had to dismantle the area for the collation. They actually mounted a board where they'll be showing the results as and when it comes in, but because of the showers, they had to pull everything down. So that is the situation here at the Weija Gbawe.
These are live videos from the Weija Gbawe constituency. My colleague Nana Ekia Mensa Brampot there with the updates from the Weija Gbawe constituency. What you see now, live videos from there. We're wondering what's in those bags there, because obviously the ballot boxes are to remain in the ballot. The ballot papers are to remain in the ballot boxes sealed. And until it gets to the collation center where the seal is eventually taking off. So it cannot be the ballot papers in those Ghana Must Go bags. But we would get details of that. You see a lot of it because the people you see lined up there are EC officials who manned the various polling stations in the Weija Gbawe constituency. And they have arrived at the collation center at the Weija Gbawe constituency. And they are waiting to be searched and then giving approval to enter the collation center in the Weija Gbawe constituency. You have a security personnel official, the security personnel there who is inspecting and going through the bags that they brought and also inspecting everything they are taking into the collation center. In fact, they're actually being searched as well from what we're hearing, just to make sure that they go into the collation center clean. And so these are the videos. Dr. Asante, your thoughts on the information we're getting so far from the Weija Gbawe constituency, as you're seeing right now?
It tells you that there's a serious action going on. And that is another interesting constituency too, because of different groups of people there. They always influence the election one way or the other. But in Accra, it is not easy to be able to place a finger on the event in the constituency until you wait for the final verdict. So gradually, we are getting there.
Certainly.
We are getting there. We are getting there. But it gives also an indication that this election is very, very close. Very, very close.
True.
And when you have close elections, there is always the issue where people want to mobilize a lot of people to go and vote so as to be able to achieve their aim. So I'm not surprised that we are getting the enthusiasm that we are getting with regard to what the voters and how they want to exercise their franchise. It's very encouraging. I am very happy that, yes, in spite of the few areas that we have had skirmishes and all that, the elections have generally been peaceful. It goes to strengthen the foundation of elections in this country.
True.
That who knows, one day we'll go for elections and we will not even need observer groups as happened in 1969, where we did it without observers. All right, and that is a mark of maturity in our democracy. What I'm praying for is that once people are giving the mandate, they should be able to deepen the economic programs of this country so that we can see real benefits. Oftentimes, the rhetorics are more than the benefit that we get. And we want to see the benefits multiplying so that whoever is in this country and is a believer of democracy will not regret that we have a system like this that is really providing for our needs. Because democracy is always face the challenge of getting reversed when people believe that what they expect democracy to deliver is not delivering. Then they are looking for funny options of going back to their old order, which you and I have crossed since 1992. So I want this thing to serve as a note for whoever will become the leader of this country to concentrate on things that will really improve the frontiers of this democracy so that people who own the democracy defend it when it comes under attack and then contribute their quota to strengthen it.
Certainly so. And the directive principles of state policy of our very own 1992 Constitution does state that the most secure democracy is that which is able to meet the basic needs of its people. And what are the basic needs? Water, food,
clothing, shelter,
and
the rest of it.
Good roads, electricity, and all those things. I mean, so you're right on that, and that the democracy must make meaning to the people who are governed, and not only to the governor. Okay, so here's where it gets a lot more concerning with some people who also would have very dissenting views about the democracy that we're practicing, not only in this country but on the continent. But the Wage Agbawi constituency that we spent some time in has 110,881 total, that's registered voters in the Wage Agbawi constituency. You have Tina Giftina Ayele Mensah, who is a deputy health minister, an incumbent member of parliament on the ticket of the NPP. Cleland Ni Aya Ayesen is the NDC candidate in the Wage Agbawi constituency. And then you have Oromasis Ni Jaban Abe of the Ghana Union Movement, Xavier Kofi Beje of the CPP, and then Rita Duga of the APC. Thomas Moon Jr. is the PNC candidate for the Wage Agbawi constituency. You actually have 6 people contesting that particular Wage Agbawi constituency. The incumbent being Tina Giftina Ayele Mensah, and then also the NDC's Cleland Ni Aya Ayesen. There is the videos you saw there at the Coalition Center. It's what we showed you earlier. Dr. Ezekiel Nortey, Wage Agbawi constituency, 6 people contesting that constituency. The MPP holds that seat.
Yes, they've always voted blue, and I don't expect a change in this 2020 elections. The other contestants would be insignificant when it comes to the quantum of votes that MPP will be getting. And for that matter, they will still go. I think they can get something close to 60% of the total votes. Yes, or even more.
If you look at that consensus too, you realize that it's a battle between the 2 dominant parties. Yes, other parties have very little showing there. And it tells you that they will not matter in the scheme of things in that constituency. Because in Accra, I have not come across any constituency that the other minority parties have a footing in there. No. And so definitely it will not, the whole process will not affect them positively. They are it's likely to go the way of either MPP or NDC.
I see. So that's what you see there. But this is the English man from Botiano constituency. We understand there's some misunderstanding there. Let's cross over now and find out what's happening in there.
Yeah, the one who can do it, but you can still account for some of them. Whatever is the case, hold on. Irrespective, that has been self. Yes. That was policy. So when you were bringing
Boss, I saw you.
We were looking for the other who come.
My boss was making a point here. Don't use that
Those are live videos you just saw there. Some confusion at the Botiano English Amamfrom Constituency Coalition Center. These are live videos we're just showing. It's something that's happening right now. My colleague Grace Amosara is there. We will stay the steam there as we go on, just to find out exactly how this ends. You see the EC official there trying to calm down the tempers and the nerves there. But it's a straight horse between the MPP and the NDC in that constituency. That's a Botiano English Amamfrom constituency. Sylvester Tete of the MPP and Alexander Akuako of the NDC. Both of them are not new to parliamentary race. They decided to cross and come and test their might in the English Amamfrom constituency, but they both contested in different constituencies until the 2020 parliamentary election. So we'll see how that pans out. That particular constituency, Botiano English Amamfrom, has a total voter population, registered voters of 109,058. We'll keep an eye out there and give you an update of what's happening in there. The videos you just see, that confusion that is happening at the coalition center of the Botiano English Amamfrom constituency. We will cross over now to the central region. My colleague Thomas Khan is in the central region to give us an update of what's happening there at the coalition center of the constituency where he is. Thomas, thank you for joining us. Can you tell us exactly where you are, what's happening where you are now? Hello, Thomas, can you hear me? Thank you for connecting with us. I see that you are at the coalition center now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alfred. So I'm currently here at the Cape Coast Town Hall. This is where the Cape Coast South coalition is being done. As you can see in your shot, the officers and the agents from the various political parties are all here trying to get all the results together. And you can see that they are really busy counting every point, every ticket, any number that they have on their sheet. They have to cross-check to be sure that they are putting in the right figures. And Alfred, from what I'm hearing, it looks like the Cape Coast North and South seats at the moment, from where we are here, even though we are the Cape Coast South Coalition Center, there are rumors here that the NDC the NDC looks very much in a position to take 2 seats from the NPP. You know, currently the Cape Coast South constituency seat is an NDC seat, and then the NPP had the Cape Coast North seat. So from what we are hearing here at the center, the 2 seats are likely to go for the NDC. I would soon engage with one of the NDC agents to tell me what's happening on his side. So far, what he can tell us. Hello, sir. Good evening. You are live on TV today.
Good evening, my brother.
Okay. I see you've been smiling also. You're an agent for the NDC.
Yes.
What is the good news? What is happening with the figures you have received so far?
The figures we have received, unconfirmed though, we believe that Honorable Koko-Rekit has won. And we believe though the presidential we've lost it, Koko-Rekit has won the parliamentary seat for Cape Coast South.
So you can tell us that from what you have, the figures you have, it was more like a skirt and blouse affair here in Cape Coast South.
More or less. Last 2016 election, it was just like it was the same as skirt and blouse. We had a skirt and blouse. This time too, it happened. If the figures we have received, though unconfirmed, it's like 2016, Koko-Rekit won by a little above 700. At this time, he has won a little above 1,000. And if you look at the margin between the presidential to NPP has improved with the presidential, but notwithstanding, Koko-Rekit has won. And we believe that other constituencies will help the president to also win. Because as we speak, the president has won Cape Coast North. Dr. Mintai Ako has also won Cape Coast North. So we are hoping that others will follow suit.
Okay, so excuse me, if you can tell us your name before we go.
James Nunu.
Okay, all right. So Alfred, that was Mr. James Nunu, an agent of the NDC, who has been here monitoring affairs for the NDC party, and so the NDC looks very much in a good position. They say they believe they have won both the Cape Coast South and the Cape Coast North. So they are only waiting for the AC to give them a confirmation. But pretty soon I'll see if I can get somebody from the NPP side to also give us something small. I see they are all busy there and they are not ready to talk to me at the moment. So Alfred.
Yeah.
Like you
Thomas.
heard for yourself, that is what the rumors and that is what is
Absolutely.
spreading around here at the moment.
You're perfect on this.
I'm here at the Cape Coast Town Hall, which is in the Cape Coast South. Whatever we get from here, we will let our viewers know.
And thank you very much, Thomas Khan from the Cape Coast Town Hall and the Cape Coast South constituency. You had the NDC agents there talking that they pair their own observations saying that Koko-Rekit Hagan is retaining the seat. Well, we'll wait for the Electoral Commission to make that declaration, but the NPP reps there, the agents there at the Cape Coast Town Hall, that's the coalition center for the Cape Coast South constituency, and that's what's happening there. We showed you the live videos there, but let me take you into the Cape Coast South constituency in terms of the results and how the situation has been over the period in terms of the voter and his historical pattern going into this particular election. But if you look at the people contesting this Cape Coast South, Koko-Rekit Hagan is the incumbent member of parliament for the Cape Coast South constituency, and he's going into this election as well. Instead of in 2020, it's a straight fight between him and Ernest Arthur of the NPP, George Koko-Rekit Hagan of the NDC as well in the Cape Coast South constituency. When we look at 2016, the results of parliamentary, Michael Arthur Dadzie, who is also contesting 2020, had some 19,718. As against Kweku Ricketts-Hagan's 20,456. This is 2016. Really, really close margins between them. Actually, less than 700 of the votes difference between them. That's the NPP and the NDC. So Kweku Ricketts-Hagan won. In 2012, you look at that as well, and Kweku Ricketts-Hagan won 2012 as against Alfred Thompson, 22,150 as against 19,206. The margin then closed up in 2016 as the situation looked like right there. So, but if you look at the presidential, in 2016, John Dramani Mahama lost. Okay, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo won in Cape Coast South presidential 20,977 as against John Mahama's 19,447. Almost the same margin between him, the parliamentary in this same seat. So this was a skirt and blouse situation as well. So in the parliamentary, Cape Coast South voted for the NDC in the Cape Coast South constituency, but for the presidential, they voted for the NPP. Do you see that playing out again going into 2020? Kweku Ricketts-Hagan, it's a straight fight between him, Kweku Ricketts-Hagan, and the NPP candidate there, you see, and his other. But it was a skirt and blouse situation in 2016. For the parliamentary, they voted for the NDC, and for the presidential, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo won. Dr. Ezekiel Nortey.
Yes, our model rightly predicted that for the Cape Coast South, NDC is going to retain it.
Cape Coast South.
South. NDC is retaining it. And it looks much so from the feed that we got from Cape Coast South Coalition Center. But it was quite a close fight.
Very, very, very close. In fact, if you look at 2016, and that's what you see, 2016 results displayed on your screen, it was just less than 700 votes of difference between Kweku Ricketts-Hagan and Michael Atta. That's it. And they are the same, in fact, NS Atta going into the same election with Kweku Ricketts-Hagan. We're yet to get official confirmation from the Electoral Commission in the Cape Coast South constituency. But this is the street fight between them. We'll see whether the skirt and blouse situation that occurred in 2016 will repeat itself. Dr. Sasanti?
Yeah, normally when you have skirt and blouse, it tells you that there's something wrong, for which reason people have moved from a party or they are prepared to vote for a candidate, and then for, say, presidential and parliamentary, vote for a different person. It is a protest vote.
It's a protest vote?
Yeah, more often than not. It's a protest. Members of the party are not happy with something, and for that reason, they decide to vote on such lines. It's a protest vote. But because sometimes they realize that in Ghana, party systems are very strong. So to be successful as an independent candidate, but individuals dread going into that situation because you risk being sacked or thrown out of the party, and then a whole lot of things. So normally, to avoid being an independent candidate, they prefer that option of going as an go to vote on, skirt and blouse. In political science, we'll call it what? Ticket splitting. Ticket splitting, where they split the ticket, and then if you don't take care and there is a very strong party there, they are likely to take over the seat, and that's the situation. It's a protest vote when you see that.
A pretty interesting analysis that you make there, and this is the situation you see in 2016 playing out right there. The skirt and blouse. This is the parliamentary, but for the presidential, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo won. If you put it in the pie chart and the bar graph situation, you see it right there as displayed. In the bar graph, you have it 50.98 for the NPP for the presidential. In Cape Coast South, colored blue, they won the presidential, as again 47.27 for the NDC. And for the parliamentary, you see it that this time around, the green bar representing the NDC went higher, 49.82 as against 48.2 0 of the NPP. Now, look at how the situation looks like. If you distribute it in the pie chart, you see it right there. For the parliamentary, you see a clear indication of the NDC having a very slim margin, if you see it right there, between them and the NDC, that's the NPP. But when you look at the presidential, Cape Coast South, you have the NPP's margin, that's the blue area, also occupying a bigger chunk of the pie in that particular constituency. So that's how the situation really looks like in there. But this time, it's a straight fight between the NPP and the NDC. In 2016, you had a number of parties also fielding candidates there. You had the CPP, PNC, PPP, NDP, and an independent candidate as well. They all pulled some votes, if you look at it per the analysis in the 2016 elections. But then, this time round, there are only two going in the Cape Coast South. You have the NPP and the NDC right there. And so both of them competing head-to-head for the eligible voters in that constituency. We have Cape Coast South has 50,056 registered voters in that constituency. Dr. Ezekiel.
Yes. So, like you rightly said, when you have fewer number of contestants, it makes the thing smooth and easier. So it's so easy to count. And whatever one is not getting, the other is getting.
True.
And so it makes it very easy when it comes to sharing.
We'll see how that part. I'll give you the last word, Dr. Ezekiel on the Cape Coast South, and my colleague Martin Esiodudate is standing by to do some extensive analysis on the battlegrounds in the Greater Accra region and how it's playing out now. Dr. Asante, final word on this. This what we are seeing right now in the Cape Coast South constituency, per the analysis so far.
Yeah, Cape Coast has always been like that. I remember 2000, Christian Churchill and all that. Very interesting accounts in Cape Coast. So I'm not surprised at all.
Certainly.
But I'm sure that we'll see who wins that seat. And normally, the way it has started like this, as soon as you come out with a leader, the next election has begun in earnest.
True.
Because whatever the issues that go to, that they are going to use against the party, if you don't address them, they will repackage them and bring them to the next election. So for Central Region, it's a very, very important region that when you are a political watcher, you need to be very careful the way you manage information, the way you manage resources, and of course, how you handle the people in terms of their needs. Otherwise, I'm afraid.
Absolutely. And they have a mind of their own. And that's why they are a swing region with lots of swing constituencies, with skirt and blouse in many of the places right there. And Cape Coast South has that status of skirt and blouse. And Martin Esiodudate is standing by with analysis of the battlegrounds in the Greater Accra region, Martin.
Most definitely. Alfred, you do know that on social media it is going berserk. Lots of people are talking about one particular constituency, that's Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. And it is one of the battlegrounds we are looking at for you and why we are thinking along certain lines. I'm talking about the conversation on social media. So the two candidates who are standing, we do know them because we actually went to that constituency and engaged the constituents what was going to inform their decision. Madam Lydia Sarah Malhassan certainly came on the ticket of the NPP. Then we have John Dumelo. Majority of the conversation seemed to be tilting one candidate against the other, saying that John Dumelo seemed to have lost the fight. We are yet to confirm with the numbers that are coming in very soon. We'll start getting confirmed collation center figures. But then another is the Odododio constituency. And from the Greater Accra, we'll go to the Ashanti region and look at what's happening there as well. The Battle of the Nile and Tees, like we mentioned, already our reporters are saying that there are groups of people jubilating in the Odododio constituency, all hope saying that their candidates have won. And so we are waiting for the final certified figures. Then the Shaman constituency, which has consistently voted NDC. It is one of the constituencies that is the stronghold of the NDC. Odododio is same. However, looking at the campaigns in the last few days, there's a possibility of a change. We would wait to see how it pans out in the next few minutes. Still in the Greater Accra region, Adenta, you know, it is one of the places that cannot be called for one person. Now, Yaboabia Samoa is an incumbent, and he himself said that he was going to do all it took to retain the seat, but knew that it was going to be a Herculean task, considering the fact that Abu Ramadan, representing the NDC, is also going to be contesting him. Now, the Shayo Sudoku, so Adenta is one of the swing constituencies in a swing region, like we keep saying. It is a constituency that, you know, it depends on what goes on in the 4-year period. They can choose to vote either way, but then are very careful in selecting who their candidate is. Shayo Sudoku has consistently voted NDC, so we are very likely to have results coming in to favor lead Linda Oklu. However, the few results that have come in, very few from the polling stations, put Benjamin Naga in a lead. So we are waiting for the total number to come in. Anya, an MPP stronghold, but with 2 new faces this time around, and Dixon Kisi and then Emmanuel Alote. These are fresh candidates, both of them. And what happens when you have 2 new candidates is that they would have to sell their party. First of all, there is a possibility that that constituency almost always swings in one direction. It could be an MPP stronghold, it could be an NDC stronghold. However, like we mentioned about the Nadole Kalio constituency, a number of variables are going to be playing out as to who inches above the other. So for Anya, for instance, that we know is a stronghold of the NPP, there is a possibility that the NDC might make inroads. And if you follow the campaign trail of the likes of John Dramani Mahama, he went to that constituency about 3 times because he wanted to make a statement and shore up votes for the NDC. Tema East, Daniel Nitaitis Glover is the incumbent on the ticket of the NPP. He actually was one of the MPs that won with the slimmest of margins and went to Parliament in 2012. And he's coming up against Isaac Ashia Odampton. And you would recall that in the last 2 or so weeks, there have been arrests of the NDC candidate. He was released. They said some NDC persons had gone to destroy some water tank that had been put up by the NPP candidate for the constituents. All the back and forth, at least in the next few hours, we'll get to know who sails through to be the next MP for Tema East, whether they retain Daniel Nitaitis Glover, who on several occasions has indicated that he is very certain that he will get that, he will retain that seat. Away from that, let's go up north. Now, we know that it is very shaky for, let's start from Laura constituency. Information we are gathering from the ground indicate that it is very shaky for the incumbent Anthony Abaifa Kabo. He is in a very slim position, might lose that seat. And we are saying this looking at the numbers that are coming in and the fact that his main contender, Bid Zidane, who contested against him, has now got his campaign manager to be someone who contested against him within the camp of the NDC. So now the full force of the NDC is behind Bid Zidane. They are contesting Anthony Abaifa Kabo, who is Deputy Minister in charge of transport, I should say. Sisala West, the NPP incumbent MP, lost the primaries. His DCE has been removed. There seemed to be a problem within the party, knowing that the NDC lost the seat under similar circumstances in the last elections. The seat becomes one to keep an eye on because what led to the defeat of the then NDC candidate was a split within their rank. And that same split seemed to be playing out within the rank of the NPP. So there is a possibility that if it is not well managed, as we speak now, we do not know whether they can manage it or not because voting has ended, results are coming in. In the next few minutes, we'll also be crossing to our correspondent to tell us what's happening there. But it's looking like from the current figures, the NDC candidate might give a very hot chase to the NPP's candidate. And Nadoli Kalio, we mentioned earlier that the dynamics are varied. The likes of Elvis Botta, the NPP candidate, is the first time the NPP is repeating a candidate. First time the NPP is repeating a candidate from 2012, 2016. And then also the NDC candidate, he is first because since 1992, that's where Alban Bagbin, I should say, has been MP for the last 28 years. In fact, he's the longest serving member of parliament, was lacing his boots to come back again, and his constituents told him he should advise himself. So Alban Bagbin decided not to go. So this is the fresh candidate on the ticket of the NDC. Now there is Bernard Mona, who is of the PNC, is the son of the soil, as they call him. He is also very likely to contest that constituency. In fact, he placed third in 2016. So we're going to start looking at how all of this is going to play out. Who might emerge the winner or the leader in this particular constituency? Let me bring in my guests now who have been following and monitoring the numbers for us. We'll go back to the earlier ones where I talked about some of the Greater Accra region constituencies. But Doc, I'll start with you first. We earlier spoke about Nadole Khalil. Who from the analysis you've already been making and the numbers coming in is likely to sail through? The indigents consistently have voted NDC. Would you know that the dynamics change based on who is representing a party? Since that constituency was created, the NDC has been the only party they know. The age dynamics show that those who have registered to vote there, the majority of the youth may not have that link with the NDC, so the new fresh faces in the constituency. What would buy their attention, and who are they likely to go for? Or you think because maybe we know this constituency to be NDC, they would automatically go NDC?
There are a number of factors. One is party tradition, and the party tradition, it takes a very long time for other factors to be able to cancel them. Yes, so since the creation of that region by President Rawlings, you realize that they voted massively for the NDC. That is a fact that we cannot gloss over. Of course, when you are talking about the youth, there are things that you need to be able to do to influence them. What are some of the things that will influence them? Your campaign must focus on issue of employment. Your campaign must focus on issue of education and a host of other things. We are saying that the way you are able to manage or mix these things in a certain manner will give you the results that you want. Of course, if you look at the MPP candidate, I believe strongly that he is also a force to reckon with. But the direction of votes, I believe strongly, looking at various factors that influence voter choices, is likely to go
not to cut you, but
NDC candidate.
Are we able to establish that when someone is an indigent of a particular constituency, maybe they know you as, maybe your father was a royal, does that influence, is there statistics or data to show that a royal or someone close to the royal family in any constituency, or probably maybe the presidency, gets some advantage at all? In this case, let's talk with Bernard Mona in mind, that his father, his mother, he is a son of the soil, just like Alban Bagbin, and he has been in the political space for a number of years now. What are his clear chances? Does he have any?
It is true that that background has an influence, because if you look at traditional societies, the leaders there, those who are regarded as owners of the land, they have a lot of influence when it comes to what? Selecting people to occupy certain positions. There's no doubt about that. But the party is also a factor. If you look at the PNC now, they are virtually weak, and they are not very strong if you look at their situation now. So I don't know how, in spite of Mona's background, in spite of the fact that he has been in this political terrain for a very long time, I don't know how he's going to marshal forces to counter the strength of the NDC, which has been built over the years by people like Bagbin and the party itself. It's going to be a daunting task for the PNC and other parties.
And the parties. Okay. Let's at least shift on and go to Wa Central. Rashid Pelpo has also, I think he's trying a third time or also a fourth time to hold the seat. This is the only lady contesting in that constituency. Gender, you mentioned earlier, does not necessarily play a role. They just look at the candidate and what message you have. From our indications, there's a likelihood that because she has her party is in government, she's got some amount of resource to push her campaign. Could there be an upset?
That too, I'm afraid, because if you look at Wa Central, I've forgotten, they used to have an MP there, a very old man. He was in parliament for a very long time, and he distinguished himself. He contributed immensely towards the upliftment of the people in his constituency. And following from that, you've seen this NDC person also coming in, and the party itself have been very strong in that area. Yes, MPP is in power, incumbent advantage is on their side, and he being a woman, yes, but you know, for Northern Ghana, issue of a woman doesn't work so well in a sense that culturally there is a little limitation there. You need to be a very strong candidate in order to unseat a male contender. So all these things are likely to affect the chances of the woman, but who knows? Elections can come out with surprises.
For Sisala East, and the interest here has to focus on the PNC. We know that the party's roots is from that part of the country, and they are fielding a candidate. David Apasara, for instance, over that entire enclave he's been to Parliament and has been replaced this time around because he wants to run as presidential candidate. What influence can the party that the people have known over the years, like you mentioned, the tradition sort of, the PNC seem to have some tradition in the Upper East region in Sisala. What is a possibility that they could, you know, inch closer to the margin, the mark that we are looking at that will give someone access to Parliament? Could the PNC candidate we're talking about in this case upset the NDC or the MPP candidate?
Yes, Sisala land is purely a PNC land. From Liman days up to other MPs who are contested and won that seat. It's purely Sisala. If you look at the performance of PNC in this country, they have not done so well, except places like Sisala. I have no doubt in my mind that if the candidate is very strong, it will add up to other factors that will push him up. I believe that other parties are going to just accompany the man to win the seat. It is for Sisala, it is for the PNC. I have no doubt in my mind.
You are very certain about this?
Very, very, very certain.
That it will be a PNC seat?
Yes.
So at least it will be one of the parties to have a candidate in Parliament, to have a rep in Parliament.
I believe strongly.
Okay, let's also come to Wa West. Now, Wa West, the interest here is that one of the candidates, the NDC candidate, was actually a former executive secretary to Ghana's Inspector General of Police. He worked in the office of the IGP. And
he resigned.
Said that he resigned and said that he wanted to go into politics, full-time politics. And he's going up against the NPP's Daniel Kusongo. Now, the question I want to put to you is, looking at does profession or has profession played a role in you know, a group of people or constituents deciding who they vote for? We know that looking at the fact that he's been, the years of experience he's had in the police service, the position he held, and then the brouhaha that surrounded his resignation, and the fact that he went into active politics. Do all of that play a role, and could they hurt or help him?
Yes, profession, not necessarily, but we are looking at what? The candidates, party candidates. People normally look at the one standing for the election, the candidate. What are his qualities and all that. And this other things dovetail into who the candidate is. We want to see how reliable is that candidate, how dependable is that candidate. Of course, when he was in the office as a police officer, I'm sure he might have helped a lot of people. And some of these things will also, you can leverage on this to win power. Remember also that he was able to unseat a very strong MP within the NDC fold. And it tells you that you need a very strong standing within the party and within the area in order to unseat that veteran.
Yeah.
So I have no doubt in my mind that the man is actually on the ground.
Okay.
It was just a matter of time that the man will pop up as a full-fledged politician, and today he is. Those who are contesting with him, I'm sure they have to lace their boots well.
Okay, and still on that same tangent, let's talk about the issue of popularity, and then we can rope in the Ayawaso West Wuogon issue again. John Dumelo is quite popular, but his circles in which he's gained that popularity may not necessarily have helped him, looking at the results that are coming in. But in that same context of the former IGP's secretary, you are saying that his role he played when he was a police officer vis-a-vis what he must have been doing on the ground may come to his advantage. How else do you think that if you are not someone in a political space, but then you are popular, could you have an advantage there?
Popularity counts, but it depends upon the profession that you find yourself. Take, for instance, you have somebody who is a minister for education. He's popular because in every home there is education. If it's not primary, it's JSS or university. That person is so popular. All right. Apart from that, we also look at what? Tradition counts a lot. Identity. All right. Which group is in the majority, the dominant group there? There's also a factor. Of course, people also play the ethnic card. That one, we don't discuss them because it divides people and all that. But I tell you, politicians play that card, all right, on the quiet. And all these things come to identify or come to support the cause of political parties in that direction. So I believe that there's a whole mix of factors that will really play out in such an area.
Okay. We move on to the central region now. Ejumako Enyane Siam, Kaisel Atuforsen is the NDC's candidate. He's also former deputy finance minister. He's going up against Rashid Kwesi Etuafo. We know that Mr. Atuforsen has been in parliament twice and seeking re-election. So the concern is, would he be able, that is, would Rashid Kwesi Etuafo be able to knock him out? We think that it is an interesting battleground we are looking at for you because of the consistent and easy developments in that particular constituency. Both parties seem to have the numbers and almost always go at each other. That's why we think that it might just tilt in favor of the NPP, although as former minister and then someone who's been to parliament, he probably knows the grounds a bit more than the NPP candidate. Ewutu Senya East. Now, you recall that a few minutes ago, we actually got information about some shooting incident in the Ewutu Senya East constituency. 2 people, we are told, were shot. 1 has been treated and discharged. The other is still receiving treatment confirmed by the police service. 2 women are contesting against each other. Doc, in our earlier conversation, maybe you might want to come in here. In our earlier conversation, we spoke about the gender factor, whether it will play a role. And consistently, we see a trend that it doesn't necessarily matter whether you are male or female. The constituents look at content. What are you pushing and what are you selling? What's your message? When you have 2 women going up against each other, what do they look up for?
Strictly speaking, they look at quality. What are you bringing to the table that your other opponent would not be able to offer? Remember, it is an important index of voter choice. You look at what you bring to the table. Of course, we look at how strong is your party on the ground, because if you have a very weak party machinery, it doesn't matter your quality. It doesn't matter what you bring to the table. You need to struggle to campaign so as to change the minds of people, because there's what we call wasting of votes. That, oh, yes, you are a very good candidate, but if I vote for you, it's not going to inure to the benefit of the party, because the party is even non-existent on the surface of that constituency. They believe that the party doesn't exist. It exists on paper. On that score, you realize that all your qualities will not matter. Okay. You need other factors to help you to be able to challenge your opponent very effectively. Okay. We also look for people who will be, if you look at the poverty level in Central Region, one of the things that voters consider is who will be able to support the development of the area. I know, as a political scientist, that MPs do not go into development. It is they who create problems for themselves, deceiving the public into believing that they are agents of development. They are not. They are not. But because of votes, you know, they sell that information and later it becomes albatross around their neck when people hold them to it, that you promise development. Where is it? Show evidence.
Yeah, but if you say an MP is not a development agent, that's questionable, isn't it? They
it's
are
not
supposed to be part of the...
It is not.
Or go and lobby.
The functions of parliament are clearly defined. The first and foremost, the primary function of every legislator is to make law. Okay. Apart from law making, they represent their people, representation function. They represent their interests and whatnot. They represent the people in the constituency in parliament. And that is why they need to go back to the constituency.
Yeah, but as part of the representation, you must be able to make a case for development, make a case for why certain things need to come to your constituency.
It is not their business. What they do is
but over the years, that's a trump card most politicians have played to
they have created it. And that is why it has become albatross around their neck. They are veering into areas where they have no business at all. Your duty as a representative of your people is that you represent their interests. Whatever affects them, you bring them onto the floor of house for people to discuss. That is the deliberative function. Parliament would discuss it and pass it on to government for redress. Of course, you go back to your constituency and educate them on government policies, programs, and so forth and so on. Okay. What is the development thing that you are talking about? They have socialization function. They have, deliberative function. They exercise oversight.
So that would be the MP's lobbying skills, or whoever is sick, the politicians' lobbying skills. That is what they can sell.
You can lobby, but if you make it the point that you provide development, you have really bent your fingers, because that is not your duty.
Yes, Dr. Norton.
Yeah, so like my colleague said, they are not agents of development. Their functions are clear and it's been stipulated.
Yeah, but Doc, let's be realistic. Since '92, if you follow political discourse, it almost always seems as if that is what they sell to the people, and it has worked. So why do you change the formula if it works?
No, the truth of the matter is they want to woo people to vote for them, and that's why they tell them this is what we have to do. Now, when you get there and you are unable to do it, especially if your party is not in government. Most of the developments you see are not by the MPs. It is by the district chief executives or the municipal the ruling government. And so if you belong to opposition and you represent the people, there's no way you can bring development.
But it has worked for some people.
No, they use that to woo people, to vote for them.
Okay.
And then afterwards, they tell you, I'm not an agent of development.
Yeah. Let's stay on this issue, the Ayawaso East area, the issue of violence. During the registration, there were issues of guns being fired, then some skirmishes. It seemed to have died out. Then, just for the voting, some shooting incidents have been reported again. How key is the issue of security to the electorates, and could that influence their decision in voting, you believe?
In fact, when you look at security, it is about the 10th factor that influences voter choices in this country. So every time people are going to the polls, they consider that.
Right.
We saw that during the registration, and all that, nothing good came out in terms of punishment and what have you. That as soon as a situation like that arises, then you strengthen the hand of people who commit crime, and that they can get away with that. That leads to what? Impunity. And once you have that, there is always the tendency for it to reoccur, because those who lost out in the first round will want to come for a revenge. And that is why we are saying that in a democracy, for you to be able to sustain it, the laws must apply to everybody equally. That's the equality of the law. We are saying that the equal subjection of all men and women before the law, and any decision that you take must be founded on law. And if you miss this one, I'm afraid you are going to have such a situation on your hand. But what politicians don't know, that once you create a very disturbing situation in a constituency, from the word go, you are poisoning the minds of the people against that party in the next election. They will never forgive you.
All right, this is still your election command center. We have a lot more analysis to do for you. This time around, though, we are swinging straight to the West Wing. Roland Walker is there. Roland, take it over. What's happening?
So we await for these results. It would also mean that we need to intersperse some of these discussions by critically looking at what has been done so far and what the expectations will be. Indeed, if you check us out, especially on TV3 Ghana, on Facebook, Twitter, as well as Instagram, we're streaming on all of these platforms live. But make sure that when you're watching us, you're interacting with us, you give us more of your messages, but you also add the hashtag Election Command Center. But I do have here with me Dr. Ali Nyapap. He is a political scientist with the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, and he's joining me. Thank you for joining me, sir. And then also with the West African Network for Peace Building, WANEP, we have the National Coordinator, Mr. Albert Yang, and thank you also for joining me. Coming all the way from Tamale after voting to be here, it's not easy. But as we look at what the results are, I just wanted us to avert our minds to the last briefing by the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers, and they had said generally it looks like the poll was very peaceful. I should then ask, what would be your initial observations in the first place so far, how it has been conducted and where we are as at this point?
Yeah, thank you very much, and I think that so far the process, that which we focus on, has not been so bad. If you compare that to some of the happenings, and in fact, even the registration, the voter registration, we expected that we should have had a lot more incidences as compared to what we are recording. So I think that so far it is not so bad, because if you look at the infrastructure that the EC put in place, and also the security, and the presence of many of the observers, you would probably expect that we should have a smoother process. And so what we are recording now, it's not so bad.
You're saying it could have been better?
I mean, it could have been better, because if you look at the EC's process and how they have made it possible for voting to go on smoothly, the numbers of voters, registered voters per polling station, has been reduced. In fact, many more polling stations have been added. So it was expected that you would have limited or smaller numbers at each polling station, because they had about 749 per each polling station, which meant that the voting should have ended very, very early, But if you pay our observation, and in fact, WANEP deployed with the Peace Council across 350 observers, even we had long-term monitors, you realize that some of the polling stations, we had many more people. And
you mean by close of 5?
Yes. And when we had some kind of exploration with the people, the indication is that during the voter registration, some polling stations were open earlier. So people thought that they were the only polling stations and rushed there. Later on there were other polling stations.
Because there was a split.
Yes, because, so you would realize that there were some polling stations that were still overcrowded, and then we had some that had almost finished. So if you look at also, like I indicated, the domestic coalition of domestic election observers, now they have an expanded kind of number and monitors who were deployed, observers. You had the EU being there, you had UNOWAS, you have IDEC, you have WANEP, so many other groups, even think tanks, what you call academic institutions have all played key roles, so you would, and the media, of course, widely present, and looking at where we are coming from. Now the election as we are conducting, 1-term presidents, So the stakes were quite high, and the anxiety was also high. Now, mixed with COVID, and how the strategies that were employed by the various, political parties to win the votes that they are winning now, one expected that we should not have the incidences that we are recording. But of course, like we indicated, despite the process, you always have some individuals and the people who want to test the process, and to see how effective it is. Even in court, a thief will be processed, being prosecuted in court, but he will still probably still in court, So that is the human being. The human being by nature would always want to test the system, and to find out whether he or she can be able to swindle the system.
For some of these discussions to be further consolidated, it will mean that we needed to have input of key stakeholders. The political parties were raising concerns about not having enough of the dialogue with the Electoral Commission. The civil society organizations also were doing that. How do you think that we could have better placed them to improve the communication between the Electoral Commission on one side and the stakeholders, whether they're political parties, civil society, etc.?
Yes, I think thank you so much. Good morning to our lovely viewers too. Yes, the Electoral Commission is virtually a new one. And as always, the opposition always has problems with the commission. And then the ruling government is kind of silent or...
So you're saying it's a norm?
Maybe. Yeah. Not necessarily, but yes, in terms of dialogue with the major stakeholders, there have been complaints here and there, especially from those outside of the ruling government, which of course appointed it. But I must say that as newcomers, they have done well. You are speaking about physical dialogue, but in terms of, it's the first time that they have actually shared the voters register well ahead of time with very, very, very crucial details to the political parties and other stakeholders. So in that regard, you can commend them for doing a good job. Overall,
the register was not shared early compared to previous year. Even though they shared with some detail made public, etc.
But they said it's the first time they have given better details than
unfettered access.
Yes.
Okay.
So let's give them the benefit of the doubt. They have put in place very, very, very good structures for these elections, and we were still not devoid of the hitches we have experienced. There were places they tried to divide the polling centers into several components, as many as 38,622, so that people will not queue for long. They tried as much as possible to do that, but even then, there's an incident in Ejura. They tried to divide over 800 polling stations, and they only managed to put 90-something in one group, and then 700 and something in another group. So they are still learning. But overall, if you ask me to judge them, they are new, learning, but they have done marvelously well so far. I don't think it's
How would you rate them?
It's time to... Let's wait until after the whole exercise. It's too early to rate them.
That's why the scientist is taking caution.
Yeah, so far they have done marvelously well, but let's wait until...
If you look at the results that were trickling in, Martin and Alfred commenting and receiving them with Dr. Norte as well as Dr. Asah-Asante, it also means that there's a certain pattern. Already we do know that the Upper East Regional Minister who contested on behalf of the ruling MPP for the Navrongo Central seats, for example, has lost. But it was also something that was not anticipated. What does that tell you about the ordinary citizen's own mind in picking on issues going into this election?
If you look generally, across West Africa, there seems to be imposition of government, or leaders on the people. That trend also is not different from what happens in Ghana.
Yeah.
You know, and you see that very often we take the electorate for granted, you know, and we should understand that the country and the citizenry is becoming more and more sophisticated. And so if you realize this election, you know, we had skewed towards issue-based, you know, campaigning.
Just hold on there. On your screens, viewers, whether you're watching us on Facebook or other social media handles, you would know that we have a couple of young people who we have trained the last couple of months to be able to become good data entry clerks. So we're at our data center. It's where we're receiving the various results from the various offices of the Electoral Commission, of course, through our correspondent, and we're computing all this through the back end, the application we have, and that is what is enabling us to be able to give you those provisional results. And we're going to do this throughout the rest of the next couple of hours until we get the last figure from the Electoral Commission as certified, and also get to give you those projections and ultimately try to make the call and tell you where the numbers are heading to and where they have reached, for you to get to know who is the winner, either from the constituency level or to the national level at the presidency, so to speak, who is winning or who has won. But well, just in case you're impressed by this, you can give us more of your comment as well. Go search for TV3 Ghana. We are on Facebook. We're streaming there live as well, TV3 Ghana, with many of our posts there, just like Twitter and Instagram. They go with the hashtag Election Command Center. It's what we've been doing the whole of the last, I would say, 24 hours. And we're in for the long haul. At least we still have another 24 hours more to go. The Electoral Commission has promised us that the next 24 hours they're going to make a declaration. So you were saying issue-based, and you were thinking that's quite impressive?
Yeah, I think that is quite impressive because we are beginning more and more civilized in terms of our democracy. You know, and you see that per the campaigning, they seem to direct their messaging per clusters of people. You know, these group of people require this kind of message. That group of people require the youth, the aged, you know. So they clustered the messaging, you know, so that they could resonate with the concerns of the people. Even the previous elections, you realize that the promises, you know, were based on research, you know, and information that they had gathered. Now you see that with this election, similar exercises have taken place, you know, where you have different messaging and different promises. You know, I always have a question of the how and whether that, you know, and if you look, our expectations is gradually increasing. And so it means that the politician has to be very sophisticated also to be able to respond to our needs and to be able to get the votes that they should get from us, you know. So, and you look at the internal politics, you know, that does not augur well for the people who would be eventually voting. And so if you have the internal stripes and you don't manage it well and think that you can impose leadership on the people, then you would definitely have a challenge, you know. And that is where many of them, you know, supposedly are losing, you know, because they would want someone who should resonate with their issues and who they think and have the confidence to address their challenges.
And Dr. Nyapa, you get to find that there was one promise of the NDC, building mortuaries in Zongo communities. I grew up in Ashaiman, and I knew that Muslims, even though they bury very early, also wanted their bodies to be handled sacredly.
Yeah.
Okay. And I thought that was a good initiative as well. But of course, the opposition took it up, etc. But in the Zongo communities, it was seen to be something laudable. That meant that you have to go into the communities and get interactive and make sure that you elicit the views and then you make the promises accordingly. How often should we be having our politicians do that?
Yes, let me just speak about the earlier question you asked my senior colleague.
Okay.
You see, if you look at the dynamics of the previous elections in terms of the parliamentary elections, MPP won a large number of seats.
Yes, 160, I believe 169 or so.
And then probably they snatched seats from the NDC too. So there were two things. First, NDC were determined to retake the seats that they had lost to the MPP. while MPP did not only seek to consolidate their gains, but to also take advantage of the swing regions by consciously working towards winning. In Asante, for instance, the chairman of the party in the region had declared 47 over 47. You know, they had already taken Ahafuano, and then...
Well, according to the results we're getting, it's not possible.
Yes. I've already had hints that
Aswase and then Dubiase.
Even before then, if you look at the dynamics at Aswase, they worked very, very, very hard. But before the elections, we all knew that Muntaka was still a very capable person. If you go on the grounds, he had worked so hard to still have the faith of and confidence of the people. So it was always going to be difficult for Alidu to overtake him. But at least the NPP has a short-term goal of snatching most of the seats. Yes, you spoke about issue-based promises.
And why that is important?
Strategic. Very, 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 very important. And I must say, at least from 2016, I observed that the MPP did that very, 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 very well. If you look at the promises that the MPP made in the 2016 elections, although I have already said it is characterized by some level of desperation, but it was very, very strategic and coherent. They touched on the issues that were almost irresistible. And it started from 2008, 2012, through 2016. By the time it got to 2016, those palatable promises had reached its peak. That was difficult for Ghanaians to resist. So the MDC were quite late. They tried to adapt the same level of...
So they were copying from the MPP, literally.
I may not say that.
I'm saying it.
I may not say that.
Did you sing from your submission?
Yes, so you can see that they did not also just come and then made promise. But they were late. I don't know whether they didn't capture some of the salient issues in their research. You know, very late into their campaign, they revised their tertiary institutions' promises, and they noticed that there were some loopholes to fill. That is why I am probably suggesting that they were late. But you can see that from 2008 to some extent 2012, and particularly from 2016, the political parties have become more meticulous, more strategic, looking like Mr. Yeriel has mentioned. They look at the age categories and what message will send to they will send to this age category. The professional group, what message we should send to this professional group. Gender, what message we should send to this particular group of people. So they are very, very strategic, and I think that is good as we move forward in our democracy.
If we say that is how the interface or the engagement by the political elite should be, that would also mean that they will need to take into account the overall concerns of every citizen. One issue that was very integral to all this from the registration up to now was the issue of security. Just even the last week, we had the Asogli States, the Volta Regional House of Chiefs issue copiously a statement that they felt uneasy because of deployment of troops prior to the voting process. How do citizens' call for action become an issue that needs to be taken seriously by those in public office? I'm relating this to security, if they have those concerns.
Yes. I think that, there is a paradigm shift in terms of what makes someone secure. And you look at it from various facets of the human life. But now that all of those things, structural issues, proximate issues, built up to the physical security that we talk about, and that is where, you can see many of the things playing out in various, communities in various regions of the country, and you look at our decentralization programming, and how we are implementing it, and the results we are seeing in terms of our security, then you begin to ask yourself as a country, do you need to do a different programming, or do you need to do a different implementation so that you can respond to the issues, And you will see that, the deployments you're talking about, there is the communication. If there are reasons to deploy.
Are there reasons for it, or were there reasons for it?
If they are,
I'm asking you're into the area of peace building and security.
If,
so
if there are reasons for it, what is the communication? That should be, because, for instance, I should not immediately, within a twinkle of an eye, have people I may describe as non-indigens or aliens in my own presence, without understanding the reason for their presence, and that is where questions will arise, So I think that in terms of security, and you look at it, from 2016, there has been a kind of a built-up in terms of how we respond to our security needs, and the concerns have been, increasing, and it became also a message for some others, to play on. And you look at from the various sectors in terms of our security response, the judiciary, the police, prosecutorial, arrangement and all that, then you see that, no, there are a lot of questions, especially when it comes to the issue of vigilantism, right from, the 2016, post-2016, the incidences that built up and the responses that we had, to those incidences, and even reports that suggested, made recommendations, and the responses to those, recommendations, all of those things built up, and that is why you will see that, people definitely will have reasons to make some comments. Look at the Volta region, there were deployments, and the issue that most of us, the question that most of us asked was, what were the specific reasons? There should be an outline of the reasons, and also the communication for the reasons for those deployments. That can now, because when it comes to security, the citizens and the community members play critical roles. They play critical roles, and if they don't form part of that security arrangement, then it becomes problematic, and that sometimes can be counterproductive.
All right. Just to give you an update, we're watching these seats based on what our correspondents are telling us to see where they will be moving to by way of whether they will be changing hands or they'll remain same. We're talking Techiman Central, Techiman North, Techiman South, Nkranza North and South, Ewutu Senya West, Cape Coast South, Kumfi, the KEA, that's Commander Edna Iguafo. And then we have seats in Tema East, Asin North, Trefo, Timokwa, Abra, Asebu, Kwamankese, Aswanse, Doma West, Esekuma, Dobren, Brakwa, and a number of seats also in the central region, including Upper Dintra West, Ijumaku Inyani CM. We have the Kumfi, Asin North. We're also looking at Ewutu Senya West, Cape Coast, and many of them as well. Just in case we have some approved and concretized figures, we'll let you in on all the things that you need to know. But you can also get interactive, all the same. TV3 Ghana, go look for us, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Now, if you have to contribute to that, how important would that be? The citizenry, knowing that they live in the communities and there are deployment about security, and it's a national security issue, is that not it? But do they also need to be told? Do they also need to participate in the decision-making process?
Security is quite a very complex issue in our society today. You don't know whether we should leave it in the hands of those who are supposed to provide it. I'm talking about the security agencies. Or we should involve all the citizenry, because it is difficult for the security agencies to just get the ability to enforce security among a citizenry who are not cooperative. So I think we should be security conscious right from those we are trying to provide security for. And then I think it's a matter of a dialogue, like the need to sensitize the citizenry, the need to let us understand the essence of security, the need for a symbiotic relationship between the security agencies as a unit and all of them with the citizenry is very, very key.
Well, it's very important. We're also watching the Esojamain constituency, and I'm sure that in the next segment, when we have our analysts coming, you also get to know which perspective we're taking a look at this, because it depends on which of the dynamics and how the results are coming in. Now, post this election, there are critical issues that confront young people, and they have dominated the electioneering. But John Dramani Mahama focused one of the themes of his campaigning on providing jobs for young people, and the president also seemed also to have that same objective as well. How do we look at issues of unemployment, underemployment, and security issues, and how should they be tackled?
You know, if you look at the social structure, you know, you have majority of the people, you know, in this country, and in fact, that what we usually describe as a youth bulge, you know, within the country. Now, these people, some of them have skills, others don't have. You know, I was doing a program for some people, and it was about the youth involvement in peace and security and all that. Then I said, okay, if you look at all of you, those people in the room, you know, they are a youth that you cannot easily lure into violence, you know, but you can use them for other things. Majority of them are those located and involved in some other jobs. You know, look at, not to be a kind of, let me say, insensitive to some people, but those who are unskilled, those who have not gone to school up to a certain level, those who are roaming about, you know, in the lorry stations, involved in other things, those group of people, you know, is a group that you will need to target and you will need to respond to in order that you can prevent their tendency from getting into.
How do we preempt that?
You know, I mean, you need to do a lot of studies. You need to do a lot of studies, because if you look at what their interests are and what their capacities are, you will need to redivert their capacities, enhance their skills so that they can be useful, you know, because if you look at what can, in terms of our economy, you know, their skills need, you will have to say that no, you need to rediversify their skills needs so that they can be useful to the economy. Now you look at so many other youth, you know, and I would say the social programs that we usually have, you know, and they are kind of temporary for all of them. Both parties, the two main parties, have been talking about youth employment, you know, and that they are addressing the issue of unemployment, and they come up with programs. But I usually would think that these are very short term, because it is just to keep them at bay, you know, to keep them at bay. And if that takes a long time, then we are going to have a very big issue, because after some time they will get frustrated. Then if they get frustrated, then what else can they do? Then they become very vulnerable for so many uses in terms of insecurity.
In that regard, is that when it becomes a security issue?
Yes.
That the youth feel vulnerable and and isolated in a way?
Yes.
They become a security threat?
Yes. Let me start from about 20 years ago. Since 2000, various governments, I'm talking about the MPP, NDC governments, have implemented various youth employment programs. By the 2015-2016 electoral years, there was massive unemployment to the extent that the current government campaigned on Unemployment Graduate Association. So immediately they came to power, they introduced this NAPCO, Youth in Agriculture. There are a number of these employment policies. But as my colleague have said, most of these are very ad hoc, very, very ad hoc. If you look at this, even the Zongo development programs, they are all meant to absorb both the literate and not too literate youth. The current opposition leader, I'm talking about the NDC presidential candidate, has promised that he is not going to make NABCO ad hoc. He's going to make it permanent, and he's also going to bring up a kind of entrepreneurial program that will have a formal training for people with skills to go through entrepreneurial training, acquire skills. Government will give them the resources to start up so that it can facilitate the erosion of this youth unemployment thing. But you asked whether it's a security threat. Certainly yes. You know, the devil has job for idle hands always. And if you hear about ballot snatching, you will, if you don't live in, if you have never lived in a community of that nature, you ask yourself, I know there are so many people who sit somewhere and even wonder, why on earth will somebody risk snatching the ballot box? One, what are you thinking? Are you thinking that if you snatch one ballot box, it can change the fortunes of the whole elections? Two, why do you risk your life going to do something that you can easily be lynched to death? But I tell you, if you are in a situation where most of these youth are, they don't have such logical thinking. They are sent on some of these things based on the fact that they are vulnerable. The people take advantage of their vulnerability. They promise them jobs. They promise them money.
Okay. All right, so we have some certified polling station results coming through for parliamentary so far. We have 26,000 for Haruna Idrisu for the Tamale South constituency. The MPP's Yakubu Yusuf had 9,042. Kasim Abdul Jalilu 305. For the CPP, Imoro Nabila Swalisu PNC 219, and these are 159 polling station results out of 229 as we have it. Well, as we have it, we'll try as much as possible take you to the offices of the opposition NDC. They're about to convene. We'll try and have that press conference live for you, and then when that is made available for you, we'll be able to know how far we can go with that. But your submission that you made also means that in trying to be progressive, we have to make sure that we do some medium to long-term planning. What should it be? We have a population, we know that by 10 years, by 20 years, this will be their needs. We don't want to become a security threat to the country, but it will take some planning, won't it?
Yes, I just got to that point where I was telling you that the former president, John Dramani Mahama, in his campaign, has outlined an entrepreneurial policy that is designed to take care of those who can acquire skills outside mainstream classroom, those who will go through the classroom and then be seeking white-collar jobs. They are looking at those who will not be able to go through this formal education and possibly can acquire skills to undertake useful ventures that will better their lot. So I will say that we should have two sets of comprehensive programs. One that is designed to take care of those who have gotten some level of formal education, and another that is designed to tap the skills, different categories of skills by the youth in different fields. I always bemoan the fact that the schools train everybody in a manner that looks like everybody has to be a cratchy, in quotes. You see, people go to secondary school, and by the time they complete secondary school, they have lost their skill. Some of them hold on to their skill from secondary school, get to the university, and they've lost their skill. And one of the major things I have observed in this country is that we are confusing education as learning a trade. So we think that once you go through formal education and you graduate and you have a degree, that means you are entitled to a job. You understand? We have to look at acquisition of skills as something that is crucial for you to get a job. While you are educating yourself, you need to identify their potentials right from the basic schools. That is why the JSS system was even instituted. Right from the basic school, you identify the skills of this youth, put them in various categories so that they can utilize their potentials in terms of their skills. So by the time they are getting to the university, everybody knows where he or she is fitting into. So after secondary school, some people may go into carpentry and other handiworks or crafts. Then those who will go to the university will have to immediately be spotted for their peculiar skills that they have. Then we prepare them to come out from school, and then they are put into various categories of jobs. We don't wait until they graduate and all of them hold their certificates, and then they form what is embarrassingly known as the Unemployed Graduates Association.
Well, before we come in, there are a lot of results just trickling in. We already do have the news on the wires that the incumbent Member of Parliament for Secretary Dumasi, who also stood, has retained his seat. We'll bring you that story, and then when we come out, we'll bring you more results provisionally.
It's yet to declare the results, but the polls were conducted at the various police stations. Results were declared at the police stations. It is those results that are going to be collated for the final declaration. We, as a party, were giving copies of the declared results at the various police stations. We have collated them, and we have found out that we have retained our seats. We've won the seat once again.
Is to remain quiet for the next 10 minutes. That is the best way to show your love for the party. Because what we are doing here is very important. The destiny of this country and generations unborn depends on what is happening here. So kindly be calm. Please put your mobile phones on silent just for a few minutes. When we are done, you can put it back on ringtone. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, you are all welcome to this press briefing. As always, we are grateful to you for honoring our invitation at such short notice. We really appreciate the time you have taken to be with us here at this hour. Today has been a busy day for all of us. We went for the December 7 polls. That is yesterday, because I think it is past 12 now. And so today is the 8th of December. We addressed you yesterday on some developments. Since the close of poll, results have been trickling in from polling stations across the country, and there have been other developing issues. This is supposed to be a very brief encounter, and the one who will be addressing us is none other than our hard-working, able, dynamic, charismatic, and the winning elections director of the NDC. So with a round of applause, let's welcome to the podium Comrade Elvis Afriyie Ankrah to address us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sami, and greetings to all the comrades here. I see a lot of comrades, and it brings me a lot of excitement. First of all, I would like to thank all Ghanaians, especially NDC supporters, for their hard work, their vigilance, and their support so far. It's not been easy, but you've proven that you are really worthy warriors for the cause. Preliminary results trickling in shows a very exciting outlook. But our victory is not complete until the last ballot is counted and collated. These preliminary results can be seen from the provisional parliamentary results so far, and some significant seats that we have swapped, some for the starting from Greater Accra. We have flipped Krowo. Flip means this is a seat that was. So we have flipped Krowo. We have flipped Lejoku. We have flipped Ladanekoto. We have flipped Tema East. We have flipped Adenta. We have flipped Medina. We have flipped Ablekuma Central. And we have flipped Okankwe North. This is Greater Accra. So far, 18 counting. I'm focusing on the flip ones. When you come to the eastern region, we have maintained a lot of our seats. We have flipped Apamanya. We have flipped Apetia. And Ayesuano, I'm told, is looking good. When it comes to the western region, we have flipped Amenfi East. We have flipped Christia Huni Valley. We have flipped Jomoro. And we have flipped Evali. When it comes to Kintam Bono East, we have flipped Nkranza South. We have flipped Nkranza North. We have flipped Techiman North and Techiman South. And in the western
behind it are some interferences in the sound transmission, and we're told that the technical people are working on it to see how it goes, and if that is stabilized, we will continue with this. It's the press conference being organized by the opposition NDC. There's party head office right here at Adabranka in Accra. I will bring you some of those highlights. It's been addressed by the director of elections of the party, Elvis Friankra. And we'll let you in on some of the new results we're getting from our correspondent, which is indicating that we have a number of results for which, if fully certified, we will share with you from Katamanto, and then a number of them in the Tema area. And we'll also let you in on seats in Western North, the Western North region as well.
So, however, as I keep saying, no premature celebration because the coalition is still ongoing. And therefore, we charge all our counting and collating agents to be vigilant and alert. You should remain vigilant and alert in the last hours of the counting in order to secure and protect the overwhelming victory that is coming. We charge all our party supporters to move to the various coalition centers to ensure that the will and mandate of the people is not stolen. Because we've heard a lot of things, shooting and all that. When we are there in our numbers, you can't kill all of us, right? So move to the coalition centers, parliamentary candidates, executives, regional constituency, party executives, go to the coalition centers and support our coalition agents. And when we do that, the victory that we have already chopped will be secured, and we know that indeed what God has started will complete. Because the victory of the NDC is coming again, and then we will say, hey, Javada. The victory of the NDC is coming again, and then we will say, hey, Javada. 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 And then we will say, hey, Javada. 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 And then we will say, hey, Javada.
Thank you very much. I'm told that some TV stations are having to sound. When you get this sound, I want to be sure if you get the sound. You are not getting sound. So you should have prompted us. It means that everything is said is good. So which of the stations here got sound? Stations doing live. Joy got sound. What about TV3? DH1 you got sound. TV3 you got sound. Okay, and maybe we'll get to the recording later from stations which have got the sound. What is it? You're telling me something there. Are we good with sound now? Or is that something that needs to be rectified before we proceed? We can proceed, tell me. Okay, thank you. Now, I will translate what Honorable Elvis said in key for the account stations here. But even before I do that, let me, some of the things bears repeating in the English language. The most important thing Comrade Elvis Equiaka has said here is it. And please, if the door can remain closed, we will appreciate.
Kesina, please, it's not from us right here at TV3, it's from Source. So we're trying to rectify that and we'll let you know. But for those of you also making those complaints, we're trying to rectify that as much as possible. Justice also, please, we're also rectifying the sound. It's not our fault. We'll also let you know what the dynamics as far as this is concerned. But we have a number of provisional results that we can also share with you, and we'll let you in on some of those results as and when we have them. But we also have to tell you that so far we have a number of them that we want to confirm provisionally. We can say that for the Woolensey constituency, 52.9% of the vote went to the NDC's candidate Dawuni Abubakar, and then the MPP's Thomas Donko Ogaja obtained 46.09%, being 16,610 of those votes. Now, we'll try as much as possible give you up to speed. You can get a lot more of these provisional results through our handles and pages on social media. We have Facebook, Joy News on TV. We have Facebook, TV3 Ghana. We also do have Twitter, TV3 Ghana. We have Instagram, TV3 Ghana. And then you can get all those latest updates. Well, so we'll try as much as possible. Take you back to that press conference if it's possible to let you in. But so you were saying, if we take a look at the way the parties operate, but with these press conferences on election nights, etc., how would you advise that they undertake them? Since sometimes they announce not provisionally, or we're copying from the American system. We saw what transpired recently in the U.S. election, so perhaps.
I think the parties are always trying to play games with each other, and trying to psych the populations, should they later on take some decisions.
In 2016, now NDC were in 9, just 4 penny team winning. And then I can say, already are winning now a group 13. Now they're not a MPP one same more yaje, and on a also a confi yaje. Upper than West since 96. NDC winning that, but you are winning. Arsenal, you are winning. I would to say that West, George Anda is a former member of parliament, you are winning. Cape Coast North, you are winning. Hey, senior brother fellows of Zupa, she has been all of us, you have won. Chief Wetimakwa, you are winning. Ebra Odobe proper, Asipuma Odobe proper. We have won. Kumwa West, we have won. Yes, this is KE, Jumako, Cable South, you're retaining. And already at Banana, 13, 14, 15, 16, very likely in Central Region. Trend. So, Obabono East, I can tampo North, you're winning, can tampo South, you're winning. In Brother North and South, MPP winning in 2016, you're winning in our back. You're winning East, Senate West, through East. Atebubu Yajiade. The might not and South over Western North, out of 9 MPP will trade the one year. Out of 3, it's a 7, which looks very good. Over Western region, I'm in fee, all I'm in fees, I'm in fee West, I'm in fee East, I'm in fee Central. We sell Winnie Valley, Awene, Jomoro, Awene, Elembele, and Ritini, Everwedra, and Giania. Oba Eastern Region, Upper Minapro, Yelusu 2016, Awene, Lower Minapro, Yawitin, Yellow Club, Yawitin. Dear, where one brother said, I used to, I think this will be the first time. The first time. And 6, Awene, and Suano. As we Jamai, Brittany had there, and the Africa who be brave, I need to be money. Boba Greta, you know, a brother, Grow Awene, Little Cuckoo boy, former MP, Awene. Nana go to Awene, Tema East, Adenta, Awene, Madina, Ablekuma Central, Kole Clote, Awene, Go Cantamaso, Awene, Nigo Pram Pram, Awene, Ododio, Sege, Awene, Adana, Awene, Shai Osudo, Awene, Obomdami Awene, Ashama, Awene, Okape North, Awene. These are just a few Baby, my chest say you win baby, and you are coming.
And you zoo.
I mean, and it goes on and on. Because in the northern region, Willensi, Pandai, Saviligu, Tolon, these were constituencies and people winning that JGB, even Bimbila. Information meeting is now the former member of parliament. They are winning the brain now. If you want to say, I don't know who and I don't know what say, can I fake flyer presidential? I win this thing. Listen, these victories are not scattered blouse victories. Just a few. 99% of them are both presidential and parliamentary. It will be when it has one said, oh, parliamentary, and presidential, you ever found because we know the opponents we are fighting. We know the opponents we are fighting. They are desperate. They have done a lot so far. So far, NDC with evidence, they can was at appropriate time. But you no idea. They answer the NSA. You won't go and dance, you won't go and sleep, you won't go and celebrate. Go to your collation center. That is where they are trying to change the results. Go and monitor and ensure that John Dramani Mahamano will protect us. Ezu. Bless you.
Bless
Your election command center. We have our eyes and ears on the ground. Wherever there is any breaking news, emergency, we're right on the ground to bring you the latest feed. Make sure that you watch all our live streams on TV3 Ghana, on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And when you go see those posts as well, comment and add the hashtag election command center. I'm telling you how it's now quite a very fluid situation. Yeah. There are a number of results provisionally that our correspondent also have communicated to us. We'll let you in on a number of them as well. A number of seats, Kunkatamanso, we have a Shaiman, some of the provisional results also coming in the Tema areas. We'll let you in when the next batch of analysts also come through and we're able to look at those results comprehensively, because at the time they would have been certified so far. But when it comes to the related issues about how the posture of the political parties should be, I was asking you whether perhaps we may have copied from the American system the last time around. These very strong positions that the parties seem to be taking. For example, in the afternoon, the NDC convened a press conference. The next minute was a straight reply from the MPP as well.
I mean, it was expected, if you have such a press conference, coming out from one of the main contenders of the part of the elections, it is expected that the other one would respond to it, But let me say that this is not new. It has happened in the past, and probably they are only improving upon it and learning lessons from what has happened in other jurisdictions. And also the issue of mistrust for the process, and the tendencies of either of them trying to, do things to their favor, would result in some of these things that they are doing. What probably I would caution is that they don't psych the populations in a way that is, they are peddling on truth. So if you have results to the extent that per your own calculations, you have the numbers accurate, then you can make some statements, but not as though you are declaring, probably waiting until the right things are done. Then you can emphasize those results, But to begin to psych the populations with untruths, inaccuracies, that sometimes can also be very problematic, because you don't know who is more sympathetic or who is more involved in terms of what is happening in the political party, and whatever plans they may have, that then probably can be something that will not be in consonance with the actions or inactions of the political party. So I think that much as they would want to jubilate over things, they are happy that certain things are happening in their favor, there is the need for caution so that they don't become counterproductive in terms of the relationship that should exist.
We also have to tell you, we're just getting news from the wires that the opposition MPP are also likely to have a press conference in the next few minutes. It's a fluid situation. Yeah. The results are coming in from various polling stations, and altogether the projections are being made depending on the number of polling stations that have been received, being collated at various collation centers. The ruling MPP, I have to say, and we here also have the data center. So the data center is where we're feeding into our application at the back end. The results we're getting from the various polling stations, the constituencies. We're keeping an eye on the Dade Kotopong constituency. We already do have a number of reports from our reporters on the ground. When everything is firmed up, we'll let you know what the final outcomes are provisionally before we get to the certified result of the Electoral Commission. But there are also some other ones we're getting from the Lojokuku constituency, for example, as to which of the directions is going, whether the MPP or NDC. Will firm that up and also let you on. So they are coming thick and fast. Some of the best platforms that you can ever have for us here at Media General is always going to be TV3, Onua, TV, Onua FM. We have Connect FM in Takrade. We also do have Akuma in Kumasi, the Ashanti regional capital. And this is the best place because we are your election command center for you to get the updated result up to the minute each time of the hour.
Yeah, so Roland,
you wanted to add?
Yes, that much as they do so, they should also do it in a manner that will psych their following, in the event that things don't go their way.
Okay, so it's psychological.
So, yes, so that it also manages the tensions that may arise. Yeah.
But there's one key thing when it comes to trying, whether you're defeated or not, to try to manage the situation, just like you said. In your aspect as a political scientist, what is the best advice in terms of managing the concerns, the mindsets, the mood of your supporters?
Yes, Roland, I am sure you were enjoying the process, and that is how far our political processes have matured into. If you listen to this last press conference, it is not as decisive as previous ones we have had before, where they come to declare outrightly that they have won. You see, they spoke about parliamentary results and then somehow tried to psych their supporters about positive news coming in for the presidential results. But coming back to your question, you see, there is a good aspect of this whole process, and then obviously the negative aspect, when you make your supporters believe that you have won. So in a manner that they are not prepared to accept defeat when defeat comes, as if they have been cheated, then that is where it is bad. So, but from time to time, we are waiting for results in the next 24 hours from 5 p.m. You don't expect the political parties to also go sleeping, to keep their supporters in suspense. A lot of social media posts MPP claiming they have.
The General Secretary of the party, Mr. John Boydo, is the one to address the news conference. There are a lot of other people who are currently gathered at the headquarters of the MPP. If you recall, a short while ago, the NDC had their press conference where they were able to itemize or indicate areas that the parliamentary seats that they have been able to win back. Initially, belonged to that they have been able to win back those parliamentary seats. As I speak currently to you, the NPP headquarters, they have mounted a very wide LED system here where they are viewing live the various figures that they have been able to collect so far. So from the camp of the NPP, the figures that they have collected, they have about 5,608,005. Then that of the NPP, that of the NDC, Mr. John Mahama, is 4,801,307, representing 45.53%. And that of the NPP is over 5 million, representing 53.18%. Now, per the figures that the NPP has been able to collect, they are left with just about 20% for them to complete the whole process. Now, they are the journalists and everybody is waiting for the General Secretary of the party to come out and address the media.
We will re-establish that feed with Daniel Opoku, who currently is stationed at the headquarters of the ruling New Patriotic Party. We'll bring you out to speed with the latest. You know that just a few minutes ago, the opposition National Democratic Congress ended their latest press conference. And I'm sure, just like what transpired just a couple of hours ago, to say precisely, towards the end of 4 o'clock, we saw a quick reply from the ruling MPP to that press conference that the NDC convened. And wherever they are, however they are convened, trust your election command center to bring you all these feeds live right here. So that's why you need to keep pace with that. And you were saying, Dr. Nyaba.
As much as we were trying to establish the necessity for some of these press conferences, you will relate it to the need for the MPP to come and reply. Assuming the NDC comes to say this, and then the MPP stays away from this press conference, you can imagine the implications. So these are things that they do to psych their supporters up, both for the better and then the worse. So we have become conversant with this. Today, if MPP comes to declare that they have won, I don't think the Ghanaians are going to take it wholeheartedly. We've seen that before. If NDC declares that they have won, I don't think we are going to take it wholeheartedly. But at least these are things that suit us. And then while we wait for the final verdict, ultimately from the Electoral Commission, I'm sure the media platforms and then the political parties have their own ways of collating these results. They will come up with who have won in terms of the parliamentary, and then who have won in terms of even the president. But ultimately, it is the Electoral Commission that declares the winner in both categories. But it is good that some of these things are done to psych us up for the best and then the worst.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Now, going forward, after all is said and done, we have a declaration, winner is determined. How do we build bridges following months of rancor or perhaps talking back at each other and that sort of polarity that has been established among the political actors?
You know, today after I cast my vote, someone asked which political party I voted for. And I told the person, you don't expect me to tell you who I voted for. You know, I mean, and
What
I
did
said,
you cast your vote?
In Tamale.
In Tamale,
yes.
Okay.
And I said...
Which constituency?
Sagnarigu.
Sagnarigu.
Sagnarigu, yes. And I mean, Zogbele Fong. And I told the person, I voted for the winning person, you know, the one who will win. That's the one I voted for, you know, because after the declaration, that person that has won, whichever parliamentary candidate that has won in whichever constituency, it is assumed that all of us voted for that person. And that should be the way to go. And that leadership now should begin to look at, you know, where they have stepped on people's toes. And knowing very well that governance is for the people, by the people, and with the people, and that it is not only people you think or assume are your sympathizers who voted for you. It is all of us, and that the resources, the leadership, and whatever of the economy is now entrusted in your hands for the people, that you are the leader. So across all the regions, and that's where sometimes, I have a very bad feeling about this winner takes all syndrome, or mantra that we have. Because the spirit of it looks like we have lost it, You are only the leader and you are only in control of the resources. It doesn't mean that those resources are meant for people you think voted for you or who you think are sympathetic to you, and that is why development should be spread, and the Constitution makes it very clear that that representation should be across board, and in terms of resource distribution, it should also be across board, and so that should be the psyche of any leadership, because tomorrow, and if you do well and you perform well, and that's why you see that government parties keep changing in government, because if you don't perform well today, you see that the permutations will arise, and then another party will come in. So the thinking should be, how do I serve these people? That
in Ghana,
if
you don't perform well, sometimes
you
are voted out.
And I even think that if we, and that's why I'm saying that our elections have become, our democracy is becoming very sophisticated, despite all the elements that we vote for. It can be identity, it can be resources, it can be whatever, that we vote for. If we develop to a stage where we put you and we know that 4 years you are supposed to perform. If you don't perform, we find you out. And so you will see that the politicians will be on their toes to deliver whatever they promise and whatever that is available, and that they are now even communicating with the citizens, so that should they fail, there are reasons for that failure. But to think that I have won and then this is payback time, or this is the time I should deal with certain people, that is a wrong, psyche, and that is a wrong.
From your perspective, Dr. Nyaba, how do we build the bridges? How do we mend fences?
Unfortunately, governments over the period, even before this Fourth Republic, have always not consciously tried to build bridges. They rather try to mar the source. Commissions of inquiries are formed to look at previous regimes, and when this government and even previous governments come into power and they talk about fighting corruption, it's always to hand the previous government. So in terms of building bridges, we haven't done the best, but there is something that also aids us to do that. When you win elections, you look at your gains and losses. I'm talking about where you did well and where you didn't do well. You probably do not want to continue not doing well in a particular area, so you try to make inroads. By so doing, you don't just look at your constituents. You try to sort other places out so that in the future you will do better in those areas. By so doing, we are able to, integrate the country in a manner that may suit your question.
Well, let's go back to our Decision 2020 Studio C and get the latest from our team there. The latest updates we have by way of what the results are.
Thank you very much, Roland Walker there. And welcome back to your Election Command Center Decision 2020 studios. We are going straight to the Ashanti region, where we are told that some unfortunate developments that started at the Asawase constituency has seen some calm. William Evans Inkum is our man on the ground. William, thank you for joining us. What exactly is the situation as we speak?
Well, Martin, Asawase Collation Center, is very calm. Only that we've created a barrier. That is what you see here. So the military men are trying to ensure that nobody, especially if you are not a media person or somebody who has a very as far as the Collation Center is concerned, you have a special duty performance there. you don't cross beyond this particular place. And that is what they've been trying. But you see, what is happening is that these are supporters, mostly NDC supporters. So anytime they hear that somebody is winning, then they jubilate. So out of that, they try to cross the barrier, and then the military tries to prevent them from going beyond this particular threshold. So there hasn't been any skirmishes as far as this particular area is concerned. Intermittently, you see the military even engage the people, and also they are even having a hearty chat. Somebody who is even trying to be recalcitrant, they engage and then ask the person to go back. And that's exactly what they have been doing. There hasn't been any violence, there hasn't been any chaos. The place is very, very calm. Martin.
We are also expecting some results from the Ashanti region. When they do come in, we'll start taking you through some of the confirmed constituency results while we wait for the Electoral Commission to gather its data to the regional centers, regional collation centers, where it will later be relayed to the national headquarters, and the Electoral Commission Chair, Madam Jean Mensah, will be declaring who the President of the Republic is in the next few hours. Your Election Command Center is monitoring that for you. For now, though, we are going back to the West Wing studio, where my colleague Roland Walker will be engaging his guests, and later on we'll take you through some of the numbers that have come in, some of the confirmed constituencies. Very big surprises coming up. Stay with us. This is your Election Command Center.
One more day based on their own predictions. But even if we go beyond that, please make sure that you stay with us. We have TV3 Ghana, and go search for us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. But we also have other subsidiaries. We're talking about Onua TV, Onua FM. We also do have Connect FM, that is based in Takoradi, the Western Regional Capital, and Akoma is also in the Ashanti Regional Capital. And I have to say, do you live in Kumasi?
Yes, I do.
Try and be connected to Onua every morning, okay?
Akoma?
Akoma and Onua, all of them.
They are all
Onua TV is based in Accra, but we're on satellite TV, so you can always watch it.
Okay.
And then Akoma is stationed in Kumasi.
Okay,
every morning, as you, okay?
I will.
But we'll give you some a sneak peek into what really is happening. The MPP head office, we have stationed the cameras there. Daniel Opoku is a man on the beat and is always coming in up to the minute information with the latest by way of the atmosphere, what the scenery is at that head office of the ruling New Patriotic Party, as you're seeing on the sidelines. That's what it is. We're hoping that at least we can give you that feed because we heard that there was an impending press conference. Of course, we know what the tradition has been recently or for this election. Each time either of them convenes a press conference, the other will quickly also reply with another event. So we'll see how it pans out. Wherever it is being convened, being broadcast, we'll bring you that live feed right here. That yeah, so you're also seeing some of those posts. So we'll see how it goes. It will be interesting. But now let's come to talk about where we think there'll be. I was in Boku, I believe, 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. Yeah. 3 weeks ago, and I saw that the parties had intensified their campaigns, etc., in readiness for yesterday. But it also means that there are a number of dynamics that the citizens were looking at. From your interactions, depending on which section of the country you interact with those citizens of those areas, what were some of their main indicators or benchmarks for making the choices in this election that was convened yesterday?
I think that if you look at it, many of them fall within our development strata, and you talk about education, that is one of the key things, and they're looking at how the two main political parties, are implementing our educational program. Basically, some are talking about free, others are talking also about free, talking about quality and all those kinds of things, but generally, the populations are looking at what they are experiencing in terms of how the country, is faring as far as our educational program is concerned. The other thing that is being looked at is agriculture, and agriculture in terms of the various types of, agriculture, animal husbandry, and mainly crop farming, and how that is changing people's lives. That is the other area that people are looking at. Then you're talking about unemployment or employment, a key driver or indicator for the elections. And so, like we indicated, the two main political parties are talking about the employment programs, and you will see that over the time we have just been, being friends with our unemployment program, and we don't seem to be building the base, expansion of our economy that is diversified, that people can be engaged in several sectors depending on their skill sets, and how we are reprogramming the school curriculum so that it can fit well even within the country and outside the country. That's the other area that people are looking at as an indicator. Now you come to the issue of security. It has been a mantra for all the political parties, but the two main political parties are looking at it critically, and that is one of the things that also resonates well with the people, in terms of armed robbery, in terms of communal conflict, in terms of the presence of security in many areas, and looking at even the security infrastructure, the command and control structure is a key thing, and they have looked at it from all the governments, and some of them can easily resonate with recent past, and see how do we as a people manage our security sector in a way that is seen to be fair and impartial in a way, and that it is addressing the insecurity needs of the country, and especially the issue of vigilantism. Now tied to that is corruption, corruption, the almighty corruption, and it looks like generally, the people are losing faith in how the two main political parties are fighting this corruption.
Yeah.
And that is one of the things. So even for some, they may be confusing, that, okay, do I go this way or that way? Who does better and who doesn't do better? So that is one of the, and that's why many people have been talking about a third force, and if I'm not able to vote for that or vote for that, should there be a way of, expressing my franchise as a citizen of this country? So these are key things that people have looked at, and also when it comes to the issue of corruption and how we are addressing or responding to the insecurity, in this country, people are looking at it in a way, is this person, being forthright, and how is it over forthrightness, and is this person, lenient? Those kind of things are the elements that people are looking at.
Right.
Yes.
Do you associate with any of them? As
yes.
The benchmarks that ordinary voters would consider or considered before
all what
they decided to make that choice?
Yes. All what he has said boils down to one thing: the quality of life of the Ghanaian. All what he has said.
That it's not good enough.
Whether it is good enough or it's not good enough, and even that is measured by individuals. The people are no more looking at Ghana. They are looking at the me. How is what you are talking about going to have a positive impact on me? How is it going to positively affect and improve my quality of life? And I am looking at two categories of voters: the middle class and the upper class.
In Ghana?
Yes, the middle class and the upper class, and then those in the lower class. Those in the middle and upper class look at broad policies, and they are looking at the long-term growth of the economy and Ghana as a country. the majority of Ghanaians are not here. They are in the lower class. And they are looking at how policies will have direct effect on their standard of living, to the extent that if you got closer to both the NDC and MPP, who are usually on the ground campaigning aggressively, they will tell you that when they go door to door, when they go to people's houses, sometimes you get there and the family head will bring the voter ID cards of all his family members and tell you that each one costs this amount. Pay, and then we can assure you of our vote. Because when we vote for you, we will see you again. If you promise the votes, you will not get them. If you promise these things, we don't get them. I want to get what I need to get now. So all the things that we are speaking about in terms of all the things that the political parties are promising, the broad policies that they are promising, they boils down to how it will affect the individual, improve the individual's quality of life. So we are talking about free education. And I have heard most of us speak about Ghanaians subscribing to education. That is why this free education has become popular. The free education has relieved parents of the money that they would have spent for schools, and they think it is bettering their lot. It is going to give their kids the education that will also enhance their ability to get something doing for themselves, and then ultimately also better the lot of the people. So every policy that has direct effect on the quality of life of the individual, not the group, but the individual, is what the Ghanaian voter is now looking at. They are not looking at what will affect Ghana, because the politicians, they believe, have disappointed us in that regard.
So if you take a look at the way progressively the scrutiny is on the message, the messenger, and in what form the message is undertaken, is it something you envisage is going to get better? How quickly?
You know, they are going to be, as citizens, we are going to get more and more sophisticated. Then it will come to a point, even the politicians will get confused if they don't manage it well. Because our expectations keep growing, we keep developing, and we keep changing our expectations. You know, and that is why I said at the beginning, the politicians who are seeking for power need to begin to, you know, have a certain sense in terms of their messaging to the various, you know, groups of people in order that they can elicit their votes. You know, otherwise it becomes very difficult. And indeed, like we are saying, if you look at the decentralization program, you know, that's one of the elements that people want to have control, you know, and they want that control that he or she can be anywhere in this country and be able to do things, you know, on his or her own, you know, that without much struggle, you know, and without resorting to the central government, you know. And if that doesn't happen, you know, that is where you talk about inclusivity and participation, you know, that you are improving upon it, and that many people and that the people that you are leading are getting involved, and they are seen to be owning processes, you know, and their own future, you know, I mean, discussing issues and developing their own future. Otherwise, it becomes very dangerous. And that is where you see that the messaging too, by leaderships and politicians who are seeking the votes of the electorate, you know, would need to be innovative in terms of their messaging. If they don't do so, then it will become because it will come to a point. For instance, this year has been the year of free, you know, as everyone is promising free, you know, and it looks like, okay, if this is the way to get power, you know, then it is that way we should all go, you know. And even though, you know, they are addressing the issues, now the MPP came, like I indicated, the previous elections, they had a research team, so to speak, that anywhere they went, then they knew that these were the concerns of the people, so they promised. If they went back the second time and there was an additional need, then they'll add it, you know. This year, the NDC has come with the People's Manifesto, you know, and they did all the rounds in all the regions.
Community hall meetings, or town hall meetings,
you know. And now, each of the areas that they go, they drop the issues, you know, and drop those that are kind of national level, issues, that will resonate with the people. So the messaging has to be those coming from the people, and again, like I indicated, if you now promise and you are unable to deliver, then we have a big issue.
Yeah.
So the delivery is something that
is very important.
Will inure to the results, and that's why I'm saying that I will be happy the day that as a country, if you come 4 years, you should know as a party that we have voted you into power for 4 years, and you should perform based on the pledges.
We should we should be changing every.
I mean, if you are not performing, I mean, that is where the politicians will wake up and they say, no, we don't need to joke with these people. Otherwise, it can become very dangerous for us someday.
Yeah, but we have to tell you, we're getting a number of the results also coming through. I will let you in as and when we see a number of them. But look, the reality of the situation is that there are a number of people who are anticipatingly waiting for some of these results, and we'll let you in on some of them. A couple of them have been certified, are in the process of being certified. It's the certification from the Electoral Commission that usually tends to delay the result for us, for you, but we're keeping tabs on this. We will make sure that we are in a position to adequately provide you with some of these results. And we have to also take you to some of the ends as we have it. For example, let's go to the Navrongo Central constituency. Now let's deal with some of the details. We have Tangoba Bayage, the former ambassador of Ghana to Italy. Okay, it became East Regional Minister, lost the seat, won the primaries against Kofi Adda, who is Aviation Minister, the current Member of Parliament, but lost the seat. Now, for such dynamics, is it that we don't love women, or what really is it? What could cause such a vibrant woman to lose her ambition to become the Member of Parliament of her people?
Navrongo has always been a swing constituency, and it dates back to the days of Abavana and his relationship with the CPP then.
That's quite interesting.
Yes, so the urban Navrongo are usually mostly inclined towards the UP tradition, while the peripheral Navrongo, and you are talking about Navrongo Central now, it used to be Navrongo, now we have Navrongo East and then Navrongo Central, Chana Paga and then Navrongo Central. I'm talking about Navrongo Central. So the urban Navrongo Central has a lot of UP inclinations, and then the peripheral Navrongo have always been the CPP and then later the PNDC, NDC adherents. So when you are campaigning, you have to be strategic. If you are for the UP, that is the MPP now, you focus your energies on the periphery because that is where you are likely not to do well. If you are for the NDC, you focus your energies in the center because that is where you are not likely to do well. But a lot of very, very direct things played into this woman losing. There were a series of conflicts. There was Doba, Kandega issue. People felt that there were political undertones. The popularity of the woman waned in her handling of that issue, especially among those in the peripheral areas. So it is not just because she's a woman, but other dynamics played. And once MDC loses the seat, they work harder towards winning it, and it has always swung one term or at most two terms. It is difficult for somebody
at least Kofi Adda was able to hold it for 2 terms.
Yes, it has always swung either one term or 2 terms. So
lost it, gained it, and
yes.
now has lost it.
So it's not because she's a woman. There are other factors. If she plays her cards well, and especially if her party wins and she gets another opportunity to serve the people, reorient herself, she may be in a better position in the next 4 years.
Is it that we decided to shut women out of this conversation at all, knowing that, for example, the NDC had a female flag bearer, and the anticipation was that it was going to reflect in the vote, so to speak? And for somebody like Tanko Bad, I mean, the woman factor or the women's factor should have featured predominantly.
It depends on which woman is being voted for, and whether that woman is of the category that the people voting for, would vote for, because if you look at it, like he indicated, the internal strife, did not play out well for them. Even later on, when it turned out that Kofi Adda, decided accordingly not to,
formally support,
and
the
campaign, I mean, all those things, if you put the two of them together in terms of their following, they are individuals first of all, and then they belong to one political party, and the totals from those following, from the two of them, can inure to their benefit, the party's benefit, and that is where sometimes the political parties, and there are a lot of such examples, across, and they are going to play out, in these results, and you will see that in those constituencies where we have similar incidences, the results may go one way or the other. I'm not sure that is the issue of really she being the woman, and if you look at it, our culture, of course, has those, tendencies, it tends to tie the hands of the woman when it comes to politics, and leadership. Sometimes even the woman has to seek permission from the husband and the brothers before she would be able to stand, in some of the, cultural settings,
Okay.
and that in itself is a difficulty. If she would have to campaign, then she would need resources, even sometimes from her husband or her siblings, that is another barrier. Even if she has all the resources, now she has to look at other dynamics in her own life. Now you come into the political space, and don't forget, our political space is kind of turbulent. It's kind of turbulent.
You mean
yes,
it's turbulent for
yes,
women?
I mean, for women, the manner we go about our politics.
Why? Why should it be?
I mean, if you look at the comments that we make, against people, you see that person, as one man will say, man to man, if you match the two of you, or man to woman, whatever, the person is not your co-equal. But because of politics, the comments that will be made, and some people are very apprehensive of such things. That I have built my career for all the years, I just decided to join politics, and because of that, you want to run me down. And some people cannot contain it.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of elements that make, and of course, if you observe some of the women politicians, per my observation, you will see that at certain points, their demeanor changes, even though they are still in politics. And so one would ask the question, what has made them change? Unlike some of their male colleagues who continue to be very vociferous and all kinds of things. And someone can eavesdrop that, the husband said, okay, you are my wife. I don't want you to behave the way you have been behaving. So a lot of elements come into play, for the woman in terms of our politics. Yeah,
okay, so it's where we have to take you to Alfred, and Alfred will give us some latest dynamics we have by way of the results coming in and do some analysis, and Alfred and his great pair Bella giving us the latest update. We'll go back to Studio C.
Well, Thank you, Roland Walker. This is your Election Command Center. The coverage continues here on your Election Command Center. Roland Walker with the team in the West Wing Studios, Ballot 360, and how the situation looks like over there here on your Election Command Center. Stay with us. And I keep telling you that we're doing this with you every step of the way. And now with the provisional results that we keep putting out there, we're doing it at a pace that you can follow us closely so that when we get to the point where we give you how the picture looks like based on our own provisional results, you can also relate and you can also be on the same wavelength with us. So pay attention to the bottom of the screen if you're watching us on television, because we're going to be rolling the provisional results coming in from the various polling stations as they trickle in thick and fast here into our data center. You've seen the data center right there, fitted with everything you need to ensure that we are able to validate and authenticate the results as they come in there. We have a highly resourced data center in your Election Command Center here, and making sure that we receive the information as quickly as possible so that we can input it into the system and give you a clear picture of how the situation looks like here on your Election Command Center. So stay with us. Everything is in place and it's going according to plan. And we're very interactive. We're going to go on to social pulse in a bit and find out what's happening on social media. But stay with us here on your Election Command Center. And we're going to start rolling the results from the polling stations as confirmed indeed by the Electoral Commission as we go on in a bit. There's a lot happening at the various coalition centers as well. We'll give you the results as they come in. That is also going to be put together. Martin Esiedudakte is crunching the numbers with the team to put together all the graphics and the details to put out to you so you see what's happening at the various coalition centers. But we have some constituency results that have been also confirmed at the various coalition centers. We'll tell you about it here on your Election Command Center. But as I said, just look at the bottom of the screen. Pay attention to what's happening right there. We'll tell you how the picture looks like. But I'm going to run you through the population, the number of people contesting the various parliamentary seats, especially. You know, we have 275 constituencies, but how many people are contesting in the various regions, and how many political parties have fielded candidates going into this particular election that we're awaiting the results as they come in. Let's start off with the central region, and rightly so. Here's the reason why. It's a swing region. It's shown its nature as a swing region already with the trend that we're picking so far. A lot of skirt and blouse expected in there somewhere. We'll tell you the details as we go on. But what you're seeing on the bottom of your screen is the Ashaman constituency. We'll get there in a bit. But look at how the central region looks like. According to what we're able to get from the Electoral Commission, about 79 people are contesting the 23 seats in the central region. 64 males and 15 females. And I know Bella will definitely be interested in the gender breakdown right there. 64 males and 15 females in the central region. And the NPP and the NDC have all fielded candidates in all the 23 seats available for grabs in the central region. And the Ghana Union Movement has 14 out of the 23 seats as well, having some representation there for the Ghana Union Movement. So in the central region, a total of 79 candidates contesting 23 seats up for grabs in there. When you go on to the Upper West region, you see what's happening there. 31 contestants there for the 11 seats, according to what we got from the Electoral Commission. The 11 seats up for grabs in the Upper West region, you have 31 people who are contesting, and 30 males, 1 female. 30 males, 1 female in the Upper West region. And that's the gender breakdown. If you go to the Ashanti region, and let me just bear in mind that the Ashanti region has the second largest number of registered voters going into this election. As a matter of fact, if you add the voter population of about 3 or 4 regions up north and the smaller regions, you get a total for the Ashanti region. Here's how the situation looks like with the number of people who are contesting the 47 seats parliamentary in the Ashanti region. We have 143 people contesting the 47 seats in the Ashanti region, 127 male and 16 female. And guess what? The Ashanti region has the highest number of independent candidates, the highest number of independent parliamentary candidates going into this election are in the Ashanti region. And that's what Martin was asking Dr. Ezekiel Norte and Dr. Asante earlier about how this high number of independent candidates could still possibly could impact on the number of votes that the MPP may get in some of these constituencies that these people are contesting independent, especially because of precedents and some of the things we've seen with people who go independent and how it impacts on the votes of their mother parties or their parties that they previously belonged to before going independent. So this is how the situation looks like with the number of people, 143 contestants for the 47 parliamentary seats in the Ashanti region, 127 males and 16 females contesting the Ashanti region. If you look at the Eastern region is also a region of concern and of interest, especially to associations as well, because if you look at least from what the Electoral Commission gave to us, the Greater Accra region has the highest number of registered voters in terms of the over 17 million regional breakdown, followed by the Ashanti region, the second highest with the number of registered voters. Closely following that's Ashanti region is the Eastern region. So the Eastern region is the third largest with respect to registered voters. Then you come to the Central region, the Western region as well. So you look at the Eastern region, 92 contestants you have in there with contesting the 33 seats, 33 parliamentary seats in the Eastern region, 80 males and 12 females contesting the 33 seats in the Eastern region, and the MPP and the NDC have candidates in all 33 seats contesting. Ghana Union Movement is very, very consistent in the analysis. They have 10 people contesting in the whole of the Eastern region. And I must say that some of the parties actually decided to adopt a strategy. So, for instance, for PNC, they decided to concentrate their strength in 3 constituencies in every region. So instead of spreading their resources, they decided that they will identify 3 constituencies that they know they might make an impact. So then they concentrate their strengths over there. The APC, Hassan Ayarige's APC, also chose 7 constituencies in each region to contest. But certainly the 2 major parties have the strength to field candidates for all the various parliamentary seats across the 275 that we have in all the 16 regions. So the Greater Accra region has 34 parliamentary seats up for grabs. You have 83 males there and 38 females. Here's the other catch in the Greater Accra region. The Greater Accra region has the highest number of female candidates, parliamentary candidates, with about 38 female parliamentary candidates there. So it has the highest number of female parliamentary candidates. But then again, look at the males. And we're getting there. Bella will do it. 83 males as against 38 females for the 34 parliamentary seats up for grabs in the Greater Accra region. When you look at the Bono region as well, this is how the picture looks like. We have 30 people contesting 11 seats in the Bono region. 26 males and 4 females. That's how it looks like for the Bono region right there. And this is one of the new Bono East region. This is one of the new regions. We're going to get into the analysis of the 6 new regions created and the results coming in so far, whether it does indeed follow the same trend while they were part of the original regions that they were created out of, or they're also showing a different trend altogether. We'll show you all of that. Stay with us here on New Election Command Center. This is the Bono East region. When you go on to the Western region, you see that the Western region has 61 people contesting 17 parliamentary seats available in the Western region. You have 52 males and then 9 females in the Western region. And the Ghana Union Movement also fielded 13 people contesting in the various constituencies. So you have the Ghana Union Movement actually contesting in 13 out of the 17 parliamentary seats or constituencies in the Western region. So out of the 17 parliamentary seats or the constituencies in the Western region. The Ghana Union Movement fielded candidates for 13 out of the 17. Just about 4 that they did not contest. So that's how the situation looks like, with 9 females as against 52 males in the Western region, 61 in total. If you look at it, and that's how the situation really looks like. We're getting to it here and getting to the next region, where right from the Western region we go on to the Upper East region. The Upper East region has 51 candidates, 45 male and 6 female, and the Upper East region has 15 constituencies in there, and out of the 15 you have 45 males and 6 females contesting, making up 51 candidates seeking, vying to indeed represent the various parliamentary seats or the constituencies in the Upper East region. And the Ghana Union Movement contesting in 2 out of the 15. The Volta region, we'll see how it's playing out in the Volta region. The NDC's stronghold, the World Bank of the NDC, 59 people contesting 18 seats in the Volta region. Now, out of the 59, you have 52 male and 7 female contesting the 18 seats in the Volta region. Ghana Union Movement fielded candidates for 5 out of the 18 constituencies in the Volta region. That's how the picture looks like. When you go to the Bono region, one of the newly created regions as well, you have 38 males as against 6 females, making up 44 candidates contesting 12 constituencies in the Bono region right there. So you see that. And the Ghana Union Movement also featuring strongly in there, fielding candidates for 5 out of the 12 constituencies in the Bono region as well, 44 in total. And you have 38 males, and that's about 6 females as well. From the Bono region, you go to the Oti region. The Oti region, this is how it looks like. 24 people contesting in the Oti region. You have the 24 and then 2 females and 8 parliamentary seats. That's the various constituencies in the Oti region up for grabs. So you look at the Savannah region as well. The Savannah region has 7 constituencies, 7 parliamentary seats available there. 20 people are contesting to indeed occupy the seats in the 7 constituencies in the Savannah region. 18 male, 2 females in the Savannah region. The NDC and the MPP fielded candidate in all the constituencies in the Savannah region. Thus, we have 7 constituencies there and 18 male, 2 females in there. When you go on to the Ahafo region, the Ahafo region also has 6 seats. So we're going to be looking at receiving 6 results for 6 constituencies in the Ahafo region. 18 males and 2 females for the Ahafo region. The NDC and the MPP all have candidates contesting all the 6 constituencies in the Ahafo region. The Ghana Union Movement fielded 2 candidates there. Finally, if you look at the Northeast region, the Northeast region has 6 seats, which we'll be giving you results of shortly. We have a lot of the results from the polling stations in the Northeast region coming in as well. We'll give you a clear picture of how the situation looks like as we go on. 16 males, 2 females contesting 6 parliamentary seats in the Northeast region. That's how the picture looks like. Finally, to the Northern region. The Northern region is where we end the regional breaking analysis. We're expecting some results for 18 parliamentary seats or constituencies being contested by 56 males and 1 female in the whole of the Northern region. And that makes up 57 people who are contesting 18 constituencies in the Northern region. And that's how the picture looks like here on your election command center. I'm going to connect with Bella now because the statisticians who have been looking at the picture as it comes through, especially the polling station results, which you're going to be scrolling shortly on the bottom of your screens, just to make sense of the figures and the picture that we're seeing so far. And stay with us because we have identified some very key and sensitive constituencies that will give us a clear pointer and a picture of how the situation looks like here on your election command center. And we have it all covered in the 38,622 polling stations across all the 275 constituencies in all the 16 regions here on your election command center. Absolutely. Bella Mundi is standing by with the statistics. Bella,
I like that you were talking about the number of females that were contesting some of these, constituencies as well. And one of the constituencies that we're looking forward to was the Navrongo constituency, especially because, the Upper East Regional Minister is said to be contesting. And we're hoping for some reason that maybe she would eventually emerge winner, especially because she had kicked out Kofi Ada from that particular constituency. She'll be the first woman to contest this seat in the constituency. And, it said that area is very patriarchal. So it was quite interesting that her name came up. And that's what I want us to discuss, because if you can tell us what the dynamics are in that constituency, and of course she has already conceded defeat. So we do have some confirmation there based on her tweet that unfortunately I lost to the men, but I raised my chest boldly out. Never has there been this fight in Navrongo before. Navrongo wins at the end of it all. No dusting of body, just polishing of shoes and dancing off into the future. Hashtag God day we day. So she's conceded defeat. But let's understand that dynamic a little better, and whether it could have been possible that she could have won, because she did a lot when it comes to developmental projects in that area as well. And that's probably what gave her the upper hand over, Honorable Joseph Kofi Ada. So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, Navrongo has been a very hot seat since time immemorial. If you trace it back to Achuluwu days and all that, it's a very hot seat in the sense that you have a lot of elites there, a lot of the competition always is very fierce. So you saw the primaries that she had with Mr. Kofi Ada.
Yes.
Fierce.
It was very fierce
contest, and she won, and then now she's lost. I'm not surprised because over the years, as I've already said, Navrongo has been very, 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 very strong in terms of the candidates that parties bring out. There are people who have developed themselves very well. There are people who have what it takes to be in politics, and they are fine gentlemen and men in Ghanaian politics. So when you go to that contest, look, you must be prepared for anything.
We'll try and take a look at maybe the history, and Alfred will be helping us with that so we understand what the voting pattern has been like for the NPP and the NDC as well. Navrongo Central is what we're discussing, and the fact that the Upper Eastern Regional Minister has already conceded defeat. She would be the first woman to contest this seat. In actual fact, she's even the first female Upper East Regional Minister, so that's already a first for her. And like I said, the female fraternity was hoping for some reason that she would also make history as the first female MP for Navrongo Central. We'll try and load those details and take a look at the history for that particular area. Is it popping up yet?
Yes, it is popping up, and it's very interesting detail, Bella, that you give there. It puts it in the right context, and especially because you don't have too many of the women as well in terms of the figures, the gender breakdown favoring the women contesting. But this is for the presidential Navrongo Central. Let's look at the parliamentary. In 2016, you have Joseph Kofi Ada, aviation minister, 20,667. That's about 52.27% of the votes, right? And then you look at Mark Wayongo. Mark Wayongo actually lost, right, to Joseph Kofi Ada in the Navrongo Central constituency, 17,000. That's 203. That's about 43.89% of the total vote cast. That's what happened in 2016. But if you go back a bit to 2012, that particular seat was won by Mark Wayongo, right? So then Kofi Ada came to win that seat in 2016 when he contested. But if you look at the difference between him Joseph Kofi Adda and Mark Owen Wayongo in the year 2012 elections, parliamentary in the Navrongo Central constituency. 17,907 of the votes, the total votes cast is what Mark Wayongo won that constituency with 17,907 as against Joseph Kofi Adda's 15,443 in 2012 for the Navrongo Central constituency. Now, this is what happened in 2016.
Yeah.
Now, the same margin of difference, about 3,000 thereabout, same thing you see there in Navrongo Central. Joseph Kofi Adda now winning with 20,667 as against 17,203. We know what happened in the MPP primaries. He couldn't win the primaries. And then now you have the candidate in there. But the presidential is how the picture looks like there. But we understand there's a bit of misunderstanding there in your screens. Let's cross over now and get to see what's happening there. Well, it's just a little confusing.
Okay. There are some more fire. There was another earpiece I was using.
We are calling for reinforcement. Because you want to be.
Why? I want you to take the evidence concerning this which is a material we believe has been tempered.
Joe, you have to come and check the videos. Check the videos. I'm calling the office.
Counting those police stations were completed within the space of 1 hour. Why that was the easy and better initiative to divide the police stations so that we can reduce the number of voters in the polling station. How on earth would we have a police station which is very close, just about 5 minutes drive?
Try and call somebody in the office. I think the network.
And you have material from that particular polling station getting to the center, polling center, at 1 a.m. without police escort, without a presiding officer. What is Nana asking for? You said you won an election 2016 with 1 million votes. Where you even said Mahama had brought in Charlotte Hussein. Mahama came from the brain. Yo, election command center. Mona, no take results. Results. Yeah, baby, elections. No media to ya. And a mama yet yes. I was there.
Check the video. Check the video. Concentrate.
Transparency. Polling stations.
7. Is there any way we can get anybody?
204. Now easy.
There be
288. As far as Otate, very far to the collation center. Sakamanyina, away from this very center. How was it? Far away from this center. Even been to electoral area, possible, far away from this center. Never the same, just 3 minutes drive. Pasiman, 3 minutes drive to the collation center. Now, the ballot box.
Well, so there's a bit of confusion there. with what we are saying. We're going to give you a bit more information about what you just saw, but clearly the Electoral Commission officials there are doing the best they can to be able to solve that situation, that confusion that's erupted there. But let me just tell you this, that the EC gave us an assurance that whatever be the case, whatever the misunderstanding and the questions that either of the party agents would have about the process, they will be in the position to respond to them. So we're connecting with the Electoral Commission officials over there to give us a bit more detail on what's happening in there. But Martin Esiodidate is here with some of the certified results, the various constituencies.
Yes.
Martin?
Yes, so these are certified results coming in from a number of constituencies, and certainly that is going to set the premise for our conversation, looking ahead to the final declaration by the Electoral Commission. So we are going to give you the two leading parties for now. Subsequently, we'll bring you the other parties and how they fared in those constituencies. Starting from the Akan constituency, which is in the Oti region. And what would also do for you, to put it in better context in terms of some of the numbers we have, is that my colleague Alfred would also be projecting the 2016 figures so we can juxtapose both and see how the numbers have changed. Bear in mind, we are also going to be later on talking about the total number of those who turned out to vote, total number of those who went out to register, and then also put into context that probably because it was a holiday, the numbers might have gone up a little bit. So this is a certified figure from the constituency, Akan constituency. We'll bring you the other ones shortly. Let me bring in my colleagues here and then also the statisticians who've been with us right from the get-go up until now. I'm sure they'll run the final lap with us. I'll start with you, Dr. Norte. It was expected that at least for a constituency like the Akan constituency, albeit be it in the former Volta region and then now in the Oti region, it was likely to go for the NDC, right?
Certainly, yes. At least that's how the trends have been. But for MPP getting 11,000 as against NDC's 20,000, it means that they've gotten about half, more than half of what NDC got.
Yeah.
And it's quite phenomenal for me. They've done well. Yes, they've done well.
What do you think were the dynamics for this particular constituency? Like people said, the creation of the Oti region probably could favor government because it was under their tenure that region was created. Do you think it is one of the thank yous the constituents are giving to the NPP?
Possibly, it could be. But I also think that they concentrated because over the years, they marginally edge up a bit in each of the election rounds. So they are hoping that, the thing is like a pendulum. Once you are going up, your other contestants
will start shrinking.
Will be shrinking. So eventually they are closing the gap.
Okay.
And it is good. It means that they are deepening their presence in that region.
But Martin, let's look at the 2016 at the picture. But before that, Bella has information about the pictures, the videos we just saw about that confusion in the Bella.
Well, yes. So that's from the Ablekuma North constituency, and we're told that the NDC polling agent is accusing the other party of trying to get some foreign ballots into, the already, counted ballots, and they're trying to get it into the small room, and so that's why we saw that kind of confusion. And we have Nane Kia on the ground. She will be getting the details for us, and so we'll cross over to her later so she can give us more updates on that particular issue in the Ablekuma North constituency. So of course, keep watching as we also take a look at some of the confirmed results from some constituencies. We're currently taking a look at the Akan constituency in the Oti region. Alfred.
Great stuff. So for the 2016 presidential, here is how it looked like in the Akan constituency. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo had 8,723. this was then not in the new region, Oti region, then it was in the Volta region. John Dramani Mahama polled 17,978, about 66.24%. When you look at it, there's really no change. In fact, there's been actually an increase in the vote for John Dramani Mahama for the presidential as compared to what we're having in 2020. You know, so you see as well the others, Ivor Greenstreet and Edward Mahama right there. So concentrate on the two. And Martin, you see that clearly depicted in there.
John Dramani Mahama gained about 3,000
extra votes.
More votes there.
And His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo also gained about 2,000.
Yeah.
Thereabouts.
So they both have a bit.
Unimpressive. Not impressive.
Not too impressive.
Okay.
But at least it was an improvement.
Right. Let's go to one other constituency, still in the Volta region. Mind you, these figures are coming from, and before you get too excited, take a particular look at the constituency we are talking about, so you don't extrapolate as the entire region. All right, so we are talking about specific constituencies that have confirmed figures. Then, by extension, we can draw and draft out which party may have won a region. So we are staying in the North Dai constituency, and these are the figures coming in. The NDC has won that constituency projected figures by some 15,822, and the NPP got 2,867. We knew it was going to be the NDC, right, Prof? I beg your pardon, Doc. We knew it was going to be the NDC. For North Dai consistently has been an NDC stronghold. But let's talk about the numbers and the margin. The NDC, we know in 2016 dropped probably because of voter apathy, but this time around compared to 2016, that's quite a substantial appreciation, no?
Yeah.
Well, if you look at 2016, right, and look at what's happening in 2020, Martin, there's really no significant difference, as a matter of fact, for John Dramani Mahama. So this is North Dai presidential 2016. John Dramani Mahama polled 14,616. As against 2020, what you're seeing there, 15,822. So it's just a little over 1,000 votes difference. As against Nana Akufo-Addo, 1,525. This around in 2020, we're seeing what, 2,867.
So it means that at least both parties appreciated, but then if you do the number of those who have voted for either party, it looks like the NDC
gained more.
The NPP gained more in terms of those who swung to their side. All right, so so that's the North Dai constituency, also in the Volta region. We're staying in that region, not yet. We'll go elsewhere and then bring you the most latest regarding the numbers. Bumprugu constituency, that is a certified number at the constituency level, and the NDC and the MPP were actually neck to neck almost. We'll give you the 2016 figure so we can have a better appreciation. But then the NPP won the Bumprugu constituency with 14,590 as against the NDC's 14,306. What's your analysis on this? What do you make of it? Bumprugu, we thought that considering the constituency and where it is, would have swung in favor of the NDC.
Yeah, but I think the northern region, largely because of some of the chieftaincy issues that had been ironed out by this present administration, could be a possibility. Right. So you see, but it's quite close. Okay. Just a little over 200 votes. Okay. Yeah, 200 plus votes.
All right. So we'll try and bring you a good appreciation of that, and then against what they both got in 2016. Salaga South constituency. Another very close call.
Very close.
Yeah. Very close call. But then again, Salaga and its location.
Yes.
It should have been an easy win for the NDC, no?
No, not really, because per our model, it could go either way. Salaga could go either way.
Okay.
And,
Salaga
and
was a
so
toss
it's not
constituency.
it's not too surprising to us. Just a difference of about 60 votes, 40 votes thereof.
Well, compared to 2016,
Yes,
what that means is that then there's been a change in pattern of the votes. The presidential candidate of the NPP in 2016 lost to John Dramani Mahama, and the margin was huge, a little over 5,000. So John Dramani Mahama in Salaga South, 2016, 18,331, as against Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo candidate then 12,076. That's 58.52 as against 38.55. So this time, Martin, you're saying that the NPP won presidential, provisional in the Salaga South.
But what could have led to the NDC getting lesser?
Over 6,000.
6,000
quite
votes.
significant.
That's
over 6,000 votes.
That's
What could
serious.
have led to this?
Well, a number of factors. A number of factors could have accounted for that. For instance, we don't know yet. The voter turnout. We don't know yet the voter turnout.
Yeah.
But the voter turnout could also be.
Could have played a role. Right. And I think that going forward, that's one of the very, very interesting things we need to look at, where the numbers, because of people's inability to move due to the closure of the borders in certain parts of the northern region and the Volta region, how it would influence votes. We're going to be considering that as the conversation was on. Also, I would want to ask that could it also be that the message and the fact that the vice presidential candidate of the NPP stayed in the upper part of the country for the most part of his campaign, and his wife joined him there. So anytime he came down, the vice presidential, the second lady, I should say, goes there to campaign. Probably the back and forth and the consistent messaging must have done the trick for them.
Yeah, but NDC also has Son of the Soil coming from within that enclave. And he was also consistently back and forth going there. So, well, that could be a possibility, but I think there are more to it, because they have actually lost, NDC lost too much.
Absolutely.
Over 6,000.
This is a very, very interesting. And Bella, you mentioned the difference between them, over 5,000. I mean, John Mahama in 2016, look at that, 18,331. As against Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, 12,076. And 4 years on, we're talking about that flipping. I mean, I use flip for the lack of a better expression. Flipping to the NPP presidential provisional, 12,707. Wow.
And this is about 24,000 or 25,000 plus votes. And let's look at this. This is about 30,000. It means that about 5,000 didn't vote.
Or may have voted for the other parties. So,
or may have voted for the other parties.
Yes.
And then we
also need to see what the votes are for the other parties.
But you know, the history is clear. The other parties wouldn't have polled 5,000 votes, at least with what we were seeing in 2016. Very, very insignificant margins.
And considerably, you can also tell that there was a possibility of the performance of the third distant force. I like to put him, Gum. He may have probably pulled a chunk from there, and then as part of the other parties, or maybe people just didn't turn out to vote. Because if there's a decline in voter turnout, or in at least the final figures of those who actually voted, that raises questions of what must have gone wrong or right. Why people didn't turn up. Okay, let's move on. This is your election command center, just in case you're wondering. What we are doing is to bring you some certified from the constituency level, the final figures that have been projected for all to see, and then also do some analysis by comparing it to the 2016 data, and then also what the numbers probably meant regarding how many of us turned out to register and to vote. So we are in the Efija Setre East constituency. We'll look at which region this is in, and then also look at the margin between the NPP's candidate and the NDC's candidate. This means the NPP presidential won the Efija Secretary East constituency. Doc.
Yes.
What's happening here?
Yes.
Efija Secretary East.
This is to be expected.
Right.
Because this is, I guess, in Ashanti region.
Yes.
Yes. So this is expected. 42,000 as against 11,000.
Okay.
Difference of about 31,000.
We would later be also bringing the total number of those who voted, who turned up to vote, who registered.
So we can have a meaningful conversation.
A better appreciation. Because if rough mathematics, this
it's about 31,000.
Yes,
Plus.
31,000 plus. And then also, if you add this total number, you're looking at 45,000.
55,000.
55,000. So, if you compare that to 2016, Alfred,
well,
what are
2016, this is how the picture looks like. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo won Efija Secretary East presidential with 41,214 of the total vote cast. That's about almost 80%. As against John Dramani Mahama, 10,313. So they've all increased their votes. But then again, if you look at the margins, it appears that the NPP had a little more than the NDC in this case. So 42,000 as against 11,000. That's what you see in there. It's almost the same.
NPP gained about 1,400, whilst NDC gained about 1,000.
True.
Yeah.
That's how the picture looks like.
So that was the Efija Secretary East. Alfred, I wanted to start looking for the Tyne constituency. And when you mention Tyne, the story that comes to mind is we had to do a runoff, and then Tyne was the kingmaker.
Yeah.
The decider. That was in 2008 or so. Yeah. So let's go to the Tyne constituency, and this is another very close call. Very, very close call. Both parties went past 14,000, but then look at the difference. 69 minus 28, that should be...
That's 41 votes. Just 41 votes.
That is very close.
Wow. Just 41
Very, very close. And I don't think it is too different. Look at the 2016 figure. Alfred, what
2016, you have Tyne 15,859 as against John Dramani Mahama 15,360. So the close margins in there is repeated in the 2020 results. What you see right there. This is 2016, and the difference between them was just about some, if you'd say some, less than 500 votes. Less than 500 votes. You see there.
500 votes.
About 500. 15,859 for Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo and 15,360 for John Dramani Mahama in the Tyne constituency for the presidential.
Yes.
And you see that
but there's a
reflected as
striking
well.
feature also. Both of them dropped in votes in 2020. So this needs investigation.
Yes, so that was 15,000 and now 14,000.
Yeah, 14,000.
Okay, that's
so
a
that
good
needs
observation as well.
investigation.
Okay. We move on to bring you some more confirmed confirmed constituency level results. Zebila constituency is the next one we have, and these numbers are really close. And it is based on projections like these that people are saying there is a possibility of a runoff. Many wouldn't want to hear that, but there is a possibility if you're having these very close shaves, unless that constituency consistently has had a very close call. And we are going to be comparing that shortly to the 2016 figure and how people voted. But Zebila, as we do know, should actually be in the enclave where the NDC is expected to be a stronghold. So, Doc, first of all, talk us through the numbers and the closeness again and the constituency in question.
Yes, Zebila, I guess, is in the northern region.
Yes.
We'll check.
He's trying to pull that up.
We'll check.
Yeah, but I mean, for whatever it is in a bigger enclave where the NDC is expected to have, a say.
Zebila is actually in the upper east. In the upper east region. For 2016, this is how it looks like for the presidential Zebila constituency. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo lost to John Dramani Mahama 19,029 as against John Mahama's 24,940. So this, the provisional results we're getting for 2020, the NPP for presidential provisional results have flipped that particular constituency, the Zebula constituency, and Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo has paired the provisional presidential results we have for Zebula for the presidential, as against the John Dramani Mahama 24,940 and Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo's 19,029 we saw in 2016.
Right.
This is about 44,000
votes. Confirmed votes.
And this is about 44,000.
Almost the same.
So almost the same. And we expect that this could have gone up a bit. So there is some dynamics happening in that part of the country.
Right. So let me quickly refresh because we have some more coming in. Remember, this is your election command center, and we told you that if they do come in, no matter how thick and fast, we'll certainly have the men to match it and analyze it for you. We do have a few more coming in. I'll try and pull them up. But then, Alfred, first of all, let's do a regional breakdown of, for instance, the northern region. Then we can look at the figures as of how they have played out in the last few years and consider what the new ones coming in are saying, because it tells you that people actually were interested in this year's elections. So this is Akontombra constituency, and that should be in the western region.
Akontombra is in the western region.
Is it the western north?
That should be western north region. We'll try and get an exact confirmation for you.
And in the western region, actually.
Well, because the western region now broken into the western north region, we want to see if this particular constituency was captured in there. But for 2016, it's in the western region. Yes, it's in the western region for 2016.
Provisional results say that the NPP's candidate, I nearly said John. The NPP's candidate, President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, won the constituency by 11,922. Provisional results, keep that in mind. The NDC's candidate got 11,626. Sefia Akontombra, tell us what the 2016 figures look like.
For 2016, very interesting. John Dramani Mahama won for presidential in Sefia Akontombra with 14,879 for 2016, as against Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo's 11,989 for Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So you see that this has repeated itself again. If these provisional results are anything to go by for the presidential, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo has overturned the trend of that particular results in favor of the NPP for the presidential, winning the Sefia Akontombra per the provisional results we have for 2020 as against 2016, 14,879.
A total, when you add up a total of about 26,700 votes.
Yes.
And in 2020, it's just about 23,500.
Okay.
So it means that they have dropped in votes.
Both candidates.
Exactly.
Okay. Now let's make progress and bring you a few more. We are going to the Infantiman constituency. 2020 presidential results provisional. And look at the margin. And the NDC seems to have lost. Yes.
Yes.
Very close shave again.
But a little over 700,000. 700. Just around 720.
But Infantiman,
there's Infantiman East and Infantiman West. So I don't know which one is this.
Okay, we'll try and get the specifics for this for you for the Infantiman constituency.
No, I think Infantiman East and West was put together, and that is what is called the Infantiman.
Okay. So because if you look at 2016, there's a breakdown. Infantiman East, you have it for 20. In fact, at that time, the constituency had not been created as at the time. But then you go on to the Infantiman West, and you're right about this, Doc, because then you saw that combination and they actually being put together there. So it's clear that you have that in there.
There's
that's
Infantiman in the corner, the right-hand side.
You have it there. right there. So all of them put together, that's what you see there. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, 28,267 for 2016, as against John Dramani Mahama's 25,679. So John Dramani Mahama won this particular Fantiman constituency for presidential. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo won in 2016 with 28,267 as against the 49. So this is the same trend that is
28,025 and 12,000, 11,000.
The reason for the low voter turnout.
No, this is a confidant. Go back.
Okay.
No. I beg your pardon. Sorry. That's my fault. This is Infantiman.
But it still doesn't match up.
No, that's Fantiakwa now.
Fantiakwa you are in now. That's the second.
Right. Yeah. So then we are back in the 20s.
We're back in there. It's closer now.
Okay.
At least it gives us a good picture.
So 28,000 for Akufo-Addo in 2016. 26,000 for
53,000.
Okay, great.
53,000, and that is about 52,000.
Right.
So there is still a marginal drop in their total.
Yes.
And I'm becoming more worried.
And that is why we want to start looking at the very fine numbers and look at what that will mean for us going forward.
Yes. So here again, I will come to the voter turnout.
Yes.
If that could possibly be explained by the voter turnout, then there is a problem. Then there is a problem. So we will need to look at it.
Okay.
And interrogate further.
We certainly, so, I mean, and then by extension, it means that the last 4 or 5 constituencies we've seen that have lower numbers, there's a possibility people may have, either not turn out to vote, or is a consideration between the fact that maybe people voted for the other parties that also contested. Mind you, for presidential, this is the first time we are having 12 candidates. 12 candidates. So it's very likely that if we are having lower numbers, there's a possibility they may have all voted for those other presidential candidates. That's why we seem to have, a drop in numbers. Let's move away from Infantiman now and go to Fantiakwa North constituency. Fantiakwa North constituency. This is the provisional figure that has come in, and it says that the NPP's candidate, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, won the Fantiakwa North constituency with 12,529 votes as against the NDC's 10,742 votes. This is a Fantiakwa constituency, Fantiakwa North. Alfred, what do the 2016 figures look like?
I'm going to search that for you in a bit while you try to connect. So this is Fantiakwa North, right?
Yes.
Fantiakwa North is in the eastern region.
Yes.
And Fantiakwa North 2016, according to the results we got declared by the Electoral Commission, 2016 presidential, Fantiakwa North, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo won with 11,906. That's about 55.71% of the total vote cast, as against John Dramani Mahama, 9,228, 43.18%. And if you look at the total number of voters, it's gone up a bit because it's just a little over 20,000.
Yeah, that's about 21,000.
21,000 in
21,000, and this is about 22,000. Here again, the difference is not significant.
At all.
And so I am seeing a bit of voter apathy.
Okay.
I am seeing a bit of it, but I can't conclude until I get the voter turnout.
But
then I could.
Again, could we be seeing a possibility of a runoff? I mean, looking at all the figures.
Or it's early days yet.
Is it too early?
I mean, 275.
I do understand, but I mean,
10.
if we're seeing all these ones, I'm just thinking that.
Yeah, actually, it's a possibility, but it's early days yet.
Yeah.
So let's tread cautiously.
Okay,
because we've not entered into in the strongholds of both parties.
Yeah.
The Bantamans and Ejija, and we've not gone in there.
Okay. And those will make a significant difference.
Exactly,
maybe.
those bring significant.
Right. This is still your election command center, and clearly what we're doing for you is bringing you some of the certified figures, the provisional figures, I should say, from the various constituencies in the country. also, we're going to be pitching that against the 2016 figures to see which of the parties have appreciated or declined in terms of numbers that they've got. And then also, we have some other stories coming in. Our reporters are monitoring many other activities ongoing across the country. News coming in indicate that, and this is from our reporter, Komla Adom, he's saying that Lante van der Poy, who is the NDC's the NDC's parliamentary candidate for the Odio constituency, has been arrested and is being taken to the Central Police Station. We're told that more than 10 others have also been arrested and have been put in a police van and whisked away. We'll be calling him shortly to give us, paint a picture for us exactly what's happening on the ground, while we also bring you some of the some of the figures coming in from the various constituencies, the provisional ones, and these ones have been projected on platforms and billboards for many of these constituencies. So it is, there are clear numbers that we have been keeping eyes on for you. Let's move on to the Ekumfi constituency. Have we spoken about Ekumfi?
We haven't spoken about the central region. It's in the central region.
We are going to be looking at what the 2016 figures are, but what we have as the provisional figures for Ekumfi indicate that the NPP won the constituency by 12,240.
Yes, they won.
And the NDC got 11,632. That is the figure coming in from the Ekumfi constituency provisional figures. What do the 2016